Reincarnator, Chapter 151, First Area, 1. Wooden fences. Around 40 males and females were gathered in the wooden barricades facing the first area. In compared to the other 41 areas, which had hundreds of hunters dispatched in here, there were only a small number of people. But it was not that the first area was safer or smaller compared to the others. Actually, it was the exact opposite. They only formed small elite teams in order to scout the area, since there were a lot of unknown locations as well as the area being too large. In case of the dangers that lurks deep within the first area which may pop out any moment. Unlike the hunters in other areas who hunted beasts, the hunters in charge of the first area only scouted the area. But the hunters in this team were formed the most elite members in the village. Since this area was that dangerous. The leader of the team, who was in charge of the first area, Karhul, was looking at Hansu with a dissatisfied expression. "You're the newcomer. Did you say you were called Hansu?" The others in the first area's team were also looking towards Hansu with dissatisfied expressions as well. Karen was quite a dependable comrade to them. Though his character was a piece of shit, such a thing wasn't a problem in the other world. The problem was dragging down comrades. Since that was basically the same as backstabbing them. If this kid beat Karen, then it means he does have some skills, but we don't know about his character yet. Karhul thought to himself. The crazy ones who had some skill were the most dangerous type of people. And in that regards, Karen was a part of their team and didn't have any faults. Since when they fought with him, he was quite dependable at defending their backs. Though he was an idol of fear for the farmers, this was not something them, the hunters, cared for. Karhul was a senior in the village who would fulfill his 1-year contract and leave in a week, but he still felt nervous and had cold sweat running down his back when he entered the first area. And they needed to scout this extremely dangerous area daily. The farmers giving them service was an obvious thing. Farmers, who cares about them? The problem was the newcomer in front of him. And him destroying Karen the moment when he stepped into the village meant that he wasn't the timid type. And it seemed like they would need to take this guy on their task. To the most dangerous area, the first area. Fucking hell. Ikitas, what the hell were you thinking? Karhul muttered in befuddlement. The first area was somewhere one could come in after roaming around, starting at the safest 41st area and slowly climbing up. Why did she put this guy in the first area? Tisk. There is nothing I can do. I guess I'll just put him in the safest part. Not liking him was one thing, but if this guy did something strange, then the whole team would be in danger. Sebastian. Come here. You are in the same group as the newcomer today. Fuck, are you serious, team leader? Curses started to come out from the mouth of the blonde woman who was named Sebastian. She could only. Since she was now in charge of a ticking bomb. Anybody would get pissed if they had to drag around a weight with them when saving their own lives was already hard enough. Karhul frowned at her words. Don't worry about it. You guys are just checking around the oaken tree. Oh. Karhul laughed coldly as he looked at Sebastian, who was making a joyous expression. Don't be so happy. Since you're in charge of teaching the newcomer, it's your responsibility to teach him while you roam around. Oh god damn it, he's going to. Karhul's eyes glared at Sebastian, who was about to continue talking. Since it'll become quite troublesome if she said that he didn't need to be taught, since they wouldn't see him after a week. And they didn't know what could happen within that 1 week. It'll at least be troublesome if he drags them down in that 1 week. Stop complaining. But you can use any method to teach. Fine. Sebastian nodded as if she understood what he was getting at. And if she could pick any teaching method she wanted, then it'll be quite easy for her as well. I can just teach him half-heartedly. If he dies due to that, it'll just be his own fault. They had grown quite fond of the other hunters since they had been in the village for a year at least. The one in front of her eyes was as complete stranger. There was nothing she could lament over, even if things went wrong. Karhul saw Sebastian, who was making an expression which told him that she understood, and then continued to speak. Okay. Time to distribute the parts. Karen and I will be in charge of the northwest side, Anka scout around the river. Okay, Anand and Masato will scout around the Epanon boulder. 40 people swarming around was stupid. It was better to keep some distance between them and finishing the scouting job quickly. Okay, if any problem arises, then just throw a red flare up to the sky. Dismissed. There were numerous times when a carrier pigeon wouldn't work, since the adventurers in the yellow zone had quite a lot of detection disruption skills around their body. Though they were together right now, it wouldn't really feel nice not getting any help in a dangerous situation that may arise. It was better to use a skill that could clearly be seen with one's eyes or heard with their ears. And since most of the beasts here could not detect the color red, they could safely send signals using a red-colored skill. While each group was quickly heading their way, Karhul said some final words. Oh yeah. Anybody who cannot participate in the dinner party is going to die in my hands. Make sure you attend, since I'm going to call over 100 farmers at least. Haha. Of course. Let's see you then. They would be able to play quite a bit with 100 farmers. And the farmers would feel quite blessed as well. Since the more hunters needed them, the higher chance they had at getting dismissed from the upcoming offering. It's a system where we bestow upon them blessings, yep. With the final words of Karhul, the 14 teams separated into various parts of the first area. Hee. If there are 100, then I should call my doggy as well. Even when one came to the other world, one's original features would not change. Which meant that there were clearly farmers who looked good and ones who did not. And someone at the level of Sebastian, a member of the first area team, had the highest priority with the farmers. Sebastian thought of Michael in the real world, who was a model, then looked at Hansu, who was next to her, and shook her head. Tisk. It might have been nice if he was handsome at least. At least his body is quite nice. A giant stature, 2 m tall and broad shoulders. Sebastian, who had been staring at Hansu's well-defined muscles which seemed to be made of bronze, muttered to herself. But sadly Sebastian was into younger men. Man, I'm beginning to dislike him more and more. Damn. And why the hell did he bring so much shit? Anyways, since she was in charge of him, she needed to take him around no matter what happens. Sebastian suddenly talked towards the newcomer next to her after a bit of running. You're in for an easy ride today. since the oaken tree is the safest part of the first area. Oh my, we're already here. Sabicide blew a whistle while looking at their destination in the distance. Oaken tree. A tree named after the man who had first found it. Oaken wasn't actually a tree. It was a giant tree-shaped sculpture that seemed to have been burnt by something. Nothing actually existed near this half-destroyed sculpture. And there was an unknowingly deep darkness behind it, so nobody dared to enter it. Phew. It's really scary whenever I see it. Sebastine looked at the darkness below her as her body trembled. They did not approach anywhere where they didn't know of. This was a strict rule of the village. This rule was created a long time ago after when somebody in the first area accidentally provoked and the village almost got destroyed. After that their job at the first area changed. From 2. Though they had scouted around in fear of something popping out, they didn't pry any further than that. This was the same. They were scouting around this place in case of any change, but since there wasn't any in the past 19 years, it was one of the safest places in terms of danger. Of course it's not that nothing appears around it. Grrrrrrrrrrr. Even before she could finish her thoughts, a growling sound came from the jungle behind them. Oh, it came out. Sebastine blew her whistle as she looked at Okal, a double-horned leopard of the 4th rank. The beasts around the village divided into 9 ranks according to the chart in the village. The farmers hunted those from the 9th to 6th and the hunters usually dealt with 5th to 3rd. And in this place, the first area, 1st and 2nd rank beasts which even the hunters had hard time dealing with would came out. This is why the most proficient and skilled people were dispatched here. But a 4th rank was something she could catch on her own quite easily. And this was why she was being quite laid back. But would it be the same for you, newcomer? Sebastine laughed as she looked at Hansu next to her. She knew that he had some skills. That's why he was able to beat Karen. But humans and beasts were different. The most important thing wasn't strength when it came to dealing with beasts. It was experience and knowledge. They say that you'll win every time if you know yourself and know the enemy. Knowing more about the opponent than knowing oneself was important. But how could she not be pissed when a chick like this had joined their team? This was the time for her to vent her anger. Well, I should at least tell some things about it. Newcomer, go and get it. I need to see your skill level. Oh yeah, its weak spot is the forehead between the horns. Quajaduk. Oh my, he listens quite well. Sabicide, who had been looking at Hansu who had jumped out the moment she finished speaking, suddenly freaked out. Since this crazy bastard was aiming somewhere else instead of the weak spot between the horns. Hey. You crazy bastard. Between the horns. I said it's between the horns. Quayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayaya green leopard. If you hit its soft skin, then the weapon would get stuck in the mucus layer underneath that skin. And the moment the weapon and mucus connects, the powerful poison gas created from the oxidation of the mucus which quickly paralyzes the adventurer. But this crazy bastard was trying to cut apart that mucus layer. Go damn it. This dumb brute. Not every beast died because one stabbed it or anything. Sabicite grinned at her teeth and was about to step out. Hansu muttered inwardly as he swung his spear. They might know it as only the forehead. The forehead between the horns. It was indeed one of its weak points. However, there was a better weak point than that. This place should not be known yet. Pay. Roe ar. Sebastine stopped her tracks as she saw the greenish leopard fall down after getting stabbed in 5 locations quickly in succession. What? Why did it fall? The 4th rank was not just 4th rank in name. If a 4th rank could got in the farming areas of the farmers, then they would get massacred. It was that fearsome. The fact that she was able to kill it by herself easily meant that she could use her experience and knowledge as the basis, dodge its attacks and kill it slowly over time, but that's not how he did. He made it powerless in just a single moment. Crunch. Hansu was cutting off the neck of the leopard which had fallen onto the ground as he slowly looked at the materials in front of him. Runes are dropping in various amounts. Good. The artifact is a bit useless. Oh, I can use this as a material. Though he had bought a lot before he came here, he still needed quite a lot of things. Hansu gathered up a few things and then spoke to Sebastine. Since I caught it, I'll take it. Oh, and this is for telling me its weak point. Sebastine stared at Hansu, who was handing her a small portion of the runes, then frowned as she spoke out. Get lost. You didn't even stab the place I told you. What the hell did you do anyway? Hansu replied very simply. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to do it. The reaction nerve cores that constantly moved within the skin needed to have all 5 of them stabbed at the same time. If they mimic it randomly, then it would only get more dangerous. It was better to aim for the forehead. Sebastine frowned deeply at those words. This bastard. Hansu walked past Sebastine, past the oaken tree and towards another location. Towards the darkness. To be dispatched to the oaken tree. Nice. The others didn't, but Hansu knew. About the identity of the darkness behind it. A dark part of the higher race's history that they wanted to erase and had been destroyed by them. There was a material inside it. A core material that he would stab into the jaws of those guys. Sebastine freaked out as she saw Hansu walking towards the darkness. This crazy bastard. Not going randomly into places in the first area, including that darkness, was a rule of the village. If it was broken, then it wouldn't end with just a scolding. And searching through the first area, however, one wanted was a top-ranked ban. Shiguraric. This bastard. Stop. Are you going to break the rules? 3 skills that came out from Sebastine's body tied down Hansu's body. Hansu chucked as he felt the 3 skills freezing and surrounding his entire body. Rules, huh? Rules were created to maintain the current situation after acknowledging the defeat to the higher races. If they follow the rules, then they would only stay as losers. You guys have to change now. Kiriririk. Nirmaha's ring on Hansu's right hand twinkled. At the same time, the 3 suppressive skills weakened. Boom. Hansu's demonic dragon's reinforcement and forked lightning swept around his body like an explosion. The suppressive skills blew apart and Hansu became free right away. Huh. Stand here and relay a message. Don't follow if you don't want to regret it. Hansu left those words with the flustered Sebastian and jumped down. This crazy bastard. Sebastian, who had hurriedly looked at the darkness in a daze that could not be sensed due to some weird reasons, suddenly made a confused expression. Relay the message? To whom? That crazy bastard is really causing trouble. Look at him. I told you he would cause some troubles. Everyone in the yellow zone learned detection skills. But that guy was strange and didn't learn any. As Karen spoke out coldly while looking at Hansu with his detection skills, Karhal nodded with a heavy expression as well. To break the village's rule. This pretentious bastard. The rules were created by the person who built the town, Clementine, and they were above everyone and nobody could break them. Even the village leader. And even more so for an arrogant newcomer who would soon become an offering. Karhal thought of Hansu who had jumped into the darkness and then spoke out. I guess we'll need to punish him. He should have just disappeared after staying here quietly for a week. Soon the red light from the skill Karhal sent out covered the sky. Karhal and Karen, who had gathered the team, hurriedly started to move out. Towards the darkness Hansu jumped down to. Reincarnator, Chapter 152, First Area, 2. Sebastian grinned at her teeth as she looked towards the darkness which Hansu jumped into. Why? Why did he go down? Does he know something? But she didn't have any time to ponder about it. Since Karhal and the other teammates had come from afar. What happened? Well. Karhal nodded as he heard the situation from Sebastian. I guess I can't stop him anyway. There were two choices for him, who was the team leader. Wait here until the guy comes out and punish him. Or follow him. Sebastian asked with a slightly worried expression. Team leader? Are you going in? Going in there is against the rules for us as well. No, even without the rules going in there was still a bit irksome. A complete darkness where nothing worked including the detection skills. They didn't even know what could be in there, why would they go in? They had clearly learned something from their time in the other world. That curiosity increased the chances of one's death. Only moving around within the known parameters was the best way to live a long time. Enjianon, one of the first area team member who was listening from the side, muttered quietly. Do we really have to go in? No one we shoved in there came out alive. What? Sebastian made a confused expression. There were others who had gone in here? Karen and Karhal clicked their tongues as they looked at Enjianon. Tisk. He shouldn't have said those useless words. 40 team members. But not everyone shared the same amount of information. And Sebastian, who had only recently become a part of the first area team, did not know about the traditional game which Karhal, Karen, and Enjianon enjoyed. Whatever. Their traditional game was not something that could be found out by the village leader. Karhal checked with Karen and Sebastian again. I understand that he is much stronger than us. But is the gap tremendously different? Karen and Sebastian pondered for a moment but then shook their heads. Hansu was definitely strong. That alone was illogical. Since a newcomer was able to beat Karen who had been here for almost a year. But he was clearly not at the level where he could go up against all of the members. No, he isn't at that level leader. We know that for sure. He shouldn't have any leisure to hide his skills or anything, probably. Karhal nodded at Karen's words. Well, our scout for the day is over anyway. So now, we're all going to go catch the criminal who broke the rules. Is it really okay? Sebastian asked with a worried expression. The thing she was worried about was not just the rules. There were still traces of the being which almost destroyed the village within the center of the village. The traces that were fearsome and was constantly reminding them. Something that was preventing them from going over the line while scouting around the first area. Sebastian's worries were not really unjustified as she saw those traces every day. But Karhal merely shook his head. It'll be the same if one guy goes in and screw things up anyway. It might be safer for us to go in and prevent it. One person screwing things up or 40 people screwing things up were the same. And Karhal didn't really think that there would be a mysterious creature lurking below. If something was down there already then it should have come out already. But Karhal was worrying about something different. What if he goes down there? And sees that? If that guy went down and saw the remnants of the traditional game they played? And told the village leader after exiting through a different tunnel? That would become a much larger problem. Karhal organized his thoughts and shouted to people around him. We're going down. If he touches something wrong then a disaster might fall upon the village. We need to prevent that from happening. At those words Sebastian and a few others made dirty expressions while Karen and other veterans nodded and prepared to go down with heavy expressions. Rumpy. Hansu, who had been free-falling, smashed the forked lightning into the wall. Forked lightning entered the wall which seemed to have been melted down from something's attack. Ka-du-du-du-du-duck. Hansu, who was falling down along with the sparks which were created from the friction, had to fall down for a lot longer in order to finally touch the ground. Ugh. The golden light exerted from Hansu's demonic dragon's reinforcement brightened up the darkness. And an underground scene started to slowly appear before him. There were buildings which looked like they were destroyed by something along with rubbles. The size of the darkness was as large as a normal lake but the underground was a lot larger than that. Like how the entrance to a basement was much smaller than the actual basement. Though this is a ruined basement. Hansu muttered as he touched the wall of a destroyed building. Hansu only heard stories about this place. This was his first time coming here. The research facilities of the which had been destroyed after receiving attacks of the higher race. Hansu breathed quietly for a while and lifted his hand up to his right ear for the first time after a very long time. Kong Hansu strength, yellow, 1.1%. Stamina, yellow, 1%. Agility, yellow, 1.2%. Perception, yellow, 1.1%. Mana, yellow, 1.1%. Magic, yellow, 1.2%. Physical resistance, yellow, 1%. Magical resistance, yellow, 1.2%. Demonic Dragon's Reinforcement, 43.5%. Pandemic Blade, 21.5%. Forked Lightning, yellow, 1.2%. Nirmahasring, yellow 1.1%. Dash 1000 soldiers armor, yellow, 0.7%. Dark cloud, yellow, 0.1%. Dragon essence blade, 1.7%. Fragments of 7 souls, 2/7. Dash 7 stars, 2/7. Nice. Hansu nodded at his status screen that he hadn't opened in a long time. The runes were increasing at a balanced rate. And mastery levels of his skills was increasing quite fast as well. It had taken Hansu about 4 months to get to the yellow zone after finishing the tutorial stage. Raising a skill's mastery level by 40% in just 4 months was something completely illogical in the red zone standards. Since mastering a skill completely usually took at least 3 years. And this skill was even harder because a higher leveled skill was harder to master. This would be something impossible without his trait, 7 stars. I'll need to focus a bit more on the mastery levels of the Dark Cloud and 1000 Soldiers armor. The Dragon Essence Blade, which grew every time one enhanced their body using it, was growing quite quickly in comparison to the other artifacts. Forked Lightning and Nirmaha's Ring, which grew when one inserted runes into them, were also growing at a similar rate as the runes. But the Dark Cloud, which grew faster the more organisms one had infected with it, or the 1000 Soldiers armor, which grew as it ate more and more weapons and armor, had not really increased that much. Well, I'll solve those problems after I get out of here. Anyways, it's much larger than I expected. Tong tong. Hansu tapped the walls with Forked Lightning and then frowned as he roughly figured out the directions. It wasn't that it was just dug down deeply. This darkness was something created by the attacks of the higher races who were trying to destroy this place entirely. Thankfully the size of this underground area was much larger than the dark hole. It might take a while. Hansu pushed away the rubble that had melted and fused them each other as he walked forward. But only for a moment. Hansu sensed creatures within his range and then frowned. Existences that should not be here. What? People. This wasn't part of his plans. Hansu's frown deepened. It's an unknown variable. He needed to verify what it was. Crunch. The moment Hansu's foot stepped onto the ground. The melted ground made cracking sounds as it broke apart. And soon. Boom. Hansu's body disappeared along with the large sound wave, appeared somewhere else and attacked the person in front of him. Smack. Aak. MMM. Hansu frowned as he looked at the teenage-looking boy who was flying away from the shockwave. He wasn't going to go easy on him. Since he wanted to suppress him first before anything. But even before he could attack again. A blue light came out from the child's necklace and it weakened most of his attacks. And Hansu knew the identity of that object. It's something from the research labs. But Hansu shook his head. The objects of the research lab did not activate for free. And the proof was this was the child who was repositioning himself after jumping away some distance away. Hey. A teenage girl who was panting with an out-of-breath expression. She could only. Since those items needed a tremendous amount of mana to activate. And the girl's reaction was something that would happen to somebody when all the mana in one's body run out instant. I'll need to hear her out. The moment Hansu was about to charge again. The girl suddenly shouted out loudly. Emergency. Some bastard of a hunter finally came down below. The moment the girl's shout resonated throughout the giant underground cavern. The wide vast darkness. From that darkness, tens of bright blue lights appeared from all directions. That is. That specific wavelength of light. It was the light of an object which symbolized the research facilities. The moment Hansu frowned. Chuyuyung. Tens of laser beams which came from the light smashed into Hansu. Chijijijijijik. Tens of blue lasers that were gnawing away at the demonic dragon's reinforcement and slowly making their way in. Het. Look at this. Hansu laughed coldly as he looked at the mysterious people who attacked him out of the blue for no reason. I guess I'll be able to find the research facilities much quicker now. The next moment. Boom. The forked lightning in Hansu's hands flew through the air. Rumble. MMM. Quiet rumbles could be heard coming up from below. Karhal and the team members, who were carefully going down towards the darkness, suddenly all frowned. Fucking hell. What's going on below? Karhal, who was stabbing the walls while slowly going down, deepened his frown. He had never gone down himself either. He had only thrown people in there before. Of course the sudden rumble that rang throughout the darkness was unpleasant. Sebastian, who was descending next to Karhal, carefully spoke out. Damn. Leader. Do we need to ask for reinforcements from the village or something? Karhal pondered for a moment. As if he really had to. This is really annoying. Damn it. Why did such a thing like this happen when I'll be leaving in just a week? Village. He was thankful. Since he had been able to raise his strength in safety and had quite joyous moments. But he could only get pissed off when something like this happened in an area he was in charge of. Since it'll be a huge catastrophe if he received some damage while dealing with this problem. Sebastian's suggestion was quite attractive because of this. But Karen shook his head. Then, the things we have done will be found out. If the village leader, Ikiju, and the other hunters help them out then it'll become much easier. But then he wouldn't be able to hide the people below. If he got caught after kidnapping the farmers, who were properties of the village, and playing with them however they wanted then it would not end lightly. We didn't really play with them nicely either. Fuck. If I knew this would happen then I would have killed them all. This is really annoying. For their game, where they had thrown them in alive for more fun for it to come back and bite them in the ass like this. If we do then it might be too late. Quickly move down, we need solve this on our own. Karhal spoke to Sebastian, turned around and grinned at his teeth. This is all because of that dumb Ikiju and the guards. They, the hunters, were doing such dangerous jobs. And they were much stronger than the farmers who weren't even comparable in strength. But why couldn't they play with the farmers any way they wanted? They were kidnapping and forcibly playing with them because their desires had been suppressed due to those dumb rules and regulations. If things were a bit loose then they wouldn't have done such things behind the shadows either. Yet. This is the fault of the whole village. Karhal muttered to himself. But even if the village was at fault, there was nothing beneficial to him from clashing with them. There was no point in doing so since he would be leaving in a week too. He would just need to get rid of Hansu discreetly this time as well. Like how he had done so far. Then he'll be able to get through all of this quietly. Since nobody will question the newcomer falling into an accident and dying in this dangerous first area. The tradition of the first area team that only they knew had to be kept within themselves. Let's hurry and go down. Karhal finished his thoughts and then looked downwards. An extremely deep dark hole. The words of Hansu suddenly appeared within his head while staring into this giant hole that seemed like a huge monster's open mouth. That they would regret it if they entered. Doesn't even make sense. What would he be able to do? Plunk 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 plunk. Karhal shook off the thoughts in his head as he increased his pace. Reincarnator, Chapter 153, First Area, 3. Karhal made a confused expression while looking at Karen who was descending rather quickly. Do you know something? The area below was a land of mystery. But Karen didn't seem like he was worried while heading down. Karen, Enchianon, and close to about 10 people made slightly awkward expressions. Well, you see. Wait a minute, this guy was the one who suggested we just throw them down alive. Team leader, Karhal, looked at Karen, who seemed to have done something behind his back, and frowned. Clangig. Kaaaaaa. Smash. The final attack. The moment this attack hit, the girl's neck shined. To be precise, the necklace on the girl's neck shined. In that instant a bright blue light appeared around the girl and absorbed the force of the forked lightning that had hit the girl. Paaaaaa. But that was it? Kahook. The girl made an expression as if she was out of breath. She could only. The necklace did not work for free. It was a necklace that drained an excessive amount of mana from the user. Since it was designed for the use of sages and not humans. The woman soon collapsed on the ground after being drained of mana along with the bright blue glove on her hands. The azure glove which could send out a powerful laser beam. Since it drained a huge amount of mana, they, the farmers, could only use it as an ambush with the amount of mana they had. Just like when they had attacked Hansu. But even so. It shouldn't get blocked like this. It would be normal for a usual hunter to melt down within a few seconds, but the bone armor sticking out from the man's body, the silver armor he had been wearing already and the golden reinforcement around him just dispersed the bright blue laser beams as it hit him. Even Karhal, the strongest hunter of the first area that they despised, was inferior to this. Which meant something. The girl grinned at her teeth and then glared at Hansu with blazing hatred. Is that a kid bitch crazy? For a guard to do such a thing like this? Karen and a few others coming down for some dirty work was understandable. Since those guys were the ones who shoved them down here. But for a guard, who should be keeping the rules of the village in check, to come down to do the same thing. Damn bastards. Wasn't playing around with us like that enough. But Hansu shook his head at the girl's words. I am not a guard. Hansu finished his words and then looked into the distance. Countless people, from the depths of the darkness, were running towards this location after hearing the commotion. At least 200. It was not a coincidental number. Oh yeah, I've heard about this. Even Hansu hadn't inspected and adventured through every nook and cranny of the yellow zone. Since there were countless villages in many ceasefire zones throughout the entire zone. Though all these villages operated in a similar manner due to all of them having been created by Clementine, there were still differences. And he had heard about a special village out of those. That there were people who shoved others into a secret location and operated a human farm. These guys must be them. The 200 people who had run over here looked at Hansu with confusion, worry and fear. And their leader, Makal, looked at Hansu with a heavy expression. Hansu, what are his motives? There were about 200 people who had been thrown here. But these guys were the weakest out of the weakest. People who were farming in the village and were kidnapped by the hunters of the first area. Basically, they were the rabbits of the jungle. Of course the others targeted them. Ha 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 ha. If there are farmers then shouldn't there also be slaves? You guys are of the slave rank. No, livestock. Fucking bastards. Karhal should be damned as well. But Karen and the others, who had thrown them in here in the first place, and came down periodically to play with them were the worst. The reason for them being thrown in here was simple. Since there weren't that many farmers who they could play with as they pleased. They judged that it would be better to keep them trapped in here and to play with them. And their choices weren't wrong. Since the carrier pigeons could not fly in this depths of darkness. And it was so high that them, farmers, did not have the ability to go up. No, there was still a problem after getting up there. Since the moment Karen and the others, who scout the oaken tree daily, find them then they would just get dropped back down again. There were many who tried to escape at first but as these events repeated themselves the 200 people stopped resisting. Since it was better to stay alive than to die. Even if they were slaves. But the man in front of them was different. He doesn't have any looks of crazed greed in his eyes either. It looked like he actually knew of their existence in the first place. Makal emptied her mind and sighed as she asked Hansu. With what motives have you come down here? Hansu replied simply. The place where you got the items you are holding onto. I have something to do there. You know about that? As the people asked with a confused expression, Hansu merely nodded. There were a few things he needed to take from the research labs. Makal lifted the glove and necklace she had on her person and then asked. We took most of the useful stuff. Are you talking about these? Hansu shook his head. Those were just simple items. Actually he wouldn't be able to use that item any better than these people. Though the body enhancement surgery and dragon essence blade gifted a powerful body, it did not gift one a large quantity of mana. The amount of mana he had was actually lower than theirs. Their mana rune progress was around 5% but his was even lower. Those items weren't his goal in the first place. From what I know, the sealing jade is in the deepest parts of the lab. The invention the sages had invented without the knowledge of the higher races. It hadn't been destroyed because its existence wasn't known but it was located in the deepest part of the research lab. Hansu spoke out. Please guide me to that location. Makal, the leader of the farmers, replied to Hansu. Well, it seems like something beneficial to you, but what do we get? Hansu answered simply. Don't you want to go out? What? Everyone started to mumble between each other. To be able to go out. There was nothing better than that. Though they were living because it was still better than death, a life of a slave wasn't quite what they hoped for. No, they weren't even slaves. They were being treated as livestock. You think you'll be able to live without the food we bring down? Ha ha ha. Listen well. We'll give more to those who comply better. Bastards. Mackle grinned at her teeth from Karen's words in the past. But she shook his head soon afterwards. That is not possible. Trapping them and treating them as slaves was the worst type of felony possible. Karhal, Karen, and the other hunters of the first area would receive a harsher punishment than death if the farmers here were to escape and reach the village. You think those guys will leave us alive? There's a reason why those guys scout around the oaken tree every day. They were indeed scouting around the oaken tree in case of something comes out from the darkness. But they weren't doing it because something dangerous might come out. It was the opposite of that actually. They were doing so in order to keep the slaves in there. Mackle laughed as she looked at Hansu. I understand that you are strong. But I can figure out how strong you are after fighting with you. You are definitely not strong enough to fight 40 of the first area hunters by yourself. MMM. Everyone around Mackle nodded. Though they had extremely screwed up personalities, they were still very strong. There was a reason why around 10 of them came down here in the first place. Since the 10 of them had the confidence to fight 200 of them. 40 of them was a whole another story. And what are you going to do? Though not all the first area hunters participated in this human farm, but it's not like they are innocent. Which means even the ones who don't know anything will be punished by the village. You think those guys will side with us? Mackle was angry. In conclusion, the 40 hunters of the first area will combine all their strength to erase their existence. Since it wouldn't be a sin if they don't get caught. If you don't have the abilities, then instead of giving us false hope, just fuck off. You damned bastard. We will at least be able to live without you. As long as Hansu wasn't here, it would be okay. Then the hunters wouldn't have a reason to massacre the farmers trapped in here. The hunters just needed to wait until the 1-year contract they had with the village ended and leave. And we will remain as slaves. They had attacked in glee after only detecting one when usually 10 people came down at once. Since one could be dealt with, they were going to take one hostage and go on to the next level. But the full force coming down here was a different story. Nothing can be done. It's better to live than to die. Mackle clenched her teeth. If they attempted to escape with this guy, then they would all get massacred. So you aren't going to tell me anything? Even the location of the research lab? Mackle nodded at Hansu's words. Yeah. If we get caught by the hunters after helping you, then it'll only hurt us. We will remain the way we are right now. Those guys were vicious enough already. If they get caught, then they couldn't even imagine what would happen to them. Since they were merely slaves to fulfill the hunters' desires and greed. Hansu decided to end the conversation after seeing Mackle say those words. You are quite amusing. MMM. Mackle made a nervous expression while looking at Hansu's expressionless gaze. The guys above can kill all of you. But so can I, aren't I not frightening to you? Tremble. A chill ran along Mackle's entire body. Hansu's calm eyes were inspecting every of them. Of course I don't have any thoughts of killing them. It would only work if he at least did this much. And it would only benefit them the faster he found the sealing jade. Hansu spoke towards Mackle. Guide me. To the research lab. Damn. Mackle grinned at her teeth. At that moment, one of the lookout who was staring at the entrance up above shouted out urgently. Damn. Mackle. This is bad. Fucking hell. What could be worse than this current? As Mackle spat out those words, the lookout shouted back loudly. Fuck. All of them are coming down, man. All of them. What? How many? The lookout replied with a heavy expression. 40. All of them. No way. Why so suddenly? Mackle made an expression of disbelief. The existence of the human farm wasn't known to all the first area hunters. All 40 of them could not have come down just to play with them. But Mackle figured it out almost instantly. Kong Hansu. You fucky, what did you do up above? Mackle spat out in misery. She wanted to curse out, but the eyes Hansu had shown her before were simply too terrifying. Then, a loud shout was heard from up above. Ha 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 ha. Have you been well? Our precious female piggy Mackle. Karen, this bastard. Mackle grinned at her teeth in anger. The entire farm looked towards Mackle with sympathy even during the tension, but then soon made bitter expressions instead. Since their situations weren't that much different. Karen, who was still hanging high above on the entrance, looked around his livestock in contentment. Gazes filled with fear. Yeah. This is it. Karen was but a cog in the village. But it was different here. It was like being a god. Damn, I didn't want to show this to Karhal. Karen made an amused expression at first, but then frowned as he looked at Karhal. He was the king of this place. Of course somebody being above him would not feel good. This was why he only told a few weaker ones and enjoyed this place together. And since Karhal now had knowledge of this place, he wasn't the absolute authority here anymore. Karen looked towards Hansu, the reason for all of this, and grinned at his teeth. Hansu even had a laid-back expression. His expression contradicting with the expressions of the one standing next to him pissed Karen even more. Let's see if your expression will be the same after this. Karen suddenly thought of something fun as he looked at Hansu, who was standing in the middle of the farmers. Wait a minute. Karen looked towards the farm below and shouted loudly. Ordering you livestocks. Attack that trash over there and kill him. Ha ha ha. Oh. As Karhal made an amused expression, Karen felt a little depressed. Since he could sense Karhal standing above him. Karen grinned at his teeth quietly and then gave an even better offer to relieve that stress. To the ones who do the best I will give more food. We will watch from up here. The ones who don't fight, you know, right? Start. Fucking hell. Whether they fight or not, they would all get killed anyway. Mackle made a dumbfounded expression at Karen's shouts. Reincarnator, Chapter 154, First Area, 4. Damn, what the hell are we supposed to do? Mackle stared at Hansu in front of her and mumbled in a daze. If we were to combine our forces with this guy instead. But Mackle shook her head. Even if they combined their strength with Hansu, they wouldn't be able to beat the 40 above. But then Hansu wouldn't die that easily either. This is shit. Is this the life of a slave? Hansu spoke towards Mackle. Do you still think that you need to stay here? What? The reason why Hansu only heard about this farm from rumors. It was simple actually. Since nobody had seen people crawl out alive. Their destinies were set. Being thrown away after taken advantage of and being used. Hansu spoke towards Mackle. Help me. I will keep you alive. You can live if you're a livestock. Since you are useful. But during times of danger, you will be the first ones thrown away. Do you think this world is that laid back for you guys to stay safe forever? Mackle clenched her teeth. Those words were correct. It was just that they were in denial of reality. They needed to struggle a bit more. To get out of here. But, is this the right side to stand on? Mackle breathed in and out and asked Hansu. Give us a guarantee then. They needed to escape. And the rope had come down as well. The rope that would save them from hell. But they still needed to check. In order to see if this rope was a rotten piece of vine. Or a ladder that would lead them to the outside world. Mackle glanced around at the surrounding people, who were murmuring to each other in nervousness, and spoke out. What do you need to find in there? Could we escape outside safely with that? They weren't placing their hopes on Hansu's strength. The important thing was what did such a strong guy come here to find? Yet. Who knows? Mackle muttered in her mind. The research lab looking building that they had found had been almost destroyed into rubble. The only remaining things were a few of the blue gloves and necklaces they had. They couldn't use it well because they didn't have that much mana, but the item itself was amazing. And if there was something even better than this in the lab? It wouldn't be that hard to defeat all the hunters up there and escape. But Hansu shook his head. Since the sealing jade he was looking for wasn't really a weapon. We can't escape safely per se. What? These bastards. Why aren't they starting already? Karen, who had stuck his 2 arms and legs onto the wall, made a bored expression as the scene he expected didn't play out. But then going down was a bit burdensome as well. Since it'll become quite annoying if Hansu and the 20 of them combine their strengths. Well. Then was coming with Karhul a relief. Karen stole a glance at his side. Since their team leader, Karhul, was very powerful. Though he didn't like the situation, Karhul was still very reassuring to have standing next to him. Well. There shouldn't be a need for the team leader to step out personally. The only way for the ones below to live is attacking Hansu. And in the midst of that fight, they just needed to jump down and suppress him after he gets tired. And it'll be troublesome if the slaves die as well. A whole month was left. At that moment, Karen's expression, which was staring at Mackle with happy thoughts of future plans, suddenly froze. Since an entirely different scene than the one he expected played out. Karen shouted out in anger. These bastards. Running away. Boom. Karen jumped down from the wall as he saw the 200 people dashing away in all directions. In order to punish them for their insolent resistance. Damn it. Mackle grinned at her teeth as she looked at the hunters jumping down from the wall and making large explosive sounds as they landed. Damn it all. I'm not so sure if this is the right choice or not. But there was no other way. Since she could sense it faintly as well. If they stay trapped in here then they'll eventually get slaughtered. Trust him. According to that guy's words, if he found the thing in the lab then they could win. But it was easier said than done. The nightmare of the past came back to her as she saw the hunters flying around swiftly towards them. Mackle drove away the fear tingling throughout her body and then asked again while clenching her teeth. Damn, is that really better? We can just. Hansu replied with a stern expression. It'll become more dangerous then. Mackle breathed in from Hansu's words and then shouted to everyone running with her. Everyone spread out and run. And escape. Q. Everyone who heard Mackle's shout flinched and pondered. They had heard before. That they needed to separate the enemy's forces while running around. But it wasn't easy to act. To run away when fighting as a group wouldn't even suffice. Wanting to group up in a dangerous situation is a human instinct. Hansu added more words to Mackle's while running. If you group and fight then you'll all get massacred. Since they will try to kill you since you'll be a threat. But if you spread out and run they will not kill you. Since you aren't a threat anymore. Then, what happens if they ignore us and go for you? Then we will just get smashed apart. As somebody shouted out, Hansu just shook his head. No way. Those guys cannot let any of you escape. Since if a single one of you left and reported to the village, it will become very troublesome for them. Ugh. Hurry and split up. And run away as much as you can. Damn. They heard up to this point and started to split up in all directions. Some into the depths of the darkness. Some towards the tunnel they had fallen from. 200 people splitting up at the same time was quite a scene to behold. Since some of them really did look like they could escape. And even if they were farmers, they had roamed the other world for multiple years. They all had something up their sleeves to help them survive. And as 200 of these people all started to run with their lives on the line, it looked like hundreds of fireworks going off in the darkness. Sending off hundreds of sparks in all directions. But Mackle clenched her teeth. Since she knew about the result. They won't succeed. And just as she expected. The hunters immediately responded to the farmers running away and went into action. Quack 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 quack. The 40 hunters fell down from the skies and split into 2 groups according to Karhul's hand motions. Then they separated all around and started to capture the ones who started running away. Ayak. Ha 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 ha. Where are you running off to? Even hunting for rabbits would be harder than this. Though the farmers were pretty fast, the hunters, who had lived as a hunter for almost a year, were much faster than them. The 200 farmers started to quickly get captured by the hunters one by one. And getting suppressed was quite easy because they were all spread apart. Mackle grinned at her teeth as she saw this while running away. Uaak. Kahook. They were handling the farmers very roughly. And the farmers, who couldn't even think of resisting, were of no threat to them at all. But they were swinging the farmers around very roughly as if they were trying to vent their anger on them. They wouldn't kill them but just almost. As if they were proving that this was the result of a slave who revolted against their owner. Bastards. Mackle asked Hansu urgently. Can we just not bring it to you while you fight? That's so much better. It didn't require that many hands to bring an object. But Hansu shook his head. You guys aren't enough. Damn. Mackle frowned deeply at those words. She knew as well that if Hansu remains here the others wouldn't even be able to reach the deep parts of this place. Since they couldn't outrun the hunters. Mackle pondered for a moment and then spoke to Hansu. There's not really a necessity for me to go, right? Akilan. Come over here. Yes. One of the youngest girls running next to Mackle replied instinctively. Though she had been ordered to split up, she hadn't been able to make up her mind to run away and had stayed running by Hansu and Mackle. Mackle looked at the girl with a pain-stricken expression. Damn. For things to have played out like this. This girl was a very high-spirited girl before she had been kidnapped by those guys. Of course she was. The girl had also roamed the other world for numerous years. But the girl had turned extremely depressed in just a few months after getting kidnapped. Guide this guy there. Mackle muttered as she looked at the people behind her. Guiding the way was a waste of time for her. She had a duty as a leader. I can't die peacefully by myself. The moment she finished speaking she ran in the exact opposite direction of Hansu. Karen. You dirty bastard. I'm over here. Boom. Mackle started to run at an extremely fast speed, as if she was proving that she had the ability to be their leader, throughout the darkness. And somebody from Karhal's group, who had been watching Mackle, quickly separated out from the group. Karen. Karen looked at Hansu with a regrettable expression but then shook his head as he quickly started to follow behind Mackle. Since she was quite fast. If she got outside of the darkness while he was paying his attention somewhere else then it'll become very troublesome. 20, too excessive. Akilan clenched her teeth while running away. The remaining number was barely 20 now. Which meant that they cared greatly about the man next to her but this made her feel even more depressed. They wouldn't even be able to move a finger if they get caught. Damn. The time Mackle bought us was fruitless. While Akilan was freaking out from the gap that was closing in. Hansu suddenly lifted that Akilan. Yaa. Too slow. Guide me the direction quickly. We're going to get caught at this pace. As if his words weren't meaningless, the moment he lifted up Akilan his speed exploded numerous times faster. Boom boom. The gap that had been closing increased in just a moment. But as if the group behind him couldn't let Hansu go like that, they used their own skills and started assaulting Hansu. Behind Hansu, who was running through the darkness while causing the land to tremble with every step, red and blue lights and objects flew towards him. Clang clang clang. Boom. Hansu swung the forked lightning with one hand to deflect off the most threatening attacks, nullified the curse types with Nirmaha's ring and then received the rest with his body. Tisk. As I expected it's not easy. The shock that penetrated through the 1000 Solidars armor, Dragon Essence Blade and Demonic Dragon's reinforcement could be dealt with but the curse type skills that he didn't have the mana to nullify dragged him down. Mana's the problem. His skills were all amazing but he didn't have nearly enough mana to use them. I'll need to solve this issue in this zone. Hansu refocused on blocking the attacks. Things could be dealt with since it was only 20 of them. If a few more attacks had flown in then he might have been dragged down to the point of being captured. The racial metamorphosis, this isn't the time to use it yet. This won't do. Hang on to me. Pardon? Aak. Even before she could finish speaking, Hansu had thrown her into the air in front of him and used both hands to deflect the attacks behind him. Hududududk. The range of defense was much different from one hand to two hands. As he cut off the freezing and curse type skills that could hold him down and block the incoming damage, the gap that had been slowly closing in reversed and was getting further apart. Phew. Akilan, who had been thrown, barely caught onto Hansu's front like a koala and sighed in relief. He's really reliable. Hansu's physique was very large to begin with so most of the attacks hadn't reached her small self. It was like a giant shield in front of her blocking everything for her. Akilan, who was now in safety, started to refocus on what she had to do. Since her job was a guide. Let's see. Past the black boulder and, to the right of the ditch. The destroyed ruins and rubble flew past Hansu, who was running at an extremely fast speed, very quickly. And in between those ruins the blue gloves that had lost their light could be seen from time to time. These were all remnants they had found. But Hansu wasn't looking for such a thing. He, probably wants to go over to that place. Akilan, who had been looking all around their surroundings, suddenly pointed towards a direction. That way. A giant circular building that still maintained its shape and looked a bit different from the other ruins. Hansu inspected this building for a moment and then nodded. This is it. Research lab. The sealing jade was in here. Though it's a bit dangerous. But he didn't have a choice. He had to get it no matter what. Only then would he be able to start solving the yellow zone. We're going in. Hold on tight. Huh? Boom. Boo boo boom. Hansu deflected the skills that flew in from behind, smashed the wall of the building in front of him and jumped inside. Reincarnator, Chapter 155, First Area, 5. Boom. Hansu dodged the incoming attacks and kicked off of the walls as he proceeded inwards. Along with the tremendous amount of skills behind him. Boom. Boom. The building which had maintained its original shape started to get smashed apart. Let's see. Not here. Hansu destroyed a wall with a kick and then shook his head as he moved into a different part of the building. Though it looked like he was just smashing random things, Hansu was calculating the vibration of the building as he launched kicks. After another moment. Boom. It's here. A location which was slightly less sturdy than the other parts. Hansu lifted his leg up and smashed it down. Boom. Hansu's body, which had been enhanced by the silver liquid, started to create cracks upon the ground. This is where it should end usually. Since even Hansu wasn't strong enough to create an earthquake with just a single stomp. But the result was slightly different. The moment Aquilin made that noise. Boom. Hansu lifted his leg and stomped down again. Rumble. The entire ground broke apart and a small hole appeared. It was a pretty crappy method of hiding something, but it had still remained until today because of that reason. Since the higher races would have found it if there were things like mechanisms on it. Ugh. Hansu frowned as he looked at the small hole. Since it looked a bit too small for Hansu to go in. It might have been enough for a normal person, but Hansu wasn't really a normal person. This hole seemed a bit too small for a 2M-sized man to go in. He would definitely get stuck in there if he went down. Boom. Hansu hit the floor again. Not with his foot but with the forked lightning this time. Ka-doo-doo-dook. But unlike how it had fared so far, the ground absorbed all the force from the forced lightning. As if there was something very precious inside it. I guess I can't enlarge the hole anymore. He might be able to do it if he tried really hard, but it would take quite a bit of time. And the people chasing behind him wouldn't let him be if he were to squeeze himself in there. Did they make it this small on purpose? This is a bit troublesome. For his size to come back and bite him in the ass. While Hansu was frowning due to this unexpected turn of events. Ugh. Aquilin, who had been holding tightly onto his chest due to the rebound force of his kick, made moaning sounds. Hansu pondered for a moment and then spoke. I have a request. Yes. Hansu took a glance at the hunters swarming towards him and spoke to Aquilin. If you go beneath here, there'll be a small black marble. I need that. Aquilin then took a glance at the small hole below her. A small but endless looking hole. Aquilin groaned a bit. She wasn't afraid of falling. Though the hole was long to the point where she couldn't see the bottom, her body wasn't weak to the point where she would get her from falling. There was another reason why she was groaning. It feels unpleasant. A feeling of needles being pricked onto her entire body. She didn't know what was below here, but if its existence alone made her feel like this, then it wouldn't be something simple. Aquilin hurriedly asked Hansu. What about you, mister? Hansu raised his spear and replied. I have to block them until you activate that. Go. Ayayok. As Aquilin stopped to ponder, Hansu just hit Aquilin with the back of the spear and pushed her into the hole. Aquilin screamed as she fell, but he didn't really care much. Since it wasn't like there was something dangerous below. Activating it wasn't that complicated either. It would take a while, but it wasn't dangerous at all. I'm the one in trouble. Rumble. Hansu started at the wall exploding in after covering up the hole with a large amount of rubble. Boom. Boom. The circular research lab had lost its original shape from the constant attacks poured upon it and started to turn into ruins. At that moment a laser flew in from the distance. Karhal's skill. A big laser beam which was made of 5 different colored smaller beams shot towards Hansu. Hansu frowned as he saw this. It's an AoE skill. And quintuple beam at that, such a high level skill. It wasn't one of the triple numberings, but if one were to choose 3,000 skills, then it would definitely fit in those. Out of hundreds of thousands of skills, a skill of this level was not something he could ignore. No, it was actually an amazing skill. And the mastery level is almost 100%. Strength befitting of the team leader of the first area. He could dodge it? Since the quintuple beam's power was tremendous, but it wasn't that fast. But the moment he tried to dodge it, the laser beam will explode and melt down everything in the vicinity. The ground itself wouldn't melt, but Aquilin, who was inside the hole, wouldn't be able to dodge it. She'd probably die. It would be a problem if he got hit as well. The moment he got hit, the 5 different beams will drive into his body and gnaw upon his insides. Like a parasite devouring the inside of a person. I have no choice. Hansu breathed in deeply and then raised his spear. He then pushed his demonic dragon's reinforcement to the limits and focused it onto a point. He then smashed it onto the center of the laser flying towards him. Clanging. The sound of something smashing apart. It wasn't loud, but the effect was clear. The moment Hansu smashed the center of the beam. Payayok. The beam that was comprised of 5 lights got smashed apart into bits. Of course this wasn't the end. Though it had been split into 5, every single one of those beams were powerful. Whoop. Hansu moved his body above the hole Aquilin went down into and then stood still. He then crouched down and focused all of the mana in his body into the demonic dragon's reinforcement. Boom. Soon a giant explosion occurred. 5 giant explosions occurred around Hansu as they swept all around his surroundings. Red, blue, yellow, white and black colors swept around the surroundings and erased all the remaining bits of the building. Along with Hansu in the inner parts of the research lab. Rumbling. As the dust settled and darkness was about to come back. From the remaining lights of the 5 colors, the result of the giant explosions could be seen. Traces of destruction which seemed like 5 meteors had hit. The ground hadn't been destroyed as if it was made of something incredible, but all the rubble and building parts had melted down. Although the user should have been content with the result of his skill, which had destroyed everything around its explosion point, Karhal made quite a discontent expression since he had to use up every bit of mana he had. I thought this would have ended everything. Quintuple beam. A skill that had made him into the best hunter of the village, his final trump card. The might of the quintuple beam was amazing, but a befitting amount of mana had to be used and it was slow, so it was easy to dodge. It was useful against giant beasts but was hard to use against humans. But he had tried using it since the kid Hansu held onto had disappeared somewhere. Since he thought that Hansu wouldn't be able to dodge because of that kid. And it was a success. Hansu had chosen to go up against the quintuple beam. But it was only half a success. How did he know the method of disabling the quintuple beam? The sole method of disabling the quintuple beam. The 5 beams synergized with each other and enhanced each other. If one would stab the core part that connected these 5 beams and split them up, then they could prevent the beams from entering their body as well as lowering the damage done by the beam. But this was something that others wouldn't be able to figure out or would have a hard time figuring out. Since stabbing such a powerful skill with one's own skill was something that was hard for a sane person. Karhal made a bitter expression but then shook his head as he focused on the scene in front of him. It was half a failure. Which meant that it was half a success. Tadak. Tadadak. The body of Hansu, which had been swept by the explosions of the quintuple beam, had been burnt quite well. The strange armor he had on had cracks in it and his entire body was full of injuries. Karhal laughed as he looked at Hansu. I'll acknowledge it. I have lost to you. The quintuple beam was something he could only use by using every bit of mana in his body. A skill which he had gambled everything on had only resulted in this. Though the damage was significant, Hansu still looked like he could fight. If it was a one-on-one situation then he would be dead now since he had no more mana. But he wasn't alone. Pepek. The 19 members behind Karhal ran past him and were about to charge into Hansu. Hansu, who was standing still in the distance. They might have been afraid usually, but they saw it clearly. They saw Hansu being hit by the quintuple beam of the team leader. Even the extremely powerful level 2 beasts whined after getting hit by the quintuple beam and either ran or fell dead. Even Hansu wouldn't be fine. We need to kill him off now. At that moment. Wait. The 19 people made confused expressions from Karhal's shout which had stopped them. Karhal smiled as he looked at them. You all know that a wounded beast is dangerous. Everyone nodded at those words. Since the most dangerous time of a beast isn't when it's up and running healthily. It was when it received a large wound. The moment the beast realizes that it wouldn't be able to survive. Then it would become the most frightening. Since it would put its life on the line to attack. A beast which wanted to take at least one more person down along with itself was an extremely dangerous one. And them, the hunters, knew about this very well. Karhal spoke towards them. There's not really a way to go near him. The kid went into the hole he's defending. It seems like he wants to defend the kid. Haha. He's quite cool, isn't he? Engianon, one of the 19 members, laughed coldly. I wondered why he was standing still above the hole. This changed the story. If Hansu couldn't come at them then they didn't have a reason to charge into him. Kiiying. Engianon and the other hunters leisurely took up positions and prepared their skills. Large-scale skills that were powerful like the quintuple beam but took long to prepare and had a slow projectile speed, so it was only used on large slow beasts. Large area skills that would be enough to sweep into the hole below him if he dodged, skills that a mere farmer wouldn't be able to resist. Soon. Boom. Rumble. Numerous beams started to make their way towards Hansu. Rumble. 19 dark and bright skills got shot out in turns in order to not disturb each other. The skills were befitting of the first area's hunters who were specialized to kill the beasts. Except the problem was that the beast this time was Hansu. Tisk. Hurry up. Hansu clicked his tongue and then held on tightly onto the forked lightning in his hands. And then soon the bright blue flame in the very front of the barge smashed onto Hansu. Boom. Azure Flame. A skill that was a step above the scarlet flame. Hansu spun the forked lightning, which was covered in the demonic dragon's reinforcement, like a windmill and at the same time bred the pores of the third pandemic blade to the brim. Bubble. The pores bubbled as they covered Hansu's body. The Azure Flame's specialty and strong point. Once it struck the opponent it wouldn't come off or die down and continue to burn the opponent's body. Until it burned a set amount. The normal amount was 3 times the size of a normal adult. It was more than enough to burn a piece of armor and one person. Except. That's the disadvantage. Chiaik. The pores that instantly enlarged started to burn up from the Azure Flames. The Azure Flame tried to devour the pores but the pores divided up and fought against the Azure Flames. Soon. Pishiaik. The Azure Flame which had burnt the area it could disappeared with a whisper of a sound. It hadn't even touched Hansu's body and instead burnt the pores that blew up from his body. Damn. For him to use such a tactic. Engianon frowned deeply. Since it was the first time his Azure Flames had been stopped without any results like this. But this wasn't the end. Soon the 18 other skills smashed into Hansu in turns. Boom. Beams and projectiles that were sent out. Hansu started to smash all the incoming skills one by one. Some he broke by splitting. Some he sent flying away by smashing it. Some he hit the core and destroyed it. Karhal was shocked as he saw this. Every one of these skills weren't sent out half-heartedly. These weren't skills that should get smashed apart that easily. What an amazing guy. He knows everything about the skills. Hansu's strong point wasn't his strength. It was the ability to use the strength he had efficiently to smash the weakness of the opponent. What a pity. I kind of hope I could get him into our team. But Karhal shook his head. They had crossed the line too much. Even if a guy like that came in, it would only disturb their teamwork. And, he'll die soon anyway. Karhal smiled. Since Hansu's body started to appear after he had defended all the assaults one by one and the resulting smoke had cleared. A much more tragic look than before. The armor was filled with cracks, his skin was burnt up and he couldn't use his left arm because he sacrificed it to block 2 skills that flew into him. Karhal was about to raise his hands to order a second wave of assaults but just brought them back down. Since they were already preparing them. Kiiying. The exact skills from before appeared in their hands again. He would block it the same again but it wouldn't matter. Since he would have become a corpse by then. Goodbye. As Karhal was focusing all his 5 senses onto Hansu in order to memorize Hansu's final appearance. MMM. A shout was heard from Karhal's ears that were extremely focused. From the dark hole that Hansu was blocking. What are they saying? The moment Karhal focused more of his senses onto his ears to hear better. Shiver. A chill ran down Karhal's entire body. Since Hansu, who had become a mess, started to smile. An extremely displeasing smile. At that moment, you, uh, confused shouts were heard from beside Karhul. Reincarnator, Chapter 156, First Area, 6. Karuruyum. Yuuyuruum. Karen smiled as he heard the noise coming from the depths of the darkness. Oh my. There's an uproar happening. In the direction where Karhul and the other hunters had chased Hansu, who had run away. Every bit of sound that was ringing out from that location wasn't simple. A noise that wasn't from a chase but rather a noise that occurred during a clash. Which meant that Hansu had been caught. Which means the result is clear already. Though it's a pity that I wouldn't be able to kill him with my own hands. Well, it didn't matter much since he was looking at something else that was amusing. Kwayak. Karen looked at the 9 farmers who had been turned into a mess and were lying around him. They could still move, but they all had something in common. That they couldn't run away no matter what because either their legs or their ankles were broken. Well, catching 9 is more than enough for myself. Karen looked at Makal, who was still trying to resist, and brought up the skill in his hand. A skill that wasn't as powerful as the quintuple beam of the team leader but had a short cast time and couldn't be dodged, so was useful in slowing down their opponents. Though the power was a bit weak, it was more than enough against farmers. Kiyayaing. Soon a snake-shaped smoke rose up from his hand. The moment the smoke rose up. Chajajajak. Kuik. The purple snake rose up from the ground like smoke and rose up into the air as it tied around Makal. It seemed like it was swept by. The difference in between the user and the target was always the most important aspect. Makal, whose runes were much lower than Karen, had her skill smashed apart. At the same time, the artifacts on her body got destroyed and her clothes got ripped. Karen laughed happily as he looked at this scene. Livestock doesn't need clothes. What a nice scene. Karen laughed coldly. Since the time has come for his purpose of giving up on Hansu and coming here was about to get started. He needed to punish the leader pig who tried to run away along with the other livestock. In front of everyone else. Koo. Makal saw Karen approaching herself and grasped tightly onto the sword in her hands. Of course she knew herself. That this was nowhere close to enough. Makal muttered as she thought of Hansu, who had run towards the research lab in the depths of the darkness. Damn. When's it going to be? He didn't fail, right? This was something she had done while trusting Hansu. Only when Hansu attained that ceiling jade would they have some hope. But the constant sounds of explosions from the distance weighed down Makal's mind. Since such a large collision shouldn't occur if everything went according to plan. Boom. Karen, who was approaching Makal, who was staring at him with eyes full of venom, suddenly shrugged his shoulders. Why are you guys resisting anyway? It's not that bad, right? Your lives are safe. And you would have become toys of multiple people in the village anyway. Isn't me being nice to you enough? You don't want to become like your friend, right? Paduk. Makal's expression froze as she had her body rolled up rightly. This bastard. You dare say those words? Since the reason for her friend's death was this guy. When they had been caught by this guy the moment they got here and was being humiliated. Her friend made up her mind to escape. Dying is better than living like this. You wait here. If I get to the village and say something to Akija, then something will happen at least. She needed to follow her friend. Or stop her with her own life on the line. Then she wouldn't have seen her friend's corpse, which had been split into 3 sections by Karen. Makal's expression turned extremely cold extremely quickly. At least, you cannot. Since things had blown up to this point. If Hansu had failed, then there was a high chance that these guys wouldn't let them go. As Makal made up her mind. A skill which she had been saving for a long time started up. A skill which burnt up her life force to activate. Kurururu. A tremendous amount of strength that wasn't available to her usually started to flow through her body. Boom. At the same time, Makal, who had been lying on the floor as a mess, jumped back up. The moment Makal focused all her strength onto the sword in her hands and was about to change into Karen. Rumble. A powerful earthquake rang throughout from somewhere. From beneath where they were standing. At that same time. Hook. Formless shockwaves resonated out from the ground and swept Karen and Makal. An abnormal-looking scene. Karen flinched momentarily at the shockwave that rang throughout the entire darkness and then refocused onto Makal after shaking the thoughts off. Since that wasn't the important part right now. He didn't know what she had done, but her aura was not simple. It wasn't threatening but not weak enough where he could let down his guard, a powerful attack. Damn. Did she use a sacrificial type skill or something? What a waste. Karen clicked his tongue. The sacrificial type skills allowed one to show off a powerful might but took their lives as the price. But soon Karen's expression brightened up. As I expected. She's scared. The explosive aura that surrounded her body disappeared and only the decisive expression of Makal could be seen. Karen laughed wickedly as he saw this. Yeah, a life is precious. It seemed she had cancelled her last skill. Karen looked at Makal leisurely and was about to use his reinforcement. It might have been different if she had used a skill, but this much could easily be blocked with just a reinforcement. No, it wouldn't even be able to get past the defensive skill around his body. But at that moment. What? Karen freaked out. But Makal didn't seem like she wanted to go easy on that Karen as she sharpened her aura even more and flew in. And soon. Stab. Karen freaked out too much as he couldn't prepare for Makal charging into him and had let her stab his stomach. A very sad result if one thought of the difference in their power levels. What the hell is this? Cool. A situation that he had never even thought of being possible. Karen grinned at his teeth while looking at the longsword stab deep into his stomach and then woke up as he smashed Makal with his hands. Since this bitch was applying force onto the sword and was trying to twist it. His innards would all snap at this rate. Smack. Kuhuk. Makal, who poured all her strength onto that attack, screamed out from that single fist of Karen and flew back. Since the difference in their runes were tremendous from the beginning. But it was clear who gained from that short encounter. Karen held down onto the sword embedded in his stomach, grinned at his teeth and spoke. You fucking bitch. What have you done? Mana, why isn't my mana moving? Karhal and the other hunters all freaked out. The moment a shout was heard from the dark hole, a tremendous shockwave rang throughout and swept past them. What the hell? The mana, why isn't it working suddenly? They tried to use skills again but then shouted out in confusion. The mana that they had plenty of inside their bodies weren't moving a bit at all. Mana. A force that was the origin of the adventurer's power, something which allowed them to use skills. The origin of the strength which split the strong and the weak was not moving at all. And because of this all their skills and even the reinforcement surrounding their body had been disintegrated. Along with the supportive skills on their artifacts. Karhal's expression froze. It seems the girl who went below has done something. Their mana wasn't activating. Their entire bodies were heavy. And the skills that had enhanced their senses by numerous times had disappeared. The defensive skills that surrounded them had disappeared and made them felt naked, and the reinforcement that enhanced their body was nowhere to be seen. They all felt like naked children. The extremely strange and fearsome sensation caused Karhal to clench his fists tightly. Damn. He wasn't sure if this effect was temporary or permanent. But one thing was clear. 1. Hansu standing over there had done something. 2. He knew how to solve this since he was the one who had caused this. Karhal spoke with a heavy expression. Catch him. You cannot kill him no matter what. If this situation was permanent and only he knew the solution, it would become extremely troublesome. Humans who couldn't use skills would fall to the bottom of the food chain. Though they had the runes, most of a human's power came from the skills. A human who only had runes wasn't even strong as a beast with a powerful body. At Karhal's words, Enjianan warmed up his body as he walked out. Presumptuous bastard. It seems you're quite confident in hand-to-hand combat. Karhal and the other hunters followed Enjianan and stepped out. There was a reason why they were approaching Hansu in confidence. Dumbass. If you're going to use such a tactic, at least make it so you don't get hit by it as well. The golden reinforcement that was threatening and oppressive and that had surrounded his body had completely disappeared. Which meant that he was also affected by the shockwave from before. What did they have to fear then? Their runes were at a much higher level. And they had many more people. Success, YAA. Akilan, who had climbed out from the hole prettily with the small black marble in the hands, freaked out as she saw the people slowly approaching her. Since even if the sealing jade in her hands was activated, it didn't make them unable to move. This is bad. When Akilan was about to hurriedly climb out from the hole, Hansu chuckled as he saw her. Just stay in there. Continue to activate that. Push. YAAA. Hansu pushed Akilan back by hitting her hands which was holding onto the wall and then checked the status of his body. Kururark. Kuruk. Enjianan came all the way up to Hansu and spoke as he laughed. Oh. You don't need any help. Karhal looked at that Enjianan with a trusting expression. Since Enjianan was the best in hand-to-hand combat despite having weaker skills. Of course he would be confident in a situation like this. Hansu laughed at those words and swung his spear. The golden spear cut through the air and made loud noises. Enjianan, who was about to lazily receive the attack, suddenly froze. What the fuck? The moment Enjianan raised the dagger in his hands to block it. Boom! The spear smashed onto the blade and made a huge noise. Kidududuk. Uaaok. The blade, which had withstood too large of a force, got pushed back onto Enjianan. A tremendous strength that couldn't be explained with just runes. And because of this, Enjianan's arm which held the dagger got smashed apart as he got sent flying backwards while screaming. Karhal and the other hunters' expressions froze as they watched this scene. What the hell have you done? Karhal mumbled with an expression of disbelief. That tremendous amount of strength. That was not something that could come out without any skills or reinforcements. Hansu laughed as he looked at them. Kududududuk. The silver liquid constantly flowed inside his body and enhanced his body. It didn't matter even if there was no mana. Since the dragon essence blade and the body enhancement surgery were not a result of mana. It was the result of genetic engineering that the Akarans, who couldn't use mana, had created. Even if they took the runes into account, the difference between the physical body of him who had been enhanced by the dragon essence blade and the body enhancement surgery and them was more than the difference between a bear and a human. Sealing jade. Wonderful. Sages, I'll avenge you guys. He would now ride the rapid currents again. Hansu thought that it was a relief since there wasn't much time until the higher races would come and then stomped on the ground as he jumped up. Since he needed to finish this place up first. Let's end this. God fucking damn it. Maybe this is how it felt when people found out their guns had been broken when they came to hunt a bear. No, meeting a bear barehanded would feel better than this. Kuduk. Kudududuk. The hunters' expressions all turned dark as they saw Hansu who was approaching them while smashing the floor with every step. Kururururung. An area that was hundreds of kilometers away from the ceasefire village. A wolf man who had been enjoying snacks in the satellite fortress of the Urukans, had his ears perked up. I felt a strange aura. Their race's specialty had developed their sixth sense into supernatural levels. And something was touching that exact sixth sense. But this much wasn't enough. The 4M tall wolfman and Urukan's gatherer, Docatus, shook off his head and then continued to chew the snack he was eating. Since it was the most delicious while it was alive. Kuo, ayayok. And soon the momentarily quiet rest area in the Atalan got filled up with screams again. To be precise, from the screams of the humans who had been prepared as snacks. Ayayok. They were all quite powerful adventurers, but they couldn't even dream of resisting. Docatus ignored the screams and continued to enjoy the snacks, licked the piece of flesh by his mouth and then mumbled. I should find out about this when I go to pick up the harvest this time around. Yudyududk. Kyudyududk. The giant mouth split open and then swallowed up the remaining bit of the human. Docatus, who had finished the remaining snack, looked towards the ceasefire village which was the location where he would gather the harvest this time around. Reincarnator, Chapter 157, Voting Offerings, 1. Ugh. Karhal groaned in misery as he checked his surroundings after being turned into a mess. Everyone got caught, huh? It seems they had all been caught during the time he lost consciousness. The farmers were looking at them with vicious eyes. It seems a few have already lost their lives. It seemed Karen, Enchi and An, or the others who had been the ones who operated this human farm had been killed already. And people like Sebastian who didn't really know much about all of this had just been tied down. Though she had been beaten a bit. You shouldn't have crossed the line, Karen, Enchi and An. Stupid bastards. He wasn't in the position to say this, but that was the truth. Hadn't him, who didn't know about the farm at all, stayed alive? The ones who were excessive had been killed, but it didn't seem like they had yet decided how to deal with him and the others like him. Then there's a bit of hope. Though the lives of his comrades had been taken, Karhal didn't really make a nervous expression at all. Since it wasn't the end yet. Hey, come on. Hear me out for a second. Makal moved the sword to Karhal's neck after seeing him speaking out in such a laid-back manner. I'll hear out your last words at least. Karhal, who had been beaten down to a mess, voiced his thoughts with a serious expression. Decide what to do after hearing me out. What are you guys going to do now? Everyone stopped at those words. Since they hadn't thought this far due to having been extremely enraged from the previous event. Akilan spoke with an agitated expression. That damn village. But Karhal cut her off. Are you going to leave the village once and for all? And what about you, Hansu? Are you going to get through the green road with these guys? The farmers flinched at Karhal's words. Green road. A road filled with rank 1 and 2 beasts that threatened the village. Going through this road with their current abilities was suicide. Karhal spoke with a heavy expression while looking at the farmers. Since there was no need to agitate them further by making fun of them. His life was still in their hands. The village is a place where people like you are needed. How long do you think you can survive without the village? The village asked you before we brought you in. As to whether you can sacrifice a bit of humanness for survival. Did it bring you in forcibly? Everyone frowned but didn't rebuke those words. Since they weren't wrong. Karhal continued to speak. Basically, you guys have just blatantly broken the rules of the village. We didn't do well in our position, but at least we're useful. What are you going to go do at the village? Kill every one of us who went into the forbidden area to torment you. Do you have any idea how chaotic the first area would become without us and how many farmers would die because of that? Are you going to defend against all those beasts by yourself? Karhal then looked at the black marble in Hansu's hands. It sealed mana. A very threatening effect. But it was useless against the beasts. Since a beast would just shred them apart with their physical abilities alone. Though Hansu might be able to win against them, he wouldn't be able to hunt better than them. Karhal spoke as he looked at the farmers who were getting more and more nervous. This was the last chance. He needed to stay calm. Karhal calmly spoke. Let's just drop it here. If you guys return to the village separate from us, then it'll be solved. If we blame everything to the dead, then it would end very quietly. Perfect, right? Nothing happened today. Oh wait. Something did happen. Since we cleared the maniacs of the first area and saved you. Makal frowned as she spoke. How can we trust you? What if you do something to us after you get to the village? Karhal chuckled at Makal's words. Aren't you holding on to our weakness? You just need to tell everything to Nkiju if something goes wrong. We wouldn't die, but a first or second ranking beast will still be hard for us to fight. There's no reason we would risk going through that just to piss you off a bit more. We hunters of the first area and will be leaving in just a few months, there's no reason to worsen the situation. Damn it. Makal frowned as she spat out those words. Since those words were right despite making her annoyed. The hunters wouldn't die from them telling everything to Nkiju. Since the village wouldn't dare kill the remaining first area's hunters. No, there'll be less restrictions on the ones who are in charge of the first area. Since the problem will get worse if they killed all the people in charge of the first area. But this was why it was a safe situation for both parties. If the hunters would die from the farmers telling on them, then they would do everything in their power to get rid of the farmers who would be a danger to them after getting to the village. Makal took a glance at Hansu. What do we do? Hansu shrugged and spoke. Why are you asking me that? What kind of authority do I have to decide that? It's all in your hands. He had accomplished his objective. And the ones who suffered were Makal and her group. If the farmers could forgive the hunters, then it'll end with that, but if they couldn't, then the hunters would just all die. Since there wasn't a set guideline for a suitable retribution. Phew. Makal turned around to hear out the opinions of others. Though the answer is predestined already. It wasn't a bad offer. They had already killed the ones who they really wanted to kill anyway. And as she expected, the people were making nervous expressions while nodding. Since they didn't really have another method to solve this. Karhal laughed as he looked at Makal. Then release the mana suppression, please. We're on one side now, right? You can just suppress us right away if you wanted to anyway. Makal sighed deeply and then nodded. Okay. Hansu. Could you please? Hansu then turned off the black jade in his hands. Kiyeyeyening. The jade stopped right away. At the same time, the mana in their bodies that refused to even budge slightly started to move. I still can't use it however I want. There are some set rules. At the very least, he couldn't turn the surrounding area into a vacuum of mana as he wanted. I should use it when the harvester comes. He knew that he should not use this until then. While Hansu was inspecting the black jade, Karhal made a content expression from the mana refilling in his body and then stood up from his spot. Along with the other hunters. Damn. Was this really the right choice? An aura that theirs couldn't even compare to. As the farmers were feeling nervous while looking at those hunters, Karhal looked at the other hunters behind him and shouted. Okay. Since we have 30 people. Take 7 each. Take what? At Makal's question, who was feeling a bit nervous from their powers she had seen earlier, Karhal just smiled as he replied. What do you mean? Since we're comrades, we'll take you up there on our backs. It'll be a bit hard on your own. Karhal then pointed towards the top of this darkness. It was a height that Makal and the farmers wouldn't even dare to climb. But if Karhal and the others helped them a bit with their skills from behind them, it'll be very easy. Phew. The position of force has been switched over completely. But this was still okay. While Mackle was shaking her head and preparing to go up, Hansu spoke towards Karhal, who was feeling quite leisurely. Wait. We didn't finish yet. Since you finished speaking to them, you should talk a bit with me too. Karhal looked at Hansu with a heavy expression. Yeah. Releasing a caught fish, he shouldn't let us go for free. He had forgotten about the most threatening person here while dealing with the angered farmers. Even if the farmers decided to let them go, if this guy wanted to kill them all, then it would be a piece of cake. That damned marble. Karhal's leisurely expression disappeared and was replaced with an extremely pressured expression. If Hansu decided to kill them all, there was no reason to test anything out. The 200 farmers and 30 hunters here would just all disappear. They would all get smashed apart by that guy's stupidly powerful body. He would then just eat up their runes and continue. He wouldn't be able to remain in the village with that, but why would he want to stay there anyway? Someone at his level could just go through the green road with ease. It seems he has some other thoughts since he hasn't done that yet. What is it? Hansu didn't seem impulsive, but this was definitely not a pushover. And he had nothing to lose either. He might ask for something large. Hansu spoke towards Karhal, who had prepared himself mentally. Oh my. Something like this really happened. Ikija frowned as she listened to the stories of the hunters and the farmers who had returned. For the farmers who were suspected of being killed by the beasts or having gone missing to be trapped in the first area. Kareem, the leader of the guards, nodded as he looked at Ikiju. It seems the remaining first area hunters have brought them. Anyways, are you going to just let this slide? Not being able to regulate one's team properly is also a crime. Inkiju looked at Kareem with a heavy expression. We have a fault as well for not being able to find something like this out. And since most came back alive, let's just leave it at that. Oh, and watch over them strictly. They might have closed up their mouths due to threats. Understood. Kareem nodded. Since the current situation wasn't one where he should be wasting time on things like this. The human farm event was pretty important, but a bigger problem had come up to their front door. Tisk. Kareem finished her thoughts and then looked towards the distance, past Ikiju's residence. Towards the territory of the higher race, past the ceasefire village. Docatus. Kareem mumbled quietly and spoke to Ikiju. We have to start now. Damn. Ikiju clenched her teeth at those words. There wasn't much time until the harvester of Orokan, the giant beastman race, Docatus, arrived. They needed to pick out the offerings before then. With their own hands. Kareem shook his head while looking at Ikiju and spoke. With a helpless expression. What more are you asking for? This is still very much democratic. Living like this in a world such as this is very good. Ikiju, remember that. Like this, huh? Ikiju clenched her teeth. It was a word she really hated in the past. Since those words were just excuses. But in a situation like this, those were the only words that managed to comfort her in any sense. Ikiju sighed deeply and then spoke with a heavy expression. Okay. Bring everyone to the inner parts to the village and seal them. The vote begins. Kareem then nodded as he checked the population of the village. Okay. Oh, and by the way, there are no preferences and special treatments. I know. Kareem nodded as he walked out. This doesn't feel very good. Altair, one of the newcomers who had come with Hansu to the village, made a nervous expression while looking around her surroundings. Since the entire place was in chaos. Hurry and go into the village. Damn it. Just use words, man. We're going in. Where else would we go anyway? Everyone was being shoved through the 52 wooden doors all around the village. Everyone, including the hunters and the farmers. And these people started to move towards the residential area after coming into the village. To them who moved around in rotations, being pushed in all at once was quite a hassle. The issue is, why is it suddenly like this? A hassle like this was something quite hard to see usually. At this rate, the village's system, which was needed for it to continue to run, would stop. What kind of event was this that every hour they spent in the other world in leisure was another hour closer to death? They even thought of running away from the suspicious air, but what could they do anyway? At that moment, all the wooden doors started to close up after they all entered. Every single door from the outermost wall and the fences that divided the three areas. All the doors of the wooden walls were sealed. At the same time, some people walked up the 100 scouting posts placed atop of the outermost walls. Altair frowned as she looked at the people surrounding her, as if not one of the people here could escape. They are guards. They were hard to find in the first place anyway. Why were they moving in such a large scale? At that moment, Kareem, who was standing on top of the highest scouting post, shouted out loudly. The vote begins now. The time limit is 3 days. Whatever you do, receive the recommendations of 3 people. By proving that you're useful to the village. Those who fail to receive the recommendations of 3 people will all get sent as an offering. Offering. Of course we wouldn't stop you sacrificing yourself for your comrades. Prove your worth if you don't want to become an offering. To your comrades. Achieve 3 votes no matter what. At the same time, everyone's expression split up. Between the leisurely ones and the pressured ones. Damn it. It was 2 last time. Why is it 3 now? Nothing can be done. The balance has been broken because newcomers haven't come in recently. Begin. Everyone looked at Altair and Hansu with evil expressions after hearing the word newcomers. Reincarnator, Chapter 158, Voting Offerings, 2. Altair made a confused expression. A vote for offerings. She didn't know what an offering was, but she deduced that it wasn't good. Since the whole village was in chaos after the vote had begun. And as if receiving 3 was the most important thing, arguments were getting louder and there were curses being thrown around. Some were running somewhere else and others were discussing something. All with urgent expressions. At that moment, a few people who were causing an uproar approached Altair and her group. Hey. Newcomers. Let's have a talk. Altair flinched as she looked at these people approaching her with a threatening aura. Her own group only had around 9 people. But the other side had at least 20 people. And their eyes were all shining as if they were in a rush. This was very dangerous. Since the ones who didn't have any leisure to back off to might do some crazy things. Damn it. At least tell us what the vote is. At that moment. Hook. One of the guards, who was watching from above the scouting post, jumped down and landed on the ground. Tadak. The sound of the landing was very quiet but effect wasn't. Ugh. The farmers who were walking up suddenly flinched while looking at the guard. Ilum, the guard who had landed, smiled and then shouted to the ones around him. You know already. That violence is forbidden. Damn. Altair sighed as she looked at the people walking off and then switched her gaze onto the guard. The person who had first guided them in the village. Altair asked Hilum. What is the vote and why is it causing such a ruckus? Hilum chuckled. Well. Putting it simply, it's like a popularity vote. What? Altair spoke with a dumbfounded expression. A popularity vote was enough to cause everyone to fall in panic like this? No way. Hilum added additional details while looking at Altair. You see, our village is in a certain situation where we need to pick out offerings. Constantly. Offering. A word that didn't have good vibes to it. Hilum continued to speak while looking at Altair. Actually, I don't even know what happens to those who become offerings. But it's a fact that it doesn't really sound good, right? That's why everyone was trying so hard to fill their quota to not go but. This method was very vague. And to base it off strength. That's weird too, right? We can't really number everyone according to strength and one's strength might differ depending on how dire of a situation they are in. And for someone to pick people off like a king. Our village is still a bit democratic, you see. Yet. This is why the voting system has been introduced. Vote. The rules were simple. 1 vote per 1 person. The farmers could give this to anybody but themselves that they judged to be needed in the village. And it was their choice whomever they gave it to. Since someone might be really needed to them despite not being needed by others. The number changes every time but, with the amount of offerings we need this time, you need at least 3 votes this time. This is the only reason to stay in the village. It's not that bad really. There was a time when one needed to receive 5 people's votes. Hilum was about to continue speaking but just held it in. Since there wasn't a need to be kind to a rude girl who disregarded seniority. It's extremely disadvantageous for newcomers like you. It wasn't an issue of necessity but how long they had been in the village. People in the village will usually appeal themselves to the others. That they were needed in the village like this. At first they had created this method just to pick out offerings but it brought quite a positive effect to the whole community. Most people will do whatever it took to profit usually. Even if that harmed their comrades. But once the offering system was introduced, they couldn't do whatever they wanted. Since they would then become the offerings in the next voting. Nobody wanted to have somebody dangerous around them in an environment already filled to the brim with danger. Even if they were siblings. And to keep one's image as well as maintaining one's chance at the vote, the villagers were quite concerned about this issue during the normal days as well. There were indeed 3 days to acquire the votes but having the guaranteed votes before then was safer. Altair made a dumbfounded expression at the words of Hilum that told her that she needed to gain 3 votes. Then a tremendous issue would arise from this. What, do you mean that 2/3 of the village will get dragged out as offerings? It made no sense. She didn't know how long the offering system took place but if they cut off such a large amount of people then there was no way the village would be able to be maintained. Hilum smiled at those words. Well actually, this is a bit different. What? You farmers only have 1 vote per person. But there's no rule saying that others are the same way, right? It was democratic, yes. But it was only democratic. It was not like the real world. Karhul, a hunter who had returned to the village, whistled as he looked at Makal who was looking at him with a despicable expression. Oh. Why have you come to see me? After saying such words. Makal clenched her teeth and spoke. You knew that the time for the voting had come in the village. The moment Makal and the other 200 people entered the village they had fallen into another dangerous situation. Since they, the ones who had been dragged away by Karen and Enjian on the moment they came into the village, had no connections whatsoever. Even if they go around and vote for each other only 70 of them would be able to live. Karhul nodded at those words. I knew. The words of the leisurely Karhul. Makal shouted out in rage from the attitude of Karhul which seemed like it was asking what the problem was. Damn. Then why did you bring us into the village right away? You could have waited until the vote ended to bring us in. The offerings vote didn't take that long. If Karhul left them in the darkness until it ended and brought them. Then they would have been able to dodge the vote this time along. And then they would have been able to buy some time. Until the next vote for the offerings. Karhul smirked at these words. A clear sneer. Makal stopped at Karhul's expression. What? Karhul laughed as he spoke. With an attitude saying that she was only this much as well. You're saying that you want to escape this vote by yourselves. What if the 200 of you miss it? Then what about the other 200 who would get dragged along instead? At least they had worked hard to bring in food to the village and didn't mind licking the foot of others just to collect some votes. They struggled as much as they could. And if one compares them to you. It's clear who should get dragged away, right? There wasn't a need for Karhul to judge things anyway. Since the results of the vote would tell them. In the end, well. It means you guys got this far by stepping on others. Makal couldn't hold in her anger and shouted. You fucking bastard. That's because we were trapped because of you. Karhul nodded as he heard the enraged shout of Makal. While erasing the smile on his face. Yeah. So that's why you guys came to find us, right? You want us to take responsibility. Ha, HAAA. Makal suppressed her anger at those words and then started to breathe in and out. The other side clearly knew what she wanted. It was now time to get to the main point. Yeah. If you guys are still human, at least give us the votes this time around. You guys have 10 votes each. The hunters had 2 privileges. 1, they were completely exempt from the vote. Second, they all had 10 votes each. It wasn't wrong to say it was based on strength. Since a hunter was an important figure that couldn't be traded even for 10 farmers. This was the true privilege of hunters who lived atop of the farmers. To them, this whole voting this was just watching fire that was across the river. This was the reason why Mackle came to find Karhal. Karhal's team, the 30 people, had a total of 300 votes. And even more if they could ask for some people for help. Karhal chuckled at Mackle's words. You're asking too much. You're asking us to give you the authority to save 200 people. Mackle clenched her teeth and then spoke. Nothing can be done. And you guys won't be able to ignore it as well. How would I stop the mouths of those who would get dragged away as offerings? Nobody knew what happened to those who got dragged out as offerings. But it was clear that they didn't need to deal with the hunters anymore at least. If they gather up and expose the hunters then a calamity will befall the hunters. Karhal pondered for a moment while looking at Mackle threatening him and then chuckled as he nodded. Sure. Since it wasn't only Karen and Engianon who wronged. We need to take responsibility a bit as well. As moment Mackle's expression brightened up from Karhal's answer, Karhal spoke again. But, we cannot give you all 600 votes. We can, yeah, 300. We will only give you 300. What? Karhal made an expression saying wasn't it obvious? Of course. Why would the farmers come all the way to us to lick our feet? The hunters couldn't play with the farmers if they weren't issued a free pass even if they were hunters. But even without that, many farmers would dodge the eyes of the guards and approach the hunters outside the village. They would sell themselves so the hunters could vote for them. And there was no reason the hunters needed to deny it. Karhal continued to speak. There are a few votes we promised to give you see. You want us to scrape everything off them and give it to you as well? This is too much. This is as much as we can give you if we use every bit of influence we have. The words "can you not" almost came up from her throat but she gulped it back down. She couldn't. Because then, even if they were able to dodge the vote this time around, they would get killed by their fellow farmers. Where to get the remaining votes? Mackle's expression turned into that of panic slowly. Karhal chuckled as he looked at Mackle and then spoke. Try going to that Hansu guy. Though I'm not sure if you're the only one who's quite urgent. What? Altair took her group and quickly started to go through the village. I need to hurry and find him. Hansu was their sole remaining hope. They had 9 people. The votes they needed was 27 in total but there was no one who would give them any votes. No one. They needed to get those 10 votes from Hansu at least and work from there. But Altair realized that she was a step too late after having arrived. Please give me a vote. Just one. I've already collected 2. Please. I'll do whatever you ask of if you give me 2. I've collected quite a lot of runes as well. Please I beg you. Hansu's surroundings had already turned into chaos. It wasn't just 1 or 2. Hundreds of people had gathered around him. My God. Altair swirled her tongue around her mouth. But she knew the reason for this. There was a limited amount of hunters in the village. And the votes of those hunters had long been set before the vote already. The newly risen hunter, Hansu, was like their lifeline. Altair stopped while looking at the attitudes of the giant group of people. Though violence was forbidden, it didn't seem from their expressions that things would end calmly. Well, everyone here could only be like that. Since they had all seen what the harvester, the one called Docetus, was chewing on as a snack. They didn't know what happened to the one sent away as offerings. But if they get pushed out from here, they would get dragged away by the thing that treated humans as snacks. While everyone was shouting out loudly of the things they can offer with a panic-stricken expression, one of the people who had come here looked at Altair's group and spoke. Since it had been quite long since the faces of the newcomers, the first in a while, had spread around in the village. They couldn't do anything because of the guards but the man still whispered quietly to Altair. Hey. Isn't it better for you to just stay out of this? What? The man looked around his surroundings as he spoke. Everyone here has at least gathered 2 votes you see. They worked hard during the normal days for it. The man frowned as he spoke. Since he wasn't an exemption to that. Damn, I thought 2 votes would be enough. But in a situation like this, every vote had the worth of a life. Which means that 10 people wouldn't go with that guy's votes. But you guys need 3 votes each to get exempted. Logically speaking, isn't 10 better than 3? It's not like you die, who knows if they'll treat you well when you get there. This monkey, saying such things. Altair made a dumbfounded expression. She didn't know what would happen to the offerings but she could tell somewhat from the people's attitudes. She could not get dragged away no matter what. We're acquaintances. He wouldn't treat me like a stranger. Altair froze her expression and then walked towards Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 159, Voting Offerings, 3. Docetus Fortress, The Harvester, Attilan. Docetus frowned slightly as he sat inside the control room. I'm feeling distressed for some reason. Crunch crunch. If one feels stressed, then they should eat. Docetus' hands moved towards the transparent snack container next to him. Then his 4-meter-long mouth opened up as he started to eat the humans that were inside the container. Crunch crunch. Uaaak. The control room was filled with screams in an instant. And on every single one of these humans' bodies were skills, powerful defensive skills. There wasn't any form of suppression or control applied to the humans that Docetus was chewing on. They were all fresh humans that had just been brought in. This fucking bitch. If they could use defensive skills then they could also use offensive ones as well. As the humans who'd been trapped within the mysterious clear container were picked up by Docetus' hands, they all clenched their teeth and started to use their skills. A black beam came out from the hands of an adventurer in Docetus' hands and smashed onto Docetus' eyes. Then, a huge explosion occurred. Boom! The entire room that Docetus was in, which had clear walls, started to tremble from the attack. Surprisingly, a skill which had a similar power to the pentuple beam of Karhal, had come out of a human who was merely a snack. But of course, these people had been caught whilst they were adventuring inside of the Green Road. They were much stronger than those who acted like kings in those puny little ceasefire zones. A bitch huh? Isn't that a bit too accurate? A beast-like rose up from Dokitis' mouth as if he couldn't give up his bestial instincts. But the adventurer fell into despair when he heard that noise. He could clearly hear the sneer hidden within. Damn it. A blue barrier had surrounded the entire body of the wolfman. From the crown off the wolfman's head, to the rest of the body, the blue barrier was currently protecting Dokitis extremely well. I heard that you guys were a bit smart. Don't you know that just getting chewed up is more convenient? Ah. The adventurer was instantly filled with fear in that moment. Dokitis threw the human into his mouth and started to chew. Uaaaayak. Boom. Boom. Explosions and lasers came out from within Dokitis' mouth. However, Dokitis ignored the man's last-ditch efforts, and swirled his snack inside his mouth as long as possible, before slowly chewing him down. The inner parts of his mouth were also protected by the blue barrier. No, this kind of resistance was rather fun. The main dish isn't really fun to eat. Dokitis liked snacks because of these sensations. Since they struggled in his mouth. Rumble. Rumble. As the resistance in his mouth slowly stopped, Dokitis made a bored expression, swallowed the snack, and then looked towards the border area in the distance while smacking his lips. And then thought of the sixth sense that had disturbed him a few days ago as he made an uncomfortable expression. The higher race, the Orogon. If he ignored the other two higher races that they shared borders with, then one could say that there shouldn't be any reason for the sixth sense to activate, since humans were just mere livestock. But why had it activated? His role was just managing the farms in this nearby area, which grew these livestock. Well, it seems that these guys called that a ceasefire zone. Dokitis made an amused expression. He could constantly eat humans for free, without doing anything himself. If it wasn't a farm, then what was it? Dokitis pondered as he thought of the farm, but then just nodded his head. I should go a bit early. Even without that disturbing sensation from a few days ago, going a bit early to watch happened quite often. Since watching the voting process that these guys had was quite amusing. The last ones had often left quite an amusing scene. The game's quite nice. The moment Dokitis willed it. The entire control room began to be shrouded in bright blue light. At the same time, a huge quantity of mana started to come out from Dokitis' body, which had a blue crown on the top of the head. The mana that came out from Dokitis' body started to spread out in all directions. At that moment, the control room Dokitis was sitting in started to tremble excessively. Hansu nodded as he looked at the surrounding swarm of people. If he could use this to hasten the preparing process, then it'd be very good. I should enhance the sealing jade a bit more. The core material was the sealing jade. But in order to give the harvester, Dokitis, a fatal strike, the sealing jade alone wasn't enough. Since the sealing jade, despite its tremendous power, wasn't invincible. If there wasn't a limit to the sealing jade, why would the sages have lost the war against the higher races? This was why he had to prepare, and had to enhance the sealing jade further. The alchemists of the past had found a method of enhancing the sealing jade by using materials that could be found in ceasefire villages. Let's see, there are 8 important materials in total. These items were definitely not something that he could earn in a short amount of time by trading the things he had. But this wasn't much of a problem. After checking the market around town, everything he needed had already been prepared by stores that the guards operated. Of course they'd have them. The important materials he needed were also quite precious within the village, so they always had a surplus amount of them lying around. There was just one problem. He couldn't buy them. I have no money. Hansu clicked his tongue. In order to make everything fair in the world, the points given to those for their contributions could be used to borrow or buy things in the village. Of course the best case scenario would be where they gave the best items out, and had them fight for the village, but such an ideal case has never worked out fluently. Because then a ruckus would be created when everyone tried to obtain the best items. And this point system was something that both encouraged hunting, and gave the farmers strength. But Hansu had almost no points. How could he have contribution points when he just arrived in the village? And stealing wasn't a very good idea. Stealing from a shop owned by the guards was the same as fighting them head on. But wouldn't that be the case for these guys as well? He was originally going to clash against the guards in order to gain the materials from the market, but there wasn't a need to do it anymore, because of this event. Hansu took a deep breath, and then shouted, Aramang's horn. Elam's poison. Akaram leather. And everyone made confused expressions at the shouts that came from Hansu's mouth. Why is he calling out such rare items? The materials Hansu had just called out were things that they could only buy by giving away a large amount of points. For example, an Aramang's horn was something that could hide an adventurer's presence to quite a large degree, just by having it on their person. It was expensive since it was an item that allowed one to get away from the perceptions of the beasts. Akaram's leather gave one a high amount of magic resistance if placed atop of their armor, and Elam's poison was a high-level poison that worked against even rank 5 beasts. Why had he shouted out these materials? Tisk. Maybe I'd be able to buy one if I emptied all my points. While the man, who was talking to Altair, muttered in his mind as he thought of his own contribution points. Hansu shouted out a final line after saying those 8 materials. I will give a vote for those who bring me the 8 materials I just shouted. Oh, and 2 for Aramang's horn and Akaram's leather. Hansu's shout rang out in all directions. Huh. While a few people stopped in their tracks in confusion. Hway-ay-op. Pay-pay-pay-pay-pay. As soon as those words were heard, the ones located on the outermost parts quickly moved. It was like a firework. A scene where tens of people suddenly rushed towards the village. Huh. The ones who were thinking about it a bit too long finally screamed out as well, and ran towards the market. Damn. My curiosity slowed me down. The man who was speaking to Altair started to run as well while grinding his teeth. What did it matter where Hansu wanted to take those things or how he wanted to use them? They had points. And as long as they could get those items to him, they'd be able to get that vote. What else was needed? Though it's a bit expensive. Using up all their points was still much better than being dragged away as an offering. The man stole a glance behind him and smiled. Well then. There are clearly those who are out of this competition now. The man was actually quite nervous himself as well. Being an acquaintance was sometimes very frightening. What if the relation between Hansu and the newcomers was deeper? Without any thoughts, all 10 votes would go to those guys. But it seemed like Hansu clearly had standards. Why would he give those votes to the newcomers who were just beggars? Good. Good. The adventurers used various skills and stormed towards the market. And when everyone had disappeared, Mackle and Altair, who'd arrived late, made expressions of despair when they heard Hansu's shout. Contribution points. Both Mackle, who'd been trapped within a human farm and had just arrived at the village, and Altair, a newcomer, had no contribution points. Mackle's expression was that of devastation, since she realized that there was no way for her to dodge this. Mackle, who was in a daze, suddenly began to grind her teeth while looking at the hunters and guards, as well as Kareem, the captain of the guards, and Atakiju. And then she shouted loudly. I thought I'd escaped from the farm, but it seems like this place is a farm as well. As her shouts were heard, the hunters who were watching the fire from the other side, made amused expressions. And Mackle was enraged again from those expressions, she shouted again. Damn it. I don't know who's taking these offerings, but aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Living like this with your strength. Shouldn't you try to fight them with this much strength? Their strengths couldn't even be compared to hers. And there were a large amount of these guys. But for them to act this way, to sell their own race. At that moment. Ha 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 ha. Quaya ha 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 ha. Sneers exploded out from all around her. From the hunters watching from above, to the farmers who had leisure after obtaining votes. While Mackle was frowning from this scene, Karhal, who'd followed Mackle all the way here, spoke towards her. I guess you haven't seen them yet. The harvesters. What? The moment Mackle replied. Kiwagugugugugugug. Everything including the skies and the earth started to tremble. As if something that was riding on a huge wave was approaching them. The moment that Mackle was shocked from the powerful vibration, Karhal made a bitter expression. I guess they don't really have manners because they're bitches. Well anyway, it's a good event for you. Look. Those are the things you're asking us to fight. Karhal then pointed towards the sky. The moment Mackle looked up towards where Karhal had pointed, Mackle wasn't able to believe her own eyes. It wasn't something she should be seeing in a place like this. Oh my god. Kiwagugugugug. The golden castle that might come out in a sci-fi fantasy movie. A giant circular castle with a diameter over 500 m was approaching the village from high up in the skies. The golden castle in the skies, when compared to the small wooden village below, made it shine with splendor even more. And it wasn't just for looks. A humongous mana wave resonated out from the giant golden castle. Despite being kilometers away from it, it still made their entire bodies feel prickly. Karhal mumbled as he looked at the satellite fortress of the harvester. It's quite a scene, right? Isn't it like seeing an alien during the primitive era? Anyways, he came a bit early this time around. Damn. Mackle looked at Karhal with a confused expression, since his expression wasn't quite good. The other hunters' expressions were filled with nervousness as well. Mackle couldn't hold back her curiosity as she asked. Why are you guys nervous? You guys have nothing to do with the vote at all. And then Hansu, who'd appeared next to them, spoke as he looked up at the giant castle. That's a rule made by humans. What? I'm saying that they wouldn't necessarily respect that rule. Karhal added another line to Hansu's. I'll say it simply. Their personalities are just like the fairies. I see. Mackle mumbled as he looked at the giant wolf man floating down from the castle, enshrouded in blue light. Since the expression on its face was too familiar. It was the same as the one on the fairies. Damn, just watch and fuck off this time around. Please. At least the fairies look cute. If that guy fancied something, then even they, the hunters, weren't safe. Karhal gulped down his saliva as he looked at the ugly wolf man. Reincarnator, Chapter 160, Lawless, 1. Docatus pondered as he looked below. As to whether he would just watch. Or play around and have some fun. Docatus pondered for a bit and then quickly made a decision. Shall I have some fun then? We're on the losing end this time anyway. Docatus clicked his tongue as he looked down as if he was feeling some dislike. Usually the farms rotated around as they gave the offerings. To the other two higher races other than his. Though they all had enmities against each other and were in constant competition, they all had a silent rule regarding the farms. And because of this, it was forbidden for them to interfere with the farm itself too much. Since playing around with it a bit too much will reduce the amount of the harvest. But it should be okay this time. Tisk. Why does it have to be when we receive? Why aren't the humans able to recuperate? The amount they'd receive this time around was much lower than what the other two had gotten. But since the amount they'd get is lower, playing around with the humans to a certain degree wouldn't matter as well. Well. As long as I don't kill a lot of them. And there was something else that was bothering him anyway. The expressions of those whom he had seen as he approached on the satellite fortress. For them to be laughing around when they knew that he was coming. Were they called hunters? Insolent. Docatus made an expression of discontentment. Farmers and hunters. It didn't matter much how they divided themselves. A soldier ant and a worker ant. That was basically the difference he could see in his eyes. They were acting quite nervous and cautious since they had seen him, but that much wasn't enough. They needed to fear him much more than that. This is what's called fairness. The farmers would like it a bit too. Since these humans seemed to like the word fairness. Hansu shook his head while watching the harvester who had stopped halfway while coming down. Since it didn't look like things would proceed smoothly. The smile on its face proved it. And Hansu wasn't the only one who saw this. Karhal and the other hunters were also mumbling quietly. Please. They couldn't curse out in case Docatus was listening, but their intentions were clear. Just shut up and watch. Eat your snack from right there. Karhal mumbled as he looked at the giant snack container floating next to him. Everyone knew. That every time that crazy wolf guy fancied something, a tremendous amount of casualties got created. But only half of their wishes were fulfilled. Don't worry so much. Do you really think I'll treat you badly or something? Crunch. Quaye, ayok. Everyone made dumbfounded expressions as they watched Docetus pull out another person from the snack container to eat him. Since his actions contradicted his words just now, Docetus chewed and swallowed the snack in his mouth, looked around at the surroundings and then spoke. Don't worry, I said. It's a gift really. There's nothing bad for you. MMM. Oh yes. Shall we just do a treasure hunt? The moment Docetus finished speaking, the blue crown on top of Docetus' head started to shine. And soon, Jie Ening. Blue light poured out from the giant golden castle and then created a large screen in the air. And a sentence appeared on that blue screen. Reward, wish ticket. What the hell is this? Everyone made confused expressions as they read the sentence floating in air. At that moment, Jieing. Something came out from the giant fortress and then extended downloads. Around 100 shining objects had been spread all around the village. A treasure hunt, for him to throw the rewards away in such a carefree way. The treasures that had landed were shining so brightly that they were clearly imprinted into their sights. While everyone was making confused expressions, Docetus smiled as he spoke. The rule is very simple. Find that. To those who find that thing, I'll allow you one wish. Within my power. Everyone was shocked at these words. Harvester, Docetus. He was like a god here where the higher races ruled. Since what Docetus was able to do was far beyond their imaginations. Docetus made a content expression while he looked at the surprised faces of many and then slowly started to speak again. Didn't I say it already? I told you it's not bad. How would I dare do anything to you when you guys are the precious offerings? If you get that to me then I'll grant any one thing you wish that is within my power. You can even get yourself out of the offering forever. I can even make you the leader of this village. If you want something I have then I can give you some runes or artifacts you guys spoke of. Everyone's eyes shone from those words. Docetus continued to speak. Well, we have a bit too many runes, skills, and artifacts you see. Since there are quite a lot of people who get caught. We don't know well but there should be a lot of useful things if you see them. I can even drop you off at the end of the green road, in front of the portal. The more Docetus spoke, the more people's eyes changed. Sharper and sharper. Those things wouldn't just be useful. The people those guys caught weren't limited to the ceasefire zone. They would have some tremendous things as well. If I can get it then, everything will be over. Docetus was not somebody who would play tricks on them with this. Since he had too much pride to do so. The rules of the village didn't matter, he just told them that he would give them runes and take them to the portal if they could acquire it. At the exact same moment, people started to move out. Towards where the lights fell down. At that moment. Koong. From the giant fortress in the sky, countless amounts of light pillars dropped down. Yueyuk. Kuhuk. The light pillars suppressed everyone who were stealing glances while trying to move around discreetly. Kududududuk. While Hansu frowned while looking at the pillar of light pushing his body down. Docetus smiled and spoke. Don't move so carefreely. That's cheating. You should at least hear out the rules. Rules. Everyone nodded despite groaning out. It was important. Since going against them was the same as going against Docetus himself. For them to go against the words of Docetus, who was like a god with a bad personality, in a place like this. They wouldn't die in a pretty way. Don't go out of the village. It would be troublesome if the number of offerings decreases. The moment he finished speaking. Payayok. The pillar of light that was suppressing them spread out in all directions and tied onto the wooden walls. At the same time a giant sky blue barrier surrounded the village. The moment everyone looked at him with confusion. Docetus shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. What are you doing? You can move now. The rules have been all told. Do what you need to do. At that moment. That bastard of a dog. One of the farmers mumbled very quietly. So quiet that it was barely audible to the person next to him. It was the first time he was seeing the harvester. Since he wasn't here the last time they sent the offerings. But for him to be such a despicable being. He's really tyrannical. And for there to be no rules. Which means weaklings like him couldn't do anything. The moment the farmer, Arton, mumbled quietly. Huak. This insane bastard. The hunters and the farmers were scared out of their wits and got away from Atten. Huh. The moment Atten flinched. A blue beam of light smashed onto him from the skies. Boom. A clearly different pillar from the one before. Atten didn't even leave behind ashes as he disappeared from that spot. See, you shouldn't curse out others that easily. Just do it inwardly. Inwardly, man. Everyone gulped their saliva from Docetus's words. They might have cursed out on a normal occasion but they couldn't right now. Since Docetus was listening to everything. As long as the satellite fortress was standing, Docetus was basically in control of this village. Now. Let's begin. Acquire it and bring it to me. Then you guys will pass. But nobody stepped out hastily. While everyone was planning things out. Docetus growled out. Will I need to add a few more rules for you to work harder? Like limited time. Even before those words could end. Huaop. A few people who realized that there was no more way to dodge this quickly started to move. And the others who saw this felt nervous as they also started to move. Damn. Since things have gone this far, I might as well. Get lost. Rumble. Boom. Boom. The start was a bit rough but the spread was very quick. In just a moment the entire village was filled with screams and explosions. My god. Ikija clenched onto her head while looking at the village that had turned into a sea of flames. The rules she had so painstakingly kept were smashed apart in an instant. Because of that bitch floating around up there. Hansu also mumbled quietly while looking at Docetus floating in the skies. These guys definitely need to die. How could the humans unite when these things existed? The humans were problematic as well, but there was no way humans would be alive if something like that came from time to play around. And in reality, starting from the yellow zone the survival rate decreased quite a bit. About 3 billion more people who would cross over in the next 5 years. The time in total may have shortened a bit, but the amount that would come was the same. Since the quicker the unification with the abyss was, the faster the people got sent here. And actually the amount of humans who had been sacrificed here had lessened because the border between the other world and the abyss had worn down quicker. Well, getting killed when the border gets destroyed is similar. Anyway, this game may become a chance or a dangerous situation for him. The work will become a bit complicated, but if I can acquire that, then it would be a bit easier to accomplish my goals. Wish. He did say he would grant them one, but he obviously wouldn't grant them everything like the genie of a lamp. Since they weren't that benevolent. They would only grant them however they felt, and only to a certain degree where it wasn't suspicious. Since they were proud but still would sense something against a wish that crossed the line with their sixth sense. But this was still very useful. I should get it. The blue treasure that had fallen the closest to him was in the northeastern direction. Hansu quickly advanced towards the location countless hunters had already left towards. Kududududuke. Boom. In just a moment, Hansu's body flew over the heads of the farmers. The farmers couldn't participate in this fight anyway. Since they would just get killed by the hunters even if they got it. Basically it was an unexpected competition. Something that Docatus created since he couldn't just watch the farmers fight to their deaths. It's there. He could figure it out even without the light from the treasures. Since it had been long since the explosions along with 7 colored lights had started to spread out from that location. Boom. Boom. Get lost. Damn. How dare a 11th area brat come here? Go back to your area. Numerous tens of hunters were fighting against each other. The number of treasures was 100. It wasn't a large amount of treasures since the hunters were counted by the thousands. It's here. Kiyoyoing. A single blue gem, which was embedded deep within the ground like a meteor, was sending out lights in all directions. Hansu jumped into the middle and then poured in a large amount of mana onto the pandemic blade. He then spread it on top of the hunters. Chiajijijik. Huh. Everybody freaked out at the sudden yellow pores that were gnawing at their mana and then quickly defended their body with their skills. And then growled as they looked behind them. This damned bastard. They had heard that the newcomer was strong. But for him to be at this level. Damn. My mana is disappearing very quickly. The might of the skill he had just released was so powerful to the point where the mana reinforcement around their bodies were quickly getting melted down. And for him to attack first against all of them. It means he's confident. But it was too late to avoid collision. That bastard first. The moment the hunters instinctively turned around to look at Hansu. Tisk. Hansu clicked his tongue and took a step back. And the hunters laughed as they saw this. Since they thought that they had pressured him away. But that wasn't the reason why Hansu had backed off. Something flew towards the location he had moved away from with a deafening sound. And the hunters who had finally felt the aura freaked out as they backed away. And soon. Boom. Something fell down while smashing apart the ground. And somebody walked out from the dust clouds as he spoke. Oh my. Newcomer. It hasn't been that long since I guided you around, but for us to meet again. Anyways, you guys can all go and do what you need to do. We'll take care of this now. The hunters gulped down their saliva as they backed off. Hillam. Fucking hell. For the guards to act. Them, the hunters, were naturally very aggressive in nature because of what they do. But they still followed the rules of the village and feared the laws. Would they do this because they respected the village? The outer zone, first zone, where the hunters lived, and the inner zone, third zone, where the farmers lived. The second zone, which was located in between those things. The people who maintained the law, seized the farmers on the inside and suppressed the hunters on the outside. Guards. People who had decided to stay within the village even after 1 year. Most people left after filling up their yearly contracts, so there wasn't that many of them, but every one of them were much stronger than the hunters. Since all of them had at least stayed in the village for a year. The core force of the village that fought against the first and second rank beasts and kept the order in the village. It could clearly be seen just from how the hunters, who had been growling and fighting each other only up until now, were backing away. Good. Cheer up everyone. The moment Hillam nodded and turned around. Boom. A single laser beam smashed onto Hillam. That's a bit difficult, you see, I need that too. The hunters freaked out as they saw Hansu, who had attacked Hillam without a single thought. That crazy bastard. What the hell is he thinking? Hillam alone was intimidating enough, but attacking the guards itself was breaking the rules. No punishments, just elimination in that instant. The event where the 430 hunters of the 4th area, who had tried to flip the village upside down, getting erased in just a day, was still very clear in their memories. What is this? This was a challenge. Hillam, who had blocked the attack with the shield on his left arm, glared at Hansu with a frozen expression. Reincarnator, Chapter 161, Lawless, 2. Hillam spat out his words with a frozen expression. Is this a challenge? It seems you've gotten a bit too excited from becoming a hunter. Hansu chuckled at those words. Don't pretend like you came to do a guard's job. The others were acting this way because they had been suppressed by the guards for too long. One could figure it out with just a bit of thought. Docatus had clearly said that there weren't any rules while the treasure hunt proceeded. Which means the rules of the humans were all ignored. Actually, if there was somebody who tried to interfere with the game by maintaining that rule, then Docatus would erase them first. That guy had just come to fulfill his own desires. The hunter's expression started to worsen from Hansu's words. They had finally realized that Hillam hadn't come to execute the rules of the village. Damn, because there's a lot at stake, even the guards are acting up. The hunters gritted their teeth. The guards had never come out despite the countless games the harvesters played. But they had interfered since Docatus had started quite a large game from the lack of humans he would harvest this time around. Hillam clicked his tongue while looking at them. Tisk. He wanted to pick it up and leave quickly while they were still confused, but they had realized. And it would be dangerous at this rate. One is okay, but if they all come then it's dangerous. If plan A fails then he could just go on to the next one. Hillam chuckled as he shouted. Hey, you guys. I'm sorry for trying to trick you, but wake up for a bit. What are you going to do if the things end this time around? What? Only one of you will get the treasure. 1. Can any one of you guarantee that you will gain that one treasure? Everyone made bitter expressions from those words. They had charged in because the worth of the treasure was priceless and Docetus was urging them, but they didn't have any guarantees. And this was the reason why they weren't attacking each other to the death. Since they would need to handle 2 Afterstorm all by themselves if they couldn't acquire it. They didn't even have the confidence to beat Hansu behind them. Hillam spoke towards the hunters. So let's form an alliance. Alliance. Yeah. We will take that to the center of the village together. One of the hunters spat on the ground as he spoke. He was strong, but he still wouldn't be able to handle it if all of them attacked. That was why he was trying to talk things out. For who? You're just going to. Hillam shook his head. Was there a rule saying that the wish could only be used for a single person? We just need to wish something that we can all benefit from. Ally with me as the center. If we group up with this many people then others wouldn't be able to attack us easily either. It'll be much safer. Is there anybody who just wants to die this time around? Let's go low risk and low return. It might not be as good as a monopoly, but it's not bad, right? If I make a strange wish then just attack me then. It was quite an enticing offer. But one of the hunters frowned as he spoke. What about when we end? If we remain then Kareem, the leader of the guards, could just punish us. Hillam chuckled. Did we cause a coup d'etat or something? Do they have any say if we just quietly take it over there? The hunters started to nod. Thinking about it, it wasn't like they had caused a deadly sin. They had merely fought with the other hunters. That was as far as things went this time around. Hillam made a content expression while watching the hunters nod and then spoke towards Hansu. You should fight with us well. I'll forgive you attacking me. Right now, all the other hunters and the guards were competitors. If they were going to group then it would be better the more strong people they had. Since the best scenario was taking the treasure without fighting at all. And, he doesn't really seem easy to beat. The arm which held the shield was still numb. Hansu pondered for a moment and then spoke to Hillam. Are all the other guards in a similar situation as you? Yeah. Everyone had brains that could think. If they tried to act as a moralist in a situation like this then they would only lose out. Since they hadn't stayed behind in the village to just maintain the village itself. It was just that they still had things they had promised the village. It's a good chance for a good fortune before leaving the village. This was actually the greatest thing Hillam had trust in. Since he wasn't the only one doing this. If Docetus were going to punish them then they would at least need to wipe out half the guards and the hunters. And that's not possible. If one person made a mistake then they would get punished, but if things blow up this large then nobody would actually receive any punishments. Like how the first area's human farm had been quietly solved. Hansu pondered at Hillam's words. Which means that the village is literally lawless right now. A situation out of control. Nobody could perfectly guess what that Docetus guy would do and how the villagers would react. But the current situation of the village wasn't that bad for Hansu. Since opportunity always accompanied danger. Docetus. You insolent thief. First I'll play how you want me to. That guy would welcome what he was about to do. Since he would clearly draw out the scene he wanted to see. I should use it now then. As Hansu willed it. Ook. The dark cloud started to move aggressively under Hansu's control. It's really a chaotic situation. Karhul, the leader of the first area's team, clicked his tongue as he looked at the blazing village. And Sebastian, a first area team member who was standing next to him, also nodded. Anyways, are we not going to move out? Shouldn't we do something as well? If everyone from the first area's team combined forces then getting one treasure would be pretty easy. Karhul shook his head at those words. Why would you waste your strength already? We can just take it from the tired guys who bring it here. They wouldn't have a choice anyway. Sebastian took a glance around her surroundings from Karhul's words. As if a large amount of people had similar thoughts as them, quite a large amount of people had gathered around the center of the village. They had made this choice since it was a bit too late to go after the treasures. There were both positives and negatives to this. The positive was that just like Karhul said, if they wait here then the tired people will bring the treasures to them. Since Docetus had told them to bring it here. But there were negatives as well. It'll become troublesome if strong guys group up and come here. Already the clear examples of those strong guys, the guards, were moving around. Which meant that they'd rather move out and finish them off instead of waiting for the food. How would this play out? Whatever happened, a collision was inevitable. Ugh. Sebastian grasped her head. Since the bug inside her head started to resonate. A black-colored bug that Hansu had gotten after coming out from the darkness. 6th rank beast, Paradione. A beast which bore into the head, ate the person's brain and evolved into a 5th rank beast. The Paradione was usually green, not black, and couldn't even live inside the heads of those who had over 15% in runes. Since they just could smash it with their mana. But whatever he did, it was much stronger than the Paradiones they knew of. I'm going to put this inside your head. Since I need some form of control at least. There was only one thing he had offered them. Damn. They didn't like such a thing entering their head, but they couldn't really do anything since they had been caught when they were about to be killed. And that Paradion was vibrating and screaming out inside their head. To every 30 members of the first area's team including Karhul. Yeah. Let's at least hear what he's got to say. Karhul and Sebastian, who started to listen to what Hansu had to say, suddenly cursed out loud. I knew he was crazy, but he's just seriously insane at this point. It's not something against Docetus. Karhul urgently shouted upwards, stole some glances between the surrounding hunters around him and then clenched his teeth while frowning. Yeah. Let's just see how far he goes. Karhal finished his thoughts and shouted towards the hunters around him. Hey, listen for a second. How long are we going to stay like this? Listen. We can gain many more things if we go and act instead of standing here. There weren't many who would ignore the words of Karhal, who lead the entire first area's team. Everyone listen in on Karhal's shouts. The deepest location in the second area. On top of a giant storage unit which was protected by multiple layers of wood, a woman and a few others were standing. Ikiju and a few other guards who hadn't lost themselves to greed yet. Ikiju frowned as she looked at the chaos in the distance. Damn. She had groomed the village the best as she could because she had thought that the village was the sole hope of the yellow zone. Though humans were constantly being sacrificed, numerous people were constantly heading out towards the green road. But that village had fallen into chaos in just an instant. Fucking bastard of a dog. Ikiju, who was sighing while watching the village, sighed again as she looked around her. The guards were also in chaos to try to gain profit. The same with hunters. It was almost impossible to control this situation with a single person's strength. Ikiju, who was pondering whether to go out or not, made a decision. To stay at her location. I cannot leave this place. This treasure hunt will end in a day. We'll move then. A large chaotic scene had occurred because of a damn dog, but as long as Docatus disappeared, then this whole thing will calm down. It would be much better to just fix up the village back to its original status after this whole thing ended. And since not many people have died, there would be a lot of things to do after it all ends. She could jump in if things got worse, but at this rate there was no reason for her to interfere. This would only get worse if they tried to control the situation. Docatus. You must feel a bit depressed. Ikiju stole a glance at the sky. There was a clear reason why he had played a game such as this. He wanted things to become much more chaotic, but for it to just end like this. At that moment, Ikiju felt a chill run down her spine. Since Docatus started to laugh. A very content expression. The moment Ikiju made a nervous expression. Boom. The walls of the building Ikiju was standing on blew apart. They had only placed it for aesthetics, the wooden wall couldn't handle the sudden assault and had gotten blown apart. And Ikiju frowned as she looked at the man who walked out. Hansu. A person who she was keeping a close eye on. Why did this guy suddenly appear here? Ikiju spoke to Hansu, who was walking towards her. Mr. Kong Hansu. This place is off limits. The most tightly guarded place in the village was not the residence of Ikiju, the leader of the village. Since they could just raise a new leader if one disappeared. There was another location. Armory. A location where the numerous artifacts and items the village had collected for 19 years were stored in. Items that they could only lend to the guards and hunters because it was hard for the village to gather as well. Every other place could get emptied out, but not this place. There was a reason why Ikiju had ran over here in the midst of the chaos. The moment Ikiju shouted towards Hansu. Rumble. More wooden walls started to get blown apart behind Hansu and fell down. And the hunters who had gathered. There were at least a few hundred. Karhal, first area's members, and other hunters as well. He hasn't come alone, huh? Ikiju frowned. Since she finally realized what Hansu was trying to do. The village's items that thousands of people had gathered over 19 years. If he could steal all of this, then it would a tremendous profit, even more so than finding jewels. So he was a bandit, huh? Well, there aren't any guards here to block you anyway. There weren't any guards left. But she was here. I'll make you regret it real quick. They always existed. Those who coveted the wealth of the village. Defending that wealth and sustaining the village was her role. The moment Ikiju clenched her fists. Boom. Mana waves exploded out from Ikiju's body. The roof of the building Ikiju was standing on blew apart as it spread out in all directions. Rumbling. Ikiju looked around without any emotions. If this place got robbed, then it would be the end. She could not allow anybody who threatened the village to be alive. That is the line. If you cross it, then I will eliminate you on the spot. Karhal gulped his saliva as he looked at Ikiju, who wasn't using any honorifics at all. She looked calm, and when everybody was talking informally, she was using honorifics and speaking formally. But she was still the leader of the village. Power. Only the powerful could become the leader. And Ikiju would only get mad on one occasion. When she judges that the village is in danger. Damn. It seems like it's the first time she's been angry since the rebellion of the fourth area. Is this really fine? Karhal stopped in place and pondered. If there wasn't the bug in his head, then he wouldn't even have come this far. Hansu said he would release them after one favor, but for that favor to be this dangerous. And the 10 or so guards standing behind Ikiju. The ones who had been in the village the longest and the most powerful ones in the village. People whose love for the village was so strong that they maintained order in the midst of chaos like this. Those guys were the ones who caused the massacre of the fourth area in the past. The ones who had swept away the entire fourth area in a day. This bastard, why did he come here? Karhal thought of the massacre of the past and then nervously looked at Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 162, Lawless, 3. Boring. Docatus made a bored expression as he looked down. Everyone was acting in a similar way. They were all grouping up to own one treasure and combine their forces to move it to the center. But this was not what he wanted. It would be more fun if they fought harder for the treasures. He had set the stage for them by getting rid of the rules of the village, but for them to act like this. This won't do. I'll need to put some more rules down. They were doing this because they weren't in much of a hurry. Though it was chosen that the rules didn't exist, this was only within his own mind. Though the ones below would be full of discontentment. That's why you should have done well by yourselves. Good. First of all, let's rip off the limbs of those who haven't been even able to touch the treasures. The moment Docatus pondered and smiled as he was about to change the rules a bit, his ears twitched. Huh. Docatus' eyes moved towards the armory. A location where they stored quite a few rare toys. Then Docatus smiled as he looked at that location. Oh, this is going to get fun. Docatus looked at the ones below with an amused expression. Nothing could escape his eyes and ears within this village. But of course his eyes would be attracted to the amusing thing. That kid went after the treasures at first, but now is aiming for the armory. Must be quite a greedy fellow. A very realistic person. He liked those types a lot. Docetus looked at the guy named Hansu in amusement. His nose gaped and ears twitched. Shall I get a bit closer to watch? While he could watch and hear from where he was, this wasn't really himself watching but rather him getting the intel from the satellite fortress. It was a bit inferior to directly hearing and seeing things. Yeah, you need to get up close for a show like this. A fight between the strongest bugs against the greedy and smart bugs. What else would he watch in this current situation? As Docetus willed. Docetus, who was shining with blue light, cut through the village and moved towards the air above the armory. Ilum, who had acquired a single treasure along with a large amount of hunters and was traveling towards the center of the village, suddenly made a confused expression as he saw Docetus moving. Where would they take the treasure to if Docetus moved like that? And Docetus, with his blue crown, made an awkward expression. Oh right. I should finish up the treasure hunt now as well. He had forgotten about it since the situation over by the armory was extremely amusing. But the solution was quite simple. Since the important part was getting the treasure to him. Docetus shouted out loudly. I'm changing the rules. What? Bring the treasure to where I am. I will be at the armory. Hilum and the other guards flinched. Since they knew what would be over there by now. Ikiju. Hilum was a hunter from the 5th area when Ikiju's massacre had started and had watched it all. But for them to have to go there now. Of course they were a bit reluctant to. But Hilum clenched his teeth. Since things happened as they did. Let's take it to the end. It was better to mess things up hard than to just do things half-heartedly. If everyone like him, the ones carrying the treasures, caused a ruckus then even Ikiju wouldn't be able to do anything. Since the chaos would have been far above what Ikiju could handle. Hilum shouted towards the nearby hunters. Let's go. Our goal has just changed a bit. Soon the 100 treasures and the people carrying those treasures jumped across the walls, past the buildings and started to head towards the armory. Like a swarm of ants moving towards a giant piece of candy. The disappointment was as big as she had hoped. Ikiju heard the sound of Docetus approaching her from the distance and stared at Hansu expressionlessly. You know that you are the one who caused all of this, right? Kong Hansu. It was now out of control. Soon the armory will fall into chaos. Due to the thousands of hunters coming here with the treasures as well as the ones with Hansu. Ikiju thought of the event in the past. When she hadn't been able to find the village and had barely arrived at the village after having lost 17 people. The village had a lot of benefits but also a lot of problems. But it was still important. Yeah. This is the oasis. Even if everyone fought each other to acquire water, the oasis was still needed. The rules of the village and the stocked items gave the humans the power to survive on. I'll protect it no matter what. That was what the village was like to her. And she needed to redevelop the village back to its beginning with a tremendous amount of strength in order to defend the village. I didn't want to use it. Ikiju didn't use her strength often. But since it has come down to this, she needed to show it. As to what happened to those who threatened the village. Crackle. Ikiju's entire body started to get covered by a bright white flame. At the same time the iris that covered most of her eyes got smaller and smaller as if it was getting replaced by white. Deadly white eyes. Something that happened when the whites of the eyes covered the black parts entirely. Hansu nodded as he saw this. That aura and that mana. As well as the special skill that devoured the user's consciousness. Triple numbering. That was quite a high-ranking skill. Since Hansu remembered it. 312th rank. White River Demonic Art. It was white and pure. But this made it even more fearsome. Since that white was not a color of peace. It was a crazy demonic art that ate up all of one's emotions that would get in the way of combat once it was activated. This was why the White River Demonic Art symbolic color was the color white. Since it turned one's mind white. They would cause destruction until they wake. Until everything they had enmity against was erased. The fight would only end if the enemy died or the user died themselves. That was why she tried to avoid fighting her. Crack. Crackle. Karhul flinched at the sight of Ikiju, who was slowly approaching them while looking at her entire surroundings with the remaining whites of the eyes, and spoke to Hansu. Yo, do you even have a way of dealing with that? At that moment. Swish. Ikiju's body suddenly disappeared in the distance. In an instant. Boom. Ikiju appeared right in front of Hansu and then stretched out her legs. Swoosh. The moment Ikiju's left kick cut through the air and touched Hansu. Boom. A huge explosive sound was made as it rumbled their surroundings. Crackle. The forked lightning bent to the point of almost being folded. Boom. 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 Hansu got sent back after smashing through 3 buildings and then slowly stood up as he watched Ikiju charging at him with a furious aura. I guess I'll die if I don't use it. Ikiju's level was above his expectations. In just an instant. Kiwadudududuk. Hansu's entire body got surrounded by scales. And his already beefy muscles ballooned up even more. Thump 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 thump. The 3 hearts constantly pumped as they started to send the dragon's blood throughout his body. Hansu then swung the forked lightning. Towards Ikiju who was flying towards him. In an instant. Boom. Another huge explosive sound was created from Hansu and Ikiju's collision. At the same time all the buildings nearby got smashed apart and started to crumble. Just from 2 clashes. Karhul swirled his tongue around as he saw this scene. For him to be able to fight with Ikiju. A skill he didn't use when he fought with them. For him to be able to go through a racial metamorphosis. He seemed confident but for him to be hiding such a thing. But Karhul realized that he wasn't really in the situation to leisure around. Since the most powerful guards in the village, the ones guarding the armory, had started to attack him. Damn. Boom. Boom. Soon the surrounding areas around the armory got filled up with explosive sounds. Good. Very good. Docetus's body got more and more closer towards the ground as he saw this scene. Since being closer was better to see things more clearly. Boom. Boom. A few pieces from the skills flung around to him but they all got disintegrated by the blue barrier surrounding him. while Docatus was looking at the fight with an amused expression. Boom. The walls blew apart as some other people entered the battlefield. Hillam and the hunters who were participating in the treasure hunt. They had been able to reach the armory first because they had started from where Hansu was. Hillam took a glance at the chaos happening around him and then urgently shouted upwards. "Oh Docatus! We have come. With the treasure." Docatus looked at Hillam and then made a bored expression. He didn't really like it when a guy, who hadn't even shown him what he wanted to see, came to ask for power. But a promise was a promise. Docatus spoke out. "Okay. What kind of wish do you want?" The hunters behind Hillam all stopped at Docatus's words. They had rushed over here in a hurry but hadn't really thought about what kind of wish they should ask for. Not enough intel. And they didn't know as to how far Docatus will fulfill their wishes. But while others were pondering, Hillam did not, even for a moment. Since he had thought of something the moment he heard the goal had changed to the armory. Hillam shouted loudly to Docatus. "Please make me invincible." Docatus's expression changed. From a bored one to an impressed one. "Oh, everyone behind you." As Docatus looked at him in amusement, Hillam laughed coldly and replied. "No, just me. And it doesn't have to be long." Hillam's expression was full of confidence. Since that Docatus guy, who loved chaos and destruction, would definitely know what he was planning. He would definitely fulfill his wishes. And as he expected, Docatus laughed coldly as he answered. "Sure. It shall be done. Except, it won't be fun if it lasts too long, so the limit is 30 minutes. In the next instant. Swoosh. Hillam's entire body got covered by the blue barrier. Just like the barrier around Docatus's body. Hillam laughed coldly as he looked at the blue shields around him. 30 minutes. More than enough. The hunters grinned at their teeth as they saw this. "You bastard, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get to the end of the green road in 30 minutes or something?" 30 minutes. It was too short to really do anything. For him throw away such an important wish. Hillam shrugged his shoulders at the hunter's words. "No, at first I was going to ask for an artifact or a skill. But, I don't really think I need to go that far to get those things." Hillam then looked towards the armory. "Even if I ask for an artifact or a skill, it's highly likely that Docatus would just throw it away here due to his personality. A person with a good artifact getting beaten up to the death. This was the thing Docatus wanted to see. Of course he wouldn't send people to the end of the green road. But this wish was different. Since he was planning to show Docatus the exact thing he wanted to see. And without this I feel like I'll get killed by the crazy Ikiju." But it was now all over. He just needed to brush him off and walk out. Since nobody would have the strength to chase him down after the whole village becomes a mess. And, there are plenty of runes around here. Hillam smirked as he started to attack the hunters who had followed him. Boom. Boom. Ay. This bastard, for real. Run. The hunters attacked a few times, realized that none of their attacks worked like how Docatus had said, and had all separated and started to run away. The guards were much stronger than the hunters. And even more so now since he didn't really have to worry about retaliation from them. Ha 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 ha. Where are you going? The moment Hillam was about to chase them after laughing out loudly. Boom. A tremendous amount of destructive force came out from the corner of the armory. Hillam was shocked by this and looked towards the origin of this noise. Ikiju. Kong Hansu. Hillam grinned at his teeth after seeing the traces of great destruction caused by Ikiju and Hansu in the distance. What the hell did these guys shove down their throats to have become that strong? Just as jealousy filled the entire mind of Hillam, his head rotated around quickly. Yeah, I can always get runes anywhere. But the unique items around Hansu's body? And the White River demonic art that allowed Ikiju to turn into a crazy war god? Those things would be extremely hard to find even within the armory or from Docatus. I must eat those. He wouldn't even dare to get between those two. But he was invincible currently. He needed to use these 30 minutes wisely. And the others participants who had found the treasures were also approaching towards this direction. They might ask for a similar wish as him. Ha 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 ha. Let me butt in here as well. Boom. As Hillam laughed out loudly and was about to jump towards Hansu and Ikiju. And Hansu, who had been looking around his surroundings calmly in the middle of the fight, suddenly nodded. If it's this much then. Everyone in the village should have gathered. Most of the useful actors of this play had gathered. And the fans for these people had gathered as well. Hansu looked at Docatus, who had come down to the point where he could stretch his arms and touch, and laughed coldly. He had at first thought of using a treasure to get closer. Since the might of the sealing jade was better the closer they were. But if the opponent came closer to him on their own accord then there wasn't a need for him to go closer. Instead of just watching, you should join as well. Docatus. The reinforcement has already finished a long time ago. Since he had long emptied the markets where the guards had disappeared from on the way here. The moment Hansu grasped the sealing jade in his pockets tightly. Boom. A tremendous amount of vibration that couldn't even be compared to that from the darkness had swept through the village. Yuck. Hillam freaked out as he saw the blue barrier around him melt down. Reincarnator, Chapter 163, Fallen God, 1. Docatus frowned. For Hansu to speak in such a rude way. He was being quite nice to him but for him to cross the line. I should cut off his limbs then. The moment Docatus willed it. Boom. A blue laser fell down from the skies in a straight line. Towards where Hansu had been standing. But Docatus was a step too late. Boom. Right before the blue laser could land from the skies. The sleeping sealing jade within Hansu's pocket started to vibrate aggressively. And soon. Boom. The sealing jade's shockwave swept through the entire village. And the blue laser that was coming down from the skies just disappeared in mid-air. As if a blue line had melted down. And that wasn't the only thing that had disappeared. Huh? Yuff. The blue barrier around Hillam, who had been charging in towards the fight between Ikiju and Hansu, disappeared as a whole. Uaaak. Hillam freaked out, reversed the position of him charging in and then ran backwards. This scene was extremely humiliating to him, but it was a clear judgment in Hillam's situation. The clash between Hansu and Akiju that was overwhelming just from hearing the sounds. He would become minced meat and then die miserably without the strength of Docetus. Hillam grinned at his teeth while running away. Damn. I'm the retarded one. For me to trust that crazy bastard of a dog. Hillam could only think of one possibility. That Docetus had played with him. The mysterious vibration that rang out from Hansu weighed his mind down, but he shook off his head at that possibility. No way. For a human to be able to insolently harm the higher race. He had never even heard of such a thing. Damn. Damn. Anyways, the important thing right now was running away. Hillam, who hadn't even cared about his surroundings and was running away in a hurry, suddenly stopped. Why are there no sounds of explosions? The clash between Akiju and Hansu, who were fighting as if they were trying to rip each other's hearts out, had suddenly stopped. At the same time a strange sound was heard from somewhere up above. What happened? Hillam, who was about to turn around, got more curious at the noise above and then took a glance above instead. At that instant, Hillam stopped right in place while running away. Holy God! Why am I fine? Akiju checked her body buried in a corner of a building and made a confused expression. There was quite a large quantity of traces of battle, but her body was still very well. And her consciousness had come back to normal as well. When Akiju used the White River demonic arts, she calculated for the worst outcome possible and then used it. Only 2 cases would cause the White River demonic arts to stop. Either when all the criminals who caused chaos to the village had died, or she herself had died. Even she couldn't handle the countless amounts of hunters and guards by herself. But the current situation was too different from what she had expected. No, something that she couldn't even dream of was happening. Higher race, Docetus. Rumble. Docetus was falling from quite an altitude. Like a god who had lost his wings. From the sky and to the ground. The mighty-looking blue crown on his head had long lost its luster. And that wasn't all. Ruambali. The giant castle that was floating above. The golden castle, which used to shine blue like the crown, was falling. Yuahuok. Shit. Run away. It's a mess. Unlike Akiju, who has yet to figure out the current situation completely, the guards, hunters and farmers were all running away in every direction. And they had to. No matter how powerful their body was, if that much mass landed on the village, nobody could guarantee their own safety. At that moment. Instead of blanking out, stand up. This is just the start. Rumble. Hansu. Akiju muttered as she looked at Hansu, who had pulled her out from the rubble. The person looked quite similar to the Hansu she knew, but a lot of things were different. The scales that had covered his entire body. He really stands out. The fact that he didn't really look human wasn't the reason why she thought of this. It was rather this attitude towards the situation. In the midst of the chaos created by the satellite fortress falling down, Hansu being able to maintain his calm demeanor helped him stand out even more. But Akiju realized right away. Did you cause that? She couldn't even imagine how he had done it. From seeing his attitude, there was no other possibility. Well, the fact of the godlike Docetus falling from the skies alone was beyond her imaginations. And Hansu nodded towards Akiju. Akiju's expression turned complex at Hansu's attitude. Will this be okay? In the corner of Akiju's mind, instead of being angry at the falling Docetus, there was worry forming. Docetus fell and the Attilan sunk. A change that was too big for her, that had never happened before and should not have happened ever. And this change filled her mind full of worry from the changes that it will bring to the village, the villagers of the village and herself. Since one thing was clear. That Docetus' rage will skyrocket. And as if it was proving that her expectations weren't wrong. Boom. Roar. A roar of rage came from the distance which resonated all the way throughout to the armory near them. The roar of Docetus after he had fallen. The howling which contained the confusion and rage rang throughout the entire village. Damn. A shockwave made from sound that shook one's entire body. Akiju stumbled back and forth to maintain her balance. Usually something like this wouldn't happen. Only then was Akiju able to figure out why she had been able to become lucid and why Docetus had fallen from the skies. Since the White River demonic arts that had protected her entire body had disappeared. No, even putting the White River demonic arts aside, none of her skills could be used at all. Mana. It's all frozen. As Akiju's expression stiffened up from this discovery. Boom. Hansu stomped forward and then kicked away the already half-collapsed armory. And inside of the feeble but well-organized storage, numerous shiny armors and weapons could be seen. Hey. That's for the village. I'm using it for the village. Hansu walked in and then started to equip the useful things onto his body. They were a bit inferior to the items he had on, but they were still very nice. Hansu clicked his tongue towards Akiju, who was watching him in bewilderment, and then broke open another wall. Boom. There was an item that was a bit different from the items until now in this part of the storage. An item that was clearly a tier higher than the others from just a glance. This was here too, huh? Numbering 779. Scarlet Yang Armor. This armor, which stimulated the user's viciousness, wasn't quite compatible with Akiju, who already goes crazy by herself, so it was kept in the corner of the storage, but it was an item that was originally prepared for the village leader. Chuck. Hansu pulled out the Scarlet Yang Armor and threw it to Akiju as he spoke. Hurry and put it on. Since the mana froze, you shouldn't have to worry about the side effects. Akiju's expression stiffened up as she stared at Hansu. Since what Hansu was planning to was quite obvious. But that's not what he should be worrying about. Hey. Aren't you going to run away? What are you going to do about that? As Akiju pointed towards the Attilan that was falling from the sky. Kiiriariariing. Suddenly the Attilan's speed drastically lowered. And a small, faint blue light appeared at the bottom of the golden castle. Even if it was enhanced, the distance from here to the Attilan was too far. Hansu gazed at the sky and then touched the sealing jade in his hands. If he had been able to directly shoot it onto the mana engine, then he would have been able to shoot it right down. But since he couldn't, the castle will recover and start up again after a while. He needed to kill Docetus before that happened. Well, it's not bad. Since he wouldn't need to worry about getting smashed by the castle anymore. The moment Hansu was about to get up from the armory. Boom! Something smashed through the armory walls and came in. Clatter clatter. The thing that ran past Hansu smashed right in the midst of the armors and the weapons. And the thing suddenly groaned after the crash. Ugh. Hilum. Ikija's expression froze as she looked at Hilum, who had smashed onto the armory with broken limbs. There was only one reason for him to have become like this. At that moment, a tremendous shout was heard from the distance. Ha 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 ha. What are you guys going to do? You're going to try swinging that piece of toy sword at me. After that confident shout was heard. Boom. As if something caused a huge impact onto the ground. A tremendous shockwave rang throughout the ground. Like a huge earthquake. Rumble. From this tremendous earthquake, the building that were barely holding on started to all break down. And Ikija realized what had caused that earthquake. Holy, just from a single step. The walls and buildings broke down as the shape of Docetus, who had fallen from the sky, could be seen in the distance. The blue light that covered his body had disappeared. And this made him stand out even more. A huge 4 m tall body that one couldn't quite size up in the skies. Steel-like muscles. Claws that were the size of a human that seemed to be able to rip apart any armor. Dark, glossy skin that seemed like no normal weapons could even leave a dent. And that Docetus was swinging his claws around and causing a massacre. Boom. Boom. This scum-like bastards. Make a trap. Insolent. Come at me. You bugs. This harvester shall rip you all apart. Uuaaak. Adventurers who had charged in after seeing Docetus fall and judging that this was a chance. And all those adventurers were getting crushed. Roar. Every time Docetus swung his claws or crunched with his mouth, a body was cut in half and heads fell off. They couldn't tell when he was surrounded by the blue light. But as the image of the god disappeared, Docetus, who had fallen onto the ground, was a demon in itself. Damn. Ikija made an expression of despair as she saw this. They had pulled him down from the skies and broke his wings. But this was not enough. No, Docetus felt as if his authority had been challenged, as he was causing a tremendous massacre in a frenzied state. This scene was like a crazed beast that they usually went up against. Except the problem was that the skills and artifacts that they usually armed themselves with had all been turned useless. This was why they were getting massacred. Hansu spoke towards Ikiju. Wake up. It's just livestock anyway. A thief coming to this point is far enough. A thief. Ikiju made a confused expression and then shouted out urgently. You're going to kill that? How? Hansu stared at Ikiju. We should do our parts. If Docetus was left like that, then casualties would only rise. He needed to deal with him first. Hansu, who had completely prepared to go fight, spoke towards Ikiju. I'll go deal with this. You gather the people, arm them with the items from the armory and bring them. Him alone was a bit hard. Since Docetus still had a body of a beast even if he was going up against him. At that moment, Hilum, who had been stuck in the corner, smirked as he spat out. K, he. You think the people will help you? That thing was that strong even without mana. He knew since he had felt that strength. Who would be willing to go into that fight after seeing that scene? Hansu stomped up to Hilum, raised him up by the collar and then spoke. Rumble. Who said help? What? He couldn't say anything to those guys who couldn't do what they couldn't. Since Docetus, who got supplied with mana, was basically a god to them. But not now. He was just a beast who had come down onto the ground. If they couldn't do the job when he gave them the chance, then they had no qualifications. I'm giving you guys a chance. A chance to stab a blade into its body. This is the final test I'm giving you guys. Hansu spoke towards Ikiju. Reincarnator, Chapter 164, Fallen God, 2. A village in flames. Docetus was standing in the middle. With the appearance of a slaughterer. Kiwadudaduk. Kihehe. Docetus crushed somebody beneath his feet and then licked his claws after sensing his old instincts coming back to life. This is better than I expected. He was confused when he fell at first. Since an event that was illogical even with his imagination had happened. For the Attilan to fall. This had never happened before. But even before he could deal with the confusion, another emotion pushed its way in. Fear. It was something he hadn't felt in a very long time. It might have been different for the defenders who dealt with those of the other races, but him, a harvester, didn't need to get into dangerous situations. The moment the abilities of the Attilan, which protected him, disappeared, and the bugs swarmed at him. Docetus, who had lost his invincible armor, felt fear creeping in from the corners of his mind. Since the thought of him possibly being hunted down had come into his mind. Without the Attilan, the skills and toys the humans had were more than enough to kill him. No, accounting for everything he had done to them, just being killed would be a good ending. He had roared out extremely loud as a bluff from the feeling which made him uneasy, the one that told him that he couldn't get caught no matter what, and had crazily smashed apart the humans in order to make way for himself. And then realized that the mana of these guys were also sealed. At the same, two clashing emotions rushed into him. Relief. And rage. If these things couldn't use mana, then they wouldn't be threatening anymore. Since the difference between their and his body was like that of the heaven and earth. The moment relief erased the fear, rage appearing was quite a sensible order. Rage had filled up his entire body up to his head. For these bugs to come against him. Docetus didn't want to accept the fear he had felt when the bugs had swarmed towards him when he fell from the skies. He had to erase them all. All the bugs that had seen his embarrassing look. Docetus crushed and chomps apart the humans. How long had it been? After a long while of fighting, the emotion that had filled Docetus's mind was not rage. It wasn't fear or superiority either. I had wondered why the Ecologia guys played hunt. The Ecologias did some strange things. releasing the protection of the satellite fortress by themselves and going to hunt the humans with their own body. Their technology, which included the satellite fortress, gifted them powers that couldn't even be compared to those of humans. On the other hand, if they didn't have the protection of the satellite fortress, then the humans would actually be quite dangerous. And 1 out of every 10 Ecolochias actually died or got injured badly during their game of hunt. Docetus and his race, the Orocons, actually laughed at the Ecolochias. Maybe it's because they were birds, but it actually looked like they had a bird's brain from their actions. The Orocons had laughed at them to the point of sending them a warning. To stop dirtying the pride of the higher race and act properly. But he realized now. There was a reason why those guys were powerful despite their small numbers. The emotion that had filled Docetus after a prolonged battle was bliss from the victory. A sensation that he wasn't able to feel during the times when he had been protected by the Attilan. His instincts, which had been asleep within his blood and genes that hadn't come out, suddenly exploded out during the battle. To the point of surprising Docetus. This was a sensation he could not feel when using the power of the satellite fortress. He could kill them just by flicking his fingers and their attacks couldn't even leave a dent. Why would he feel nervous? He didn't feel nervous at all back then. A thirst of battle had not worked up inside him. Since nobody would feel such things going up against ants. But it was different now. Though they were still weak, their blades still stimulated his nerves and all his senses were sharpened in order to destroy the humans who charged at him in order to injure him. Hormones exploded all around his body and his heart trembled as if an earthquake was happening right inside it. Docetus unconsciously mumbled at the contentment which filled up his entire body. I'm going to go enjoy myself once I return. Docetus, who had recovered his leisure, growled in happiness. The remaining ones saw this might and were running away in all directions, and the satellite fortress, the Attilan, was recovering slowly as well. Though it was still falling bit by bit, it wouldn't fall all the way down. It may take a while, but he would be safe if things continued at this rate. These damn bugs. If they all came at me at the same time, it might have been dangerous, but they're only at this level. For them to miss this sole chance to kill him. Well, anyways, it was good for him. I should play around a bit more before I leave. The moment Docetus loosened up his muscles in order to continue his hunt. Hook. Something rapidly closed in from the distance. Docetus's both ears twitched. And all the hairs on his body stood up at the same time. This was not normal. It was different from the attacks until now. An attack that could pierce his skin if hit directly. Roar. Docetus nervously turned around, roared out and then smashed the thing flying towards him with his hands. Clang. The object that had flown in smashed into Docetus's claws and then landed on the ground. And surprisingly, cracks appeared on his steel-like claws. Which proved the power behind that attack. What the hell is this? Docetus checked the crack on his claws and then verified the thing that had flown to him. Sword. It was quite a high-level toy as well. Crack. The sword, which had cracked his claws, couldn't withstand the force behind that clash, broke into two. Even if it wasn't protected by mana, it was still metal. Which means somebody had thrown this so hard to the point of causing the metal to break into two just from the force of the clash. It was not a strength somebody without mana could bring out. Who the hell has a strength like this? After verifying the object that had flown in, Docetus turned his head around again. And then stopped. So it was you, that greedy human. The human who had monopolized his gaze. Docetus frowned as he looked at Hansu approaching him with numerous weapons dangling all over his body. And a sensation of danger rose up slowly. Docetus was not stupid. He was very conceited until now. This was because he had a reason which allowed him to. But the current situation was not where he should be or could be like that. All of his sixth senses was warning him about Hansu. He needed to decipher between when and when not to be conceited. Grrrr. The fur between his claws rose up and increased in length. The fur that had grown intertwined with each other and then started to create a layer of metal armor above his skin. Chhayiruru. The furs, which were already tough in itself, suddenly turned like a chainmail and covered his skin. A power that was hidden deep within their genes and could not be used for a long time since it wasn't needed. Docetus, who had turned into a semi-armored beast, spoke towards Hansu. You have no sense of fear, huh? What are you going to do by yourself? He himself was nervous against Hansu. Since Hansu felt quite threatening to him. But that didn't mean that it felt like he would lose. No, Docetus was actually quite content. Since the urge for battle was working up again due to the nervousness he felt. The urge that he couldn't quite solve due to those bugs having run away in the middle of the fight. Hansu chuckled at this Docetus. He's full of confidence, huh? He could tell just from Docetus' expressions. Such an expression wouldn't appear if one thought about the possibility of losing. Since Docetus should know what would happen to him if he lost. Docetus continued to speak as he looked at Hansu. Well, I can somewhat guess what your plan is. Docetus wasn't stupid. Ikiju would probably bring reinforcements while he bought time. It was simple but quite a marvelous plan. Because then he wouldn't be able to run away and would get tied down by Ikiju's forces. The moment Ikiju's forces come, he would die without being able to do anything. But would that really be possible? You brat. You see, I've already trained quite a lot of people before you can. Dogs who got leashed at young age would have a hard time leaving as an adult even if they were released. Like how their race had been in the past. And if there was an exit path as well? The Attilan's functions are frozen, but this much should still be enough. As Docetus willed. The faint light beneath the Attilan floating in the sky suddenly got reinforced. That was it. But Docetus looked towards the village with an extremely confident expression. Boom. Boom. Inkiju stomped through the remaining buildings and quickly headed towards somewhere. Since it was clear where the runaways would head. 13th area. 13th area. The entrance where the Green Road began. In this situation, where they had caused the rage of the higher race, the Green Road was the only place that they could dodge the rage of the Orocons. Green Road. A road that followed the path of conflict between the higher races. That was why it was safe. Since even the defenders of Orocon wouldn't be able to travel through with their fortresses. Boom. Boom. Swarms of people could be seen in Akiji's eyes after a while of running. People who were running away with just their body and without any skills. Good, it's not too late. Yet. Boom. Akiji jumped over after stepping on a building and then blocked the path out to the 13th area. Rumble. The people who were running flinched at the sudden object that had flown down from the skies and stepped back. In case Dokitis had chased them down. But they started to urgently shout after seeing the person who appeared from the dust clouds. Akiju. What are you doing? Move. Hurry. We don't know when that guy would come chase us. Everyone was feeling urgent. Of course they were. What would Dokitis do once he came back to his senses? Of course it would be a massacre against the bugs. They could only live if they quickly entered the conflicting areas of the Akalachias, Arukans, and Rebelungs before that happened. Being in there didn't completely guarantee their safety, but it was much better than being here. Akiji shook her head at those words. Everyone wake up. No matter what, it's just a dog. If we all charge at him with our numbers, then we can win. Akiju explained the situation. Dokitis' might was indeed amazing. But they weren't normal humans either. They were superhumans who had been trained with years of battle. And though the skills had disappeared, the agility and strength enhanced by the runes still remained. Every one of them was an existence that even an army would have a hard time dealing with in the real world. Everyone stole glances at each other at those words. They knew as well. But how many would die during that process? The scene of massacre Dokitis had shown them at the end was too threatening for them to charge in with just a sliver of possibility. At that moment. Boom. The faint light coming out from beneath the Attilan floating up in the sky brightened up a bit. A very slight change. But this much was enough to threaten the people. Damn, is that thing going to start up again? Akiji clenched her teeth after hearing the mumbles of the people. The people who didn't even know who Hansu was were their lifeline. And the Attilan which shone in the skies which seemed like it could assault them at any moment. She had heard that it wouldn't activate for a while from Hansu's words. But Akiji's own legs trembled as well after thinking of the amount of people who had been erased from that light. Even in the midst of this chaos, the people split into two groups. People who couldn't hold back the rage against Dokitis any longer and were about to charge right back in. And those who were standing in place because they couldn't completely wash off the fear they had against him. At that moment. Akiju. I have an even better idea. Akiju turned around and looked at the one who spoke those words. And then frowned. Kareem. Leader of the guards, Kareem. The loyal protector of the village. Others might have been different, but Kareem's words were hard to ignore. Akiju spoke towards Kareem. What are your thoughts, Kareem? Kareem pointed towards the sky. To be exact, at the satellite fortress, the Attilan, that was still floating high up in the skies. The Attilan which had sunk down quite far by this time could be reached by jumping off from a nearby cliff even without any skills. Kareem, the one who pointed towards the Attilan, spoke out. We all take over that thing. During the time Hansu buys for us. That. Kareem spoke out confidently at Akiji's reaction. This would be much more helpful. To that brave Hansu fellow. Kareem then pulled something out from his pockets. A book. Akiji stared at Kareem. Reincarnator, Chapter 165, Fallen God, 3. Makal heard the proposition of Kareem in the distance and then got lost in thought. Three choices had suddenly appeared in front of them from Kareem's proposition. First. They could continue their path and go into the Green Road. Second. Follow Kareem and take over the giant satellite fortress, the Attilan. Third. Follow Akiji to help Hansu and kill Dokitis. Damn. This is hard. Makal muttered. The moment she made a wrong choice, she might even lose her life at worst. And the problem was that none of the three things was a guaranteed thing. Nobody knew how dangerous the Green Road was. Same with helping Hansu. But, Kareem's proposition is quite similar to those then as well. She didn't know if taking over the satellite fortress, the Attilan, was possible by helping Kareem. No, what would they even do after taking it over? Kareem smiled after seeing the expressions of nearby people and then shook the item in his hands. That is. It was just a single book. While everybody including Makal were making confused expressions. Kareem looked at Akiju as he laughed. Akiju, do you know? As to how long I have been in this village? Akiju made a confused expression. Nobody knew how long Kareem had been in the village for. Even when the previous village leader had left without a word, the captain of the guards had still been Kareem. And as she had heard, Kareem was the captain of the guards even before that. If one looked at it, he was actually the true leader of the village from how long he had been in the village. Even Akiju had learned everything about the village from the captain of the guards, Kareem, when she had become the village's leader. And the reason why the guards had been able to become so great was thanks to Kareem. Since Kareem, who had been in the village longer than anybody, had raised the current guards since when they were just greenas. Being much stronger than the other guards was second, the reason that the guards couldn't go against Kareem was because he had disciplined them for a very long time. If there wasn't such a large event as this. While Akiju was making a forced smile. Kareem continued to speak. I've been here for quite a while. Do you know why I have been able to survive for so long? Everyone made confused expressions. They had never actually thought about it. Since there wasn't anything that was very weird about it. There was a reason for it. If one was strong, staying at the village was quite a nice decision as well. There was no danger of being offered as an offering and they could stand at the top of the village due to their strength. The occasional first-level beasts were quite strong but staying here was a much better choice than going through the Green Road where swarms of those beasts existed. Kareem spoke towards the confused people. It was to find out a method. A method to land a blow to those guys. No, that wasn't it. It was just to land a blow onto that Arukan guy over there. Kareem then raised something in his hands. Intel. This is all the intel I have gathered about the Arukans and the higher races. What? How? Kareem smiled at those words. It's not what I gathered but it is something handed down upon the village leaders and captain of the guards. It's not something that one person has completed. Akiju frowned at Kareem's words. Then why didn't I know about this? And the others? Kareem shook his head. Think about it, think about others knowing that we are collecting such intel as this. How do you think they'll react to Docetus who has come to gather the offerings? Ikija nodded at those words. There was a clear difference in reaction between preparing a blow and falling into despair after not having been able to figure out anything. If something reached Docetus's ears, who could hear and see everything, then the entire village will fall in danger. Me holding onto it doesn't really have that much meaning. It's because it has been said to be given to one person who can be trusted and has a large influence. If I had perhaps left the village, then this document would have been handed over to you, Ikiju. Anyways, this isn't the important part. My proposition is very simple. Let's take over that satellite fortress. We control that. Everyone, including Ikiju, laughed. That satellite fortress was indeed very useful, since they knew about its uses very well. But if it was possible, would the Urukans just leave them be? The reason why the humans had been able to survive until now was because they had been treated as toys by the higher races and had been ignored most of the time. But what if they actually thought the humans posed a threat to them? There wasn't even a need to think about it. They'll just bring the satellite fortress and wipe them out. If they take over the satellite fortress? No way. Their main forces would pop out and destroy that satellite fortress. Kareem nodded as if he had read the people's thoughts. No, that's not it. Think about how many treasures would be aboard that thing. It's the satellite fortress of Docetus. Could it even be compared to the armory of the village? A treasure vault above their heads. A battlefield where they could die. It was obvious which choice they would make. When Makal had been looking at Kareem with the resentful expressions, the surroundings people's eyes turned into one of greed. Can we look a bit at the book? Even Ikija started to slowly walk towards Kareem. Boom. Boom. Hantu and Docetus were ruthlessly clashing in the midst of the village. Every time the front claws of Docetus clashed with the weapon in Hansu's hands, the little bits of remaining buildings got smashed apart and crumbled. The moment Hansu dodged the attack and moved back after destroying the outer wall of the armory. Boom. Docetus's front claw smashed through the wooden walls and smashed down onto Hansu. An attack which came out from his giant stature and utilized its reach to the max. It's a bit awkward to dodge it. If he was fighting from a distance, then it would be easy to dodge it. But Hansu was fighting against the Docetus up close. Since he knew that he won't be able to win just by dodging. Even just their body parts, the differences in their size were more than 2 times. And the reach difference was even worse since his race already had longer front legs. If he couldn't get close, then he wouldn't even be able to attack. And Docetus' actual body had long turned into quite a rag. The shining fur that had covered his body like a chained mail had long been smashed apart, and the metallic dark skin had long been turned into a mess. It wasn't just 1 or 2 injuries. Sword, spear, axe, scythe, chains. Injuries created by numerous types of weapons had long turned Docetus' skin into a mess. And his entire body was bleeding as well. But Docetus was clearly winning in the clash within the center of the village, which had perfectly depicted an oasis. Since fighting up close meant that he had to get into the danger zone as well. Boom. Hansu couldn't dodge Docetus' attack, which slashed onto him and got hit by it. Crunch. The forked lightning curved as if it would break. It actually curved to the point of snapping. Docetus' strength was this great. In conclusion, even the forked lightning was just a well-made weapon without any mana. That won't do. The moment Hansu pulled out the forked lightning. Kaigagagagak. The 3 claws that were already radiating a vicious aura slashed right down onto Hansu's chest, onto the 1,000 soldiers' armor and the dragon's scales. The 1,000 soldiers' armor lived up to its name of being a solo numbering and had withstood most of the attack, but couldn't completely block the force behind the attack. The clash was so harsh that one of those extremely hard claws had actually broken off and got embedded within the armor. Boom. Hansu couldn't handle the force behind the attack and got sent flying back along with the 1,000 soldiers' armor. Like a volleyball that had been hit by a powerful strike. Boom. Docetus slowly walked towards Hansu, who had smashed through 6 buildings and had smashed onto the ground with a leisurely expression. He received quite a large amount of damage himself as well, but Hansu had received the damage as well. With his own body. Docetus, who had gotten much more laid back from before, had organized the situation in his minds while fighting and had figured things out. As to why all the mana had frozen. Why the Attilan, the satellite fortress, had stopped working, and why the mana in his body, which had been flooding before, had completely frozen. But he knew now. Kahihihe. You insolent bastard. Going up against me with just that. It was impossible with just the strength of the humans. No, it was impossible even for the 3 higher races, including the Urukans. Only the losers who had fallen beneath their feet. Only the artifacts of those guys could do such a thing like this. Sealing Jade. It was indeed amazing. But that was the limit. Since the Attilan will recover soon. Of course it would all end if he died before that happened, but Docetus was happy. Once it recovers, I should go back to the main base and refill the mana crystal. Since he didn't know if an unknown problem might have occurred, it was good to go back to the main base and resupply. Hansu didn't reply to those words, lifted the broken claw of Docetus and fed it to the 1,000 soldiers' armor. Crunch crunch. The strange-looking armor opened its mouth and devoured Docetus' claws. The ripped and smashed parts of the armor got mended a bit as the color darkened slightly. As if it had evolved even after eating a claw. This was why my attacks weren't working ever since before, huh? I guess that works even without mana. Is it because it's alive? The previous attack should have turned that guy's armor into pieces. But that guy had held on and was continuing to fight against him. This was all because of that special armor. Well, there's not much time left for him anyway. Docetus giggled. Anyways, why aren't your friends coming to you with reinforcements? Hee, it's been quite a while since they should have gotten here. Hansu laughed as he looked at Docetus' expression, which was filled with confidence. Why are you so confident? Even Docetus wasn't really in a leisurely situation. If Ikija came with the reinforcement, then he would die no matter what. Docetus laughed as he spoke. He wondered a bit, but it was clear after he had come this far. Shall I tell you since you'll die soon? Your reinforcements won't come no matter what. This is because Docetus, who was holding back his words, was making fun of Hansu clearly. Hansu cut off Docetus and completed his sentence. Is it because there's a mudfish? Asterisk. Docetus stopped as he looked at Hansu. I guess you know some things. Hansu chucked. Well, I don't know the details, but I know quite a bit about the person who made this village you see. Clementine. The first leader of the village. A name that's quite nostalgic. There weren't that many people who knew about that name, since her nickname was much more famous than her name in his world. Mad Monarch. Asterisk. A person who had led the humans into destruction. Oasis was one of the ceasefire villages the Mad Monarch had set up. Ikiju. You judge it? As to who the person the Mad Monarch had left behind is. He couldn't clearly tell who it was. But if the traces of the Mad Monarch existed, then it would clearly appear. At this moment. And, this moment where the village has fallen is the best chance to erase that trace. Then it would be a profit. Clementine. I will pull out all the roots of your remnants. Yuke. Ikiju. Why? The people freaked out as they looked at Kareem and Ikiju. Since Ikiju, who had approached Kareem to talk, had swung her right fist. Well, Ikiju had actually tried to smash Kareem's heart, but it had failed because Kareem had backed away after throwing away his right arm. You were hiding your skills, huh? Ikiju mumbled as he looked at Kareem. She had always thought that she would win if she fought with Kareem even without any mana or skills. But the movements Kareem had shown her just before were completely different. Fushishishik. Kareem didn't fall into dismay despite having his arm cut off and just looked between his arm and Ikiju. And then spoke with a cold expression. How did you know? Ikiju then touched the blade on her gauntlet, which came out from the Scarlet Yang armor, and then thought of the words of Hansu from before. How did you know? As I see it, it's not you. If there is a person who is causing chaos in the village and that person has stayed in the village longer than you. And if that guy's proposition was benefiting the higher race more than the humans, whichever way you saw it, then kill them without mercy. The village I have protected for so long. For it to be created from an agreement between the higher races and a traitor of the humans. Damned bastards. Ikiju grinned at her teeth. Translator's note, to those who haven't read the post notes. A few things were revealed in this chapter. 1. Clementine is actually the Light Monarch. 2. Light Monarch is a female. 3. Ekdug mistranslated Light Monarch in the fast because light and mad could be spelled the same way and he didn't have enough context, so he is changing it now to Mad Monarch. TL, Dr. Clementine equals Light Monarch. Light Monarch dash Mad Monarch. Reincarnator, Chapter 166, Test, 1. Boom. Boom. Docetus smashed Hansu in front of his eyes. A human who was surprisingly clashing against him even without any mana. Though Hansu was being pushed back, just being able to fight with him this much was a feat. If there were 2 guys like this Hansu guy, then I would have been long dead already. A suspicious guy who knew a lot and had a lot of secrets. A memory of the past were thought up as he saw Hansu in front of him. The 3 people who had swept the entire yellow zone by themselves. Yet, just like them, he is an element that could possibly be dangerous. The past. They, the Arokans, Akalachias and Rebelungs had pushed out the losers and were fighting each other for superiority. Well, back then it was 4 races and not 3. Since another race called the Makrons existed. Anyways, these 4 races clashed with each other every day. There was no time for rest. Everybody was desperate and their enemies were not somebody who they could drop their guards against. Lines were created and territories were made, but these territories constantly changed day to day from their clashes. A war where satellite fortresses clashed with satellite fortresses and civilizations clashed with civilizations. Everyone had been exhausted from the battle, but they could not give up the war no matter what. Since the material to support their civilization, though, was always in need. Then one day. Has it been 14 years? A new race had popped out in the outermost areas of their territory. They hadn't known at first. Since the place those guys appeared at, the Kangri worm's habitat, was filled with the smell they hated and not a single trace of monocrystal came out from that location. It was a useless land for them. And it was extremely vast. Them finding out about it was actually pure coincidence. But there wasn't a reason to pry further into it after having found them. The 4 races' curiosity led them over to that area in order to check the new things, but they only smirked at them and stopped caring about them. Since the new things were extremely weak. Well, they were quite unique and strong, but that strength was too small to handle their civilization. This was why they had stomped on them and played around with them. They had been stressed by the war already. Those humans were valuable toys. And in conclusion, those humans had all ran away into the vast jungle. Though it was all their territory, there were parts that were more important and parts that weren't. They defended the important parts with satellite fortresses just in case of invasions from opposing races, but of course they would leave the non-important ones by themselves. Since there was a limit to how many satellite fortresses they had. After this discovery, the 4 races stopped caring about the humans and refocused on the war. If seen, then they would play with them, but they would just ignore them if they weren't seen. There weren't any problems up to this point. Until one of the 4 major races, the Makrons, fell by the humans' hands. Well, the other 3 races were the ones who had dealt the fatal strike when the Makrons had taken a blow by the humans. Which meant that these bug-like things had more than enough strength to shake the battlefield. The humans had quickly run away above after only doing this much, but Docetus was truly shocked back then. He was able to ignore the names of the other bugs, but he clearly remembered the 3 who had caused that storm. Ares, Keldian, Kangti. Only then had the 3 races all started to sweep through the giant jungles. Though the humans had taken all their remaining people up above as quick as possible, there might have been some left behind. But there was a limit to how much they could search within the jungle. How much time would they need to find and eradicate each and every one of those humans? It might have been possible with the satellite fortresses, but numerous tens of them would just be used as scouts. If they used the satellite fortresses that way, then the opposing races would instantly cross over to their territories. since the humans weren't dangerous to the point of causing the three races to unite. While the three races had been lost in thought, she had come up. Clementine. That extremely insolent bastard. If you help me, then I'll make it so the humans won't be able to interfere with you anymore. Let's make a treaty. I will train the humans completely. And in return, it's already been 12 years since we made the alliance, huh? It's been quite a while. Anyways, things have become quite annoying. Kareem clicked his tongue as he looked at Akija raging at him while holding onto the book. These are all tricks set up by that guy. How could they even figure things out such as this? This isn't something that you can simply gather. He had even lost the book because his right arm had been cut off. He had been hiding it well for a long time, but for him to get caught so suddenly, I was too impatient. He needed a reason in order to move the people. He took out the book because of that, but for it to bite him in the ass instead. But his judgment was correct. Since he couldn't sit by and watch Docatus die as an ally, he thought about backing away from the whole situation, but it didn't seem like such a lame reason would work. Kareem admitted the facts. Well, you're correct. This village was actually created from a convention with the higher races. Huh. Everybody were flustered at Kareem, who admitted things so easily. For him to admit that he was a traitor with his own mouth. But Kareem just stopped the bleeding on his arm as he looked around his surroundings. And a few guards had gathered around Kareem. Guards who had been in the village for the longest time. Those guys were traitors as well, huh? Akija grinned at her teeth while looking at that Kareem and then shouted at the surrounding people. This is the fact. What are you going to do? Are you going to leave those sinners be? Everyone, who had been previously making confused expressions, suddenly made enraged expressions as they pointed their gaze at Kareem. For him to be like this. And out of those who had been dragged away as offerings, their family and comrades existed. Even without that, the higher races were things that they couldn't really look at in a positive way. For him to betray the humans and hold hands with the higher races. And for that traitor to be the captain of the guards of the village, Kareem. As high as their hopes had been raised up, their disappointment was large and the feeling of betrayal had skyrocketed. This bastard. Kill him. The people slowly surrounded Kareem with enraged expressions. The lives of Kareem's group looked like a candle in front of a strong gale in front of the enraged villagers. It was a situation where they couldn't use mana or skills. Kareem and his group had to deal with everybody with just their pure body strength. Thousands of enraged villagers. Against just around 10 people. But Kareem's expression wasn't dark. No, it was too calm for a person who was about to get beaten to death. Kareem looked around his surroundings. I didn't answer before, right? Do you know how long I have been here for? Everyone stopped in their tracks. Kareem, who thought he had stimulated the people's curiosity, continued to speak. 12. It's 12 years. What? The same number as the age of the village. The village needed to continually run in order to fulfill Clementine's plans, and somebody needed to manage it. This was why Clementine had left behind a few people, such as Kareem, in order to manage the villages. The others thought that the captain of the guards had changed a few times, but this was but a rumor. Since there wasn't anybody else who had been in the village for 12 years. Kareem had continued to act as the captain of the guards during all that time. Since it was much more comfortable to work in the shadows as the captain of the guards rather than being the leader of the village who was always in the limelight. As people stared at him, Kareem continued to speak. Aren't you curious? Why there are less than 10 people? I should have a lot more forces if I gathered them for 12 years. Everyone nodded at those words. Dealing with the village wasn't that hard even with just such a small number, but it was better to have more allies in case of emergencies. Good. Kareem laughed inwardly. Curiosity was really a dangerous thing. Since it even made the people, who were enraged, listen to him. Ikiju. Shall we see how many of those villagers you protected will follow you? Kareem wasn't standing tall without any reason. The moment Kareem was about to speak of another proposition. Boom. Something flew in from the distance. A single red beam of light. Ikiju, who was wearing the scarlet yang armor, dashed in quickly and aiming for Kareem's heart. Fuck. Block it. As Kareem shouted out in shock. The 9 guards behind Kareem pulled out their weapons and stood in front. Even Ikiju had her mana sealed. The only thing they could rely on was their runes. Suppressing Ikiju was easy with 9 of them. But there was something they had forgotten about. That Ikiju wasn't alone either. The moment the guards were about to create a formation. Humph. How dare you? Our mighty village leader is going up. You fight with us. Kaa. Kong. Tens of people struck out from behind Ikiju like lightning and rushed up to the guards in front of Kareem. Kareem and the guards felt uneasy after checking the identity of those people. Since they weren't any pushovers. Karhul. Sebastine. You insane bastards. Why are these guys with Ikiju? First area team's leader and teammates. After coming out from behind Ikiju, they started to clash with the guards in front of Ikiju. Boom. Boom. Damn it. Kareem was shocked at seeing the clash between the guards and the hunters and was about to grasp his precious weapon and jump in. There was no mana right now. The gap between the guards and hunters had been shortened quite a bit. Even if his followers were strong, 30 of the first area's teammates could easily deter and buy time against 9 guards. But at that moment, something flew through the hunters and the guards at an extreme speed. Yuke. Kareem, who was just about to jump in, unconsciously backed up and hurriedly swung his weapon in his left arm. This fucking bitch. Boom. The guillotine in his left hand flew through the air in order to cut apart the red beam flying towards him. Even if his right arm had been cut off, he was still the captain of the guards. And one of the followers of Clementine. An attack that could have split apart any normal hunter into 2 had flown towards his opponent. But his opponent wasn't just some normal hunter. Damn. His opponent was Ikiju. A powerhouse at the top of the pyramid in the midst of the village which was filled with powerhouses already. And surprisingly, Ikiju hadn't dodged the guillotine. Kaeduadyuduk. The body of Ikiju wearing the scarlet yang armor twisted and turned as she received the blow of the guillotine. The Scarlet Yang armor was quite strong too, but the guillotine was also an amazing weapon. The Scarlet Yang armor protecting the back of Akiju got smashed apart and a wound had been left behind on her back. But Kareem couldn't laugh, since Akiju had gotten all the way to his face from the previous clash. And soon. Kwayayak. Kibhuk. Kareem was injured on his shoulder as quickly backed up. It was too close. If he had been a second too late, then his entire arm would have been cut off. Back and shoulder. Though Akiju's wound was deeper, it was clear who held the upper hand from the clash. A right arm which had been cut off. An almost cut off left arm. As Akiju stormed him with attacks, Kareem had been pushed back to the brim as he could not attack properly. Kook. I need time to convince the others. Akiju. You damned bastard. Do you even know what you're causing right now? Are you still the leader of the village? You need to choose the best choice. You should at least hear me out. As Kareem shouted out in desperation while watching Akiju, who wasn't even giving him a single second to talk to the surrounding people. Akiju smiled coldly. She had so enraged that her normal attitude had long disappeared. What you are trying to say isn't the important part, you trash. What? As Kareem was confused. Akiju slashed Kareem back as she spat out her words. The important thing is what side you're on. Who does your damn tongue work for? Us humans. Or Docatus. Damn. Kareem only then realized that he had been mistaken greatly. That Akiju wasn't acting for her own greed or survival. Sigh. I thought that you would become the same as others in times of danger. Kareem gave up and then laughed out viciously. Ha 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 ha. You guys will all die now. You'll regret not listening to. At that moment. Slash. Kareem's entire head had been hit. By Akiju's fist. We didn't worry about it in the first place that much anyway. We'll solve our problems ourselves, you traitorous bastard. Ugh. Even before they could jump in, it had all happened in an instant. All the people who had been watching sighed out. Since the end of one of the most authoritative people in the village had happened so suddenly. Akiju watched these people as she muttered. But, is this really the right choice? Hansu, do you know what this guy tried to say? A voice that was too confident for it to just be a random curse. Akiju looked towards the location where the sounds of Docatus and Hansu's clash was coming from with a worried expression. Reincarnator, Chapter 167, Test, 2. The representatives of the three races asked Clementine. You will make it so we won't have to worry about the humans. How so? This Clementine was very impudent, but her proposition itself was quite alluring. For her to be able to get rid of the human problem for them. In a full frontal clash, the higher races would beat the humans no matter what. But if the humans used other tactics, then the story would change. Since the ones from before had shown them already. By giving the Makrons a fatal blow. And so the three representatives listened in on what Clementine had to say. I'll create a trap for all the humans who will come up from now on. With a very tasty bait in it. Create a village. And make everyone who came up from here gather to this point. Then they would educate and threaten them with the system and the rules of the village and give them an idea that they would die if they left the villages. This would allow them to create a hierarchy system as well as allowing the higher races to receive offerings. Many birds with a single stone. Since they would be able to implant the seed of fear from the higher races into the humans with ease and divide them so they won't be able to trust each other. But if they only give them fear, then the humans might work up. What else would they think about except escaping from the village which the higher races controlled, who treated them as bugs? So they would add the hope factor. Even a rat will bite when it's pushed back to the walls. That was the reason why you guys had received a blow in the face. The humans need an escape hole, only then would they not think about other things. By creating a path ahead called the Green Road. They created a path between the territorial boundaries and made all the humans head towards that way. So that these guys won't run away into the jungle in fear. And Clementine's plans were extremely successful. After all this had been set up, the three higher races had been able to control every single humans who came up with just a single satellite fortress. Since they just needed to go around the hope-filled villages and manage them. And even the villages were controlled by Clementine's followers. And they just needed to go around the villages from time to time and have some fun. Humans filled with thoughts of retaliation were danger factors for them. But the trained humans were not dangerous to them at all. A very satisfying result. So the three races had asked. Why are you doing this? Why are you betraying your race and doing such things? This Clementine wasn't really that different from the three humans from before who had shaken them. No, she might even be greater. If Clementine had led the humans, then the three races would have had to struggle much more. Clementine laughed coldly at those words. And spoke out her terms. Damn, but why has it turned like this? Docatus thought of the terms with Clementine and then made an expression of disbelief. Boom. Boom. Akiju, Karhul, and everybody else had encircled Docatus and were attacking him without end. Right before Docatus had been able to kill the bug in front of him. That Akiju girl had led every human around here and had ran over here in order to hunt him down. You bastard. Die. Fucking bitch. Anton died because of you. Enraged people attacked Docatus from all directions. Every throwable weapons in the armory had been sent towards Docatus. Qaaa. The enraged Docatus tried to rush up and rip the humans apart, but he couldn't. Where are you going? Boom. Since Hansu held him down every time he tried to. And thanks to this, Docatus had been receiving the assault of tens of bugs that he could destroy with just a single swipe. A few wasn't really a problem, but the story changed when the number increased to thousands. There was no way he could hold on receiving these attacks that were coming down at him like rain. Docatus got desperate and shouted out. Ruwayar. You damned humans. Kareem. What is that Kareem guy doing? This was not a scene he had expected to happen, ever. Since this shouldn't have happened. Diomnia. You dumb humans. Do you even know what you guys are doing right now? Have you heard nothing from Kareem? The people stopped at those words. They were already quite nervous. As to what the final words Kareem had tried to say were. Though the remaining guards were followers of Karim, there was no intel from them as if they didn't know much. Docatus made a bright expression after seeing this. Ha 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 ha. Dumbass. That's what I thought. You shouldn't be doing this if you heard the story. It seems that worthless Karim had died even before he was able to say this. There was a chance. If they were doing this even after hearing the story of Karim, then there was no hope left for him. But if they hadn't heard Karim yet, there was a chance for his survival. Boom. Docatus smashed away the incoming golden spear of Hansu as he shouted out loudly towards the surrounding people. You dumb bastards. Shall I tell you a fun story? It's about that Clementine person. Damn. Ikija tried to shut him up, but Docatus was much more stronger than Karim, who had lost his arms. Truth started to come out from the Docatus's mouth while he was jumping around like a wounded beast. Loud enough to the point that everyone in the village could hear. Docatus, who had been appointed as the harvester, and managed the humans, and Clementine, the executor of the plan, had shared quite a large amount of stories while creating the Green Road. Though Docatus treated the humans as bugs, Clementine stimulated one's curiosity quite a lot. Clementine always spoke out, as if it was a habit, even while creating the village. I need more people. More people. Why? You can live as a king here? If it's you, then we might even be able to let you live as a king here. Clementine made a mysterious smile at those words and then mumbled. My goal isn't here but much higher up. I need more people for that. Though the strength of individuals were important, but numbers were also an important factor in determining the strength of a group. But there was a problem. The battle never ended and there was always competition. The clash with outside forces was harsh, but the bigger problem was the internal dispute between the humans. The fact that they didn't have any knowledge as to who to target was an even larger problem. Since they didn't know when the people, whom they had entrusted their lives to, would backstab them. At least if they hadn't been comrades for numerous years. And this problem will continue even after they gone up. And an environment which changed all the time made it so there was no trust between the people. As danger and responsibility each person needed to bear increased and there were less resources, only more fights would occur. Clementine had continued to think this way, but it was not enough. Since the power of the Helper clan or the Cross clan that had been set up by her enemies were too large. But the moment she saw the yellow zone, and as she saw the three races that didn't really like the humans, Clementine judged that it was the right time to begin her plans. If it was a world controlled by the humans, then controlling everything wouldn't be that hard with just their own strength, but this yellow zone was not the same. The Green Road beginning from the villages were a test. Something that tested the entire human race that the higher races and Clementine's followers had set up. The ones who passed would be sent up and the failures would get turned into an offering. There wasn't a need to send up anybody who would possibly become a threat to her. Docatus continued to speak. Well, usually you will continue to get tested as you go through the Green Road. But since this had happened, let's start the test even faster. That crazy bitch. Everyone swirled their tongue around. These weren't words aimed towards Docatus. They were just shocked at the insane plan that Clementine had set up. Docatus laughed coldly as he looked at the adventurers. Is it too hard? Let's make it simple. Stick by the higher races and decide to go up or side with the humans by playing around with Ikiju and Hansu. It's easy, right? Ugh. Everyone started to mumble. It was clear which side they should side on. Since they were humans. Except the problem was that the winner and what would happen to the loser was too clear. If they side with the humans, then they will all get massacred. How would they be able to survive if the higher races got serious? Good, good. Docatus made a content smile as he saw their reactions. The attacks pouring towards him had been cut by half. Which means that they were pondering. Dumb Karim. If you said this earlier, then things wouldn't have come this far. If Laram had said this earlier, then they would have been divided already and had ran away towards the Green Road and the Great Jungle. There was only one reason why some were still attacking. They were attacking because they thought that they crossed a line they should not have and that they wouldn't be forgiven anymore. Since they crossed the line, they wanted to see the end of it. Since I am mighty, I shall forgive you. Since the attacks had reduced, his body felt much better. Docatus shouted out even louder. Since Hansu and that bitch had did these stupid things, this village will get erased as a whole. Since there are a lot of other villages. Even if I die, it'll be the same. But there is still a final choice for you guys. Stick with me. Then I will follow the agreement I made with Clementine when we created the village and treat you as allies. I will forgive every attack you have made until now. Docatus then smiled. I know that you guys are easily swept up by the mood you see. You aren't in the wrong. The ones who caused you to sway are the ones in the wrong. Docatus made a vicious smile towards Hansu and Ikiju and then spoke out again. I will count to 10. Those who will stick by me. Stop the attacks. I won't even tell you to fight with me. As long as you stop, you will be forgiven. If I die, it'll become troublesome, right? The people were split from those words. The storm-like attacks suddenly decreased in number drastically. And the battlefield suddenly got very quiet. As one person stopped and pondered, everything else happened in an instant. Like a wave, the silence ran throughout the entire village. Of course there were still a few who were still attacking. Aruke. People who had lost their precious friends and family to him. And the people who hadn't thrown their pride of humans away were attacking in a rage. You dumb bastards. This is an amazing chance. A chance to kill that guy. What are you going to do if you miss this chance? One of the people who had stopped attacking spat back. We didn't say we'll join yet. You bastard. We're just thinking about it. What? This fucking bitch. And if you aren't going to guarantee our lives, then how about shutting up? The already nervous and anxious battlefield's emotions swayed from Docatus and on top each other. And soon chaos occurred. Ikija grinned at her teeth as she saw this. This is what Karim trusted. Ikija fell into despair. She had lived with hope. That the village wasn't perfect but was needed. That it was an oasis that gave strength for them to be able to go through the road of hope, the Green Road. But for that road to be just a test arena used for testing humans. It's a real shitty world. What had she fought for until now? At that moment. Boom. Hansu got smashed by Dokitus's attack, flew past Akiju and smashed into the ground. Kudududuk. Dokitus laughed as he spoke after smashing away Hansu. You brat. You shouldn't play around like that with just random information you picked up. What are you going to do now? Dokitus admitted that Hansu was amazing. But there was nowhere enough support from his surroundings for him to dream about treason with just these guys. The humans were, in the end, just livestock they grew. Since this entire world was under their control. It was a bit vague before, but thanks to Clementine, they had been able to gain the complete control. Random huh? Hansu spat out some blood and then grasped onto the forked lightning tightly after landing with a boom. He had told Akiju that this is the last test that he is giving them. Would it be a test if the student received help from the tester? Hansu looked towards the golden castle up in the skies, the Attilan. Reincarnator, Chapter 168, Test, 3. Makal fell into despair as she looked around. Since they had long separated. Damn it. We have to hurry and kill him. You bitch. What do you want us to do? You think we want to die as well? A crossroad of choice which their lives were on the stake. And the people had completely split up after standing in front of this crossroad. But this was obvious. Since the green road that they had a large amount of hope for was just a path towards their own destruction. And according to that guy's words, there was only a single way for them to live. Betraying the humans and sticking by his side. Makal clenched her teeth. They could not win. The gap between them and the higher race, Arukans, was too wide. And they didn't even know anything about their forces. They couldn't even deal with Dokitus, who came to check on the village once every few months. But kill Dokitus here and follow Hansu? The Arukans won't forgive them at all. They would stomp them thoroughly in order to set an example. Deciding which side had the greatest chance of survival for them was very easy. It was just a choice between dying valiantly or surviving like dogs. Hansu. What are you thinking? Makal looked towards Hansu with a confused expression. Kwaeong. Boom. While everybody was splitting up. Kwaeong. Clash. The fight was getting more and more intense. Hansu, Akiju, and a few others were still fighting against Dokitus. Well, they couldn't see the fight but they could hear it. Since Dokitus and the powerhouses who could deal with him had long gotten far away from this place. It might not have been possible if they were surrounding them, but their assists had ended because of their internal disputes. Dokitus used this and had long gotten far away from the surrounding people along with Hansu and the others. Damn, we need to hurry and chase. Those who could go had to chase at least. At that moment, one of the bickering people shouted out loudly. Nobody can leave. Everyone stop. This crazy bastard. For them to completely block everyone instead of having reached a neutral ground. What kind of conversation did they have to reach a result like this? Makal made a dumbfounded expression. Perfect. Hee. Boom. Boom. Dokitus laughed towards Hansu's spear that was flying in. Of course Dokitus wasn't really feeling leisurely or anything. His entire body was in a mess and the attacks that were flying into him were still vicious. But there was no need to worry. As long as the attacks of the weaker ones had stopped, time was on his side. The blue light raining down from the skies was getting brighter and brighter as well. The satellite fortress was radiating a huge amount of energy that couldn't even be compared to that from a single individual. This meant that the Attilan was winning over the ceiling jade and recovering its original power. The crown on his head started to shine a bit more and it started to slowly reactivate the internal scanning system of the Attilan. It had started from the levitation system and slowly worked its way up. The mana inside him was still not moving, but what did that matter? Since most of his strength actually came from the Attilan. The moment Attilan's mana engine reactivated back to full capacity and the attack systems come back online, it will all end. At that moment. I will kill you all. Dokitus grinned at his teeth. His entire body was sore and painful. Even when he had fought with the sages in the past he hadn't gotten injured this badly. He would dish out all this rage and pain he felt right back at them. Matiron. He might say a few things but he should understand. Dokitus grinned at his teeth after thinking of the general of the human area that Clementine had left behind. He had promised to let the one standing by his side live, but the more he fought the angrier he got. There were a lot of villages anyway. It wouldn't matter that much even if he killed them all. Dokitus channeled this rage and smashed Hansu in front of him. If he tried a bit harder then he could probably beat all these guys to death. But there were a lot of risk involved in it and wasn't that fun. Tisk. It's not that easy huh? Dokitus grinned at his teeth as he saw Hansu, who had stabbed a blade into his side while receiving his own attack, shouted at him after Hansu had backed away. Ha ha ha. Everyone out there is going to die because of you. I don't know why you have started all this, but aren't you regretting a bit now? Dokitus smiled. If you give up now at least I'll forgive you. I'm saying this to you girl, Akiju, as well. Why do you think those guys aren't following you? It's because you have no credibility. They're seeing which side will win. Which means you are causing all those guys to die. At that moment. Boom. Kahook. Dokitus received a tough blow while he was speaking out and then got flung out. Hansu, who had smashed Dokitus in the stomach, threw away the smashed hammer and mumbled. Well, you see, your judgment is a bit premature. As to who will win. Heh. Dokitus chuckled. Hansu's spirit was very good but he didn't have the strength to back it up. That was the same as trash. What would he do in a situation like this? And even the Attilan was completing its preparation to activate. The internal scanning system recovered and started to show the inner parts of the Attilan. At that moment. Dokitus frowned as he read the information flowing into him through the crown on his head. Something had invaded the satellite fortress, the Attilan. Some beast-like organism was running through the inner parts of the satellite fortress. It's not just some random beast. Though the mana barrier was gone, the inner structure of the Attilan was still extremely complex. But this invading beast was running through the inner parts of the satellite fortress and was heading towards a specific location. A normal beast wouldn't be able to do this. You've done something. It was clear where the beast was heading to. Mana engine. The structure that was the basis of the Attilan, which activated with mana. The mana engine was the thing that allowed the creation and movement of the satellite fortress. But Docetus just laughed at Hansu. What? Are you going to smash it or something? Figuring things out was another story, but it was impossible to break it. Would they have kept the most important structure without any defenses? The mana crystal was protected by 3 layers of metal walls. A special location that was protected even better than the control room. A Kali crown, huh? How dare he with just that? Even without mana, if that thing tried to get through the triple metal walls, then it would take an eternity. It didn't seem like a normal Kali crown. But the result would still be the same. That engine will start up before he would be able to destroy it. Then he would gain back his powers. He was trusting in that. The moment Docetus was about to smirk at Hansu. Ruoar. The black leopard, which had been completely controlled, the Kali crown, started to cause a ruckus. As if something that had been controlling it had disappeared. At the same time. Ook. Something started to invade through the walls. Through the small gaps in between the walls, through the mana wires connected to the outer engine or the small tunnels created to repair the mana engine. The black cloud started to seep in and started to take over the core of the mana engine. Docetus couldn't hold back anymore. Ha. Ha ha ha. What's it going to do? Is it going to eat over the satellite fortress or something? Ha 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 ha. Docetus even stopped fighting as he laughed out loudly. Wounds opened up and pain intensified, but he couldn't stop laughing. It made no sense whatsoever that Hansu was trying to eat over the satellite fortress with a trick like that. This place, which had the entire authority of control over the Attilan, had 27 artificial intelligence systems inserted into it, and each of them were all protected by 12 layers of fireproof walls. Set up in a way that one needed to take over all 27 of them in order to control the Attilan. This was nowhere close to enough. Don't worry. One's more than enough. What? Docetus frowned. He then checked which system the black clouds were eating up. Energy transmitter. The location the black cloud started to eat up was not the location that was in charge of controlling the satellite fortress. It was actually the location that provided the blue barrier around his body. Docetus scoffed as he saw energy flowing into the location that was in control of giving the user of the satellite fortress strength. He's taking over the most useless part, huh? Somebody who doesn't have the authority wouldn't be able to use the power of that fragment anyway. It was impossible unless they had the crown on his head. But in order to receive the transmission, he needed a receiver. At that moment, Hansu laughed coldly as he pulled out something. You see, I picked up something interesting on the way. Docetus frowned as he saw what that was. That is blue jade. A toy he gave to the hunting dogs. No, it wasn't the blue jade. Since the blue jade couldn't get dyed black. Hansu, who was touching the black color gem, laughed as he spoke. The satellite fortress wasn't his target in the first place. Since to eat up all of it, the dark cloud was nowhere enough. I can do that slowly. But this was more than enough. Then. Boom. The black jade started to aggressively transmit to and receive from the infected mana engine section. Very ruthlessly. Q-u-do-do-do-do. All the intel that was being sent towards Docetus had been cut off. And at the same time the slowly floating Attilan started to fall back down again. As the infected mana engine had forcibly transmitted mana, the other sections which had barely come back had lost their mana. Boom. The ceiling jade, which wanted to suppress, and the black jade, which was radiating energy, started to aggressively clash. And the result was that the black jade won. It wasn't possible to suppress the volcano-like mana that came out from the black jade with the ceiling jade. Though it was but a part, it was still a part of mana that was keeping that giant castle floating. A tremendous amount of mana, that felt like it would melt his body down, surrounded Hansu's body. And during a time when nobody else was able to use the mana that came out from Hansu's body really stood out. And Docetus freaked out as he saw this. How? Even he couldn't control the satellite fortress with such skill. Since if he could do it, then he would have sent out the energy with the crown on his head already. The energy transmitter was actually the last of the systems. But for him to cancel the lock of the mana engine, which had been set to start up the most necessary systems in order, and to forcibly pull out the energy to use it. Even he couldn't do such things. You. How? How did you? Are you a successor of the sages? Knowing the structure of the satellite fortress, knowing that secret, and even being able to forcibly cancel the lock. It's something that wasn't possible unless he was a successor of the sages. I'm not a sage. But why is it surprising? It shouldn't be the first. Indeed, this was not the first time. Suddenly 3 people swept by Docetus's head like lightning. You bastard. Do you remember? Hansu mumbled as he controlled the overflowing mana in his body. His friends had done this already. A similar event such as this. We will transmit everything we have experienced and have seen. Use that to wipe them out. We had run up because we didn't have any preparation and had no strength, but you will be able to do it better. Hansu laughed coldly as he looked at Docetus. A thief not being able to use it properly is obvious. This technology, this fortress, everything from the blue jade to the crown on his head. If these had been created by them and they could use them to their fullest potential, then Hansu wouldn't even have been able to fight against them. The 3 slave races who had lived under the mercy of the sages. But they had stolen the which was the basis of the sages' power and even completely annihilated them, stole their technology and civilization. How could Hansu not ignore them? These were guys who hadn't done anything with their own strength. Because they didn't have the ability to repair and create the artifacts of the sages. Guys who were still fighting with each other in order to gather one extra artifact of the sages. Even those rich fellows who received a huge inheritance would be better than this. Since they were at least successors. These were sinners who had sunk the gods and replaced the gods' position. Let's end this. There's a lot more I need to do other than you. His senses came back as mana appeared and demonic dragon's reinforcement worked again. No, it was more. Since the overwhelming amount of mana was a tremendous amount compared to what he usually had. A tremendous mana that caused the pandemic blade, which he usually focused on the tip of the spear only, to appear like clouds. The surrounding situation flowed into him through the enhanced perception. And he realized why no reinforcements had come. They made the worst possible decision, huh? Hansu mumbled as he swept his senses across where the villagers were gathered back in the distance. Reincarnator, Chapter 169, Test, 4. Boom. Boom. Right before Hansu was about to take control of the Attilan. A fight had broken up between the villagers far away from where Hansu was. Not just a verbal fight but a fight where they held blades against each other. A fight between those who tried to kill Docetus and those who wanted to maintain the current situation. Damn it. We have to go. You may not. These bastards. Karhal grinned at his teeth. Even a neutral ground would be annoying but for them to be like this. We won't ask you to help so get lost. Boom. Then one of the guards who had swung their sword against Karhal shouted out. No way. Kong Hansu. Blame that guy. What? This is all because of that bastard, Kong Hansu. That damned bastard. If he hadn't caused a problem then everything would have continued the way it was. And with this as the start, a few others started to shout out as well. Why did that bitch start all this? He should have just lived the way he was. Mackle grinned at her teeth as she saw this. Including the guard who was shouting right now, about 10% of the people here were attacking in all directions. Though the number was only 10%, the power was closer to 50% of what they had. Since most of the attackers were hunters and guards. Even without mana, they were still much stronger than the farmers. High rankers who had been stomping all over the farmers from a safe location while gaining benefits from the village during the peace the village had been maintaining. Damned bastards. You were safe. Mackle barely dodged an attack of a hunter who was charging at her and then grinned at her teeth. There was a reason for her anger. Even if the village continued the way it was, there weren't that many negative points for those higher up. They wouldn't be picked for the offerings even if they stayed still, and even if Docetus' words were right, they had a high chance of just passing through the numerous tests Clementine had set up and going up to the next zone. It was very possible for those around the level of a guard. But due to the recent events, they didn't know what would happen from now on. Of course the farmers couldn't really relate. Bastards. Was the peace you had made by selling us that good? No, it wasn't peace that was created just by selling them. It was peace created by selling everyone who hadn't been able to pass the test created by Clementine. Peace only for those who have passed. But the minds of the guards swinging their blades against Mackle weren't easy either. It wasn't from fighting against other humans. Damn, fucking damn it. For things to twist and turn like this. Though they were leisurely fighting against the farmers, they were feeling quite anxious. Even if they sided with Docetus, there was no guarantee that he would let them live. The final state of Docetus' body was a mess. His skin had been shredded apart by Hansu and his attacks, the glossing fur had all been burnt off, bones were broken and muscles were destroyed. If they were in Docetus' shoes. And if the things he usually treated as bugs were the ones who attacked him. He would not let them go. Though he would forgive them for now, it would eternally be in his memories. The scene he saw today. And if this memory ticked his brain and made him feel discomfort? It wouldn't be weird for them to suddenly get dragged away and get killed while they are on the green road. The fact that in this already dangerous world, an accident caused by somebody else had made them facing great risks was the reason why they were so enraged. This is why. We have to be on the good side. It was now war. And there was no middle ground to this war. Everybody was their enemy if they weren't on their side. They had to choose one side. And they had been the winners until now. They would be winners this time as well. Dumbass, surviving is the highest priority. They had struggled. For survival. Who cared if this was all a trick or a test existed? They just needed to win. And Docetus needed to live for this. So this was why these guys cannot go attack Docetus. Karhal grinned at his teeth as he attacked a hunter in front of him. You bastards. Fuck off. Docetus had lost his strength. But humans were fighting with each other instead. I'm slowly feeling shittier. Karhal thought of a memory from the past. When he had first come up here. When he had been attacked by the hunting dogs that those guys had set up for fun. Karhal couldn't handle the tremendous amount of mana supplied by the Blue Jade and had to run away. While watching his sibling, whom he had spent a tremendous effort in finding and was treating very well, get transmitted by the blue light. If those things had come out from the beginning and had swept them apart then he wouldn't have been angry anyway. But they had instead played around with them with their superior strength. Making the humans fight with each other and watching that scene. Damn bastards. I cannot miss this opportunity no matter what. The time for revenge had finally come. Karhal then thought of Hansu. He still couldn't understand quite a lot about him. He didn't know what Hansu was thinking about. But one thing was clear. That there aren't many people who did things that didn't make sense. He needed to follow those who did things that didn't make sense. People whose actions did not make sense at all in this damned world where saving one's own life and raising their strength was of utmost importance. This was why he had helped Akiju and was why he was helping Hansu now. Karhal and the others who had decided to go against Docetus were having similar thoughts as they fought. They weren't fighting just from high spirits and belief in Hansu. At this rate, we'll get killed even if we go up. From the previous event, the balance that had controlled the village had been smashed apart. They had despised Hansu at first but the words of Docetus had helped them resolute their minds. The rules set up for the higher races and the traitors of mankind deserve to be destroyed. The ones who are blocking the destruction of this are the same kind. Kill them. These bastards. If they couldn't see any hope it might have been different but as Docetus had almost been killed, the ones appearing in front of them to block their path had enraged them greatly. But the moment the enraged Karhal was about to smash the hunter in front of him. Boom. Huh. From the distance. A pillar of light exploded out from where Hansu and Docetus had been fighting. A blue, holy pillar of light. And the moment they saw it. Oh no. Karhal and the others fell into despair. Since that pillar of light, which came down from the Attilan, only meant one thing. The guard who was attacking Karhal laughed out loudly. You ha 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 ha. See. What could that guy do? You guys are now all dead. But at that moment, Ruoar. A pain-filled roar rang throughout the entire vicinity. So loud that everyone could hear clearly. Ruoar. Get a hostage. A hostage? What? Everyone made confused expressions at the pain-filled screams of Docetus. Heh heh, did you really think that things would go your way? Docetus laughed weakly towards Hansu even whilst gasping for air. And there was a huge hole on the belly of Docetus. A single strike. His right arm had been blown apart by Hansu, who had regained his mana, and a hole had been created in his belly. But Docetus had been able to barely avoid getting hit in the vital parts because Hansu's condition wasn't at its peak. Since the body wouldn't magically regenerate instantly even if one's mana came back. If Hansu was in peak condition then he would have definitely died from the previous attack. Since Hansu's body was overflowing with a tremendous amount of mana. But, it's too late. Since Docetus, whose body was numerous times stronger than Hansu's, still knew about the situations of the villagers in the distance even without mana. Since they have chosen to follow me, they should know what to do. And as he expected, they instantly realized the situation and started to follow his orders. Arg. This bastard. Damn. Hurry and capture them. The other side had a lot more in number but the ones following Docetus had higher individual strength. They instantly figured out the situation and followed Docetus's orders by suppressing the others one by one and grouping up. Good. Good. Hee hee. What are you going to do now? Are you going to throw them all away? What about the ones caught as hostages? No, the hostages might not matter but are you even going to kill all those who follow me? Docetus blocked the slowly regenerating hole in his belly and started to laugh as if he had gained some leisure. Those guys are those who would have gotten to the next stage without any problems without you. But because of your deeds they have chosen such extreme measures. They are just struggling to survive but, are you going to kill them all? Just because they didn't side with you? Ha ha ha. Ikiju is much better than this. What a tyrant. If the hostages were important then Hansu wouldn't be able to kill him. But Hansu didn't really react to Docetus's words. He didn't get angry or feel flustered. Since there was no reason to. Hansu spoke towards Docetus without any expression. What are you saying? Are you playing around or something? Hansu wouldn't kill them if they had stayed in the middle grounds at least. Since Hansu also agreed with Docetus's words to some extent. Since struggling to survive wasn't wrong. Even he had struggled and fought against others in order to survive and beat his competitors in the yellow zone back in the past. If he didn't have his trait, which started to show its might from around the yellow zone, he would have definitely died. But Hansu didn't have the leisure to care about everyone over there. Since it would be war from now on. I have to pick them out. Those who I will go with and those who I won't go with. Hansu understood Clementine's opinions to an extent. People that can't be trusted will only hold him down. There was a reason why the emperors of the past purged dangerous generals and lieges as well as killing off traitors. The stronger they were, the more dangerous they were. Letting everyone in was like bringing up a bomb onto the boat. If Hansu had some leisure and could guarantee his win at any given moment then he would have definitely persuaded everyone there to take them. Since just letting them die in such a situation is a waste of their lives. But he wasn't fighting with the complete assurance and confidence that he would be able to win. The reason for him killing Docetus and starting the fight against the higher races was not because he could win. He did it because he had to. Him coming to the past was not because he always had the confidence to twist every event and win at every situation. The thing he had brought back was just a possibility. Even with the knowledge of the future, not everything was solved. Since even the alchemists were worried while setting up the plan. We can only feel the limits of our capability. Sorry. Setting up a perfect plan while accounting for every possibility in this plan, only a god could do this. We beg of you. Just do your best. They didn't know what Hansu would gain. He might be able to get something even better and he might not even be able to gain anything. They didn't know who will come into the plan and what kind of change would occur. Of course there wasn't any guaranteed plan. Set up the best suited plan for every situation with the knowledge of the future as the base. It was like dangerous tightroping. Since the enemy was that powerful. Even if the situation was dire for others, he couldn't allow this. This was just the start and more extreme situations would continue to occur. Crossroads would continue to appear. What Hansu needed right now was people who could follow him even in a situation like this. Choice is free but you should take responsibility. He might win and the ones who followed him might face glory. But on the other hand, the ones who chose Docetus and the higher races might win and laugh instead. They weren't in the wrong. This was war and the ones who died in war didn't die because they were in the wrong. It was just the one who they chose to side with, in this case Docetus, had lost. That was it. Hansu clenched onto the forked lightning in his hands and looked at Docetus. Don't throw all the blame onto me. Do you even know the amount who have died because of you? The casualties caused by Clementine and the higher races amount to tens of millions. If he didn't smash apart the current situation and destroy them, the amount of people who would come up to get sacrificed would be needed to counted by the hundreds of millions. This was why he was going to do his best. In order to destroy them. Along with everyone who sides with them. Everyone was clearly identified from Hansu's enhanced perceptions. Those who would side with him and those who would go against him. The test ends now. In an instant. Rumbling. The mana that had been rotating around Hansu's body roared as it all started to get sucked in somewhere. Towards his skill, the pandemic blade. Rumbling. The spores of the pandemic blade greedily devoured the mana and started to increase in size. As if they were trying their best to mimic the scene they had caused in order to bring ruin to an entire world. To the point of even making the demonic dragon's reinforcement disappear. At this time Hansu's trait activated. 7 stars. The spores who had been supplied with mana to the brim started to change and get reconstructed from Hansu's trait. More powerful. More vicious. Whoosh. The yellow spores around Hansu's body twisted and turned as even their color changed to a bloody red color. And soon, boom! The bloody storm which had exploded out with Hansu as the center started to rush towards where the villagers were in the distance. Reincarnator, Chapter 170, Embers, 1. Huff, huff. The hunters and the guards who had captured hostages and had grouped up in a circle were all breathing roughly. They had pushed themselves in order to capture the hostages in the midst of a fierce clash, so they had all received a large injury. Damn. How did we turn out like this? The guard, Carlton, who had captured a hostage, suddenly grinned at his teeth. They had been filled with the glory of victory as the Attilan had started back up. But Docetus wouldn't have made them do this if he had won, and the Attilan was the way it was supposed to be. Docetus had lost. Badly enough to the point he needed hostages. Damn. The others around them slowly started to surround them en masse. From the vicious aura of those people, Carlton's hand unconsciously tightened the grip on the neck of his hostage. They weren't attacking him as if they were mindful of the hostage, but the result was clear at this rate. Damn. At this rate. The injuries he had gotten when he had pushed himself to acquire a hostage during the battle suddenly throbbed. Danger and pain mixed with each other as it brought urgency and rage. Carlton raised the broken blade in his right hand onto the hostage's neck and shouted. You bastards. If you don't want to see this bitch losing her head, then move out of the way. Oh no, Mackle. You bastard, let go of her. Carlton, who was about to already go crazy from one of the farmers surrounding him cursing at him, was enraged. Bastard. You want me to show what a true bastard is, you bitch? There were a lot of hostages anyway. As long as they had the hostages, the surrounding people won't be attacked them easily. He had to show them now. As to what would happen if they didn't move out of the way. Look well. To what happens to this bitch. If you don't move, then from now on. But as Carlton shouted and was about to cut off the head of the girl called Mackle. Boom. A tremendously loud sound roared in from the distance. Carlton flinched after sending the tremendously vicious aura and looked towards where the sound was coming from. And then freaked out. Yook. A tremendous bloody tsunami was rushing from across the horizon where Hansu and Docetus were fighting. Uaa. Everyone freaked out as they saw the giant red storm charging towards them across the ruins from the distance. A bloody storm that made one feel fear from just a glance. Carlton saw the tremendous amount of mana stored within that storm and almost released the neck of the hostage and backed away. That was how much the tsunami-like storm had freaked him out. An aura that made him feel like it would even shred his bones apart if it just grazed him. But Carlton forcibly suppressed his instinct, which was screaming at him to run away. What would he do by running away? He didn't know what Hansu had done, but Hansu had won and Docetus had lost. Hansu would not let them go. Hostages were the only way for them to live. And Carlton believed that Hansu wouldn't kill off every villager here, including the hostages. The size of the red storm, which didn't distinguish from friend or foe, was just tremendous. That's all a fluke. A fluke. There was no way that Hansu would massacre everyone here. They were like this because they had no mana, but once their mana came back, everyone here would be a tremendous force to be reckoned with. It might be different for those who went against him, but to kill off the huge amount of people who had decided to follow him just to gain a few more runes. There's no way Hansu would do such a thing if his brain was functioning properly. Damn, that would be the logical case. But the storm had made him want to ignore his logic and run away. The aura of the storm was that vicious. But it was too late. He couldn't run away anymore. Uaaaaaaak. As Carlton saw the red tsunami which had rushed all the way up to his face and crouched down while screaming. Whoosh. The bloody storm just swept past them. Past Carlton, who was still holding onto the neck of Mackle despite crouching. As well as Mackle, who had been made unconscious by Carlton. Actually, everyone had instinctively crouched their bodies down into a ball or had laid down onto the ground. In order to defend themselves from the sudden, mysterious storm. Whoosh. The red tsunami just swept past everyone's body. And then a change occurred. The red storm, which had ignored the ruins and was continuing to rush through, suddenly started to target life forms as it gathered itself. Like fireflies being attracted to a light in the darkness. Whoosh. It was like a storm when it was rushing through, but as it sensed life, the small pieces of the storm swayed like smoke from the wind as they slowly but carefully started to shroud the people of the village. And soon everyone's body, including Carlton's, had been shrouded by a red cloud. Ugh. Carlton really didn't like the red cloud that was swaying up and down surrounding his body, but he sighed in relief for now. Since it didn't really look like it was harming him for now. And looking at it more closely, the powder-like red pieces that were floating around were actually quite beautiful. Yeah. If it's a trick, then. As Carlton clenched his fist tightly while looking at the red cloud shrouding him and Mackle. The small red pieces Carlton praised, the spores, were constantly communicating. Good. Hansu spread out his arms from the sensations coming into his body and then looked up into the skies. They couldn't even be called spores anymore. The small red pieces, which had become small life forms of their own, integrals, were constantly communicating with electrical signals. The trillions of spores swept throughout the entire vicinity, touched, sensed and checked over every corner of the world as they relayed and sent back the information they had gathered. And the signals that were sent out relayed through the other spores as they were sent back to Hansu at the speed of lightning. And these signals that were coming in were being reconstructed within Hansu's head. The area the red cloud had swept past could be felt vividly, as if it was a part of his body. A feeling of his body being extended by a huge amount. He could feel the unconscious Mackle as well as the nervousness of the guard who was looking around in confusion while holding onto her. He could feel the rage of the barely alive Docetus and Akiju who was looking around in shock. He could feel the anxiousness and enmity the thousands of people had against each other and could clearly determine who were his allies. But Hansu, who had been standing with his arms open out wide, grasped onto his throbbing head as he fell onto his knees. Can't handle it anymore. This was well past the information any human being could handle. No, the amount of integrals was not something he could handle with his current abilities. He had forcibly evolved the pandemic blade with the amount of mana that would have easily melted his body down if not for the body enhancement given to him by the Attilan. He couldn't even create these integrals with his original mana. Well, he may be able to use them, but he wouldn't be able to cover such a vast area. An effect that he couldn't handle, which was created from a tremendous amount of mana. And he already had distinguished between his allies and enemies. Clench. The moment Hansu, who was kneeling, clenched, Hansu's will spread through the red cloud and spread in every direction. Whoosh. Huh? Huh? Carlton unconsciously screamed out loud as he saw the red clouds that were suddenly going hectic. The red clouds that were shrouding Mackle just ignored her and were instead all rushing into him. No, not just the cloud around Mackle, but every bit of red pieces around him were all rushing to him. Like fire ants charging onto a pretty hostage. Carlton, who had unconsciously clenched the hand which was holding onto the neck of Mackle, stopped suddenly. Because the idea was so stupid. What would I do with the hostage? Was he going to threaten the red cloud or something? That he would twist the neck of the hostage if it didn't get off him? Fucking hell. Hostages weren't important anymore. Carlton felt anxious at the red cloud surrounding his body and then subconsciously tried to escape out from them. But it was already too late. Whoosh. The surrounding integrals floating around Carlton madly rushed towards Carlton. Like dust being attracted by static. In just a moment Carlton had been surrounded from head to toe by them as if he was covered by a red burlap bag. At the same time. Uaaaaak. Aak. Carlton started to scream. Not just Carlton but everyone else around him who had sided with Docetus. There wasn't one person who was excluded. Everybody who had fought for Docetus and her or held the farmers hostage all screamed out like Carlton as they rolled around on the ground. And everyone who had come out from the red cloud just watched the scene in daze. Aak. Damn. Why isn't it coming off? The people screamed out in agony as they rolled around on the ground. As if they were trying to shake off any bit of the red powder they can. But their efforts were futile. The red powder covering their entire body had no intentions of dropping off. And everyone who was watching this made an expression which had a hint of fear within. Uaaaa. A human was being gnawed upon whole. By the red powders. Well, it might not necessarily be eating them up. Since such small powders wouldn't have any mouth. But no other words but eat or devouring fit what was going on. The people weren't rolling from some random pain. They were actually being erased. Very slowly from the outside. Skin disappeared as muscles were shown. Veins disappeared as the bones beneath came out. An entire person was being melted down from the outside. It would be normal if blood came out, but even that blood was getting devoured. Actually, even if it came out they wouldn't notice. Since the red powder that was eating up the human was red like blood anyway. Kahua, aha. The screams coming out from all around slowly reduced in number. Since even the vocal cords to scream had been eaten. And as the disaster-like change had stopped. Swish. The red powders which had devoured thousands of people all got sucked into the ground. And the area where the people had been rolling was empty like a ballroom after a party. There were traces of people but no actual people. The ownerless artifacts and dropped runes were the only things proving that the recent incident wasn't a dream. The people who had been held as hostages felt those artifacts as they reminded them of the guards who existed right next to them just a while ago. And then washed away the chill they felt running down their body. This was a good thing. All the traitors had been dealt with and everyone who was held captive had been released safely. Docetus should have died, and since they've even gained the Attilan, they just needed to get to the next level. Nothing could be better. But despite this, another emotion sprang up from the deepest parts of their mind and swept past them. As rage disappeared, fear filled the empty space. Karhal made a complex expression as he looked at Hansu, who was walking through the silent ruins as he tried to wash away the fear he felt. Reincarnator, Chapter 171, Embers, 2. As I expected. Ikiju, who was walking alongside Hansu, made a worried expression while watching the expressions of the others. Fear was something the leader had to inspire to a degree, but the amount here was too much. Since every time Hansu walked by, people flinched. Well, they did see something like that. Ikiju shook her head. She had seen a lot of things while roaming the other world for 8 years. But she had never even heard of a skill that could erase the lives thousands of people with one man's own power in an instant. Such a reaction when we need to group up tightly for the upcoming days. It might have been different if there was leisure, but in a situation like this where they had to soon face a powerful enemy, this type of emotion could blow up at any moment that became a spark. What are you going to do? Will it be okay like this? Hansu nodded at the question, which had a lot of underlying meanings. If the people fearing him were going to become a problem, then he would need to explain. That it was not a skill he could use however he wanted, and that he needed the help of the Attilan to perform it. But Hansu did not explain it. Because he needed the fear right now. Well, he needed power that could make even his allies fear him. A kind and benevolent leader wasn't needed right now. The people needed somebody with power who could give them assurance. And as he expected, the expressions of fear did come up on the people's faces, but an expression of relief also existed within. Relief of not standing against somebody with such powers. At that moment. Crack. The sealing jade in Hansu's hand made a sound as it cracked open. It's done, huh? It made sense. While suppressing the tremendous mana of the Attilan, it had also been suppressing the mana of thousands of people at the same time. Even if it was the sealing jade, it couldn't handle all of that. Whoosh. The mana. Everyone made joyous remarks as they felt the mana returning back to their bodies. Their regeneration speed increased as strength poured into the muscles that had been fatigued by the battle and supplied them with energy. The people, who had been feeling empty due to the disappearance of mana that had been sustaining their body, suddenly made vigorous expressions. But at the same time they made worried expressions. Mana came back and they were filled with energy. And the reality of the fact that they would need to fight now had gotten even closer to them. They had gotten rid of Clementine's control and killed Docetus. If the higher races found out about this, they would definitely not stand idle. What will you do now? Everyone woke up from Ikiju's question and started to gather around Hansu. What happened from now on was very important. Since they hadn't done all this just because of the hatred they had for Docetus. Their goals, in the end, was survival, and they had only judged that this side had a higher chance. And, this guy has the key. A person who had dragged down the godlike Docetus onto the ground and had even killed him. There wasn't any foundation for it, but they still had this belief. Since Hansu wouldn't have done all this without any plans. Hansu lifted something around his waist after seeing the expressions of those people. That is. Everyone frowned a bit as they looked at the item. A blue-colored crown that seemed like it would fit perfectly onto the head of a person. It looked so ordinary that they hadn't been able to discover it despite it being attached to Hansu's waist. But as Mana came back and it gained its original luster, everyone realized the identity of the crown. It was the blue crown that Docetus had been wearing. Whatever it was made of, the hula hoop-sized giant crown had been shrunk down to fit the head of a human. But the people shook their heads as they saw the blue crown that was shining brightly. We can't win with just that. Karhal spoke with a worried expressions after approaching Hansu. Satellite Fortress, Attilan. Its might was indeed absolute. It would indeed be able to protect the 10,000 of them safely. At least from the beasts and humans. But fighting against the higher races, such as the Urukhan, was impossible. Since those guys had tens of such things. Hansu nodded at Karhal's words. Since they had no chances of winning a full frontal clash. No matter how many of them attacked the higher race, who had the powerful satellite fortresses, it would simply be smashing a rock with eggs. A single satellite fortress can erase tens of villages. But then he couldn't use the sealing jade to beat down every one of them one by one. Since the higher races would figure it out and be wary of it. The reason why he had attacked Docetus was because he needed a single satellite fortress to start all this. Actually getting all the satellite fortresses powerless and fighting head-on would be the best method. The reason why the death of Docetus and the satellite fortress being stolen not having been caught already was because Docetus's one satellite fortress controlled this vast human area. One rotation took months, not having any communications wasn't that weird. They probably would have emergency contact information just in case they got hit by the humans, but he wouldn't really need to worry about that. But the other areas were different. As the satellite fortresses were set in locations where an attack from the enemy could come at any time, once any of them got destroyed they would know instantly. So he needed to wipe them all off instantly. And he knew how to. Since he came from the future. But I cannot say it. If there wasn't any information then he wouldn't be able to give them any reassurance. But then to persuade the people he needed to pull out the information from the future. An ironic situation. But there was still a method. The moment Hansu wore the crown on his head. The satellite fortress went into the process of accepting its new owner. It wasn't that hard. Since there wasn't a lock or anything. These were all things the Urukhans had stolen from the sages. In order to use it for themselves they had to get rid of all the locks. They probably wouldn't have worried much as they got rid of them anyway. Since they wouldn't ever have thought they would be taken over by humans. Go up. The rest organize the armory and gather up the runes and artifacts. I'll go with a few people who will relay the message later. The people nodded as they heard the words that told them not everyone had to go. Since those words were very welcome to them who were extremely tired. Since their mana came back, they needed time to heal and regenerate their stamina. And soon the bright light that came down from the satellite fortress started to pull the people upwards. Whoa. The people started to exclaim out as they walked into the control room for the first time. Blue light, which they often saw in sci-fi movies of the past, filled up all the space around them. Tick-tick-tick-tick. While they were admiring the view. Hansu greedily collected all the information from the Attilan after he came up. Starting from the most useless information to some that could not be leaked out no matter what. That easily. Karhal let out a dry laugh as he saw information constantly coming up on the screens. It seemed like there was a lock, but from the codes Hansu inputted, all those locks instantly disappeared. He doesn't seem like he would be good at such things. It's as if he knows the passwords. As Karhal looked at Hansu in wonder. Hansu, as if he had read Karhal's mind, replied. Don't be so surprised by it, it's what I heard from Docetus. Oh. Everyone nodded at those words. Since their questions had been answered to a point. He didn't die in peace, huh? Ikija clicked her tongue. She wondered where Hansu had taken him at the very end, but it seems he had retrieved some intel. At that moment. Tayuririk. A map appeared on the screen they were looking at. A map which clearly showed hundreds of other villages with tremendous detail. Not just the territory of the Urukhans but even the villages of the other two races. Damn. It's really a farm, huh? Karhal made a bitter expression as he looked at the red line connecting between the villages. It wasn't that only the location of the villages were written on this map. The map, which even listed the military information of each village, was clearly a very precious tool for war. To the point that Hansu taking over the satellite fortress was because of this. And would there only be a single map in this giant satellite fortress? Hansu went past the countless amount of information and suddenly opened up a file. A document that was marked as black unlike the others which were all marked blue. This is it? Karhal and Ikiju, who had been standing next to Hansu, heard those words and focused on the screen. Hansu didn't really focus. Since he knew what was in here to some degree. A legacy of the sages which his friends had found at the end of the green road. An item that was dimensions apart from the item that had turned into dust in his hands, the sealing jade. A final weapon that the sages had created and had been left behind due to them being ambushed by the higher races before they could even use it. Hansu continued his speech. If we use that then all the mana within the yellow zone will get suppressed. All the mana. Hansu nodded. It would suppress all the mana in the zone. The satellite fortresses flying in the sky will fall and the blue shields defending their body would get taken off. Something that his friends had started up in a dangerous situation and used it to freeze an entire race in the past. This is why you guys had been reduced to 3 races from 4. The 4th race, who had their mana tied down and had powerless satellite fortresses, had been trampled by the other 3 races, the Urukhan, Akalachias, and the Rebelungs. This was why the job this time around was very important. If he could activate it properly, all the mana in this zone will get tied down. But Ikija frowned as she read over the information. It doesn't show us the location. Where is it? Ikija spoke with a slight excitement. It was to be expected. Hansu had turned the satellite fortress powerless from one sealing jade. But an item that could instantly freeze up every satellite fortress the enemy had. The damage they would receive would also be great, but compared to the damage their opponents would receive, what they themselves would have to deal with was minuscule. We can actually win. It wasn't that they would win by freezing up the satellite fortresses. It was just that their chances to win would increase tremendously. But for the most important part, the location, to be missing. It marked all the other information, but why this? Hansu spoke simply. This isn't in the hands of these guys. It was not something that the higher races had. It was something that those guys were fervently looking for. Then where? End of the Green Road. What? Hansu replied again at Ikija's question. End of the Green Road. In the center of the battlefield, Clementine made. Ikija's expression froze up as she heard Hansu's words. Green Road. According to the information on the map, this place was true hell. Though it had been marked as the sole escape route for the humans, it was actually swarming with Clementine's underlings who managed the Green Road. And Clementine's underlings weren't weaklings. People who had been chosen from the strongest of the hunters and guards. They had been able to get rid of Kareem with an ambush when there wasn't any mana, but if there was mana then they would have received tremendous injuries. Kareem's abilities were that great. But in Clementine's forces, there were tons of people who were around Kareem's level. And that wasn't all. If we only had that, we might be able to do something. Ikija frowned as she checked the map. The entire Green Road was being surveilled by 3 satellite fortresses. Hidden from the normal adventurers. This is bad. There were only 3 satellite fortresses that managed over 100 villages. While taking turns. But the entire Green Road was always being surveilled by each one of the 3 satellite fortresses that each race had sent. No matter how vicious the Green Road which cut across the Great Jungle was, something at the caliber of killing Docatus would get them caught instantly. Using the sealing jade like now was dangerous, and taking their own satellite fortress to smash them apart was impossible. Since they would sink instantly from the focused fire of 3 satellite fortresses. We need to use the destruction jade in order to fell the satellite fortresses, but we need to fell those satellite fortresses in order to use the destruction jade. It was not something they could solve with just numbers. They would get massacred by the satellite fortresses. That Clementine person is quite amazing. How did she even obtain such a thing? As she had heard, it was something that was fatal against the higher races. Without this, an alliance wouldn't have been created. Since they weren't equals in their eyes. Hansu nodded at Ikija's mumbles. Clementine was indeed lucky. Reincarnator, Chapter 172, Embers, 3. What's going to happen to us? The people who were talking about numerous things while collecting the runes and artifacts from below, whispered as they looked up. They had said they would follow, but as the fight calmed down and reality hit them, they started to get worried. They wouldn't throw us all away. Even if they don't throw them away, a large amount of people might still die. Makal sighed as she looked at the calmly floating satellite fortress in the sky, the Attilan. Hansu thought of the words of his friends of the past while looking at the information about the destruction jade. His 3 friends had left behind clues about the destruction jade as they went up. Though they were running away because of lack of strength, they had hoped that the people coming after them would use it for the humans. So that those people would finish what they couldn't and save the humankind. They had belief in the humankind then. Though they fought with each other, they believed that they would combine their forces and fight together when a powerful race, such as the higher race, existed. And so they had hidden the clues to getting to the destruction jade where the higher races could not find it. But sadly the one who had found it was Clementine. The destruction jade had landed in the hands of the craziest person. Well, it was meant to be in some way. Since Clementine had as much skill as she was insane. As she had covered the Great Jungle at an extreme speed and created a tremendous force which remained behind in the Great Jungle, her discovery was going to happen sooner or later. And with this, Clementine's plan had been completed perfectly. Well, the discovery of the destruction jade was the reason why she had been able to stand up against the higher races to give the proposition. Even if it was a proposition that benefited both sides, if the difference of strength between the 2 groups is too large then such contracts wouldn't be able to get created. The thing which had greeted Clementine when she had first went to the higher races was not curiosity but sneers and contempt. But they could only accept the proposition eventually. From the words of Clementine which told them that if they didn't make the contract or attack the humans that she would use the destruction jade they had. It might be different if all 3 races all lose mana together, but if it only happens to one side then the same thing as in the past would happen. They would get destroyed by the attacks of the 2 other races. Clementine, who had gained a weapon against the higher races, hid this in the deepest parts. And the higher races pulled out 1 satellite fortress each in order to watch over Clementine's forces in case of them doing something. And so the contract had been made. Well, no need to tell them all the way up to this. If one knew too much it would only bring harm to them. And even if they didn't know this, the goal had been set already. Reclaiming the destruction jade after getting to the end of the Green Road. But the difficulty of this mission was quite a problem. Ikija looked at Hansu and asked. What are you going to do now? The satellite fortresses will be our biggest issue. Saying it was always easier, they had to constantly beat down Clementine's followers while they searched for the destruction jade. Even if they were going to go through the Green Road, the satellite fortresses would be a problem. They wouldn't even be able to do anything. Since just a simple call for reinforcements will bring down a blue laser down from the satellite fortresses. Though we have one as well. It was very easy to see the result. 3 against 1. They could not beat 3 with just one of these. No, winning would be a problem as well. Since the other satellite fortresses would swarm in. Are we going to leave the satellite fortress? And go through the Great Jungle? But Ikija shook her head. It might have been different if they had a small amount of people, but with so many people, trying to move anywhere would eventually get them caught somewhere. They couldn't go through the Green Road either. They know it's the mouth of the tiger, why would they go in? And most of the farmers were too weak for the Green Road anyway. Those farmers would get massacred by Clementine's followers, who were self-announced examiners, and get sent as offerings. But then we can't really leave them here either. It was calm now, but once they see that Docatus wasn't returning despite it being time for him to come back, they would get suspicious. Damn. I can really see that we're at a huge disadvantage. Ikija clenched her teeth. They would get caught whatever they would do, and all other roads were blocked. If one's group had the advantage and was strong, then there was no need for worry. Since they could just group up and kick away everything no matter what their enemies did. This is all because they were weak. To an extreme degree in comparison. Something like this would only occur when they couldn't even lift the fingers of the enemy. Having a large amount of people wasn't that advantageous either. No, it was actually disadvantageous. Since it got caught in the eye more. We can just leave them to spread out and only collect the elites. Once the Urukons and the other two higher races figure out that the village had been destroyed and the culprits had run into the great jungle, then they would start to chase them madly. Since they couldn't stand idle when the humans, who had the possibility of killing them, aimed for them while hiding in the great jungle. But then a gap will be created. Ikija was shocked whilst she was mumbling to herself. Shocked at herself for thinking of such a method. The thought she just had was only possible if she thought of those guys below as just baggage. And even if the higher races didn't chase them, what would happen to them would be the same. Though there were quite a bit of hunters and guards, most of them were farmers. What would happen to them once they spread out in the jungle, which had much stronger beasts than the level 1 beasts? Is this my limit? While Ikija was in despair, Hansu spoke to Ikiju. Here. Let's go down now. There's a lot to do. There's also a lot to tell the people below. A lot to say? Ikiju's expression turned into one of confusion from Hansu's words. Having a lot of confidence was good, but the difference in powers was reality. What would those farmers be able to do for them? Did he think of the same thing as me? That was the best choice of action she could think of. Are you going to send those guys up to the front? Hansu shook his head at these words. That would just be a useless death. It's too wasteful to do that. Since they had a goal, they just needed to get stronger. Once they were given time and a good environment, everyone below had the potential to become as strong as Kareem or Ikiju. If each and every one of them can survive, grow, and reach all the way to the Violet Zone, then a large quantity of amazing warriors would have been born to fight the abyss. Then what? We need to hide first. Inside the forest. A tree should be hidden inside a forest. Ikiju made a confused expression at Hansu's words as he continued to speak. Loosen up. I'll take care of it all. Despite there not being any guarantees, Ikiju felt her mind feeling at ease as she unconsciously nodded at Hansu's words. Pay. Tens of people were running through the great jungle. A group of hunters, farmers, and guards who had stood on the side of the humans. And of course Makal was part of this group. Phew, I hope it goes well. There was only one thing they had been ordered to do. At that time Makal felt something tapping her. Wake up. We're almost there. They had been evenly separated so they could get to every village. Though they had maps, it was still hard to go through the giant great jungle and reach the other villages. That was why hunters and guards were evenly distributed amongst the farmers. Makal woke up from the words of a hunter in her group as she looked at the distance where she could barely make up a village. Unlike their village, this one seemed to have been made by digging into the side of a cliff. It was a cave city. It's really a different city, huh? Makal gulped down her saliva. And then organized her thoughts. Since she would need to focus in order to get in and join the village. And to do this, they would need to now start acting as people who didn't like the governing system of the villages and roamed around the great jungle. Of course there weren't that many of them. But they did exist. Not just the weak farmers, but there also existed hunters and guards who didn't like the rules of the villages, which suppressed them. Since there wasn't a need for them to like the village just from the fact that it was easy to live there. But then sometimes these refugees returned to the villages, while regretting ever leaving the village. Since the great jungle was not an easy place which they could live in after leaving the village because of how it was governed. The people who left the villages usually roamed around the great jungle, felt the cruelty of the environment with their entire body and returned. The villages they used to be at accepted them back, and there were quite a few cases of them arriving at another village while roaming the jungle. The composition of their groups was trying its best to mimic the sensation. Though the size is a bit large. Over 10,000 people would separate and all go into different villages. But there wasn't any problems with this. Since the villages had been isolated from each other in order to have a strong grasp over the villages so the villages wouldn't join together. But this would become poison for them as well. Nobody knew that the village Docatus maintained had been destroyed whole. Well, they wouldn't even have dared to imagine that Docatus had died, that the traders had all been killed, and the fact that all the villagers had spread out, acted as refugees and joined other villages. And there was only one thing they needed to do after they got in. Separate and join up. And, look for an open gap. Prepare to smash apart the traders and gather people who would help them. While waiting until the satellite fortresses fell. Waiting until the day of retribution when the invincible armors of the higher races fall apart and an open slot for their blades to enter appear. It wasn't hard. They were hidden, but their enemies were out in the open. They themselves knew their opponents, but their opponents did not know of them at all. And in Docatus' possession, a list of all the traders had existed. Just in case they needed to deal with a huge alliance of humans. Everything will work out slowly within the village. An invisible blade slowly digging into the flesh of their neck. But if Hansu fails, nothing can be done. Makal decided to think realistically. If Hansu won, then there wasn't even a need to worry. They would become the sparks of the counterattack and light the fuse. And all the villages they were hiding in would explode out. Since they were all extremely determined. And they had seen it. The scene of all the traders hiding in the village being found out and Docatus losing his life after falling down onto the ground. With their own eyes. This was why they stood on Hansu's side. Since Hansu showed them hope, a possibility. But if Hansu failed? If the satellite fortresses didn't fall? Integrate with the village and continue to live. Try their best to not become an offering like they had in the village ruled by Docatus and risk their lives in order to get through the green road. They would return to being slaves, livestock. They would just return to how they were. Just that. If Hansu failed and the satellite fortresses didn't fall, then there was nothing they could do. If a choice of life and death appeared and one side had no hope of life, then the answer was chosen already. Since it would just be a useless death if they tried to resist. Hansu probably sent them this way after thinking up to this point as well. Well, the others accepted all this because it was only this much. The image of Hansu in the villagers' minds was already set. He was fearsomely powerful. He had succeeded in the job that seemed impossible and saved the entire village. He was amazing. To the point that he gave hope to them that this revolution might actually succeed. But Hansu wasn't here right now. There was nobody who could control even those whom they couldn't see. If Hansu asked them to put their lives on the line and fight, half of them would have probably left already. And they wouldn't really follow such harsh orders either. This was as far as they could handle. Damn. She felt embarrassed after thinking about Hansu, who had entered into the most dangerous area. So she wished. Please, for the love of God, succeed. So that they would be able to raise their blades. So that a hope for victory for which they would fight for despite the risks would be given to them. Hansu nodded after sending away the people. The first stage was now complete. They wouldn't just win because the satellite fortress had fallen. As he saw from Docetus, their bodies were powerful just by themselves. Those people were the second spear. The weapon he would need to fight against the higher race once they fell onto the ground. They'll be safe for now. Since the villages will protect them. They would grow and wait for a chance. So we'll retrieve the destruction jade during that time. Yes. Ikija made a bitter expression as she looked around. With just 3 of us. Damn. So we just need to kill around 1,000 people like Kareem. Quite simple, huh? The satellite fortresses will have a fun time watching us. For just the 3 of them to run into the middle of the enemy's territory. A place where a laser beam may fall if they made a mistake. Karhul, who had been standing next to Ikiju and Hansu, complained out loudly. Reincarnator, Chapter 173, Embers, 4. Everyone else had left, only 2 remained. Ikiju and Karhul, only 2 huh? Hansu nodded as he looked at the 2 who had voluntarily remained behind. He would take these 2 and go up through the green road. Towards the destruction jade. And they would need to create an opportunity for those villagers who had hidden and wait for that chance. Though there was only 2 allies, it didn't matter. Since he didn't need a tremendously large number or anything. No, it would only get caught in one's eye if there were that many people. It was better to have a small group of elites. And Ikiju and Karhul clearly had the qualifications. Ikiju obviously had them, and Karhul's quintuple laser was powerful enough to even kill him if he were to get hit properly. Even with the racial metamorphosis. Karhul complained while looking at Hansu. Aren't we doing the most dangerous job then? Yeah, we are. Hansu nodded. Since the risk they had was much higher than those who had gone to the villages. Then don't you need more runes? Will you be okay without any? Karhul made a depressed face while thinking of the artifacts and runes whom they had sent away along with those who left. Runes and gears which came out after they killed the traitors. And the weapons that were hidden inside the armory of the village. Why did Hansu evenly distribute all of these things? Of course Hansu, Ikiju, and Karhul had received the runes and artifacts as well. The problem was it was fair. According to how much they had contributed. Of course Hansu received the most amount of runes because he did most of the work, but it was still a small amount. There weren't that many runes that dropped from killing people anyway, and there was a lot more who had fought with them instead. Would he be around 50% now? The runes of Hansu, which should have been around 10%, would now be around 50%. But Karhul was depressed from this. Since people who would go with him being stronger was always the best. It would have been a lot of help if he took everything. Karhul made a sulky expression and complained. Even if Hansu had said he would take everything, there wasn't anyone who would have said otherwise. But Hansu shook his head. Strength is a necessity for those who have left. They didn't treat refugees well anyway. And if they were people who came from other villages, they would be extremely pressured. If they were weak in such a situation as well, then what would they be able to do? They would be busy even saving their own lives. The runes were secondary, but there was a need for them to be armed well with the powerful artifacts. And in reality, the artifacts of the guards, the hunters, and the farmers had been risen by an average of 2 to 3 levels. Since as strong as the traders were, their artifacts were amazing as well. Not much to say for the weapons stored in the armory as well. And with the runes, they wouldn't have much of a problem acting around in the villages. Ugh. If you take away 50% of your runes and spread it among thousands of people, would it even make a difference for them? Hansu nodded at Karhul's words. The second attack was always the most important one. I cannot leave behind any embers of trouble. It wasn't a problem at the percentage of distribution, but rather the importance of priority. Hansu filling up his runes to 100% and then distributing it. Or distributing it from the very beginning. There was a huge difference between the two. There was a reason why the leaders of Animal Pack ate last. Such an issue will grow inside their minds and become cancerous. The reason for the dam's falling wasn't because of a giant boulder or the flow of the river. Just a small crack that appeared on the dam. It was all because of this crack. As this crack got bigger, the dam fell. Once the people left, they would constantly remember while enduring the harsh environments of the village. The unfair treatment they had received before they had left. Depending on how well they were able to fool the traitors by hiding the villagers in the other villages, the people living in over 100 villages may become allies or enemies when they start fighting against the higher race. Since the traitors had a large amount of power in those villages. Look at Kareem, nobody suspected him being the manager of the village. If those villagers who had left were agitated like this, then the humans, who should have become allies, would become enemies instead during the war against the higher race. This was why he had to treat those people who had left well. Hansu didn't want to risk such a thing for just 50% of his runes. I can always earn more runes later. There were plenty of chances on the path towards the green road. But Karhul continued to make a sulky expression, as if something was on his mind, as he spoke out. One important thing hasn't been solved yet. What are you going to do with the satellite fortress? Ikija nodded at Karhul's words. since it was a clear problem that was extremely important and one that needed to be dealt with. And they didn't know where the destruction jade was hidden anyway. They would need to go through all the forces of Clementine and search for the hints. But as a clash was inevitable, it would definitely get caught in the eye. They might have been able to do something if it was a human being, but the satellite fortress was a bit too much. Once the assault of light approaches from above, everything would end. You aren't thinking that it wouldn't take that long, right? This was a reckless plan no matter how they saw it. How did they even think that they wouldn't get caught in the territory of their enemies? Hansu shook his head at Karhal's words. Don't worry. I'll make it so they won't even care about us. How? Hansu pointed towards the satellite fortress floating up above, the Attilan. Karhal made an uneasy expression while watching Hansu. Hey. You aren't thinking of playing a 1945 arcade game while riding that thing, right? Fighting against tens of satellite fortresses with just a single satellite fortress? No matter how amazing Hansu was, it was pushing it a bit too far. I don't know what game it is, but it isn't that. Hansu hadn't taken over the Attilan in order to do something with it anyway. But would he have gotten it for no reason? It was now time to use it. I'm going to the monocrystal refinery depository. What? Karhal and Akija surprisingly knew what the monocrystal depository was, since it was very clearly marked on Dokitis' map. Marked as a special military facility. What the? Are you just going to commit suicide? Hansu shook his head at Karhal's words. I need to deal with the examiners no matter what happens. Rumble. At one side of the giant jungle, a giant power plant looking building which towered over a kilometer was standing in this location. It was located in a rather rural location far from the cities where the Urukans lived in, but it wasn't placed in this isolated location because its importance was low. Monocrystal refinery and storage. Probably one of the top 3 most important structures/locations that were needed to sustain the race. A tremendous amount of fuel, monocrystals, were needed in order to activate the Attilan. And the monocrystals were a very important material for the 3 races as well. Since the reason for them fighting each other was to try to gain just a bit more of this monocrystal out of the limited amount that existed so they could continue their civilization. The monocrystals came out from the spring which existed in each of the 3 races' capital, and got supplied all over the battlefield. The capital was obvious, but the 4 monocrystal refinery depository were also being protected tightly. And the tens of satellite fortresses that patrolled their boundaries got supplied with the monocrystals from these refinery depositories as they were constantly on guard against the other races. And this refinery depository was even more important out of all 4. It was a very important structure which supplied the satellite fortresses which were in charge of the area which bordered both the Kalachias and Rebelungs. Of course the defenders who were in charge of this place needed to stay alert all the time as well. And one of these defenders, Ortanian, looked at the satellite fortresses in the distance as he started to frown. For the damn bird and rat bastards to come. The satellite fortresses he could see were not those of the Urukans. It was the opposite. They were the satellite fortresses of those who constantly longed after their resources, the Rebelungs and Akalanchayas. Though 4 satellite fortresses were protecting them, there was no time for a break. No, the fact that 4 satellite fortresses had been sent over to this location out of the vast border simply described how important and dangerous this place was. Damn. It would have been better to get chosen as a harvester. Or even an inspector. Captain of the satellite fortress, the Attilan. Out of the tens of thousands of Urukans, it was an honorable position that only a few tens could reach. Not everyone could own these positions, and being able to hold these positions signified tremendous honor and power. A rank that every Urukan wanted. But of course there was a difference wherever one went, and not every captain of the Attilan was the same. The position which was sought after the most was the harvester. It was good. It was too good. Since they don't do anything. They just needed to rotate around the livestock, eat up some snacks as they pleased, and even watch the amusing games that occur in those farms. A position of their dreams that every Urukan wanted. And this position had been taken over by Dokitis. Damn bastard. He suddenly felt annoyed as he thought of Dokitis laughing as if he had gained everything in the world after being nominated as a harvester. I hope he becomes a cripple. Of course he knew that wouldn't happen. To get hurt by livestock. A captain of the satellite fortress? If one went through such humiliation, then they would get ignored even among their own race. The next best one was being an inspector. It wasn't as good as the harvester, but it was still good. Since the only thing they did was inspect the green road. Finding the destruction jade also a part of their tasks, but they had long given up on that. Since the humans might use it the moment they detect suspicious movements from the higher races. At least the green road was their land. It wasn't easy to do anything they wanted in that part where quite powerful livestock existed. And that actually made it more favorable. Since there wasn't much to do. It was a bit annoying from the fact that they had to deal with Clementine's underlings and their captain, Mation, but it was still very comfortable. And Murat had been nominated for this. That guy was probably roaming around the green road in the distance as well. Since it wasn't that far from here. Damn. The harvester and the inspector, they need to get abolished. Sadly there were only 1 spot for each of those positions. So naturally everyone else would become defenders. He had been nominated to do the least favorable defender position at the furthest border away from the capital. There wasn't a single time to rest either. The satellite fortresses had to even take turns in order to resupply their monocrystals. Since they didn't know what the enemy would do the moment a gap was created. Though there wasn't a single Urukan warrior in the satellite fortress of the harvester or that of the inspector, there were anywhere from a few tens to hundreds of Urukans in a satellite fortress operated by a defender. In case something happened. And it was the same for their enemies. Which meant that the situation here was that tense. Rumbling. Boom. Ortanian frowned as he heard the loud noise coming from below. Which meant that the recharging of the monocrystal for the satellite fortress from the monocrystal refinery depository had almost finished. It was now time to return to the battlefield. Murat, shall I go have a look at what he's doing? It would be quite boring until he would come back. But there was a good thing about being in an area of constant clash. Because there were a lot of satellite fortresses gathered, he could see what was going on with the others in other satellite fortresses. Ka'arararik. As the detection system of the satellite fortress got amplified, he started to zoom into the satellite fortress of the inspector, Murat. HOH. So is that the soccer those humans play? Boom. Boom. That Murat was kicking something into a goal in a part of the fortress. But if people saw this, they would think that the Arukans were hugely mistaken. Since it was completely different from the normal soccer. Soccer was not something someone played alone, and it wasn't just about kicking the ball into the goal. And they did not, under no circumstances, no matter what, use a person instead of a ball. A person whose limbs had been cut off. Boom. Screams and shouts came out from the mouths of the livestock whose limbs had been cut off and only their body and head had been left. These people, who were being kicked by the powerful Arukan, were smashing into the walls of the satellite fortress, which was covered in a blue light, and were getting smashed apart. Crushed and blown apart. There were over 50 that had blown apart under Murat's feet already. Ortanian was envious as he looked at the scene. This envy is going to be the death of me. Since Murat always pulled up toys from the green road, the number of offerings was quite high. The same with the harvester, Docatus. They didn't really have enough to play around like that, since they were only supplied a small amount of snacks. But while Ortanian was watching the scene in jealousy. Whoosh. Huh? Why has he come already? Docatus' satellite fortress. Why did his satellite fortress come here already when he should be going around the farms right now? There still should be a few more days worth of monocrystals. Suspicious. Ortanian made a confused expression at the single satellite fortress approaching slowly from the distance as he started up the communications network. So they could begin an exchange. Reincarnator, Chapter 174, Green Road, 1. Ortanian already figured out why Docatus had come here while connecting the communication server. Tisk. Dumb bastard, he wasted the monocrystals because he was fooling around again, huh? Grrrrrrrr. This was why he could never like that Docatus guy. While others were struggling to do their best in defending their borders, that guy used the precious monocrystals to fool around with the satellite fortress. Kiirrrrrring. And as the communication servers connected, Ortanian attempted to speak right away. Towards Docatus' fortresses, which had already approached up to the monocrystal refinery depository. Though they couldn't use the satellite fortress which were made for the sages to their full potential, communicating in a short distance like this was easy. Grr. Docatus. Didn't I tell you to stop fooling around? But there were no responses from the satellite fortress. No, it was worse than that. Ortanian made a confused expression at the fortress that had no responses, but then that expression suddenly turned into one of shock. Ortanian hurriedly shouted out. Docatus. Docatus. Are you insane? Stop. Quiet. Docatus' satellite fortress was aggressively pushing into the monocrystal refinery depository. At this rate it would crash. God fucking damn it. Kiiying. Ortanian hurriedly poured his will to the crown on his head. If it crashed at this rate, then the entire monocrystal depository would get destroyed. He had to stop this from happening even by attacking Docatus' satellite fortress. But right as Ortanian's satellite fortress was about to smash Docatus' satellite fortress with the blue light, Ortanian stopped for a moment. The satellite fortress. Attacking the satellite fortress of one's own nation? While the enemy was watching right in front of them. Even Ortanian had to ponder as to what he should do. Since he had never even thought of such a thing happening. How do I deal with? But in that short moment, the situation jumped over Ortanian's expectations and kept on rushing. Towards the worst possible outcome possible. Kiiying. A powerful light started to radiate out from Docatus' satellite fortress. Like a sun that was burning up the last remaining bits of itself. And soon. Boom. The giant satellite fortress got blown apart. From the explosion of the mana engine overloading itself. Boom. Boom. The tremendously huge noises filled up the surroundings. Noise that could be heard by everyone in the border area. An overloading of the mana engine where the mana crystals were. The tremendous amount of energy, which raised up that giant satellite fortress and allowed one to have the abilities of a god, had turned into a light of destruction as it swept its surroundings. Boom. Boom. The monocrystal depository got blown apart. And the explosion didn't stop here as it swept through the monocrystals in there as well. The monocrystal got stimulated by the tremendous amount of energy sweeping through them. And soon a chain explosion occurred. Boom. 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 The entire area was swept across by a tremendous amount of blue light in an instant. And Ortanian's satellite fortress wasn't an exception. Quack. Ortanian screamed at the enormous amount of force which smashed into his body. The defense of the satellite fortress was amazing. Since it made a shield using the ample amount of energy of the monocrystal. But the situation was bad. Since the force that smashed into the satellite fortress was created by the explosion of those monocrystals. Rumble. The shield which covered the satellite fortress got blown apart by the tremendous amount of energy sweeping through it in just an instant. And then it caused that giant satellite fortress to tilt and fall towards the ground. And soon. The giant fortress crashed into the ground. There weren't any dust clouds. Since the ground had long melted down from the huge amount of energy and temperature created by the explosions of the monocrystals. Roar. Ortanian, who had been smashing around inside the fallen satellite fortress's control room, crawled up after barely balancing himself. Grr. Even the powerful bodies of Arukans couldn't deal with the amount of force from before. Ortanian, who was groaning as he saw his broken arm and leg, raised himself with his right leg which was still somewhat fine and grasped his head with his left arm. And then looked outside to check on the situation. Wait, the refinery. What happened to the refinery? But as the satellite fortress spun while falling, the giant window of the control room had been facing the exact opposite direction of the refinery depository. Towards the Akalachias and Revolus borders. God damn it. Ortanian checked the scene outside and ignored the pain coursing through his arm as he hurriedly opened up the communication server. Chiajijijik. Thankfully the remaining energy supplied the system as the communication server got opened up. And Ortanian screamed out in despair into the communication server. Defenders. Everyone take your stances and call out for assistance. And Inspector Murat? Come here immediately. The server buzzed a bit more and then a reply from Murat came. Though he hadn't been swept by the explosion himself, he was still surprised. What? What about the inspection then? The task of inspecting the Green Road had been given to Murat. It was so important that a whole satellite fortress had to be stationed there. It was not something they could ignore. But the situation was different. You damn bastard. This isn't a game. We don't have the time to leave a satellite fortress playing around in a useless place like that. A gap had been created in their defenses. Would those two other snakes stay idle? Ortanian shouted out while grinding his teeth as he looked at the rebellions and Ecolochias who were activating their satellite fortresses. Hansu, who had remotely controlled the satellite fortress from a distance, nodded. It's done. It might have been hard if it was a complex order, but a simple order such as this could be made even without being on the fortress itself. Crack. The moment the satellite fortress got blown apart, the blue crown on Hansu's head lost its luster and cracks were created. At the same time the blue jade, which Hansu had taken over with the dark cloud, cracked apart as well. Proof that the satellite fortress had been destroyed. The large amount of energy roaring around his body started to disappear. Like a well from which the water was drained. Damn. What a waste. He didn't see the satellite fortress blowing apart with his own eyes, but he knew right away by the aura disappearing from his body that the origin of the energy in his body had disappeared. A result which was created by the satellite fortress in their control blowing apart. Of course he felt regret when the satellite fortress, which they had so painstakingly obtained, got blown up like that. But Hansu shook his head as he looked at the two others. Don't feel that way. We can't use it anyway. Like how a car needed fuel to run. The Attilan needed a large amount of monocrystals in order to move. But the monocrystals was something that all the races struggled to keep as their own. He might be able to receive it once or twice, but in a situation where both sides were aiming for the monocrystals, there was no way that Hansu could continue have a steady supply. Even if he went on a rampage with the Attilan, it wouldn't last long either. This is good enough. Hansu nodded as he watched the satellite fortresses starting to move around while radiating a blue light in the distance and nodded. They wouldn't have the leisure to continue to look over them anymore. No, they would stop caring about the humans for the moment. Since they would be busy fighting with each other. There was a reason why Hansu caused all this without worrying about getting tracked. Though the chances of a war is low. A full-on battle for just a single refinery was a bit too much. But one thing was clear. That they wouldn't be able to do such a leisurely thing as leaving a satellite fortress in the Green Road. The Urukans defending and the Rebelloons and Ecolochias attacking as well. They wouldn't be able to pull offerings for a while anymore. Since they wouldn't leave the leisurely Harvester's satellite fortress to do such a thing. They were now free of the satellite fortress's overwatch. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't have the leisure to anyway. Since fighting the satellite fortresses of the other nations would make them busy enough. And everything now. It wouldn't be easy even without the watch of the others. Since the villagers and the adventurers of the Green Road were different. And soon Hansu dragged away Akiju and Karhal as he started to move. Into the tiger's den in front of them. Towards the path heading to the destruction jade, the Green Road. And far away in the distance. There was a pair of vicious eyes watching the three people from the beginning areas of the Green Road. Those guys, which village did they come from? Why are their numbers so low? And what about the newcomers this time? Yungwan from the group, which held control of the beginning of the Green Road, made a confused expression. 3 people. Usually the newcomers rushed up in a swarm. And this was obvious. The Green Road was like entering a strange land. While leaving behind the village, which had a lot of issues itself but had safety they could defend on. They would know that having a large amount of people would make them safer, so usually the villages who knew each other grouped up to enter the Green Road together. The narrowest part of the Green Road was only a few kilometers wide, but it was still very narrow in compared to the villages that were spread far widely. The people who started out from the various villages and headed towards the Green Road naturally moved in a fashion like water going through a funnel. The 3-people team composition was quite strange from Junghaewan's perspective. This was because the funnel shape of the Green Road started from the beginning areas of the Green Road and the newcomer teams were usually hundreds in size. He didn't know if they were confident in their skills or they had a reason for all this, but soon it'll all get revealed. I guess we won't have to lift a finger anyway. This place was the funnel. The people who started out from various villages all gathered at this place and clashed into each other. Jungwan made an amused expression as he watched the two groups that were getting closer to each other. Boom. Something flew towards Hansu and Akiju who were running through the trees. Whoosh. Something that was heading towards the space between Akiju's eyes. Akiju, who was already nervous from entering the mysterious land called the Green Road and on edge from the thought of what they had to do from here, almost instinctively swung her hand towards the thing flying into her. Kwaadududuk. A single black arrow which had some red mana inserted into it. But the moment Akiju grabbed onto that arrow. Kwaadududuk. Kwahuk. Akiju's body, which had caught the arrow, started to get pushed back while making grinding noises. The momentum in that arrow had started to push Akiju into the ground. A long trench had been created from where Akiju had been standing. She tried to fling it off but she couldn't due to the sticky red mana reinforcement of the arrow. Break it. In that instant. Boom. Akiju powered up her White River demonic art and poured strength into the hands holding onto the arrow in her hands. Kudududuk. The red energy and the white mana reinforcement clashed with each other. To the point of sparks being created between Akiju's hands and the arrow aiming for her forehead. A huge shockwave radiated in all direction. Whoosh. The result was Akiju's win. Shoo. Akiju was finally able to catch a breath after all the momentum of the arrow had been dispersed. This is. And Karhal, who had finally been able to see the shape of that arrow, frowned as he looked at it. A familiar shape which he felt like he had seen somewhere before. One might think that it was a killer move, but Karhal knew. That killing was not the objective. Then he would have poured more skills onto it. Anyways, where did I see an arrow like that before? If that arrow had flown in with the intentions to kill, then Ikiju would have powered her White River demonic arts more. While Karhal was making a confused expression at the arrow, Ikiju suddenly frowned as if she had thought of something. And in that moment, ha 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 ha. It's been a while, Ikiju. A loud laughter was heard from the distance. Hansu asked Ikiju as he heard that laughter. You know each other? Yes. Are you friendly? Hansu asked just in case. And Ikiju shook her head. Sorry but. No. HAAA. Hansu sighed as he poured strength into the hand holding the spear. Reincarnator, Chapter 175, Green Road, 2. Ha 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 ha. Ikiju. What's with the tiny group? Did you get expelled from the village? Only 3 people. Ikiju frowned as she looked at the person she hadn't seen in a while. A man with a handsome visage, golden hair, and who was holding a giant bow. Hansu's eyes shone as he watched the man. Well, the artifact in the man's hands to be exact. Number 301. Snake's Path. Behind the man, who was holding a bow which had red and green beautifully intertwining, around 500 people were standing. Among and on the trees. Most are hunters. I can see some guards. Most people heading towards the green road were farmers. But the group in front of them were all skilled people at the level of hunters. And it's not a group that was hastily created. A group of that level would be quite formidable. If they fight, then they wouldn't be able to leave here unscathed. This is unexpected. Karhal having enmities would be reasonable, but for Ikiju to have enemies. While Hansu was sighing inwardly, Ikiju sighed as she threw the arrow in her hands down and then muttered in a cold manner. Let's not butt into each other's business and go our own ways, Marun. Marun smiled at these words and then spoke. Sure. Anyways, you become really pathetic. Did you get kicked out of the village like me? What happened to her? She's supposed to be a village leader. Usually when a strong person, like someone at the level of a village leader, left for the green road, a large amount of hunters and farmers would follow them. Since being next to a strong person increased their chances to gain even just a bit of leftovers. It might be different if the village leader's personality was bad, but countless people would try to stick by Ikiju due to her fair and righteous personality. Did they not group up yet? Ikiju realized instantly as to what Marun was thinking about as she replied. We'll group up soon, so don't worry about it. And what do you mean by getting kicked out? We ran away on our own. The fact that Marun was pondering like that meant that he was calculating the situation. Since there wouldn't even be a need to ponder if he had the upper hand. Since we aren't really on good terms or anything. She had tried to kill Marun. In the past. A man hadn't been satisfied with just trying to search around the first area and had shook the entire fourth area. Ikiju mumbled as she looked at Marun, a man who had been a guard at her village. After somebody had searched around the first area by themselves and turned the entire village into a wreck, searching around the first area had been banned. But the man standing over there, Marun, had tried to use that opportunity. How long are you going to stay stuck in this village? Danger comes with chances. There's even a thing like the darkness, there might be wondrous things in there. Marun thought that the powerful guard staying within the village was a waste and continued to attempt searching the first area. But because of Ikiju's judgment which said that it was too dangerous, and because Karim also opposed his idea of searching around the first area since it would be a waste of the guards, Marun resorted to the worst option he had. He had convinced the hunters of the fourth area, which was where he was before, and had tried to flip the village upside down. He was the reason for the great massacre of the fourth area. Actually, he might have succeeded. His own skills were quite good and he had a large amount of comrades. And they had robbed the village's armory, waited until Ikiju and the other guards went out for some work and then went for the village then. But there was one thing Marun hadn't been able to foresee. It was that Ikiju, who had been enraged after she had returned from the situation then, was strong beyond his imagination. And the fact that the powers of the 10 people siding with Karim were beyond his imagination as well. The coup d'etat of the fourth area, which seemed like it would work, had been suppressed by the hands of the guards, Karim, and Ikiju. Most of the hunters who had been with Marun had been killed off by Ikiju, but Marun, who had realized that the situation was quite bad, gathered up the few remaining people as he left the village. After taking the Scarlet Yang armor as well as the most precious item, the bow. Marun smiled as he looked at Ikiju. Ikiju, the situation is really different now, huh? Thinking of Ikiju who had chased him like a demon in the past, it still kept him awake at night. But the situation was now different. I clearly have the upper hand this time. He had run away like a lost dog, but his skill stayed even if he had gone to another village. No, that wasn't all. The artifact he had stolen from the armory had given him wings and had allowed him to attain a new power at the village he had ran to, as well as allowing him to gather close to 500 hunters to follow him. Hunters whose contracts had ended with good timing. And compared to them, the other side only had 3 people. Marun, who had realized that there wouldn't be any forces backing her up even if it got dragged out, started to laugh coldly. He had been nervous since there was a chance, but for it to really be possible. Shall I check just in case? Marun laughed coldly as he spoke. Well, let's forget about our past. Since I didn't really lose out that much. Ikiju, who had been maintaining her cold expression, sighed in relief inwardly. Even if they had Hansu, the other side was still very strong. And Marun couldn't be ignored as well. In a situation where they didn't know what would come out from the green road, a clash was best avoided. But before Ikiju could even finish her thoughts, Marun smiled as he spoke. With the expression of a hyena who had gained a chance to take a bite off its prey. Just leave behind an arm before you go. It's fair since I lost a finger in my right hand when you chased me in the past, right? Marun then lifted up his right hand, which was missing the middle finger. The hand which he had flipped her off with and had thus had lost the middle finger. Tremble. The moment she heard it, the White River demonic art that was calming down started to burn back up again. Fucking hell. Karhal spoke to Ikiju carefully as he eyed the situation which was turning worse and worse. Can't we just give it and be done with it? Okay, I get it. Those guys wouldn't stop at just an arm anyway. If she gave her arm off they would then all charge in. This was a threat. That they would kill them all. Karhal gulped from the side and prepared to fight. Good, good. It's all going very well. Mount Liang's member, Yongwan, surveyed around the entire funnel area as he nodded. They were gathering. People who had started off at different villages were gathering towards the green road. There were a lot of different types. People who had grouped with a large amount of people up from the fear of the mystery about the green road. Or a small group of people who were confident in their skills and were trying to go through the green road without becoming a large target. They all had different looks to them, but they all had something in common. They aren't fighting, huh? Why can't they be more like those guys over there? Yongwan made a bored expression as he looked at the 500 people who were threatening the 3 others openly. They were wary of each other, but they didn't fight. There was a reason. Why would they waste their forces when they didn't know what would pop out from here on? Yongwan clicked his tongue as he saw this scene. The village had tamed these people too much. Those guys are all useless. Let's start it up now then. It was time to turn them back. To the them of the past. They needed to become a bit more desperate. Yongwan finished his thoughts as he touched the red marble in his hands. In the next instant. A tremendous noise and vibration started to occur around Yongwan. At the same time the ground near Yongwan cracked open. It was similar to an earthquake, but that wasn't it. As the ground cracked open, a black tunnel had popped out. A square tunnel that looked artificial. Yongwan laughed as he saw the tunnel. Some might say there weren't enough people who survived. But in their perspective, there were still too many of the humans. They didn't need such a large amount of people. Filter away the weaklings and only look for those who will remain. Over half of the people down there didn't even have the right to meet the standards. And people like him didn't have the time to go through such people. So there was a need for him to do something. Come. Boom. 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 The sound of something rushing up could be heard from below. Roar. Yongwan quickly ran away after hearing the rough breathing below the ground. I should run away as well. It'll come back after it filled up enough. Staying near it would just result in a meaningless death. In the past this thing had been accidentally released and had almost destroyed an entire ceasefire village. If it hadn't eaten its fill, then the whole village would have been erased. Roar. Soon something popped out from where Yongwan had disappeared from and roared. It then sniffed its nose as it started to dash away. In order to fill its hunger that it hadn't been able to satisfy while it had been trapped. Roar. Marun, who had been drawing his bow, heard the huge roar from the distance as he stopped. Fuck. Why does it have to be now? Marun, who was going to wipe the 3 people in an instant, frowned a bit. Well, the talk between Akiju was him just testing the waters out. Even if Akiju hadn't been there, they would have killed them all. Since a useless clash was better if avoided, but 500 people killing off 3 couldn't really be considered a clash. Since a tank running over an ant wasn't a clash. Wouldn't it be a waste when 3 people were just walking around with a set of amazing artifacts? And, a beauty like Akiju isn't that common. Marun, who had stopped for a bit, shook off his thoughts as he released the bow he had drawn. A single beast wasn't that much of an issue. They just needed to finish this off before it got here. The fastest and the strongest arrow of the 3, the red snake, had been applied with 4 additional skills as it flew towards Akiju. It can't be dodged. Snake's path. An arrow shot out from this could not be dodged no matter what. Like a snake who searched for body heat in order to keep warm, the arrow aimed for the warmth of the heart and will fly towards that heart until the end. At that moment. Boom. The arrow, which had been flying towards Akiju with a tremendous aura, suddenly got blown apart. What the fuck? Marun was shocked. The arrow had been blown apart by the guy standing next to Akiju who didn't really look like much. Marun was flustered. That arrow wasn't something that would be easily destroyed like that. And why aren't the skills activating? Marun's eyes got focused onto the man and away from Akiju. I don't remember a face like that. It hadn't been long since he had left the village. He couldn't remember everyone in the village, but someone who could become this strong in that short amount of time had to have been someone quite strong already back then. Like Karhal standing next to Akiju. Damn. Something is wrong. Marun frowned but shook his head and shouted. What are you doing, you bastards? Solve it quickly and leave. Nothing has changed. The hunters erased their amused expressions at Marun's shout and then all nodded. They had been shocked by the sudden roar of the beast and the unexpected skill, but nothing much changed. But Hansu shook his head at those words. Something did change. What? At that moment. Ki-yi-yi-yi-ying. Marun flinched at the ominous sound coming from behind him. And soon. Boom. The beam of laser, which cut through the forest, smashed into the group of hunters. Yaak. Damn. Close to 20 people couldn't even yell out at the beam, which flew in at the speed of light and had disappeared. And soon. Roar. A giant beast jumped in between the melted jungle. With an aloof posture unlike its beastly and strange roared. Marun made a confused expression. What the hell is that? The body of a wolf. The wings of a bird. Head of a mouse. And it was huge. It was easily over 30 meters tall. While Marun was flustered at the horrendous beast in front of him. Hansu looked at the beast with a calm expression. It's here. Triple fusion beast. A beast that had been hurriedly created by the sages in order to deal with the higher races who had betrayed them. He needed to kill that thing in order to head towards the next objective. But, it's quicker than my expectations. At that moment. Grrrrrrrr. The triple fusion beast's eyes landed on Hansu. And soon. Boom. A beam of light poured out from the mouse's mouth as it smashed into Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 176, Green Road, 3. The main instigator of all this chaos, Yongwan, made a confused expression while surveying the area from above a cliff. While looking at the triple fusion beast that was attacking a single person with its laser. It wasn't that weird up to this point. What was weird was the result. Why is he alive? Did something go wrong? It seemed like it attacked at random, but there was a reason for all of its attacks. Youngwon made a confused expression as he hurriedly checked the other areas. Since that wasn't the only location where the triple fusion beast popped out at. But why Aok? The triple fusion beasts, which had been released into the funnel area, were chasing and driving people in all directions. Damn it. A 30 m tall monster that was charging towards them with black-colored claws that were larger than a human's body was like fear itself. Damn it. It's much larger than a normal first-grade monster. Miralyn, an ex-hunter from a village, grinned at her teeth as she saw the beast running around in a rampage. One might think that size didn't matter anymore to these hunters, who have reached the level of a superhuman, but size was actually a very important factor. Since one's mass and size didn't really increase along with the runes. Even with the same amount of strength, if a human got hit by those claws then they would just get flung into the air. And their own reach was much shorter as well. They can overcome this to a certain degree with their skills, but if mana, resistance, and defense was around the same level then having a larger body was always better. Fuck it, let's try attacking it. Miralyn was an adventurer who had been in the yellow zone for almost 1.5 years. She had fought against a few first-grade monsters before. She had never seen something as powerful as this before, but she wouldn't just stay idle and get killed. Soon a large amount of energy was gathered in her hands. She prepared her skill, diffusion shot, and then flung it towards the beast. Boom. Ta-da-da-dak. Grrrrrr. The triple fusion beast felt its skin burning in as it looked towards Miralyn. And she frowned from this scene. Since her skill had only barely made its skin burn a bit. Damn, I should have enlarged it to affect more area. A human would die if a hole the size of their head was created on them, but to a large beast it would just tickle a bit. Those things wouldn't stop in their tracks just because a few needle holes were created in their body. No, they would actually just get even more enraged. One would need to blow apart a part of their entire body in order to stop their movements, but in order to increase the effective size of a skill the damage would decrease drastically. A single arrow to the heart would kill a human, but for such a large beast, a hole the size of a few humans' heads would be needed. But my skills work against it? It wasn't like the Urukans where their skills didn't work at all. Then it was possible. Since she wasn't alone. Miralyn turned around and shouted to behind her. Charge. At that moment all the people who were running away looked at each other. Miralyn's comrades, the 85 people, and the 117 others from a different village. And these people figured something important out in that short moment. Something very simple but important as well. If we don't attack, it goes for the weaker ones first. That bastard of a beast with a mouse's head and a wolf's body was weird. It miraculously found the weakest target first and was killing them first. Then everyone looked around their surroundings. If they all attacked then at least 50 of them would die in the process. Actually, it might even be more if their teamwork isn't perfect. And they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be part of that 50. But if they run then a much lesser number would die. Since that beast wasn't focused on them right now. As they finished thinking. Papa. They all ran in different directions. You fucking bastards. Roar. Miralyn shouted out in befuddlement but then started to madly run away as well. Since fighting it alone would just end in a meaningless death. Damn it. Spread out and run. Miralyn shouted out as she ran. And as the people who were attacking it started to run away, the triple fusion beast started going for the weaker ones in order one by one. That's how it should be. Youngwon nodded as he watched the chaos. It didn't matter if the person was a good and trustable person or not. Since they already had their standards. One's own strength. An absolute strength that can even go against 100 people alone. That was the only important factor. The villages are useful but they have too many useless things. Youngwon mumbled as he fumbled around with the red jade in his hands. Something like this wasn't even needed in the past before they made a compromise with the higher races. Since reaching the portal after getting through the higher races proved one's strength by itself. But after they had a compromise and the higher races backed out, there was a need for them to do a few things. Since they would enter in large groups if left alone. Then weaklings would come up which would result in making it hard to control the huge masses. So they released the triple fusion beast. And using its amazing ability which found out the weakest ones first. But how did he survive? It attacked the weakest ones. But weak ones should not be able to survive from its attack. But the person who had been hit by the laser from before was still alive. Which means that he was quite strong. It had never attacked the strong one first before. But even before Youngwon could turn his head to look at that special man after losing interest in the villagers who were running away. He was shocked at the red jade in his hands which trembled as he hastily looked outside. Since an impossible event had occurred. What? The triple fusion beast died. Of course it could die. But when these things felt danger, the instincts of the rebellungs within its body would activate. Group hunt. It would run away the moment it felt danger. At the same time it would send out a supersonic wave that only rebellungs could hear and call its comrades. Its death meant that it didn't even have the time to run away. Did that guy possibly? Youngwon looked down below the cliff in a hurry. Then he opened his eyes wide as he looked at the man who was now fighting a second triple fusion beast. Chiaing. Boom. A red laser which had erased 20 hunters from the face of the world in an instant. Hansu's body withstood that laser and stood still. Kiaing. The red laser collided with the golden reinforcement around Hansu's body and got diffused around. Tudududuk. Trees got burnt and the ground melted down from the diffused beams. Even the diffused beam was that strong. Rebellu's destruction beam. If the Urukans had powerful bodies and the Akalachis could fly into the skies then the Rebellungs had many more of their kind as well as being able to use a destruction beam. Abilities that the sages had bestowed upon the weak races that couldn't even defend their own bodies. And the triple fusion beast, which was made up of mixing these three races, could use it as well. Hook. And as if Hansu couldn't handle it for long as well, he quickly swung his forked lightning to smash apart the beam as he moved out. And as Hansu came out from the beam the triple fusion beast was wary and ready to defend itself. It had to. Since after it had come to help its comrade after hearing the desperate cry, the only thing it saw was a corpse filled with holes. And the one who did all that was in front of its eyes. Since the Urukon's body, which was physically enhanced, was constantly sending warning signals from its sixth sense. Hansu frowned as it looked at the triple fusion beast that didn't even care for everything else and was only focused on him. Tisk, is it because I killed Docatus? Usually it would only go for the weakest one first, but that's only if their opponents weren't a threat. He wondered why it had specifically ran over to them, but it seems like they sensed the traces of Docatus within his body. To be exact, the body of Docatus that the 1,000 soldiers' armor ate up. But this was actually a chance in some sense. Try shooting it again. As Hansu motioned with his hands to attack again, the triple fusion beast spat out the beam again. Cheeing. A beam of laser came out from the triple fusion beast's mouth as it flew past the ground. Boom. Hansu didn't even think about dodging the destruction beam as he blocked it with his own body. Quaadududududuk. The demonic dragon's reinforcement got shredded apart. And the mana within his body was getting drained like a pond within a mountain in flames. But he had to do this. Since it would run away otherwise. Hansu shouted towards his back loudly. Karhul. Just a moment, it's done. While Hansu was buying time. The quintuple beam in Karhul's hands flew towards the triple fusion beast. But he didn't spread it out. Small. Very small. The 5 beams, which had condensed into a size in which a thin woman may barely be able to go through, flew towards the triple fusion beast. Which was sending out a beam of laser from its wide open mouth. Kaaak. The triple fusion beast screamed. The attack wasn't fast. It could have probably dodged if it flew into the air. But it didn't. It cannot use 2 traits at the same time. A beast made by fusing the 3 races. But it could not use all 3 at the same time. Only one at a time. Which meant that while it was shooting the laser, it was merely a stationary cannon. Kiwadududuk. A hole was created below the triple fusion beast's waist. But this was not a fatal wound. A hole a bit larger than a human's head could be easily healed within a night to that giant beast. There was a reason why it had chosen to use the Revolu's trait to attack instead of the Akalachia's trait to dodge. It would have ran away if Hansu wasn't here, but there wasn't really a need to stop attacking to dodge an attack like this. Kirururuk. But as the triple fusion beast made a snort-like noise and was about to pour all its strength into the beam. Boom. The body of the triple fusion beast, which had been laying down in the distance, blew apart. At the same time, something within the corpse which was blazing white suddenly dashed towards the triple fusion beast which was sending out its beam. Kaaak. The Urukon's genes that was a part of the triple fusion beast madly sent warning signals. But Akija's speed when she was using the White River demonic art was numerous times faster than the quintuple beam. Quaadududuk. And in the next instant Akija jumped into the hole created in the triple fusion beast's body. A loud noise of friction was heard between her scarlet yang armor and the flesh of the beast due to the size being a bit small, but Akija opened up the injury and hacked her way in. Even before the beast could handle her. And soon. The triple fusion beast went on a rampage. Nothing would be able to handle the pain of something smashing their organs and cutting their muscles from the inside. Quajuk. Quajuk. The triple fusion beast dug around its injury in order to pull out the bug inside its body, but it was all futile. Since Akija didn't allow herself to be caught by the hand which was carefully entering the body just in case it would hurt itself. Akija actually just dodged away from the hand and madly bored towards the more important organs. Soon. Koyuo. The triple fusion beast fell on the ground after its heart was blown apart. Just like the corpse which it had seen after it got here. And Hansu frowned as he looked at the triple fusion beast. How many died from this thing this time around? Hansu frowned. He had also taken the test that Mount Liang had given them. And this test will continue on for close to a month. Until the number of people got reduced by almost half. If his trait hadn't awakened to a certain degree in the past, then he would have died then as well. Karhul shouted towards Hansu. What are you going to do now? What about those guys? Karhul then pointed towards Marun and his comrades who had surrounded him. These damned bastards. Karhul frowned as he looked at Marun, who had stopped in place to watch instead of running away. Damn. Marun, who had chosen to watch instead of running away, made a shocked expression while looking at Hansu. It's not that they only have 3, but just that they only need 3, huh? They were confident with just 3. What are you going to do, Marun? One of the hunters, who was making an expression full of fear, asked Marun. Since almost 30 people had died in that short moment from the beams. Even when they didn't fight directly. It would be a huge problem if things like that swarmed the forest. Marun smiled as he spoke. There was quite a useful thing in front of them. Well, it seems like we're lucky. We should help each other in times of trouble. It doesn't look like they are having easy as well. He didn't know why they were traveling with only 3 people, but he knew that they wouldn't deny his offer at a time like this. Marun then looked towards Hansu and the other 2 in the distance. Reincarnator, Chapter 177, Maze, 1. Hey friend. Wait up for a bit. Akija was dumbfounded at the sudden change in tone after climbing out from the triple fusion beast's body. Heh, look how he changes. But Marun didn't even take a glance at Akija as he walked towards Hansu. It seems this guy is the boss here. He had thought that Akija was the leader at the beginning. There were times when a smart person or a kind person became a leader. But it wouldn't last long. Since a ruthless person who can deal with the problems in times of danger was the one who made decisions instead of the person who can talk around the problem. And he had never seen someone as strong as Akija even after moving to another village. But as they say, the world is large, for him to be able to meet someone even stronger. The one who had killed the beast was Akija, but if that guy wasn't there to block that unstoppable beam, it wouldn't even have been possible. That was why he was trying to talk to Hansu instead. Yeah. Just stand still behind me. Marun looked back at the hunters who were all staring at him from behind, walked up to Hansu and spoke. Since it looks like there isn't much time, let's get to the point right away. I don't know why you 3 are traveling as only 3, but let's go together. Kiiying. Constant screams of the triple fusion beasts were heard from all around. Where the hell did these things pop out from anyway? Marun frowned as he heard the screams and roars that rang throughout the entire forest. Karhal's condensed quintuple beam had barely been able to leave a hole in its body. If he had tried to make the hole a bit larger, then he might have even failed. These things had a monstrous amount of defense. Even him, who had the unique item Snake's Path, would have a hard time trying to create a hole like the one Karhal had made. But for these things to suddenly pop out. Marun looked calm on the outside, but he was urgent on the inside. There was no time to leave a good impression. Faster. He needed to show him that the two groups needed each other. As you can see, we have a lot of people and every one of us are veteran hunters. We were ambushed just now, but we can be quite a formidable force if we combine our strength. I don't know what kind of goals or thoughts you have, but I think it would be better to head towards a single direction together instead of being enemies. Though 30 had died, they still had around 470 people. There wouldn't be a group larger than them in this forest. Maybe 100 people more at most. If there weren't beasts like that, then he had the confidence to smash apart everything else until the end of the green road. Hansu chuckled at Marun's words, which contained a trace of a threat. You don't know what kind of thoughts I have or where I'm headed to, but for you to want to come with me. Marun made a confused expression. He didn't know what kind of thoughts Hansu had, but it shouldn't be that much out of the box. Since the goals of everyone traversing through this damned world was one. Survival. Hansu then motioned towards the triple beast's corpse with the tip of his chin while looking at Marun. I'm now going to the nest of these things. These things. Karhal was the one who had actually freaked out from Hansu's words. A nest meant that it was where these things lived and that there were swarms of these things around. Hansu nodded at Karhal's reaction. Triple fusion beast, a beast that the sages had created. The desperate sages had combined the three races and had created this, but these large things couldn't be kept under control and they couldn't handle their own instincts as they prioritized the weak. The beasts, after judging that the sages were weaker than them, had gone on a rampage to rip apart the sages, and so the sages could only trap them in the underground maze. A key part of the last line of defense of the sages. And now it was the base of Mount Liang, the ones who were in charge of the funnel. It's now time to get to the headquarters. He needed to get in before the doors closed. Into the maze where the triple fusion beasts came out from. And he needed to get the item inside that place. Having a lot of people isn't quite useful in the maze, you see. The maze was a complex structure created to go up against the higher races that were invading them. It was created for a small number of people for a reason. Nothing will be gained if a group tried to swarm through the narrow passages. Since the best place to show off the might of numbers is the wide plains. Swarming into such a narrow place would only hinder each other's attacks. Hansu then pointed behind Marun and started to pick people out. Him. A total of 8. The rest would only get in the way. Marun frowned at Hansu's words. This bastard. He has some amazing sense, or is it something else? The ones Hansu had picked just now were the strongest of the 470 here. They were the guards of the village. Of course they were much stronger and had better equipment than the hunters. But Marun had purposely made their attire similar to the hunters. Since the enemy would be more wary of a special-looking opponent. There shouldn't be that many differences from a glance, but for him to pick them out so meticulously. And he's going to go into their nest. Marun pondered. In order to find out what the hell this crazy guy was thinking about. Shall I threaten him a bit? There was a reason why people did crazy things. There are always rewards that suited the crazy and risky things people do. Well, it's just a threat. Hansu wouldn't try to fight their group or anything due to their numbers. Marun thought about this and then flinched after seeing Hansu's eyes. Fucking hell. There was a beast in the past which had similar eyes to Hansu right now. Second level beast, Irona. A 4M large beast which looked like a red lion and marked its territory by smashing trees down with its front leg. And unlike how it looked, it was a herbivore as it ignored other beasts and only ate the trees within its territory. If you don't cross over to its territory, then it wouldn't do anything to you no matter what you do, even if you were right in front of it. And the newbies often make the mistake that it's a timid beast. And in order to gain the egg of an Irona, which was said to be extremely precious and rare, they often cross over the clearly marked territorial line. Nobody knew what happened to them. Since none of them had come back to the village. The current situation felt just like that. Like he had come right up to the boundary of Hansu's territory. The moment he tried to work around it, he would lose his head. He had cold sweat running down his back because the twitching spearhead felt like it would pierce through his neck at any moment. His group might be able to win if they fight, but what would it matter if his head was cut off already? At that moment. Roar. A desolate cry was heard. From very nearby. If you have nothing to say, then we'll head off first. Hansu left with those words. The triple fusion beasts would come here if they remained. We'll only get dragged down dealing with those guys. There was a time limit for how long the entrance to the maze stayed open. He needed to hurry up and get in before more of them swarmed to him. Since there was another reason to go into the maze other than the defeated king's crown. Ta-da-dak. Phew. Marun finally relaxed after Hansu, Ikiju, and Karhal disappeared and sighed as he balanced himself with Snake's Path. And Mekil, one of the ex-guards, asked Marun while looking at him. Shall we chase? What should we do? It smells a bit fishy. They would be able to catch them if they chased. Since their specialties were more for hunting rather than a clash. Marun started to ponder after hearing Mekil's words. Boom. Get behind me. The moment Hansu shouted. Karhal and Ikiju quickly made their bodies smaller as they hid behind Hansu. And then. Boom. A beam of laser flew in from the distance and smashed into Hansu. Jiajijijik. A hot wave of heat radiated into all directions. But Hansu continued to run. He was now ignoring the triple fusion beasts and was just running. And thanks to this, the triple fusion beast who was chasing was able to continue to send out its destruction beams without being attacked back. Fucking hell. Karhal clenched his teeth while feeling the intense heat all over his body. Just the heat itself was this much. We have to dive into the place where it's swarming with these things. Karhal made a desperate expression from the situation, which was much more dangerous than he had expected. It wasn't like he volunteered because he wanted to help out. He had just stuck with him in case he would be able to find his long-lost younger sibling if he followed him. If this guy really beat up all the higher races, then finding his sibling who had been taken away by the blue jade being found wasn't a dream. But for things to be like this. While Karhal was applying every skill he had onto Hansu. Boom! Another beam of light smashed onto Hansu. It might have been easy if they dealt with one at a time while advancing, but due to them just continuing to run, another one had caught up to them. Hansu's body got pushed back as it got hit by 2 destruction beams. Paya! Ikija saw the scene and then covered her entire body with the White River demonic art and jumped in front of Hansu. Kaijijijik. Kahook. A tremendous amount of pain. It melted down the White River demonic art and heated up the Scarlet Yang armor. Damn it. It's just one beam. She had taken one of the 2 beams that was smashing into Hansu, but it was this painful. Ikija shouted out urgently. Now. At that moment. Boom. Karhal had condensed the quintuple beam while Hansu and Ikija bought him time and then shot it towards the triple fusion beast. Boom. Grrrrrr. The triple fusion's beast swayed as a single beam stopped as Hansu, Ikiju, and Karhal started to run away from them. Damn it, man. Why are we hurrying so much? We can just deal with them one by one on the way. Or go in the next time. Karhal shouted towards Hansu, who was running towards the entrance of the maze like a mad bull. Even if those beasts called for help, they still had a lot of time until they reached the maze. They could just deal with them one by one, but why was he running in such a hurry? It was the same for the one back there. A full frontal battle would be hard, but they could deal with it if they used their tactics. Why were they leaving those things behind? But Hansu shook his head. Those things weren't the issue right now. There's no time. We have to get into the maze when the door opens this time, no matter what. What? Boom. Hansu blocked another beam of laser which had flown into him and then looked into the distance where he had self-destruct Dokitus' satellite fortress. He had stopped the interference of the satellite fortresses. But those higher races weren't stupid. They should have figured it out by now. That the current situation would be impossible without somebody else's interference. I know. Something will definitely come. This was why they needed to hide within the maze. The maze was a place the sages had built with the higher races in mind. It was a very useful structure to buy time from the ones chasing them. And gain the king's crown during that time. It'll be good if a suspicious guy came. Hansu continued to think as he saw the entrance of the maze that had started to appear in the distance. Let's go and try to catch them. No matter how much he thought, trying to go in despite the huge amount of possible danger was strange. Taking that wouldn't be bad either. As Marun made his decision and spoke to Mekhil. Boom. Something giant fell down from the skies. And from this Mekhil's entire body had been smashed apart right next to Marun. Yuke. Marun freaked out as the person who he was talking to next to him had gotten smashed apart and then quickly shot out the snake's path. It'll work even if it's the triple fusion beast. But Marun's hope had been smashed apart. Tudududuk. The arrow which had flown away with a vicious red aura had turned into a pile of powder near the opponent's body. From the strange barrier around the opponent's body. And Marun fell into despair after he saw this. Not because his attacks hadn't worked, but because he checked the identity of the opponent. Why is the Urukon here? A wolf man who had their entire body covered with the powerful mana of the blue jade. This place wasn't the ceasefire zone. And this one didn't look simple either. It was a full head taller than Dokitus, whom he had seen in the past, a 5m tall wolf. And it even had some special gear. It was just a meter difference, but the bulky muscles and the rough-looking furs radiated a fearsome aura which couldn't even be compared to that of Dokitus. SSSSSK. The judge, Akitras, who was looking around while ignoring Marun, who had fallen onto the ground and then picked up the terrified bug in front of his eyes. Humans whom he had found while tracking the traces from the village Dokitus was supposed to visit last. They might be of help. Tell me everything you know. Is there a special human who has gone past this place? There wasn't much detail he needed to ask. Since someone like him shouldn't be normal. Grrrrrr. AHH. Marun made a terrified expression at the intense amounts of deadly aura he felt, but then suddenly shouted out in glee as if he had remembered something. Yes. There is. Yes. He said he was going to the underground maze. Akitras raised his brows at those words and then smiled contently after thinking for a moment. And then smashed an arm of Marun. Crack. Uaaaaak. The ones running away kindly told you their destination. Akitras erased the smile on his face and then mumbled coldly. You are making me really angry. Thanks to you it's now even more confusing. No. It's real uaaaaak. Screams of despair rang throughout the jungle. Reincarnator, Chapter 178, Maze, 2. AHH, ah. The hunters fell into despair as they saw Marun, who had turned into a corpse. They couldn't even think of running away. It was the Urukon. The ones who dominated the yellow zone and were in possession of the satellite fortress. Nobody could annoy them and get away with it. Akitras looked at the surrounding bugs and then pondered. Since the underground maze would be the worst choice if they were thinking of running away from him. He would become a trapped rat. He could judge that him spreading the news of the underground maze was a trap, ignore it and just search around the green road. But if he wasn't thinking of running away? Annoying rat. Akitras growled. If it was a human who had dealt with Dokitus, then he might have really gone to the underground maze. Since even they, the higher races, had a hard time roaming around that place. If that rat was being impertinent and was trying to kill him as well, then it would have gone into the maze. Of course it might be like any other rat and try to run away after tricking him. The chances are half and half. He needed to make the correct choice. If that rat made him roam the underground maze and ran? If he erased all the remaining traces of himself and hid within the humans, then he would be impossible to find. Since the human managing the green road, Matiron, wouldn't stay idle if he massacred the humans in search for one. If the humans used the destruction jade in a tense situation like this where the Akalachias and Rebelungs were constantly looking for a chance, things would become troublesome. The fact that I cannot use the satellite fortress is annoying. Akitris growled. If he could just use the satellite fortress, then he didn't even need to trouble himself like this. Since he could just search around the entire green road on it. But they didn't have the spare forces to send a satellite fortress this way just to chase a single bug. That retarded Docatus. To have lost to a bug even with the satellite fortress. Anyways, the search for that bug would be really troublesome now. Akitris, who had been cursing Docatus, pondered for a moment and then looked around at the bugs around him. And then smiled. Hey you guys, come over here. Sorry. The nearby hunters made nervous expressions at Akitris's call. Boom. Boom. Multiple laser beams were erasing everything in their path and destroying the terrain. Ah. Karhal and Akija ran in between these beams as they screamed. The danger rose every time the number of beams increased. Boom. Hansa received the laser beam with his body again as he shouted. We're almost here. There. In the distance. There was a strangely cracked land. A 50-meter wide abyss along with a black tunnel inside that abyss. It would need to be at least this big for those large beasts to be able to comfortably enter and exit. And during this time, Karhal was gulping down his saliva while staring at the tunnel that was slowly closing. Damn. We're really going in, huh? But going in seemed like the better option right now. Since nothing could get worse than the situation they were in at least. Rumble. Just when Akiju and Karhal had gotten right up to the door while Hansu was blocking the beam with his body and was about to jump in. Boom. Boom. Projectiles and skills flew in from the inside. Look. Karhal, who didn't pay attention to the hole because he was so focused on what happened behind him, suddenly freaked out. Did Clementine's underlings get here already? Akija made an expression of despair. It might have been different if there were only Clementine's underlings, but the triple fusion beasts were right on their tail as well. But Akija soon realized that her fears were a bit off. The strength is weak. If they were like Kareem, then skills equal to or above Karhal's quintuple fusion would have flown in. But the skills that came out from the insides were quite weak. So weak that Akija could just take it with the Scarlet Yang armor and the White River demonic arts that had turned into rags by the triple fusion beasts. Get on me. Akija shouted towards Karhal. Since her physical capabilities were higher. Damn, at least care for my face a bit. Karhal complained but realized he shouldn't be doing it in the current situation as he got on Akija's back. And Akija raised her speed and started to dash towards the hole. Loud noises came out from the hole Karhal and Akija were heading towards. Get lost, you bastards. Don't drag them here. You crazy bastards. What are you doing? Akija realized the identity of these people at those words. People who had run away from the triple fusion beasts and had hid within the suspicious looking hole. They had finally found peace but had freaked out and attacked when some strange guys were dragging the beasts towards where they were hiding. But Akija clenched her teeth and ran inside even faster. Since she couldn't really care about their situation right now. If someone asked her who she would fight between the ones in front of her eyes or the triple fusion beasts behind her, there wasn't even a need to consider the first option. The vicious aura within Akija's body exploded out. The White River demonic arts power had increased after she had become more frantic. Boom. Boom. Ah. While the people were backing off from the aura radiating from Akija who was charging in. Kauyu. Karhal and Akija had been able to get into the hole safely. Akija hurriedly stood up inside the slowly closing door, suppressed the White River demonic art, which was the cause of her vicious aura that was flaring up, as she shouted towards Hansu. Hurry. Hey. Run. They only needed Hansu to come in. The urgent shouts of Akiju and Karhal rang out, but Hansu was focused on dodging the attacks of the triple fusion beast while circling around as if he hadn't heard them. Karhal saw this and realized something as he grabbed a hold of one of the people sitting in the hole alongside them. Hey. Hurry and send support fire. What are you doing, you bastards? He's buying time until the door closes. You think those guys outside would just leave if that guy died? Karhal then pointed towards Hansu who was covered in blood. The tens of people woke up from those words as they started to send their attacks at the triple fusion beast. Boom. Boom. Grr. As attacks flew in from the inside, the triple fusion beast turned its head and looked towards the inside of the hole. It hadn't realized their existence when it had been focused on the one in front of its eyes, but as the weaker ones attacked it, its instincts flared up. Kiyoyoying. One of the beams that was focused on Hansu headed towards the entrance of the tunnel. And the people freaked out as they saw this. Since they all knew the might of that beam. Uaak. Hide. Damn. Why did we do that? The people who had been sending the attacks hurriedly hid behind the doors that was closing. Damn. This door shouldn't get destroyed. Karhal closed his eyes. If this door melted down from that beam, then it was the end. Boom. The beam that came out from the beast's mouth smashed into the half-closed door. Chiajijijik. The metal door made strange noises as it caught on fire along with some smoke. Ugh. The cries of people were heard because of the heat of the beam that had flown through the half-closed door and through the tunnel. Since it was extremely hot. Thankfully the door had been able to block the beam of the triple fusion beast. Damn. But the people were now so terrified that they didn't even try to peek their head through the closing door. As no reactions came, the triple fusion beast ignored the group as it started to focus on Hansu again. Boom. Boom. Pajijijik. Two of them constantly had their beams on Hansu and one of them charged towards Hansu as if it wanted to devour him. And Hansu's mana, which had been barely holding on, started to dry up. As the demonic dragon's reinforcement got shredded apart and the 1,000 soldiers' armor turned into rags. It's good. Pot. Hansu dodged the triple fusion beast's front legs as he jumped into the hole. Kyuang. The enraged triple fusion beast had even stopped the beams as they ran towards the entrance of the maze. Kikugigan. But the almost closed door was wide enough for Hansu to enter, but it was too small for the triple fusion beasts, which were the size of small buildings, to enter. Boom. Boom. Roaar. The people tensed up at the attacks of the triple fusion beasts, which were slamming the closed door as they powered up skills in their hands. Since they would get massacred if it got breached. The faint lights of the skills in the darkness showed the fear and despair of the people. Soon. Grrrrrrrr. Paya. Phew. As if the beasts had lost interest at the door that wasn't opening up, the sounds of them attacking the door disappeared and the people sighed out in relief. And the skills showed the faces of the people. Who is it? Miralyn, the woman who had been leading the people inside, made a nervous expression while looking at the 3 new people who had entered. Those people were all tired and had been injured while running away from the attacks of the triple fusion beast. And one seems to have a really foul personality. The man who had come on the back of a woman and had grabbed a hold of them was still looking at their direction with an expression full of contempt. Well. It'd be like that too. Miralyn remained tensed up as she mumbled. Since her own group wouldn't be good in their eyes since her group had tried to attack them while the 3 were running in with those beasts behind them. But her group had a few things to say too. What the hell do you want us to do when you are bringing 3 of those things over here? While the 2 groups were glaring at each other. Akija patted Karhal's back. Calm down, Karhal. There's nothing to be gained from fighting here. Fucking hell. What a person of virtue you are. Karhal growled towards Akija but just spat out once and looked over his wounds since he knew her words weren't wrong. Since the current situation wasn't the best to fight with these guys. This place was the headquarters of their enemy. There was nothing to be gained in making more enemies. Karhal asked Hansu. Are you going in now? Hansu nodded. This time, when most of the triple fusion beasts had gone out, was the best time to get through the maze. Of course the obstacle in getting the king's crown still existed. At that moment. Someone spoke to Miralyn. Miralyn. We aren't trapped, right? At those words Miralyn's expression changed. From what it seemed this tunnel was where the beasts had come out from. They were trapped in the nest of those things. Miralyn shouted out. To Karhal who seemed to be the weakest. Damn it. What are you going to do? We were going to leave after hiding here for a bit but we can't leave anymore. Fucking hell. This was why I didn't want to enter on her back. That was the reason why he was hearing these things. While Karhal was frowning. Boom. A very faint vibration throughout the maze. Hansu frowned and looked at Miralyn's group in front of his eyes as he felt that. Rumble. In another part of the maze. One of the doors that the triple fusion beast could not smash apart no matter what had been destroyed. And the triple fusion beast was laid out on the ground with only half its body. UAAA. While the people who had been chased by Akiris were crying out in fear. Akitris who smashed apart the door with the blue spear in his hands, the Akian, and had even killed the triple fusion beast, shook off the blood on his eyes and tsked. Insolent mixed blood. Chiik. Akitris, who had smashed apart the door with Akian that used the power of the satellite fortress to activate, stared at the hunters behind him. And there was something on all those hunters' necks. Blue jade. The dog collar that made hunting dogs. It's good to have brought quite a lot of them. He just needed to wait here. For the hunting dogs to find him while he waited. He could just leisurely run over and smash his heart apart. With the Akian, the spear of blue light. Akitris made a content expression as he spoke. Half of you search the forest and the other half search around the maze. Once you find him just send a signal with the necklace. And for those who want to laze around. While everyone made nervous expressions at Akitris's words. Akitris erased the smile on his face as he growled out and spoke. The only ones who will live are the ones who find him. Search for him with your lives on the line. If you can't find him, I'll blow up the necklaces. The necklace that had a large amount of energy. There was nothing to think about as to what would happen if these necklaces blew apart. UAAAA. Everyone ran either to the forest or the maze in despair from those words. Extremely quickly. You rat. I'll see you soon. He should have known that he would get trapped if he went into the maze. Does he have something in reserve? Or perhaps, if that rat had gone into the great jungle then he could just chase in glee, but if he hadn't then something was suspicious. Akitris, who had been smiling in contentment, suddenly made an expression full of suspicion. Reincarnator, Chapter 179, Maze, 3. Rumble. A tremor rang throughout the maze. It was very faint but everybody felt it. While the people were talking to each other in case another triple fusion beast was attacking a different part of the maze. Hansu frowned. He came a tremendous destructive force that even made the ground tremble. There was only one thing that could show off such a might without the satellite fortress that would have been near here. It's the judge. A warrior of the higher race that filled the gap between the satellite fortresses. Hansu mumbled as he felt the extremely faint vibration ringing throughout the walls of the maze. They were called the higher race as a group but every individual had their differences in power. The best out of the ones who were talented in controlling mana would receive the honor of being able to control a satellite fortress and would either assume the position of a defender, harvester, or a judge. Their physical capabilities didn't need to be that good since they had the satellite fortress. On the other hand, the ones who are superior physically would act as warriors. Along with weapons that weren't needed in the frontier where the satellite fortresses were at. This should be Akian. No matter how good their physical abilities were, there was still a limit. Since their physical bodies shouldn't be superior to that of the triple fusion beast. Which meant that there was only one way for them to have destroyed the door. A weapon that symbolized the wrath of the heavens. Akian. Every attack from it was like the heavens' rage. Since might was almost equal to the assault of the satellite fortress though there existed a slight delay. Hansu got closer to the walls of the maze and put his ears on the wall. Tututung. Tututudung. Extremely faint vibrations. Numerous tens of these could be felt through the maze's wall. Hurried sounding footsteps. It could only be one of two things. Either they were people trapped inside the maze after running here for safety like those behind him right now. Or hunting dogs the judge had released. I guess I'll need to hurry. Hansu treated his injuries and then started to tap the wall. Tong 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 tong. Tong tong tong. What the hell is he doing this time? While Karhal was shrugging his shoulders at Hansu. Miralyn, who had been inspecting the closed door, made an expression full of despair. I can't open this. No matter what. A door that was shut closed. Traces of triple fusion beasts. A dark tunnel. No. I cannot stay trapped here. She had never even imagined that she would die in a place like this. Her skills had been recognized and she had been promised many things. Your trade seems very precious to us. Take this. And come to this place in the beginning. Green zone. It wouldn't be hard. You would need to get through the green road if everything was the way it was supposed to be, but your trade is too precious, so we can't shove you in a place like that. I cannot tell you a lot of things because of secrecy issues, but just know that for now. Since the inspector will tell you everything you need to know. If you follow the inspector, matron will treat you very well. Damn, not hard. They dare play with me. Miralyn clenched onto an item within her hand. A small stone that the captain of the guard in her village, Eppin, had given her. Eppin told her that if she held onto this, then the satellite fortress will come and carry her away. She didn't believe it at first, but she had to believe it after seeing Eppin talk to Docatus, the harvester. Since it was the first time she had seen the harvester having a long conversation with anybody. And because of this, she hadn't really cared about her followers this time around. Since she was just going to move to the area where she would get onto the satellite fortress and get out. But what was this? The inspector who was supposed to come was nowhere to be seen, and she had been trapped within this damned nest by the beasts that she couldn't even communicate to. She had never even imagined of such a scene like this. Damn. Damn it. She wanted to smash apart everything near her, but instead she suppressed her anger and calmed down. Since a dumb act like that wouldn't help her in any way. She had to stay calm. Calm down. I'm in a much better position than others. Miralyn started to breath in and out. She didn't know where the forces of the captain of the guards, Eppin, or the Urukans were, but if she found strong guys such as them, then she would be able to stay alive. The other side was too serious for all of this to be a joke. There should be a mistake somewhere, she just needed to get out of here and fix it. And thoughts such as this made her feel at ease. Since she didn't need to go through the entire green road where beasts such as the one she had seen a while ago swarmed around in. Just focus on one thing. I just need to find those guys. She started to become much more lucid as a clear goal was set. Miralyn calmed down and looked at the three in front of her. She had glared them in rage, but like the other woman had said, it wasn't the time to fight. And she didn't have any confidence to beat them if they fought here. Especially that guy. Miralyn gulped down her saliva as she watched the man who was inspecting the surrounding area while tapping the strange-looking walls. I've never seen something like that before. Did he learn a special skill or something? A man who had taken a beam that destroyed everything with his own body. She had seen a lot of strong people before. The leader of her village was quite strong as well, and she had also seen people who were often called geniuses. But she had never seen the man in front of her before. No, wait. Have I? Miralyn shook her head after thinking about the past. That wasn't the important part. The important part was being with someone strong as him would be beneficial in many ways. Being together with someone strong was always beneficial. I have to survive no matter what, until I meet them. Miralyn spoke out after finishing her thoughts. You're going deeper. As Hansu nodded at her question, Miralyn pondered for a bit and asked again. May I ask for what reason you are going in deeper? I don't think we're that close to tell you such things. Karhal suddenly spat out. Damn bastard. But as Hansu didn't respond, it seems he had the same mindset as Karhal. Miralyn glanced at Karhal and then spoke to Hansu. Could we follow as well? Huh? Miralyn. The people behind her were shocked. What was she saying? They should be trying to get out of this damned place, for them to go in deeper. Miralyn shook her head as she spoke. I don't think we should be focused in going out for now. We should be focused on surviving. And there's no guarantee that we would be able to go out even if we separate. They had one of two choices. Do everything they can do, get out. Or go along with the three other. But there was no guarantee that they, who had no idea about anything in this place or the right direction to take, would be able to find the exit. Well, yeah, I guess it'll be better to go with them then. One person nodded. Those three wouldn't be heading to their deaths anyway. They should have plenty of confidence if they were going in deeper. And more than everything else, the man who was busily moving around from here to there seemed very reliable. Yeah. Surviving is better than going out. She had forgotten about the most important thing because she had been shocked by the fact that she had been trapped. Tisk. We don't plan on being a charity. Karhal clicked his tongue but didn't refute it. Since the small help was still help in the end. Karhal didn't show it, but he had been quite nervous from the claw marks of the triple fusion beast upon the walls. Damn, I hope we can move away from this place quickly. At that moment. Rumble. A wall that Hansu had touched rumbled as it opened up. At the same time, a tunnel with a diameter of about 5 m opened up. It wasn't small, but it was too small for a triple fusion beast to go through. Oh. Oh my. Everyone exclaimed out as they saw the tunnel. They hadn't spoken it out loud, but they were all nervous from being trapped in a place like this. The triple fusion beast would not be able to get through a tunnel of that size no matter what. Smiles appeared on the people's faces as they could dodge away from the factor that gave them the most fear. Yeah. It's better to go with someone who at least knows a few things, than staying by ourselves and remaining clueless. Of course they didn't know what the three were thinking inside their mind, but the fact that they didn't try to leave them behind with lies made them feel much more at ease. If they had ulterior motives, then they would have probably sent us out in the front. While the people were standing up after clutching onto their wounds which they had taken emergency care of. Hansu spoke towards Akiju and Karhal. Let's go. Can we follow as well? Hansu nodded at Miralyn, who was confirming it again just in case. Since these people had been trapped because of him bringing the triple fusion beast here. It might have been different if they hadn't been trapped along with him, but since they were already here, there was no reason for him to stop them. But I cannot guarantee your life. Of course. Ha ha ha. Isn't that the way it's supposed to be? As if an existence which they could rely on had appeared within the darkness, a hunter who was clutching onto his arm laughed out loudly. They wouldn't have asked to join if they weren't going to contribute their share. No, they wouldn't even have come out from the village. People who are like that have remained in the farmer level for quite some time. Ha ha. You need to proceed with your own strength. While Miralyn was frowning at the hunter's words as if it was provoking her in some way, Hansu nodded as he spoke. Then let's go. Run. The moment he finished speaking. Hook. Hansu started to quickly run off. And the people started to follow after seeing this. His speed is followable. Does he not have an acceleration type skill? The people made expressions of relief. If that Hansu had used an acceleration type skill along with his monstrous body, then they wouldn't have been able to even dream about following him, but his running speed was quite manageable. Hunters, Ikiju, and Karhal used their skills as they followed Hansu. Good. Miralyn, who had been thinking that they had escaped the imminent danger for now, suddenly remembered something. Look at me, I forgot about it. She then took out the small black stone in her hands and then carefully tied it onto a string. Then she tied it between the neck and her armor where it could be easily seen. Clang. The small black rock that the captain of the guards, Epan, had given her shined on her neck. This is good. Even if she could not figure out who was supposed to help her, they would realize it after seeing this. Yeah. They have given me the offer because I was precious. They shouldn't just leave me be. I hope I can meet them as soon as possible. She thought that this strange place might be their headquarters, but it didn't seem that way. It was smaller than before, but the tunnel they were running through was still a bit too large. As if it wasn't a tunnel the humans went through. A complete darkness. A tunnel that spread into the distance and into the unknown. The great jungle where anything could pop out was a problem as well, but a place like this also made one suppress their breath. Miralyn, who was praying in order to get out of this nerve-wracking situation as soon as possible, smiled as she looked at Hansu. A man who was dispersing her nervousness. Quite reliable, isn't he? Please be good to us. Who knows? I might even ask that inspector to take you along with me. That Karhal guy ahead of her was quite strong as well, but there were people like him around if she surged. But that Hansu guy was special. With his strength, even Epan's group would want to rope him in. Since they seemed to like inviting people into their group and expanding their strength. If she asked, then they might even allow it. I hope they can find me quickly. If not, then she needed to try a bit harder. Try harder in order to find them instead. Miralyn finished her thoughts as she chased behind Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 180, Maze, 4. To the insides of the dark tunnel. There were a small group of people running through the long tunnel while filling it up with noises. A group of 4 people. Their entire bodies were shining brightly in blue. And the space they ran through had been illuminated brightly. Ta-da-da-da-dak. The hunters clenched their teeth while dashing through the tunnel with the power of the blue jade. Ha, ha. That bastard. A speed which they usually couldn't even dream of achieving. A tremendous amount of defense that was even higher than their own skills. It felt like they, the 4 of them alone, could fight against a first-rank beast by themselves and win. All this strength was from the blue light coming off from their necks. A strength which they would usually even kill to gain. But that's only in the case that there's no risk for them. A bomb was good, but nobody would be pleased to know about it when the switch to detonate that bomb was not in their hands. Damn it. Fucking hell. That bastard needs to be in this direction. Darlton, the guard who had been running through the tunnel along with 3 comrades, clenched his trembling hands. And in Darlton's hand the bow that he had wanted so much existed. It had landed in his hands after Marun had died. But Darlton wasn't happy at all. Since he had seen that powerful Marun getting crushed like a piece of trash. That bastard of an Arakan had said clearly. That their necklaces would blow up if they couldn't find that strange guy. And somebody who had even killed Marun wouldn't really care about killing him either. Fucking bastard. Fucking bastard. Almost 500 people were running around in order to find that one guy. They would be able to find him if they searched. Since it hadn't been long since they had departed. And this was the problem. If that guy had gone in the direction of the Great Jungle, then the hunters who had gone towards the Great Jungle would find them and Akitris would head into that direction. Which means then him and the others would just die while searching around these damn tunnels. Since that powerful Arakan wouldn't need them in order to catch the GYY. Please, please. Darlton squeezed out every bit of strength he had as he charged through the maze. And there were quite a few injuries on Darlton's body. Injuries that had occurred while dodging the beast he had encountered on the way. He had no time to deal with things like this. Darlton scraped every bit of remaining mana in his body as he poured it into his movement skills. And the already quick Darlton's speed rose by numerous times. He had to find them quickly. Before others. At that moment. Boom. Boom. A loud sound was heard by Darlton and his comrade suddenly. Is it him? Darlton's expression brightened up. Since he just needed to find them. I won't be fighting him anyway. The strength of the guy wasn't important and he just needed to hold him down until Akitris came. And he was confident enough to do so. Let's go. Darlton burned up his mana as he charged towards where the sound came from. Where are you going? Hansu shook his head as Karhal shouted out with numerous injuries on his body. We're always there. Damn. You've been saying that from a while ago. As Hansu replied and turned right from the 4-way cross. Roar. A beast without a right arm was charging towards them from the end of the tunnel. First rank beast, Murden. Karhal grinned at his teeth while looking at the beast which had a face similar to a gorilla's. Damn it. This really is a fucking beast's nest. Hansu hadn't said it was dangerous for no reason. They were meeting beasts almost every 5 minutes. From the weakest ones to even strong ones. But this one was dimensions apart from the previous ones. It had a tremendous amount of tenacity and belonged at the top of the first grade beasts, a beast that every hunter of the first area had to gather in order to barely suppress it. Did they get trapped in here after coming in when the doors were open? How did they get in? The beasts were all strong but they all had similar injuries. Marks made by the triple fusion beasts. They had run away to the small tunnels after being attacked by the triple fusion beast after coming into the maze. The ones who had been trapped here for quite a long time had turned quite mad. Tuung. Tuung. A giant gorilla that was almost 5 m tall charging through the tunnel was almost like fear itself. At that moment. Hansu jumped out front and smashed the beast with his spear. Kudududuk. The gorilla didn't have its right arm, but Hansu's situation wasn't the best either. The 1,000 soldiers' armor had melted down from the destruction beams and even his skin had burned. And his left arm was smashed apart like the arm of Murden. Roar. The Murden flinched at the human charging at it ferociously but then roared out in rage as it charged. Roar. A red aura that came out from its heart surrounded its left arm. The moment Murden struck out its left arm that was covered in the red aura. Hansu also swung the forked lightning with his one arm and then intercepted the flying fist. The moment the giant red arm and the relatively toothpick-looking golden spear collided. Crunch. A strange noise was heard from the Murden's left arm. Roar. The moment the giant red gorilla flinched from the pain of its bones being destroyed. Hansu left behind his spear and charged the gorilla. It'll get in the way. In close quarters, his fists would be much more useful than the long spear. And Hansu was extremely familiar with fighting without a weapon. Boom. Kudududuk. Crunch. Hansu bore close up the gorilla and started to beat down the Murden. He started at the knees, which were easy to target, and then proceed onto the hips, sexual organs, and the stomach. Soon the Murden's lower part had been turned into a mess. Roar. The Murden roared out in pain as it covered its entire body even more with the red aura as it tried to smash Hansu with its broken left arm. But Hansu dodged away from its attack as he continued to smash it down. The tunnel itself was quite small relative to the size of the beast, so it could only get hit by Hansu despite having a large amount of agility. And Karhal squinted his eyes as he saw the scene from the distance. What the hell is that? Kiiying. Every time Hansu swung his right fist, the ring in his hands shined. It was something that had happened before, but the previous beast had been smashed apart too quickly for him to have seen it properly. Karhal finally realized what it was after he focused his sight in order to not miss it this time. Boom. Every time Hansu attacked his opponent, the mana barrier got smashed apart and blood splattered. And every time the strange red aura got sucked into Hansu's body. The problem was what happened afterwards. Kududuk. Kuduk. Huh. Karhal rubbed his eyes as he saw the scene. Hansu's burnt skin healed up and the muscles that were shredded by the claws of the triple fusion beast got pieced together. Even with Hansu's abnormal regenerative speed, this was too fast. Boom. Boom. Now Hansu was attacking with both arms. He has a lot of strange things. What the hell is that? Actually, Karhal had never seen Hansu attack this closely. Since he was always being chased or fighting without mana from the ceiling jade. Roar. This isn't the time to be doing this. Karhal mumbled as he gathered up a suppressive type skill in his hand. Since it was a bit too hard to use a powerful long-range skill due to the small size of the tunnel. It's clearly not a place where a group should be fighting together. As if the others had similar thoughts as Karhal, most people used supportive or suppressive skills and helped out from the back and hid behind Akiju and a few strong others. It took quite long to explain all this, but it actually happened in just an instant. And soon Miralyn made a surprised expression while looking at Hansu, who was smashing apart the beast with his bare hands. What the hell is his trait? Is my trait that important? Even more than someone like that guy? Miralyn made a confused expression. Someone this strong was roaming around this maze. Which meant that he had not been scouted like her in the village. She didn't understand how she had been scouted when someone that strong hadn't been. At that moment. Found him. This fucking bastard. Boom. Boom. A single beam of light flew towards Hansu. A familiar beam. Ikija rushed up as he saw the familiar beam of light rushing towards Hansu, who was fighting Murden. Since she knew what it was. Marun. Ikija was shocked as she covered her body with the White River demonic art and faced the arrow. Since it was aimed at Hansu, who was busy fighting the beast. The Murden hadn't been completely dealt with yet. If it's the snake's path, I can block it. Marun was quite strong, but she was a level above him. Even if Marun had made a sneak attack, she would be able to block it. Kudududuk. But Ikija realized something was wrong after blocking the arrow. Kuhuk. Kiyajigigijik. The arrow, which had blue and red aura combined within, started to penetrate into the white aura around Ikija's body. An arrow which was numerous times stronger than the one Marun shot out. Ikija had been pushed back in an instant, all the way to Hansu and the Murden. Boom. Damn it. For them to get in their way in a time like this. Ikija tried to hurriedly get away from the attack range. Since her heart would get penetrated if a second assault came. But the second attack did not come. Darlton instead started to shout out in glee. Ha 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 ha. I found him. I found him. What the hell? Who is he shouting to? But the confident attitude made her feel uneasy. Ikiju and everyone else frowned at Darlton's shout. Huh. What a praiseworthy fellow. Akitras, who had been standing outside, made a content expression. Since they had done well. I have to go in and turn that guy into dust personally. But there was one thing in his mind. While Akitras was pondering. Ta-da-dak. A man flew at the side of Akitras and landed. Youngwon, who had been watching over the test, had flown over here from the chaos. Akitras frowned as he looked at Youngwon. This guy is. He didn't know every bug alive, but it was clear which organization this man belonged to. The red marble that was in his hand. And the confidence to stand in front of him like this. It was obvious that he was one of Mation's underlings who ruled the Green Road. Clementine, that bastard. Akitras frowned as he thought of Clementine, who had threatened him in the past, but then shook his head as he spoke out. What's wrong? What the hell are you doing? This is under our jurisdiction. If you guys mess things up like this, then what the hell do you want us to do? The man respected him but did not fear him. A completely different attitude from the other humans. This bug. Akitras wanted to turn this guy into dust with the Akian, but he suppressed the urge. Since that Mason guy was also crazy and quite an insane one at that. Touching them would result in a backlash befitting of their craziness. Akitras frowned for a bit and then growled out. There's a lot for us to say from our side. Didn't you say that we wouldn't need to worry about the humans anymore? Youngwon made a confused expression at those words. That was correct. That was why they were managing the village. But did a problem occur or something? How could a problem occur to creatures like them? Akitris glared at Yongwan. These guys didn't know it either, huh? But Akitris didn't drop his suspicions. Since he was suspicious about something from a while ago. These guys wouldn't be setting up a trap, right? By his logic, there was no case where Docetus would get killed by a bug. Of course Docetus with the satellite fortress dying to the ones in front of his eyes was unrealistic as well, but the chances were much higher than dying to the other humans anyway. And the fact that the human confidently went into the maze was quite suspicious. Is this guy trying to drag me into the maze? He was confident himself. If he had Akion, the spear of punishment, he would burn every human he found. If these guys killed Docetus, and they were using tricks and traps to come at him, the maze would become a very dangerous place. Akitris thought up to this point and then decided to take the safe route. If you guys aren't guilty or anything, then you won't deny it. I want to ask you for assistance. Assistance? Yongwan had never heard of those dog-headed bastards ever asking for assistance. Yongwan made a confused expression while holding tightly onto the red jade in his hand. Aren't you coming? Darlton shouted out in panic from the necklace that didn't have any response while looking at Hansu and the others. Reincarnator, Chapter 181, Proposition 1. Darlton was flustered as he saw the people walk towards him. But he could not run away like this. Since he had to catch them. I need to wake up. This wasn't the end yet. Ta-da-dak. Darlton shouted out loudly while backing off and creating distance. Hey you guys over there. Listen close. Do you know who's following that bastard over there right now? The Urukon are chasing him. What the hell is he saying? Everybody frowned. Why did the Urukons come out here? This was a ceasefire zone. There was no way the Urukons will come in order to just catch a single human. And because of this. One of the hunters shouted out loudly. What the hell are you saying? Do you think that really makes sense? Look at this guy spurting out nonsense as the time for his beating comes around. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed at Darlton. There was actually another reason why the people were laughing. Even if they took 100 steps back and said the Urukons were chasing Hansu, there was no way the Urukons, who had the satellite fortress, would release the hunting dogs to catch Hansu the hard way. Since there was no way a human the Urukons were after would survive all the way into this place. Darlton shouted out in frustration. Look at these dumbasses. Can't you see this on my neck? Darlton then raised the blue jade underneath his armor up high. A bright blue light filled up the insides of the maze. The people frowned as they saw the necklace. They knew what it was. The dog collar of the higher races. Fucking hell, is it real? Darlton saw the people flinch and back up as he continued to shout out. The Urukon promised to let the ones who catch him live. He said he would take us to the end of the green road. We wore these necklaces because of those terms. Of course it was all a lie. But Darlton needed to buy time no matter what. Damn. I don't have the time to consider things like that. If he isn't able to keep them here then he would die by the hands of the Urukons. But if he fought with them then he and the 3 others would just get destroyed. They had the confidence to kill a first-rank beast with just 4 of them. But that guy in the distance beat a first-rank beast down into pulp with his bare fists. They might be able to hold Hansu alone, but the hunters whom numbered to almost 100 were the problem. They needed to get the hunters on their side and hold on until the Urukons came. No, if the hunters helped them then they might even be able to kill Hansu. Fucking hell. Everyone mumbled as they backed away from Hansu. Since it felt like the assault of the satellite fortress would fall down onto their heads at any time. The scenes of people being erased by the attacks of the harvester were still clear in their memories. The grouped up people started to back away from Hansu and surrounded him. And they all gulped as they looked at Hansu in the middle. Yongwan made an expression of disbelief at the words that came out from the 5M tall existence. You said that Docetus got killed. Yes. And that bastard ran away and headed into your maze. Man. So what are you asking us to help you with then? The guy ran into the maze. It seems like the hunting dogs have found him already. What was the problem? He could just go in himself and burn the guy down with the spear. Akitris replied to Junghaewan's words. Since that place is basically like your house, it's a bit rude for me to enter and all. Catch them for me, I'll finish the job here. Yongwan frowned at Akitris who was handing over a tedious job at him. Since he finally realized Akitris's intentions. He's suspicious of us, huh? That Akitris wasn't entering the maze because he was suspecting them. And the moment Yongwan thought of this, the spear on Akitris's hand suddenly felt scarier. Since suspicion often acted as the sparks of a dispute. Tisk. If I refuse him here then. Akitris would be able to go everywhere he wanted from the simple excuse of catching that one guy. If he started to make holes in the maze then Yongwan and the others wouldn't be able to contain him and sooner or later Akitris will reach the room where the triple fusion beasts are at in the depths. Akitris smiled as he looked at Yongwan frowning at him. Oh. Don't worry about it too much. I released quite a few hunting dogs already. If those guys find the guy first then you guys won't be needed in the end. It sounded like Akitris wanted to search the entire maze with this chance but there was no reason for Yongwan to refuse him. Then he should get caught pretty quickly. There shouldn't be a need for us to intervene but we will get ready just in case. Haha. Then I shall just wait here. Yongwan turned away from Akitris who was gathering all the hunting dogs into one place using the blue jade and then headed into the maze. Ta-da-da-dak. But unlike the previous annoyed expression of Yongwan, his current expression was extremely serious. Release the entire Mount Liang. Yongwan, who was holding onto a red jade, entered through the destroyed door of the maze and started to head into the depths. The people who were standing nearby Hansu looked towards Hansu and his comrades and were in a state of confusion. If he is being chased by the Urukon then he will not survive. Logically speaking, they should get as far away from him as possible. But the problem about this world was that being a bystander was not possible. Either an enemy. Or an ally. If they stay here then they would die by the hands of the Urukon who will come later. But Hansu was too scary for them to attack him. Would Hansu just say if they attacked him? Damn, did he live at the village for like 10 years or something? While everybody was lost in thought, Hansu was quickly recognizing the current situation. He released the hunting dogs, but they haven't come yet. They were probably suspecting Clementine's underlings outside then. There was no other reason why they wouldn't come in. Which meant that there was only one course of action next. The hunting dogs and Mount Liang would swarm in here then. Which meant that he had no time to spare here. Boom. The moment Hansu moved. Kao Yu. Hansu's body disappeared from sight. Huh. As people realized Hansu's disappearance and exclaimed out. Whoosh. Hansu's body cut through the surrounding people and flew towards Darlton at an extreme speed. Boom, 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 boom. It was just a single person running on the ground, but every step of Hansu made sounds of metals clashing as that sound resonated throughout the tunnels of the maze. Damn bastards. You guys will all die now. Soon my comrades will come. Darlton cursed at the people who hadn't decided on what to do yet and quickly backed away as he shot barrages of arrows like a madman. Boom. Boom. Darlton's hands got faster and faster as more arrows were shot out. Arrows which decreased in penetration power but rose in brute destructive force only, arrows to stop the approaching target. They're coming. Dartlon could hear running noises from the distance from where he was coming from. To his already sensitive ears, which had been polished through his time as a hunter, those footsteps sounded like thunder. Which means that he just needed to hold on. If the 4 of them hold on, then soon they will become 8, and then that 8 will become 16. Then it would be the end for Hansu even without the Urukon coming here. Since he had a new power that he did not have before. Whoosh. Numerous arrows and long-range skills filled with blue aura flew out from Darlton and the 3 people behind him. These fucking rats. Karhal and Akija screamed out in rage towards the ones attacking Hansu as they started to run to Hansu. The arrows weren't an issue. Karhal and Akija smashed away the arrows from behind Hansu and tried to shorten the distance, but the distance between them wasn't getting reduced at all. Since the biggest problem still existed. Fuck. Hansu is slow. As if the enemy set up their group around mobility, they were running all around the maze and pouring out skills. If I remember correctly. This Hansu doesn't have a movement skill. They hadn't realized since his speed, which came from his peerless physical body, was quite similar to theirs when they used their movement skills. And since Hansu, who was acting as the shield, couldn't close the gap, they couldn't close the gap either. Though Karhal and Akija were throwing suppressive skills at them, their magic powers were much different. Their suppressive skills were getting smashed apart from the hail-like skills that poured out from their necklace and surrounded their body like a mana storm. The few skills they could cast had no meaning. Damn. If only those guys helped them. The moment Karhal stole a glance behind him, a loud shout rang out. Let me ask one thing. Why are you being chased? A question that they couldn't answer because the situation had advanced too quickly. These bastards. This isn't the time to ask that. While Karhal was frowning from the storm of skills flying towards him, Hansu pondered for a moment and spoke to Karhal while handing him something from his pockets. Throw them this. Karhal stopped for a moment after seeing what it was, but then turned around as he threw the object in his hands. Damn. This is why. Whoosh. The object flew through the air and landed in front of the hunters. It was a very familiar looking item, but it was a bit different from the ones in their memories. The one they knew was much larger than the one in front of them, and it shone beautifully in a bright blue color. It was not a crown that had a dirty color and could barely fit onto a human's head. But they knew instinctively. Oh my god. This is Dokitus's. The hunters looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. Since they finally realized why that Hansu guy was being chased. He killed a god. How? This was more than enough for those Urukons to chase him. The people looked at the crown in a daze and then looked towards Hansu running in the distance. And they clenched their fists while looking at his back. Fuck, since it came down to this. The hunters looked at each other and nodded. As if they had decided. And the moment they all nodded. Whoosh. Whoosh. They started to pour out skills in a mad fashion. Towards Darlton and the other 3. Quaaduduk. Yuaduk. Numerous tens of skills entangled with each other and tied around Darlton and the 3 others. And Darlton freaked out as he saw this and shouted out. You bastards. What the hell are you doing? Do you want to all die? The moment Darlton shouted out in panic from Hansu, who had gotten close to him. One of the hunters, who was using a suppression skill, shouted out loudly. Fuck you. We calculated all of this already, so just shut up and die. These retarded bastards. Tens of suppression skills froze and slowed him down. The tremendous amount of mana started to break apart the skills one by one, but it could not keep up with the speed of about 100 hunters. In that instant, Darlton, who was in despair, suddenly made a bright expression while looking at Hansu. Boom, boom, boom. Because something was heading towards them from the tunnel he came from. Darlton pulled back the bowstring, fired a powerful shot, and then shouted out loudly towards the darkness. Ha 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 ha. Hurry and help me. Damn, already. If reinforcements really came, then it would become much more annoying. While the hunters were clenching their teeth. Whoosh. A man appeared in the tunnels. Good. Hurry and. The moment Darlton, who was focused on Hansu, turned around. Darlton freaked out. Who the hell? Since a new face was smiling towards him while being covered in head to toe in blood. With a strange red marble in his hand. The moment Dartlon made a confused expression at the man who was looking back and forth between him and Hansu. Kwaeok. Kuhuk, why me? Even with the blue mana, it was useless. The mana barriers got smashed apart by the hands of the man, and Darlton screamed out as his heart was blown apart. Huuk. The 3 comrades of Dartlon freaked out as they saw Darlton die by the hands of the man and backed off. You must be him. Thank God I found you first. Youngwon appeared covered in head to toe in a mysterious blood as he smiled towards Hansu, who was standing out from the others. Reincarnator, Chapter 182, Proposition, 2. Youngwon didn't stop at simply ripping the heart out. Whoosh. Jungwon's hand flew towards the other 3 after quickly dashing towards them. This fucking bastard. Yup. They didn't know who he was, but one thing was clear. That he was an enemy. The ones with the blue jades cursed out as they started to focus all their skills onto Yongwan in front of their eyes. Boom. Boom 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 boom. The attacks which even Akiju's White River demonic art had a hard time handling cut through the air and got focused onto Yongwan. But. Crunch. Crunch. Smash. Yongwan surprisingly took on the attacks head on and flew towards the three. Darlton's comrades freaked out as they saw this. It wasn't like the guy was abnormally strong. The problem was with them. Huh? What the hell? The mana. The blue jades, which were constantly supplying them with mana, weren't working properly. Well, they were being pushed back by the red piece of jade in the man's hands and couldn't work. The mana which had the power of tens of skills disappeared as the powerful skills heading towards Akija turned weak to the point where it looked like a small boy's fist. Well, it wasn't that the skill itself got weaker. It was just that it had returned to its original power after losing the strength of the blue jade. But as they lost their powerful strength during this important moment, they felt like they had become naked children. They panicked and shouted into the necklace. Damn. Arukan. Help us please. Arukan. If you sent us to a place like this, then you should take responsibility, at least, you bitch. They were in such a panic that they even cursed. But despite their despair and panic, the blue jade merely flickered faintly after being suppressed by the red jade. Junghaewan's attacks ruthlessly flew towards their necks after they had been caught in place by the numerous suppressive skills. And then. Crunch. Wyaak. Kihuk. The bloodied armor Yongwan was wearing turned even bloodier. From the blood of Darlton's three comrades. I wondered whose blood it was. Everyone frowned while looking at this man who had appeared so suddenly. The light of the red jade in the man's hands pushed back the light of the powerless blue jades and filled up the tunnel. At the same time, everything within the tunnel came into Junghaewan's view. The first thing he found was the harvester's crown. His expression brightened up as he saw this. Since that made the entire search worthwhile. It was real. It was not something that would randomly roll around in a place like this. A clear evidence that Dokitis had been killed by someone. Good. 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 Very good. Very very. Good. Good. Yongwan made a content smile as he swept his eyes around. The next thing that came into his view were the hunters standing around in the distance. The Dokitis' crown was dropped in the middle of them, but he knew that those guys weren't the culprits. What lame fellows. People who solely focused on surviving and filling up their desires. They were the same as beasts who searched for their daily foods in Junghaewan's eyes. As he turned his head, the people in front of him came into his view. A iron tower-like man and an extremely beautiful woman who were walking towards him. Those two aren't bad. But it was clear who had killed Dokitis. Good. Good. It seems you were the one who did it. I'm called Kim Yongwan. Nice to meet you. Hansu spat out at Yongwan, who was talking to him. What are you thinking? The Arukans won't stay idle if they find out. Yongwan stopped at Hansu's words. He knows who I am. Those words wouldn't come out unless he knew that he was allied with the Arukans. But Yongwan nodded his head. Well. If he killed Dokitis, then there's a high chance of him finding out a lot of the information. It's good that I won't need to explain as much then. Yongwan nodded at the situation that he was liking more and more. Hansu's words weren't wrong. He had killed the Arukans hunting dogs. It was the same as offending the Arukans themselves. But Yongwan just smiled. This is our area. What can that bastard find out? Yongwan hadn't caused these things without thinking them through first. Red jade. The blue jade was powerful and had a lot of uses, but the red jade that could be found within this place had the ability to greatly reduce the strength of that blue jade. As if it was created to oppose those who used the blue jade. Of course, a few functions of the blue jade would get shut off as well. It's fine as long as I don't get found out, right? What's so strange about a few of them dying while facing somebody strong enough to kill Dokitis? Anyways, if you know who we are, then I'll keep things simple. Join us. Yongwan was truly curious. How did he kill Dokitis, who was on the satellite fortress? For an individual to do a thing that even they couldn't dream of without the destruction jade. Yongwan couldn't even guess as to what method Hansu had used. Though they were keeping the alliance with the destruction jade, it was clear who had the real power. If they go crazy and blow the destruction jade, then they would be able to kill one of the races easily. Since the other two races wouldn't stay idle. But those two races would wipe them out with that chance as well. We need another method in addition to the destruction jade. They were basically trapped within the green road. The three satellite fortresses that flew around the skies discreetly kind of helped them as well, but they were more focused on watching over them. So they wouldn't run away somewhere and cause trouble. But if they had a method of falling the satellite fortress without even using the destruction jade? Yongwan laughed towards Hansu. It seems you have enmity towards the Urukan, there's no need to be alone, right? Let's do it together. Hansu had the method and he had strength which he had been gathering for a long time. A proposition which would help them both. He didn't even consider being denied, so it wouldn't really matter if Hansu said no. Since what he needed was Hansu's method and not Hansu himself. If Hansu didn't reply with a, then there would be no reason to stay still. At that moment, the hunters who were listening to this all turned white from fear. This is bad. The conversation they heard was short, but they could figure out a few things from what they heard. First, they couldn't believe it, but the strange man who had suddenly appeared was allied with the Urukans. Second, a guy like that had suddenly appeared and gave a proposition to Hansu in order to kill the Urukans together. 3. He had killed all the ones with the dog collars of the Urukan. The one who had just appeared had basically killed all the witnesses. People who had seen and heard this information which couldn't be found out by the Urukans. Fuck, run away. Escaping the maze wasn't the important part. The moment the quicker ones were about to run away, the maze's wall came down as it blocked the tunnel they came from. The hunters shouted towards the sudden wall which had come down. What the fuck is this? Boom. 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 They tried using numerous different skills, but none of them worked. Though it did dent a little bit as if it was weaker than the door guarding the triple fusion beasts, they wouldn't be able to break through it easily. since it was thick and hard. The hunters cried out in despair. Fucking hell. Youngwon, who had been staring at the hunters from the distance, laughed towards them. Where are you planning to go? As long as he had the red jade, the authority of the maze would be within his hands. Youngwon made an expression of contempt. Damned insects. Despite surviving thanks to the man in front of their eyes, they were trying to run away the moment their lives were in danger again. He didn't need people like them at all. But wait. As Youngwon made a confused expression while looking at a woman within the hunters, Hansu saw Youngwon bring down the maze walls and decided. Nope. What? Why? As Youngwon made a confused expression, Hansu laughed as he spoke. Who said I only wanted to kill the Urokons? This damned bastard. Even before Youngwon could curse out, Hansu rang along the ground and headed towards Junghan. Whoosh. Within the tunnel with 5 m in diameter, the 2 m tall Hansu was pretty small. But Youngwon felt like something giant was charging towards him. It was beyond his imaginations. For it to be this much. The reason why Youngwon was confident was because he was sure that he would win if they fought. Since he would still be a newcomer from a village no matter what kind of abilities he had. And that was why he had anticipated it so much. That was why he had hope. If it was something that allowed such a weak person to kill Docatus, then it would be much more beneficial to them. But Youngwon soon realized his previous thoughts were wrong. What the fuck, so much? Docatus should have just gotten beaten to death from that. Youngwon hurriedly held onto the red jade. In an instant. Boom. Boom. 2 walls closed in between Hansu and Youngwon and separated them. The wall that tens of hunters attacked and hadn't budged, 2 of them were here. Boom. Youngwon, who had calmed down after the walls had fallen and he could not see Hansu anymore, was about to turn around and then made an annoyed expression. For him to run away like a scared dog. Youngwon was angered by his sorry state and then shouted towards the wall. You dumb bastard. You fail. There wasn't a need for him to act personally. Since he would die the moment Akitris moved in. Stay trapped in there, you damned bastard. If the Akian was released, then the walls and people will all melt down together. The moment Youngwon laughed in a cold manner and was about to leave. Boom. The wall in front of him suddenly made a huge noise and trembled. As if something struck it. No way, did the first wall. The moment Youngwon flinched. Boom. A hand smashed through the wall. Boom. Damn. The moment Youngwon hurriedly backed off. Grab. The hand reached out and took hold of Jungwon's right arm. No. Youngwon freaked out. Only his hand had been caught, but alarms of danger rang throughout his entire body and cold beads of sweat rolled down his back. His heart was beating intensely as it was warning him of a tremendous danger. Jungwon's skill, explosively supplied him with mana reinforcements. And in an instant a rainbow barrier grew around him and pushed away the hand that was trying to crush his own hand. The hand that was holding onto him suddenly blazed up in 7 different colors. The mana reinforcement around the hand that was holding onto his wrist wasn't normal and was pushing his back, but was not such a weak skill. Soon the guy's hand started to burn from Jungwon's mana reinforcement. But Youngwon soon cursed out. This crazy bastard. That hand was rightly grasping onto his hand, as if it was trying to break it, despite being burned. Despite a tremendous amount of damage was being caused onto his arm, Hansu still squeezed his fist in order to smash the wrist. No, he was actually pulling him towards the wall. Huok. Crunch. He tried his best to stay back, but the floor beneath him got dug up as he started to move closer and closer to the wall. And Youngwon freaked out as he saw the terrifying eyes that were staring at him through the gap. It was clear what would happen if he got dragged back like this. Fuck. Youngwon looked at his right arm while clenching his teeth and then pulled out his dagger with this left hand. And then slashed it towards his right hand. Quack. Uck. His right wrist was cut off in that instant, and from the rebound force, Jungwon's body got flung back. Fuck. Youngwon flinched again after looking at the hole which had stolen his right arm with blazing eyes of hatred. From the eyes full of regret. Damn. Youngwon made a terrified expression as he quickly backed off. Damn bastards. I'll kill you all. Soon Jungwon's body disappeared into the void. If you broke one door, then isn't it easy to break two? While Karhul was looking at Youngwon, who was disappearing into the distance through the hole, Hansu shook his head with a slightly tired expression. It's hard to suddenly blow up all that mana in one go. Skills that allowed one to blow up their mana and achieve a strength numerous times greater than their own. This was called Berserk mode. But Hansu didn't really like them because the mana pathways in the entire body got destroyed from these skills. He smashed apart the first door and made a hole in the second, but breaking through the two entirely was a bit too much. So what will you do? Ikija made a worried expression. They would get trapped at this rate. Hansu smiled at those words and then raised his hand. The red marble that was in Jungwon's right arm. It's okay. I've gotten the thing I needed. Like how Youngwon was targeting his information rather than himself. He didn't need them either. It'll be a direct path from here on. This was not something created to just close and open some doors. Whoosh. The dark cloud came out from Hansu's hand and started to eat up the red marble. Rumble. While Youngwon was running. Youngwon was shocked at the wall that had suddenly appeared and stopped. What the hell? The tunnels turned and new paths were being created. It had never happened before. Youngwon looked at the giant structure of the maze, which had started to change with panic. Reincarnator, Chapter 183, The King's Tomb, 1. Chiaeik. Rumble. The maze opened and closed. The walls in front of their eyes disappeared as a new path appeared instead. And everybody who was near Hansu flinched from the sudden change in the environment. But the changes continued. Rumble. And within those changes, straight tunnels that looked like the gaping mouths of demons appeared one by one. Hundreds of holes had appeared in the maze. Why did this suddenly happen? The more one thought about it, the more questions one gained. While everybody was looking at all this in shock, Hansu turned around and spoke to them. Those who want to go out, get out fast. The doors have all opened. A few people's expressions brightened up at those words. If we linger around here longer, then even having 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Darlton, who they couldn't even dream of fighting against. And that man called Youngwon, who had ripped apart that Darlton and 3 others in an instant. And the man in front of their eyes, who had made that Youngwon run away with tails between his legs. It wasn't a fight where they belonged, and they felt sorry for Hansu, but they wanted to get away from this fight as soon as possible. One of the hunters looked at the twisting and turning paths of the maze and made an apologetic expression as he spoke. Really sorry for asking, but could you open a straight path to the outside for us? A few people nodded at those words. The tunnels were constantly twisting and turning. Even if they traced the way they came, they might run into the triple fusion beasts or other beasts. If Hansu helped, then they would be able to reduce that risk as much as possible. But Hansu shook his head at those words. That is not within my authority. A few people made confused expressions. What do you mean? Didn't you just control all of this? You can just open up a path to the outside. Everyone thought that Hansu had the powers to change the maze, as the entire maze shifted and changed after Hansu had grasped the red jade, but for him to say it wasn't possible. If he had gained the powers to cause such a change, then shouldn't he at least open them a path outside? Hansu shook his head at those words. Since he hadn't gained complete authority over the maze, he had only pressed the start button, towards which was hidden under the maze. Well, it's actually a trap, to be specific. Hansu stared at the numerous tens of tunnels in front of him as he pulled out the blue jade that was on Darlton's neck. And then spoke to the people near him. Get out of here as quick as possible. It's going to become chaotic soon. Fuck. The people, who were already feeling quite nervous, immediately ran outside in a crazed manner. Karhal then asked Hansu while looking at the blue jade in his hands. What are you going to do? Hansu then clutched the slightly infected blue jade as he spoke. Lure them in. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the giant maze in front of his eyes. What is this? Rumble. Akitras, who had been looking at the trembling maze, frowned. Damn. I guess the Mount Liang guys are doing their job properly. He would only be able to figure out what's going on inside when the people with blue jades reported to him, but since the ones with the red jade were in there, he had no way of knowing the current situation. Akitras, who had been frowning while looking at the maze's change for the first time, suddenly thought of another possibility. Wait. What if those Mount Liang guys lost to that guy? He didn't know a lot about the red jade, but he clearly knew about one of the functions. That it could open and close doors. Fuck. Is he going to escape like this? Akitras's expression darkened. He hadn't cared that much since he was trapped within the maze. But what if numerous tens of entrances along a wide maze opened at the same time? Him escaping was just a matter of time. And as he had expected, the half-broken door in front of his eyes started to open up. Which meant that the other doors were also opening up. Fucking hell. I can't search this huge area by myself. What the hell are the hunting dogs doing? He would be able to search the entire place with the help of the satellite fortress, but they were in a time of war. He could not call for the help of the satellite fortress in a place like this. Crunch crunch. Do I have to back off? And call for help? Nothing else I can do, damn. The fact that he could not accomplish this job himself was embarrassing, but it was still better than failing it. While Akitras was grinding his teeth in annoyance. Chiik. A signal came in from the blue jade. Found him. Lord Arukan. We found that guy again. Akitras pondered for a bit before making a decision. Go in. He was suspicious of the Mount Liang guys, but they wouldn't dare to go against him openly. It might have been different if he didn't know the location, but then since the hunting dogs had found the location for him, not being able to catch that guy would tarnish his title as a judge. Fucking Mount Liang. To make me move personally. I shall wreck this entire place for you. Their proud maze would now be filled with holes. But it didn't matter. Since he was confident in his skills. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Soon the 5M tall Akitras, who looked even bigger armed, started to charge towards where the signal came from. Ha. Ha. The structure of the maze constantly changed, but Youngwon didn't freak out as he calmly headed towards the base on the inside. It won't change as a whole. The roads twisted and new ones appeared, but its purpose wasn't to confuse the people in it. The exact opposite really. It was as if a hidden road was appearing. While Youngwon was running, he pondered while looking at the other roads. The tens of different roads along the path he was taking looked like they were calling out for him. As if they were telling him to take the hidden items within. But Youngwon shook his head. That's not important right now. He had to regroup with his clan leader as quick as possible. After a long run, a message was heard in Jung Aewon's ears. A symbol behind Jung Aewon's neck shined brightly. And Youngwon flinched at the sudden message. Though he was their leader, the leader of Mount Liang didn't really like to use the symbol to communicate. He said that it was the only way for them to talk face to face. But this clan leader was sending him a message. Fuck. Youngwon pondered. He was usually very sensitive about the topic of failure, and it was a bit hard for him to say it with his own mouth. Men usually didn't like to talk or deal with failure, but Jung Aewon's own pride could not handle it. I failed. And Youngwon then reported everything that had happened so far. In extreme detail. And the clan leader replied with silence after hearing this, as if he was thinking. And Youngwon made a frustrated expression. Ugh, I can never tell what the clan leader is thinking. A man who was climbing through the otherworld alongside Clementine and had decided to stay here. The other people of Mount Liang constantly got replaced, but he himself was one of the earliest members along with Mitiron who managed over the Green Road. And not any random guy who they had thrown to the village, but somebody whom Clementine had actually cherished. What was there to ponder? They just needed to kill that bastard. But the answer he heard was not what he expected. Let's fall back. Come out to the 11th area and regroup. We have all retreated already. Youngwon blurted out at those words subconsciously. Fall back. Youngwon made an expression of disbelief. They were just saying that they were falling back, it was the same as running away. Another message flew in after that. It doesn't feel good. Get out fast. A message with a large amount of worry. He could only. Since they were connected with the symbol of the clan. Fuck. Yongwan clenched his teeth. Since he knew what he meant. The maze was still twisting and turning as if it was breathing and alive. And his right hand, which had been cut off, was still quite sore. Fuck. I have to really leave that guy behind. Yongwan thought for a moment but shook his head. What could he do alone? He grinned at his teeth at the powerlessness he felt in a very long time. Understood. I shall escape immediately. At that moment. A second change occurred. Boom. Ayayok. The floors of the maze started to break apart. At the same time the walls of the maze that supported the ceiling started to shrink in. Fucking hell. Yongwan struggled to head up by kicking off the walls but he could not win over the force of the walls that were pushing him down as he started to sink down. Ayayok. Uhuk. Ikiju and Karhul who had started to fall down slowly screamed out in panic. Even if one could fly, the sensation of the ground breaking apart beneath them was not good. Like tentacles that had spread out in all directions being retracted, the maze was shrinking at a very fast pace as Hansu and the other three were being driven elsewhere. As if it was moving the food caught in the web towards one direction. Damn. It. Boom. They tried smashing the walls but it was meaningless. And when they turned around, Hansu had a calm expression. Fucking hell, you knew about this too. For him to be able to make such a face while falling down. Hansu nodded. It was created to deal with the higher races so it should activate once they come in. It might have been different if it was off but since he had turned it on, it was set to take everyone down once the Urukon entered. Ah whatever. Karhul emptied his mind at Hansu's attitude and then started to plummet down. And soon. I can see it. The ground could be seen in the distance. Whoosh. They used flight skills as they reduced their falling speed. The walls would push them down but the impact would be too great at this speed. Kyudyuduk. As they reduced their speeds with flight skills, the walls that were chasing them down smashed onto them. Fucking hell. At this rate they would become squished meat from the wall and the floor. The moment they screamed with only 10 remaining. Boom. The walls that were pushing suddenly stopped. Boom. Ow. Though the walls had stopped, their speed still caused them a large impact as Ikiju stood up in a stagger. Thankfully she hadn't received much injuries due to her reinforcement skill. Where the hell is this? Ikiju stood up and checked her surroundings. Strangely, the place where they landed was not much different from where they had gone through. The width of the second maze hidden beneath the maze was around 10 And as they looked up, the walls that were pushing them down had turned into the new ceiling. This much was the same but there was one thing that made everything different. This is. They looked around and made an expression of shock. There were bones everywhere around them. And there were plenty of human skeletons as well. As the already gloom situation even turned gloomier, Ikiju looked at Hansu with a doubtful expression. This is where the thing you need lies? We just need to get that and leave. Hansu nodded at those words. He just needed to find the Lost King's crown and defeat the crown of the judge that Akitris would be wearing. Let's move. Since this place isn't that large, it wouldn't take long. Soon Hansu and the two disappeared into the darkness. Ugh, where is this? Yongwan repositioned himself after falling down and then looked around. It looks like the underground of the maze. There was a place like this. It had already been over 10 years since Mount Liang had started to live here. Of course they had searched every cranny and knew everything about the place. Well, they thought they did. But it was the first time he was seeing this. Well, a change like this is a first anyway. Rattle. Yongwan looked around. It looks like an underground cave. And quite a wide one at that. And he could also see 8 tunnels. As well as the contents. Damn, is this like a grave or something? Giant skeletons that seemed like they belonged to the higher races. And there were thousands of human skeletons between them as well. Yongwan made a confused expression at the mess of a situation in front of him as something came into his view. What the hell is this? In the middle of the cave. A skull which had claw marks and had been pierced through by a skull. On top of the head of the skeleton which was sitting on the giant throne, a red crown was placed. It looks ominous. Yongwan approached the throne and carefully looked at the crown on top of the skeleton's head. Reincarnator, Chapter 184, The King's Tomb, 2. Man, it looks really similar to that crown Dokitus was wearing. If one disregarded the fact that it was fancier and was still glowing, it looked very similar to the crown he had seen before. Anyways, it's strange. The war was really harsh but why was he sitting on the throne by himself? The remnants of the savage battle between the sages and the higher races remained completely intact. Usually one would have chosen to either fight or run away. But this person, who seemed to have been quite strong, sitting down still on the throne and facing his death was very strange. Yongwan made a confused expression while touching the red crown upon the head of the skeleton as a strange desire filled up his mind. Should I try putting it on? He didn't know why such a thought came into his mind. Yongwan lifted the one remaining left arm and then lifted the red crown on top of the skeleton. He then placed it on his own head. Ugh. Akitris frowned after smashing down onto the ground. Even Akitris could not deal with thousands of tons of mass pushing in from all directions. And even more so when his balance was off from the maze crumbling down. Akitris brushed off the dust on his body as he looked around. Countless skeletons which seemed to belong to his kind. And even more of those which looked like it belonged to the bugs. But there was no way these bugs belonged to those bugs. The bugs did not have the strength to kill his race like this and this strange place easily looked at least a few hundred years old. Is this the remnants of the final battle? The final battle which had occurred against the sages hundreds of years ago. Akitris was barely 60 years old and was not alive during those times so he did not know the details. And there wasn't any information left behind about the sages either. The kings of the 3 races wiped away the information about the sages before retiring. Maybe only the ones who control the satellite fortresses might know a bit. The kings didn't like these remaining as well but they couldn't erase the information saved within the satellite fortresses the way they wanted as well so it had just been kept as a secret. But since even the users of the satellite fortresses had their mouths shut, there was no way of figuring out the details. It's ominous. I need to get out. Of course one wouldn't feel at ease when countless skeletons of their race were spread around them. Akitris grasped the spear, Akian, after starting to feel a bit uneasy. Ki-yi-yi-ying. Light started to gather onto Akon in Akitris's hands. Kai-jijijijik. Light continued to gather and condense on the tip of the three-pronged Akian as it started to become larger and larger. Like a dragon ball held within the claws of a dragon star. And once the blue ball of light had gotten so large that it was almost impossible to control anymore. A tremendous blue light which exploded out from the tip of the Akian smashed into the ceiling. Rumble. A large amount of force smashed into the ceiling as it created a hole with a diameter of tens of meters. The destructive force was tremendous if one thought about the toughness of the metal this strange maze was made of. But Akitris made a dissatisfied expression. It's not a normal metal. Akiris didn't have the intentions of creating a hole that was that wide. Since him being able to pass through was enough. The mysterious metal dispersed the energy from the attack into all directions. And because of this, instead of creating a hole hundreds of meters long upwards like he wanted to, he had just created an extremely wide one instead. And, that metal is interfering with the energy transferring from the satellite fortress. In conclusion, the result was much worse than what the Akian could do usually. At that moment. Rumble. Rumbling. The surrounding dark metal started to gather onto the hole created by the Akian. The metal, which seemed to be almost alive, started to slowly fill up the giant hole the Akian had created. And Akitris frowned at the scene. It seemed like this mysterious place didn't have any intentions of letting out the things it had swallowed in. At all. Akitris's gaze swept his surroundings subconsciously. 2 skulls of his race. Along with thousands of skeletons of those who hadn't been able to escape this place. Growling noises came out from the mouth of Akitris as a rage-filled breath was heard. I'm afraid. Roar. A tremendous roar came out from the mouth of Akitris. And this rage-filled roar filled up the entire maze and resonated throughout it. Who was he? The one who had gained the rights to hold the weapon of heaven's punishment out of countless members of this race due to having the most battle strength out of all of them. Judge Akitris. Boom. He lifted his legs and stomped on the skulls of his race. At that moment. Smack. Something popped out from the walls of the maze and smashed onto Akitris. But of course Akitris had his defenses up. The magic barrier that was surrounding Akitris's entire body swayed as it blocked the thing which had popped out from the wall. The thing which had been shot out had been smashed apart from the collision, but it just returned back to where it came from as if nothing had happened. What is it? Akitris frowned. He had blocked it, but the force of the collision was not low. While Akitris was staring at the wall. Gee-er-ring. Fucking hell. The metal walls were swaying up and down like waves. All at the same time. Smack. The numerous metallic pieces which the maze walls were comprised of all turned into sharp spikes as they started to attack Akitris. Tududududuk. Roar. Akitris screamed out in rage while receiving the attacks which got destroyed by the barrier. He then had a realization about the holes on the skulls of his race. They hadn't died because they were trapped here. He didn't know what the killer had done to cause all this, but he was underestimating Akitris by a huge margin. He's going to treat me the same as these losers here. The skeletons were mere 3 to 4 m tall. Akitris himself had been born with great genes, defeated countless competitors and survived through the harsh training to finally reach the position of the judge. He was dimensions apart from these weaklings here. Boom. Akitris stepped forward and started to charge. And the bones that were lying on the ground started to get crushed beneath his feet. Akitris received the attacks with his body while running as he mumbled. Yeah, this maze was also created by losers as well. A winner would not create a rat's hiding hole or a rat trap like this. Only the losers would hide underground and look for a chance. This was the final remnants of the losers. The race that had won. The strongest warrior of that race could just finish this off. This chance, I'll be the one to raise my name to stand aside the kings. Wait for me, you rats. Roar. Boom. 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 He didn't know who was causing all this, but he took the countless spikes head on while charging through the maze in order to smash apart the culprit. Boom. Boom. Damn it. You said we'll reach there quickly. I only said it won't take long, I never said there wouldn't be obstacles. Hawk. Karhal screamed while deflecting away the metal spears that were flying in from the air. Quack 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 quack. Countless spears were flying in and were trying to pierce his entire body. Karhal underestimated the might of the spears at first after seeing them come out from a liquid-like wall, but as he saw the Scarlet Yang armor of Ikiju in the front get pierced, he freaked out and focused on defense. If it was strong enough to destroy the Scarlet Yang armor and the White River demonic arts, then his defense would just crumble before it. Boom. Boom. Hansu stood at the very front and swung the 2 m long spear to smash apart the incoming spears. And as if the spears knew which existence was the most dangerous one, they were focusing on Hansu. Boom. Boom. Clang. At that moment, the sound started to change. The metal spears which was being destroyed by Hansu started to withstand Hansu's attack. The number of spears increased as the speed increased as well. As if something was getting more and more proficient. The hastily attacking liquid metals were attacking more smoothly and more explosively. Hansu frowned as he looked at the changes of the wall. He didn't know who it was, but it seemed like some lucky guy had landed in front of the throne and put on the crown. He would be at the center of the maze. Boom. I'll need to hurry a bit more. Hansu increased his speed as he continued to charge forward. He's really a monster. Yongwan, who had been sitting lazily on the throne, smiled as he looked at the 2 beasts causing a ruckus within the maze. A normal adventurer or a beast should have had their bodies penetrated, but these things were actually smashing through them. He could feel chills running down his body from the vibrations that rang throughout the maze. Yongwan tried to lift his left arm but then could not as it dropped upon the throne. He hadn't known why the one wearing this crown had been sitting on the throne, but he knew now. The one who had this crown didn't have the leisure to move his own body. Since he had to focus his consciousness into the maze. The entire maze felt like a part of his body. He could feel every bit of movement within the maze as the walls, floors, and the ceilings felt like his hands and feet. Jung Ae-won's conscience had left his feeble body and had fused with the maze. And there's more, I'm sure. This wasn't the end. Controlling the maze was just the start of this crown. But Youngwon could not know what was after this. Since controlling the maze alone was too much for him. Not quite proficient yet. Youngwon made a regretful expression. If his control was perfect, he would have been able to twist and turn the maze in order to smash everything within it. But sadly there wasn't enough time. Since the two beasts would come to smash his body apart. For there to be two when one was hard to deal with. Fucking beasts. For them to figure out the direction right away. He was shocked at the fact that they were heading towards him within the twists and turns of the maze. But Youngwon could smile because of this. Thank God it's only two. The maze twisted and turned from Jung Ae-won's will. His perception and five senses changed. And soon a tunnel connecting between Hansu and Akitris had been created. Towards where they had to meet before coming to him. Fight for me a bit. Youngwon felt the two of them heading towards each other in a straight line as he limped down and focused entirely on the crown. Reincarnator, Chapter 185, The King's Tomb, 3. Youngwon sensed Akitris who was charging through the maze while breaking through the walls. I never thought I could reach this stage. Youngwon, who had been sitting powerlessly on the throne with the crown on his head, mumbled while thinking of Akitris. A Rukon. One of the higher races. He could not touch and he would not dare to touch them. He had searched and searched. For a method of revenge. And when he had been able to find a change to go under Matiron, who ruled over the Green Road, he had been extremely happy. Since he could see a glimmer of hope about the chances of killing the higher race that he could not even fathom to touch. But he did not know back then. That the humans and the higher races were in an alliance. He realized after receiving the symbol and falling under Karen who controlled Mount Liang that he wouldn't be able to even think about revenge. Matiron, I hate you. And Karen as well. He did not know what this mysterious crown was, but it was even disabling the connection to the clan every time he focused deep within the crown and on the maze. For him to bear hatred towards his clan leader and the one whom the clan leader served. These were thoughts he could never even dream of having, but they now filled his head. Karen's chains which had filled up his mind were quickly being loosened up. At the same time the hatred towards the Urukon which had been suppressed by Karen's symbol started to fill up his mind like a storm. So much rage that he wanted to focus all the assault onto the Urukon charging towards him. But Youngwon laughed as he suppressed his rage. And his will swept over the maze once more. Rumble. I shouldn't be able to interfere. The main character should come out during the climax anyway. The challengers need to fight against each other first. Youngwon let go of the controls of the maze as he smiled while watching the Urukon and Hansu charging towards each other. Boom. Boom. Spears constantly flew into Akitris while he charged forward. The metal spikes that even Hansu had trouble destroying constantly barraged his mana barrier. Though they all got smashed apart. Boom. Boom boom. The metal spears couldn't keep their shape as they got scrunched up like a car smashing into a cliff. But Akitris frowned while facing these attacks. The impact wasn't the issue. It's disturbing the mana. But Akitris concentrated. Since he could still handle it. Though he was shaking, the heavenly gears he had on wouldn't crumble just from this. Boom. And as if it was proving that it was still perfectly fine, the Achaean spewed out light again as it swept across the field. At the same time the blue barrier coming out from the golden armor he was wearing started to burn intensely bright. Cheek. The metal spikes that were barraging from all directions all started to melt down. At the same time, the intense assault lessened a bit. The movements of the metal slowed down as the tips of the sappers dulled as well. And Akitris smiled as he saw this. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nothing was free in this world. Even the powerful satellite fortress needed a tremendous amount of energy to operate. How could a structure doing something like this not use a tremendous amount as energy as well? And even more so if it has been hundreds of years since it was built. He was worried about there being plenty of energy left and was hurrying along, but it seems that it was slowly reaching the limit. Then there's no need to hurry. He just needed to slowly head over there and crush it. The thing that was causing all this or the core. And he would offer this loser's tomb or the loser's crown to his king. The giant crown of metal which had mass close to a mountain. Ha ha ha. I can't even imagine how pleased the king would be. This mysterious liquid metal was quite threatening. If he took this metal that could even handle the Achaeans' assault, which was similar to the assault of a satellite fortress, and use it to reinforce the satellite fortresses. And if he were to supply the tremendous amount of energy to this mysterious metal, the warriors would become much more powerful and the satellite fortress's defense would increase by several fold. His race would be able to eliminate the other two races, the Akalachias and Rebelungs, and only one race would remain. And his own name would be engraved next to his king's gravestone and be left behind for all of the future kind to see. The most glorious outcome for a warrior. Grrrrrr. Clang. Clang clang clang. As he thought of the triumphant future of his race, he felt much better as he started to stomp his way through the weakened metal spears as if he was walking through a light drizzle. Though there's something that I feel a bit uneasy about. Just as Akitris made a displeased expression with a frown. Rumble. A faint tremor could be felt from the distance through the walls. Akitris frowned. At the same time the zoom-in feature on Achaean showed what was going on in the distance. Boom. Boom boom. Something that was heading towards him while smashing apart the metal spears. Like himself. The image of the guy smashing through the spears while stomping through the maze was so similar to himself. If the guy wasn't much smaller then he would have thought that it was a mirror. Akitris was dumbfounded as he thought to himself. There's somebody other than me who survived. He was the best warrior, the judge. And if he didn't have the heavenly gears then he would have died already. But for there to be another life form which had survived other than him. A human too. A human. Akitris realized in that instant. That it was him. The one that had killed Dokitis and had hidden. Kahet. Akitris thought that his luck was really good. The one thing he was a bit uneasy about. The fact that he had failed to catch the daredevil criminal that the king had ordered him to. If that guy hadn't come in here along with him, then he would have had no way of catching him. Since that guy would run away while he was trapped in here. And he thought that guy would die even if he got in here. Since a human could not survive this place, that even he had a hard time surviving in. Offering this huge thing to the king would be a tremendous amount of honor, but it would not be able to cure the damage to his pride. And even more so if his job was to catch a single bug. But for him to appear in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Boom, 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 boom. Akitris laughed maniacally as he started to charge through the maze tunnel. As if he didn't want to lose the rat that had appeared before his eyes. The weakened spear smashed into Akitris and broke apart. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. He would have gone over to deal with the maze first if the attacks continued to get stronger and stronger. But that wasn't the case. Actually, he had to deal with the bug first. Since that bug may escape once the maze stopped moving. The maze came after he dealt with the bug. Ki-yi-yi-yi-ying. A bright blue orb gathered onto the Achaean, the giant spear in Akitris's hands, while he charged. And then. Boom. A 10 wide circular pillar of blue light flew towards Hansu. Die. Akitris smiled satanically. Even if the attack got weakened after it hit the walls of the maze tunnels and there was a lack of mana supply, it was still the Achaean. A blue beam of light created from the weapon of heaven's wrath. Mountains crumbled and ravines split from every attack. It was not something a human could withstand. At that moment. Whoosh. A black cloud gathered with Hansu as the center. And Akitris frowned for a moment as he saw the mysterious black cloud, but then snorted. Since there was no way those black clouds, which swayed just from the wind, could defend against the Achaean's attack. And as he expected. Boom. The blue beam of light penetrated through the black clouds and then smashed through the human. It's the end. Akitris laughed coldly. The human wouldn't die since he adjusted the strength, but his skin would get burnt up and his armor would melt. He would go through insufferable amounts of pain. Well, it didn't matter that much. Since the only thing he needed was his mouth, which could tell him as to how he killed Docetus. Wait. It'll be troublesome if his mouth melted as well. What shall I do? Boom. Boom. Akitris worried as to how he would hear the story from him, but then just decided upon taking him back as he stomped towards him. Easy. Too easy. But as Akitris was walking while leisurely tapping the walls with the Achaean. Whoosh. Something charged out from the smoke-filled tunnel and then flew towards Akitris. Roar. Akitris hurriedly prepared himself to defend against the attack, but the fist which had already flown up to his face smashed onto his mana barrier. Boom. Sway. The mana barrier swayed as it shook back and forth from the attack. Which meant that the previous attack had been quite powerful. Roar. Akitris roared out as he quickly backed off and stabilized himself. Whoosh. And something headed towards Akitris again. A giant 5 tall metal knight. Where the hell did this thing come out from? Akitris was shocked as he looked at the giant object that was pushing him back. What the hell was this? For the tiny human to disappear and a giant thing as big as himself to come out. The metal knight, which was causing the entire tunnel to feel small, started to beat Akitris with its fists. Boom. 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 The mana barrier remained intact, but Akitris continued to get pushed back as he got smashed around by the giant metal knight. Boom. Akitris clenched his teeth after being pushed back to the wall and then grasped onto his spear. He wanted to create a giant hole in the middle of the metal knight, but the attack of the heaven's wrath, Achaean, took time to fire. Damn. I shouldn't have shot it that weak. If he knew this would happen, then he would have melted everything down at full power. But the pride of the most powerful warrior wouldn't allow him to just stay and get beaten until it charged enough. Change it to second battle mode. Akitris ordered Achaean. Kwayong. On the 3 prongs of the Achaean, which resembled the claws of a dragon, bright blue light started to gather. Achaean's close combat mode. It wasn't as powerful as the cannon, but this blade, which condensed the tremendous energy used for the cannon blast into 3 tiny areas, was actually more powerful than the cannon itself in terms of quality, and it was extremely efficient in energy, so he could use it indefinitely. And if the martial arts of him, the judge, was added in the equation? He wasn't some controller who just moved his fingers to fight. Akitris's hand moved in a strange manner as he swung the Achaean towards the strange puppet in front of him. It looked like the metal knight tried to dodge as much as possible, but this small enclosed tunnel was limiting it. And soon. Boom. The Achaean sliced the metal knight. And Akitris smiled as he saw this scene. I can imagine what the material for that doll is. But will it be able to withstand it? He didn't know what that human had done exactly, but he could guess to an extent. It seemed as if he had used the dark clouds to control the surrounding liquid metal and surrounded his body with it. He had made very thick armor. It was actually a very good choice. Since this metal had the effects of disturbing his mana. But that size and that thickness were nowhere enough. As Akitris smiled. Quaigagagagak. The Achaean sliced through the metal armor. And the 80 centimeters thick metal armor got split apart as it gave way to the Achaean. The Achaean's might had been reduced quite a bit, but this was the end. Since that human wouldn't be anything in front of the Achaean without that metal barrier. Die. The moment the blue light of Achaean was about to reach the core part of the metal armor. Kagagagak. Huh. Akitris frowned as he felt the resistance at the tip of his hands. Armor? What the hell? The moment he flinched. Boom. Roar. A powerful punch flew in and smashed into the space in between his eyes. The punch was so powerful that the metal fist cracked and the maze floors shook while making rumbling noises. Crackle. The maze's special metal shook Akitris's mana barrier back and forth. And during this moment. Kwaeok. A sharp golden spear that was hidden within the cracked fist got surrounded by a translucent light as it smashed into the weakened mana barrier. Clang. The Nirmaha's ring in Hansu's hand shone as it shook the weakened mana barrier again. And then. Clash. The mana barrier that nothing had ever gotten through, that everyone knew only the satellite fortresses could penetrate through, got smashed apart as it gave way to the golden spear. Whoosh. The golden spear, which was surrounded by a powerful mana reinforcement, made a huge noise as it charged towards Akitras. Towards the space between the eyes of Akitras, who was staring right at the spear flying towards him. Reincarnator, Chapter 186, The King's Tomb, 4. Then. Quajaduduk. Akitras stared right at the spear flying towards him but then quickly twisted his head to the side. I can dodge it? The human was quite powerful but he was the strongest warrior of the Akarans. Even whilst he was moaning in pain from the fist, Akitras's body instinctively tried to dodge the attack. Kudududuk. Akitras's powerful body and sharp senses didn't let him down as he succeeded in barely dodging the spear. Only the spear though. Sadly for Akitras, the mana reinforcement coating the spear grazed past his left cheek and burnt it on the way past. Kwayaok. Ayayayak. Akitras freaked out at the pain which he hadn't felt in a very long time as he backed off while clutching onto the Achaean. The skin and flesh of his left cheek had all burnt up and his sharp fangs and his bottom jaw could be seen. But even in the midst of this, Akitras suppressed his rage and controlled his mind. I'll die if I back off. Attack. He could only attack. Akitras had never heard of a case where somebody won against a beast charging at them to rip them apart by backing away from them. Kwayaop. A shout came out from Akitras's mouth which had bones partially showing. At the same time the blue light of the Achaean cut across the skies again and headed towards Hansu. But Hansu shook his head. Since he had achieved his goal the moment he grazed Akitras. The sense destruction, one of Nirmaha's ring power that he gained at the orange zone in the past, was starting to burn through Akitras. It's the end. The sense destruction required a lot of mana to use but it was like a fatal poison to warriors who were very proficient in using their bodies. No, it might even be more fatal than a poison which stopped their hearts. And as he expected. Whoosh. Uke. Akitras yelled out in shock. Since the end of his spear had landed at a completely wrong place. Sway. His five senses were disrupted as his balance was lost. It was as if his muscles, nerves, and mind were acting separately. Fuck. Akitras made an expression of despair. He had lost the balance of his body in a one-on-one fight and had swayed. He knew instinctively that he would definitely die here. And the spear that was flying towards his face proved his thought. Even during when the strange energy inside of him was disrupting his senses, the end of the spear heading towards his head could be seen very clearly. They say time flows slower when one's about to die. Akitras could see many other things other than the spear coming to smash apart his head. The mysterious black armor that did not look simple at all. Injuries to the armor caused by the Achaean could be seen. But surprisingly, the black armor opened its mouth and started to eat up the metal armor around his own body while healing itself. And Akitras was able to solve one of the questions before he died. That's the thing that stopped the Achaean, huh? The strange armor was constantly eating metals while enhancing its own body. Since it had eaten special metals and had condensed numerous tens of times over, resisting the Achaean wasn't an insurmountable task. No, it wouldn't stop at the Achaean. If that armor continued to eat the liquid metal and evolve, then that armor would easily resist the attacks of the satellite fortress as well. But still, you will still die. My king. Please avenge me. It wouldn't matter. No one could win over quantity. There was a limit to how much a single person can accomplish. Even killing himself who had fallen into a trap was this hard for him. He would not be able to contend against a king who ruled over a world and his huge army. Akitras suppressed his nervousness and then looked at Hansu again. The thing that came into his eyes after the armor was the ring on his hand. The object which had killed him. Not only did it smash apart his mana barrier, it pushed its mysterious aura inside him and was still shining. At that moment, Akitras remembered that he had seen that ring before. So distinct that he could remember even right as he was about to die. Where did I see it? As the spear reached right up to his nose, Akitras's brain went through his entire memory at lightning fast speed. As the spear cut through his fur as was proceeding to enter his flesh, Akitras finally rummaged through his memories and remembered where he had seen it before. The three higher races. And the three kings who ruled over those races. There was a time when the three kings, who weren't really on friendly terms with each other, had gathered together to meet a single human being. It was an unprecedented event. Almost 100 satellite fortresses were on guard against each other and had gathered in the center of the Green Road, and hundreds of warriors also gathered at that location in order to guard their king. Of course Akitras, the judge and the strongest warrior of his entire race, had been there too. He had seen it then. The arrogant human who had called the three kings. And the ring that was on her hand. Yes. That's it. I remember it. He remembered clearly. Since the king of the Rebelungs asked the human because he wanted that ring. Human. I want that ring in your hands. If you give me that, I will grant you any wish you'd like. A king granting somebody a wish. There was no wish that a king who ruled a third of this entire world could not grant. A tremendous opportunity. Even Akitras and Dokitus's mouths had gaped open. They knew the king of the Rebelungs loved jewelry and precious objects so much, but for him to grant a wish for one. But the human, Clementine, kicked away that opportunity in an instant. No. This ring will become my symbol. Since there'll only be one of them. Everyone will tremble in fear if they see this from now on. A one-of-a-kind of a ring. As he saw this, Akitras grinned at his teeth. A strange noise came out from the half-blown-away mouth of Akitras. I knew this would happen. These fucking bugs. The story changes. If the ones who have the destruction jade obtain these strange liquid metals, and if they start to plan things out, Akitras's expression turned grim. He could not dodge his death anymore. The spear which had gotten through his fur and entered his flesh was slowly, very slowly entering into the space between his eyes. But he could not die like this. He needed to let this be known before he died. As the spear pierced through his skull and was heading into the brain, Akitras didn't even shake one bit as he glared at the one piercing through his head. He focused on the face and the ring. And everything he saw was recorded and sent by the helmet on his head. O king. These bugs have betrayed us. Look at this guy. Look at the ring in his hands. This should be enough. The rest would be solved by his comrades who received the information. And as he thought that his job was done, his mouth slightly curled up to a smile. Yeah. I didn't like them in the first place. For them to stand on equal grounds with us. They would be able to kill Matiron and the others hiding in the Green Road. No, it wouldn't just end there. They will kill every single human being in the village, Birdcade, and the Green Road as well. Since the humans were just being raised from Clementine's demands anyway. They'll be able to kill. Since they're all gathered in one place. As Akitris was about to laugh coldly. Whoosh. The spear had penetrated through his brain. And Akitris's consciousness disappeared along with it. Phew. Rumble. The moment Akitris died. The maze rumbled as it spread out. At the same time the liquid metal that was surrounding Hansu's body got sucked into the maze walls. Hansu didn't release them. Something more powerful than the dark cloud had forcibly taken it. The metal the 1,000 soldiers' armor had eaten had remained, but the metal armor surrounding Hansu's body got spread out as the metal returned to the maze walls. And Hansu frowned as he picked up the Akian. This strange effect meant that the complete owner of the maze had appeared. Karhal and Akiju failed her. While he had been blocking Akitris here, Karhal and Akiju had run through the wall Hansu had broken and headed towards the one with the crown. Since it would be too dangerous to deal with Akitris and the one who controlled the maze from the same location. They should have been able to succeed according to my calculations. The metal spears were fast and strong, but Karhal and Akiju's bodies were more than enough to dodge them. And for the person to not attack him after completely taking over the maze. At that moment. Rumble. A wall of the maze crumbled as a path leading somewhere appeared. As if it was welcoming Hansu who had slain Akitris. As if it was welcoming a general coming back from the war, the liquid metals protruded out from the walls in the shape of trumpets as they rang out. Papara. He's not that talented in music, it seems. Anyways, it didn't seem like there was much enmity. Hansu listened to the music, which was off-tone and off-beat, as he ran through the tunnel and headed into the center of the maze. After a long run, a huge area could be seen. There were only 2 people within a huge cave filled with thousands of skeletons. You came. You're here. Karhal and Akiju were staring at the center of the throne with perplexed expressions. And a single corpse was laying on the throne powerlessly. He was called Yongwan, I believe. Hansu frowned as he looked at Yongwan with his right hand missing. And the crown on his head had disappeared as well. Akiju looked between Hansu and the corpse as she spoke. The moment we arrived, he collapsed. And the crown, the liquid metal, came out and took it up. There was something shining red at the top of the cave. At that moment. Gurgle gurgle. Something came out from the ground. Some liquid metal. Flinch. Akiju and Karhal guarded against it nervously. Since they remembered how they had suffered from the liquid metals from before. They had thought the attacks had stopped as Yongwan died but for them to return. But the liquid metals did not turn into the sharp spears. Actually they just gurgled around like oil and then turned into a familiar look. Gurgle gurgle. It's the second time seeing each other now. Though it's a first in this form. It's good that we meet again. Yongwan, who still had his hand missing, smiled as he appeared before the 3. This bastard. What's he thinking? Karhal frowned as he looked at Yongwan. Reincarnator, Chapter 187, Demonic Beast, 1. Yongwan laughed as he looked at his corpse laying in the distance. Junghaewan's consciousness wasn't bound by his feeble body anymore. Rumble. Junghaewan's consciousness had entered the maze and spread out in all directions. Along the kilometers of the maze which resembled giant tree roots. It's not needed anymore. As Yongwan willed it. Rumble. The metals that had spread out like snakes started to all gather at one point. The hollow maze tunnels folded in on themselves and crunched up as they started to become more solid. There were still some beasts remaining, but they weren't needed. The metal waves created while squishing the beasts apart gathered around Yongwan, and it surrounded the cave Hansu was standing in. Soon the giant metal ant tunnels had disappeared and only a 1-kilometer large black egg had remained. Though there's nothing inside and the shell's a bit thick. Yongwan chuckled as he looked at the cave where only their life forms remained. This was actually too big for 3 still. Rumble. Soon even the large cave started to shrink. Crunch crunch. The cave shrunk while destroying the skeletons spread out, and soon only a cubic room was left. It even had a TV, a bookshelf, and chairs as well. Though it was small, it was more than enough for a human to live. It looked a bit too small for 3 people, but it was special for Yongwan. Since it was the room he lived with his little sibling. Yongwan spoke to Hansu, Karhal and Akiju after having recreated his old room with metal. It's not much, but sit. There's a bed there too. I've heard of stone beds, but this is a first. Karhal tapped the metal bed, which only looked comfy but was quite hard, and gave up as he just sat upon it. Hansu stared at Yongwan and then spoke out. You are right now doing something that you cannot handle. Hansu wanted to use the king's crown in order to smash through the next stage. Where the birdcage and Matiron were at. Once he got through, then the destruction jade would be right in front of him. But he hadn't even thought about taking over the entire maze. Yongwan had given up his physical body in order to obtain the maze and had transferred his soul and consciousness onto it. He crossed a river he cannot cross back on. He would never be able to return to the body of a human anymore. The metal Yongwan smiled at those words. That's my own issue. A tremendous amount of strength which could be felt from his entire body. What are you going to do? Yongwan laughed coldly at those words. There's something I want to say before that. Would you take a look here? The moment he finished talking. Chijijijik. The TV, which seemed to just be decor, suddenly shook. At the same time, thousands of detailed sculptures appeared on the insides of it. Like a real TV. Though it's black and white, it should do the trick. Oh, by the way, this isn't a sci-fi movie but live. As soon as Junghaewan's words ended. Cheer ring. The sculptures inside the screen moved according to Junghaewan's will. Karhal was shocked at those words. What the? Though Yongwan told him it was live, a scene which looked like an SF movie was seen. Since tens of satellite fortresses were moving in a hurried manner. If they saw it with their own eyes, then they would only be able to exclaim out in shock. Even a single one felt majestic up close. Tens of satellite fortresses moving together was like a scene from a movie. And Hansu frowned as he saw this. They started to move. The movements of the satellite fortresses were changing. The satellite fortresses which were on guard against each other suddenly spread out. Towards the villages spread out. Some towards the air of the green road. All three races at the same time. Youngwon laughed as he looked at Hansu. I'm just showing you their movements, I have no idea why they're doing this. But I think you do. Hansu then looked at the Akian in his hands. At the same time he looked at the armor the judge had on before. Every bit of action Akitris had done got replayed in his head. The first thing was what he had done right before he died. His face and his iris. And the direction the iris was staring towards. Ring. That iris was definitely staring at his ring. Nirma's ring. Numerous possibilities flashed past in Hansu's head. And then Hansu was able to pin one down. Clementine. Him causing a ruckus here wouldn't be close to enough to cause the three races to unite. He was weak compared to their entire army and they didn't know the secrets of the world. But if they treated him as a part of Clementine's plan. If the person who had taken down a satellite fortress and killed the judge was on the side of Matiron, then they wouldn't be able to hold back anymore. Since Matiron had the destruction jade. At this rate a tremendous amount of people will get killed even before he could activate the destruction jade. He needed to move as quickly as possible. And he needed to crown to do that. He needed this huge king's tomb that was being controlled by the crown. I can't use the Akian. He had infected it with the dark cloud but he didn't have a source of energy. Since the satellite fortresses wouldn't allow any energy to be sent. The moment Hansu grasped the forked lightning in his hands. No. Crunch. Youngwon flicked his remaining left hand as he saw Hansu. This was inside his stomach. He was a god in here. Quay. Boom. Jungwon's body fell down onto the ground like a broken dish. At the same time the room Youngwon disappeared from had the furniture spin around in a tornado-like fashion. Towards the three in the center of the room. Crunch. Crackle. Huayok. Cuke. Ikiju and Karhul, who had been sitting on the bed, suddenly got eaten by the wall. God damn me. Boom. Boom. A few explosive sounds were heard from the metal wall which had swallowed them but it was only for a moment. And soon the two of them disappeared without a trace. And Hansu as well. Kudududug. Hansu, who had been stuck inside the metal wall with only his head sticking out, frowned at the tremendous pressure pushing onto his body. Beyond my expectations. For one's ability to control it to rise so dramatically if they gave up their physical bodies. Hansu's body which had been enhanced through the Dragon Essence Blade and body enhancement surgery couldn't budge a bit. He felt like Sun Wukong being imprisoned under a mountain. A power Hansu could not have since he needed to go to the next world and was only going to borrow a part of the power. But, I can still do it. If he used his racial metamorphosis then he could probably fight against him. As Hansu was about to prepare. Youngwon appeared in front of Hansu's eyes. And the red crown was back on Jungwon's head. Youngwon laughed as he tapped the crown on his head. Anyways, I can't give you this crown anymore. It's mine now. Jungwon looked at Hansu as he felt the tremendous power running through his body. I guess it's something I gained because of you. Youngwon then looked at his right hand that had yet to heal. He had despised and hated when his hand had been cut off. If only the ones in front of his eyes had agreed to come with him. And if he could only figure out how he killed Docatus. Then he would have even been able to raise Matiron's forces who were hiding like mice in front of the higher races. But it was both good and bad. Since this strength was not something he would have been able to gain if Hansu hadn't activated the maze. Youngwon laughed coldly towards Hansu. Thank you but that's that. I'll treat this crown the price for my hand. Youngwon spoke towards Hansu as he looked at his hand which he hadn't regenerated on purpose. Since I'm going to be a bit busy now so, go now. At that moment. Whoosh. Hansu's body got sucked into the wall and started to disappear. Rumble. A conical area which was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Actually the ground itself was cracking apart as the land itself collapsing. At that moment. Whoosh. A giant metal pillar appeared from in between the cracked ground. The 3m wide black metal pillar, which had crawled out from the ground like a worm, started to move a part of itself which looked like a mouth. And then. Fush. The metal pillar spat two things out. Ayok. Two people popped out from the insides while screaming. Ikiju and Karhul caught their balance despite being in air as they landed upon the ground and looked around. Outside. Karhul and Ikiju were confused. For Youngwon to let them go. At that moment. Fush. The metal pillar spat another thing out. And Karhul exclaimed out in joy. Hansu. You didn't die. Well. You kind of cut off that guy's hand. Don't look at me like that. As Karhul was shrugging his shoulders. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The metal pillar started to spit a large amount of things out. Like a machine gun. Pay papa. Karhul frowned as he saw this. Runes. A tremendous amount of runes poured out from the metal mouth. It was more than enough to fill up all three of them to the brim. Where did such an amount? Karhul pondered for a moment and then figured out where those runes came out from. The countless beasts that were inside the maze. The moment the maze twisted and changed form they had been crushed and the runes came from there. After a long while of spitting the runes out, the metal mouth chewed a bit and then spat something out again. Whoosh. The thing that came out from the mouth got stuck onto the ground. And Hansu frowned as he looked at the 3m long spear. Akian and Akitris's armor, the heavenly wrath armor. But it was different from before. Kiiying. The Akian, which couldn't be used from the severed connection from the satellite fortress, suddenly lighted up in bright blue on the tip. Proved that there was a clear supply of energy. And Hansu knew where this energy came from. The maze moved with the mana crystals as well. Youngwon had connected the Akian onto the core of the maze. Well. It's not the maze anymore. The moment Hansu picked up the Akian. Rumble. The land that was already unstable started to tremble aggressively. That should be enough for what you're trying to do, right? Work hard. Youngwon laughed as he poured everything he had onto Hansu. He had gained power. And he had even thrown away his body in order to use it properly. since he knew that he wouldn't be completely free due to the symbol. And he had gotten completely unrestrained by the clan symbol the moment he left his physical body. But clan suppression was lifted as his goals of the past started to fill up his head. But at the same time he felt his soul burning up and his consciousness fading. He could only. Since the maze was too large and powerful to be controlled by the consciousness of a human. But it didn't matter. Since he was prepared for it from the beginning. Youngwon thought of Hansu. I don't like you but, I hope you succeed. So you should hope that I succeed as well. At that moment. Rumble. The tremendous metal structure moved back and forth. The insides fused, twisted, and turned. And Youngwon mumbled as he felt this change. Be reborn. Into the existence he feared the most. Crackle. Soon the black metal egg started to crack as it opened. And then. Boom. A tremendous hand appeared between the cracks. With claws that seemed like it could slice mountains and cover the clouds, it appeared while causing a tremendous tremor in the surrounding area. Reincarnator, Chapter 188, Demonic Beast, 2. A cliff. A large amount of people were gathered around the village created by digging the cliff. The farmers who were working hard, the hunters hunting around the village as well as the guards who protected the rules of the village. And they all exclaimed out in fear as they saw the giant satellite fortress heading towards them from the distance. Oh God. Mackle, who had mixed into the village and was waiting for Hansu's signal, was confused at the sight of the satellite fortress. Why is it coming? The harvester should have died already and even if they appointed a new one it was too quick. The villagers also looked at the satellite fortress flying towards them with a nervous expression. The new harvester shouldn't be here yet. What is it? The people, who didn't know the harvester had died yet, were all confused. At that moment. Zoom. Boom. A beam of light came out from the satellite fortress as it shredded an area near the village. Uaak. Wak. The people screamed as they saw the sudden assault of the satellite fortress. The village itself wasn't hit but the huge jungle in front of the cliff had been turned into a raging sea of flames in an instant. Rumble. The area the blue beam went past a tremendously deep hole had been created in a line as the beasts and trees had all been burnt up in an instant. It was like a god smashing down onto the ground. What the hell? Run. Wyak. The people finally realized that this wasn't a joke as they started to run away from the cliffside city and started to run away in all directions. The higher races had played around before but never something like this. They would all get burned to death if they stayed here. At that moment. SHRRRRRRNGGG. Tens of pillars of light started to fall down with the city as the center. At the same time the pillars of light split up as they started to surround the village. And soon a translucent barrier had been created around the village. Of course it was clear that it wasn't created to protect the village. Tong. 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 Fuck. We're trapped. Shit. We can't get out. Uaok. Why are they doing this suddenly? The people looked at the giant bluebird cage surrounding them as they screamed out. Rumble. What a historical day. The Urukan, Meekmylan, made a content smile while looking at the struggling bugs from the control room of the satellite fortress. Yeah. This is the norm. Meekmylan ground his teeth as he thought of Clementine who had threatened him and his race with the destruction jade in the past. Though they fought against each other and were wary of the other party, a group whom didn't even belong on their caliber should never have joined in their fight in the first place. Since they would only drop the quality. For a bug to fit in when beasts were fighting. But for them to be afraid of a sting the bugs to the point of creating a nest for them to live on. How did this make sense? Those things shouldn't have existed in the first place anyway. Delete the 147 villages one by one first. It'll be you next. Of course not all the satellite fortresses had left since they were still wary of the other side. The satellite fortresses sent out were 3 from each race for a total of 9. But this was more than enough to erase the 147 villages and the tens of thousands of humans in the Green Road. In a day there wouldn't even be a trace of them living here anymore. They'll come back up anyway. I'll play with them then. Meekmylan smiled. Of course this was after he played around with those things caught in the cage first. How envious had he been about the harvester or the inspectors? Him, a defender, had to stare at the faces of the Akalachias and Rebelungs by the borders but those things played around with the livestock when they were bored and even snacked on them. Kahihet. I'm not envious anymore though. Meekmylan growled as he made a content smile. He had to erase about 20 villages. Since there wasn't a set time limit he could enjoy it slowly. And Meekmylan looked at the bugs trembling with fear from one attack with an amused expression. At that moment. Rumble. 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 The land beneath the satellite fortress started to tremble. A sound of something heavy running. Meekmylan hurriedly spread out his sensory devices out in all directions. The sound and the tremor was not normal. The land all around him along with the air itself was crying out from something mysterious. And Meekmylan doubted his sight as he looked towards the green road. Since something very familiar was running towards him. Rough fur. Thick arms and huge thighs. Ears that stood up along with a snout that extended out. Along with sharp and durable teeth that looked like they could chew through anything. The existence that was numerous kilometers away felt like it was right in front of his eyes. There was a reason why he could see all these details despite the distance. Since it was that huge. What the hell? Meekmylan exclaimed out in shock as he saw a metal wolf the size of a mountain in the distance. The image was so detailed that he was having a hard time deciphering with his own image reflected on the window. The giant metal beast which had copied every detail of their perfect race was charging towards the satellite fortress, the Attilan, he was in. A body that was over 1 kilometer tall, it was bringing hundreds of tons of mass. Boom. Boom. Every step caused mountains to fall and the land to smash apart. The clouds dispersed as it shot past them. What a toy. Haha. What the hell? Meekmylan made a dumbfounded expression. He could tell just from the vicious aura and the extended claws. Though it looked like this race, it actually had enmity against them. Smash it apart first then think. That moment. Kiyiing. The satellite fortress's main attack got charged up as it fired multiple blue beams out towards the black wolf running towards it. Boom. The clouds got split as the air heated up from the blue beam. The 13 blue beams which had crossed multiple kilometers in a split second started to assault the giant black wolf. Clanging. Meekmylan smiled as he saw a huge noise occurring. No matter how big it is, it won't hold on. There was nothing that could withstand the main attack of the satellite fortress in this world. What could they do even if they were huge? No matter how big it was but a large target if it couldn't block his attack. But Meekmylan's smile suddenly froze. Boom. 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 What the fuck? Meekmylan screamed out as he saw the demonic beast which was still charging with its original speed despite being assaulted by the satellite fortress. It wasn't that the attack had no effect. The metal furs had been shaved off and parts of the skin had been pushed in like it had been hit hard. Actually the left arm, where the beams were focused on, was moving in a weird fashion as if it had been damaged quite a bit. It looked like it had become quite a mess but it was not something Meekmylan wanted to see. He wanted to see it having fallen onto the ground with holes on its body. He wanted to see the body melt down like ice beneath the sun. That was what he imagined but the speed hadn't decreased a single bit and it was getting closer to the satellite fortress at a tremendous pace. No, it was actually getting faster. As if it had gotten confident after confirming that it could take on the attack. Fuck. This wasn't the time to waste energy on the cage around the village. Meekmylan freaked out at the black demonic beast's charge as he gathered all the energy and started to pour it all onto the main cannon. Soon tens of beams flew across the skies. Boom. 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 But it was all useless. The blue beams constantly smashed onto the wolf's body and tried to push it back but the giant wolf, which crossed mountains and rivers in a single step, had gotten up to the satellite fortress in an instant. And then. Boom. The giant metal claw smashed down onto the satellite fortress. Clang. Roar. Meekmylan screamed out from the shock that shook the entire satellite fortress. He didn't know what the hell that thing was made of but it cut right through the blue barrier that had been protecting the satellite fortress. Crunch. Crackle. Soon a fight occurred between them. Boom. Boom. Since the damage was higher due to the close range, every attack of the satellite fortress caused the black wolf's body to get pushed in and cause its jointed to twist in weird angles but the demonic beast didn't care a single bit about it as it continued to rip apart the satellite fortress with its claws. And soon. Boom. A bright blue light from the part where the satellite fortress had been ripped apart. An extremely deep and pure blue light that couldn't even be compared to that of the attacks. Meekmylan cursed out as the mana engine, the cause of the satellite fortress's power and something that used mana crystals, appeared. Fucking bastard. He knew what the beast was aiming for. Energy. It had targeted the energy the satellite fortress ran on and had attacked it. Crunch crunch crunch. Meekmylan hurriedly sent a distress signal as he looked at the giant wolf which had started to chomp down upon the mana crystal and the mana engine as if it was eating a wrapped lunch. Caldus. Akinal. Help. This crazy bastard, why is it doing this? Boom. Boom. The huge sounds of the giant demonic beast and the fortress fighting rang throughout the giant jungle and the village. One of the people who had been running away after seeing the blue barrier disappearing suddenly shouted out. Hey. You're doing good. Kill it. The people, who were usually afraid of angering the Attilan, had nothing to fear after realizing that those guys had come to kill them anyway. Yeah. Smash it apart. Smash it. The people's cheers were heard by Yungwan as he clashed against the fortress. Those dumbasses. I'm not doing this for you. Though he had gained powers beyond his imaginations, the satellite fortress's power was higher than he expected. Yungwan thought of Hansu as he felt the pain running through his body. Kong Hansu. You bastard. If things don't work out the way you said then I'm going to kill you. Yungwan then thought of the conversation he had with Hansu before he came here. Boom. A giant wolf broke out of an egg and came out onto the land. Yungwan laughed loudly as he controlled the giant wolf's body. A tremendously large body that could reach the clouds. The powerful strength that felt like it could split mountains in half. Just wait. He was going to go to the birdcage. But the moment he was about to walk away after setting his goal. Wait there for a moment. A loud shout was heard to Yungwan who had gained a surprising perception after getting all the liquid metals under his control. Yungwan looked down from the familiar voice. He didn't leave yet. Despite some time having been passed, Hansu, Ikiju, and Karhul were still staring at him. Well, Ikiju and Karhul were looking at him with fear but Hansu had an expression of boredom from the wait. Yungwan pondered for a moment and then decided to ignore. Since he was quite busy. Kyuwa. The moment Yungwan was about to ignore them and move away. Boom. A tremendous shock smashed onto the backside of the metal beast. Yungwan looked down in rage from the sudden pain. Chief. I said listen before you go. Are you fucking crazy? Hey. Karhul freaked out as he looked at Hansu who had smashed the demonic beast, who was about to actually leave, with the Akian. Reincarnator, Chapter 189, Birdcage, 1. Rumble. Whoosh. The upper body of the giant wolf, Yungwan, lowered. Of course it wasn't hard for him to crush them by stepping on them in an instant. But Yungwan suddenly got curious. As to what he wanted to say so much that he attacked him, this form of his, with the Akian. Soon a huge voice came out from the mouth of the demonic beast which had stooped over. Kong Hansu. You aren't thinking that I will continue to let you live because I let you go once, right? I don't believe in debts of the mind. If you're trying to waste my time, you are going to pay for it. He had gained power and his suppressed goals had been remembered. His younger sibling. His younger sibling who had been dragged away as a sacrifice while they were searching for the village. He himself was confident in his skills and he had to protect his sibling so he was overly arrogant and aggressive in the village but it was too late for him when he realized something was wrong. Since the people in the village sent away his younger sibling as a sacrifice in revenge. And it was too late after he realized he had been tied down completely after going under Matron and Karen. I will find him. He was alive and he knew where he was. He also knew how he was being treated. There was no reason to not go find him. If he wasn't curious and nervous at the same time, then he wouldn't even have given Hansu time to speak. Rumble. Every time the mouth of the giant wolfman moved, a thunder-like noise came out from it along with a hurricane-like gale. Karhal and Akija frowned as they felt like they were in the midst of a storm. Well, that wasn't the problem anyway. Fuck. Anyone can tell that he looks pissed off. Karhal nervously looked at the face the size of a large house. And Hansu replied leisurely. If you're thinking of going to the birdcage, then it'll be a useless death. Are you trying to commit suicide? He could tell from the direction Yongwan was trying to head towards. The area between the outer regions of the Green Road and the Urukon's territory, the playground, and the aquarium of the higher races. Hansu knew the moment he saw Yongwan trying to run towards the birdcage after he gained power and the clan symbol disappeared, that someone precious to him had been captured and taken from him. Yongwan stopped at those words. Suicide. His consciousness came back slightly from Hansu's words. Though he had gained a tremendous amount of strength, his opponent was not simple. Seriously. Could I do it? He ran the possibility of him charging into his sibling was in and rescuing him through his mind several times, but the more he thought about it, the more nervous he felt. He realized this after being hit by the Akian. He was not invincible. The location he had been hit was still hurting. The Akian, which was a bit weaker than the satellite fortress, was this much already? If he were to hit by multiple satellite fortresses, which each shot multiple shots like this, would he be able to survive? He wouldn't be. No, even if he rescued his sibling, what would he do? His strength was time limited and his sibling will die the moment he died. Even if he rescued his brother from the birdcage, he wouldn't be able to take him to the portal at the end of the Green Road. Yongwan started to calm down and made a despair-stricken expression. Whoosh. A gale caused by a sigh came out from the giant demonic beast's mouth. Hansu spoke towards Yongwan. So just instead of doing something stupid, just help me. If you help me, I'll take care of the rest. Hansu laughed as he spoke. I'll rescue the people in the birdcage for you. He needed to attack the birdcage anyway. Since Matiron was hidden below the birdcage. Get rid of Matiron, who will get in the way of him getting the destruction jade at the birdcage. Then activate the destruction jade. If you cause a ruckus with your huge body, you'd fail, but I can do it. So just help me, you know, right? Where they hid the destruction jade. It'd be better to squeeze out the location of the destruction jade from Matiron, but he had to prepare for a situation where Matiron would refuse to speak. Since everything will have been useless if he couldn't find the destruction jade. Yongwan nodded at those words. He knew. Them, together as a clan, were set up so they couldn't betray each other, and so they had shared all the information with each other. If something like this hadn't happened, then he wouldn't have been able to even dream about telling anything to Hansu. If this guy really activated the destruction jade. There was an actual possibility. Well, I'll die too, but that doesn't matter. If mana disappeared, then he, who moved from mana, would stop and his conscience would fade as well, but that didn't matter. His soul will burn up eventually, it happening a bit sooner doesn't matter. If somebody as big as him charged in, then countless satellite fortresses would charge in, but someone like Hansu could get in without getting caught. Even to Matiron under the birdcage. But there was a problem. Yongwan quietly looked at Hansu and then lifted his hands. Then he smashed the two huge hands downwards. Boom. Boom. Wawak. Karhal almost fell down from shock, but unlike his fears, the giant hands didn't squish him flat or anything. It was actually the opposite. The giant hand of Yongwan was actually surrounding them. As if he was protecting them like they were a small chick. Of course that wasn't what was intended. You speak quite well. But how can I trust you? While he spoke, Yongwan moved his outwards and inwards as if he could crush them at any moment. Implying that he would kill them the moment they said something funny. Hansu laughed as he looked at Yongwan. I have a method. Oh, and there's something you need to do for me. Boom. Fucking bastard. Just buy time. If you fail, I'm going to fucking kill you. He had been persuaded back then, but he started to curse Hansu as he felt the pain from the satellite fortress's assault. Since it was much harder and more dangerous than he had expected. Boom. Yongwan kicked the fortress, pushing him from the acceleration of the mana engine as he rebalanced himself and lifted his right hand up in order to smash the satellite fortress again. Boom. The claws that had flown high up into the skies fell down as they sliced away the surface of the satellite fortress. Then. Kiyeing. Countless attacks shot towards Yongwan, who had become defenseless from the large attack. Boom. Boom. Fuck. Yongwan grinned at his teeth while balancing himself. The single satellite fortress was pushing him back even whilst becoming a mess in order to buy time. It was clear to Yongwan what it was doing. It was buying time. But he laughed coldly. You damn bastard. I'm the same as well. Yongwan saw the satellite fortresses coming in from the distance, roared loudly and then jumped into the skies. Boom. The surrounding land trembled from the giant body jumping into the skies. Yongwan, after jumping into the skies, used both hands to smash the mana engine of the satellite fortress while falling down. Boom. The hammer created from his two hands caused the entire satellite fortress to tremble. Rumble. The satellite fortress, which had turned into quite a mess, couldn't handle the tremendous force pushing it down as it crashed down onto the ground. Yongwan tried to spit as he destroyed a satellite fortress, but then realized he wasn't a living being anymore as he drove his claws into the satellite fortress with a bitter smile. Crunch. He pulled out the mana engine that was filled with mana crystals and devoured it as he refilled his used up energy. Fucking hell, isn't this a bit too well made? I feel exhausted already. It wasn't physical. It was mental exhaustion from controlling this humongous wolf man. Since he could feel his soul burning up. I think I'll die. As energy refilled, the damaged body quickly fixed itself and recovered. Suyua Urark. The broken arm fixed itself as the metal bits that fell off flew back in and recombined onto the body. If it had enough energy and Junghaewan's soul remained intact, then this monster could fight like an immortal. Of course those two things were the biggest issues. The body was fine, but he still felt like he would fall down. But he couldn't stop here. Since he had made a contract with Hansu. They're coming. Then. Whoosh. He could see two satellite fortresses approaching towards him from across the horizon. It was clear that the ones patrolling around the birdcage were hurriedly flying towards this location. They won't give me any time to rest, huh? He had caused a ruckus around the birdcage in order to pull these guys out on purpose. Though he had achieved his goal, he started to feel a bit pressured facing 2-1-1 was hard already. He watched the satellite fortresses approaching him slowly, grinned at his teeth and prepared himself. Since he needed to fulfill his part. That was the only method for success. Damn bastard. You have to succeed. If not, it'll be the end of you as well. He thought of the prohibition that Hansu thought of and mumbled while thinking about his sibling. Hey, are you okay? Karhal made a confused expression while looking at the liquid metal squirming around Hansu's body. The metal that had separated from Junghaewan's body had surrounded Hansu's body like armor and was constantly squirming around. It looked like it was protecting Hansu and it was indeed doing so, but Karhal knew what purpose it had. It was the evidence of Hansu and Junghaewan's contract. If Hansu did as he wanted, then the liquid metal around his body will try to penetrate into his heart and brain. Hansu replied nonchalantly at Karhal. I need to at least do this much in order to make him move. If he hadn't done this much, then Junghaewan wouldn't have believed him and instead would have charged into this place. Towards the birdcage he could see in the distance a 15 m tall tower that seemed tiny from the outside. But Karhal, who had checked the intel in Dokitus's satellite fortress, knew that it was merely the entrance. The true structure of the humongous underground structure that spread out multiple kilometers wide. Birdcage. One of the king's favorite resorts. The king watched the humans the hunting dogs caught for him and enjoyed his time there. Along with countless other Urukans. Usually a birdcage was just for watching, but that giant birdcage had many things used to play around with humans as well as using the humans as snacks. The three races were usually hostile against each other, but in there they were all quite friendly as they enjoyed their time. One of the only locations where the three races found peace with each other. Anyway, for the destruction jade to be with Mitiron. Hansu mumbled as he thought of the destruction jade's location he heard from Junghaewan. Ares had told him how it looked like in the past, but Hansu didn't have a method of knowing where it had gone after it fell into Clementine's hands. He had thought that they would have hidden it somewhere, but for Mitiron to have it in person. Well, that's not bad really. From what he had heard, the destruction jade was a very small object. Even smaller than the sealing jade he had in the past. Since it wasn't hard to carry it around, it was better to hold onto it so they could use it in times of emergencies. Let's go. Hansu spoke towards the birdcage. He just needed to kill Mitiron hiding below the birdcage and activate the destruction jade. Karhal asked Hansu at those words. Hey, it should be easier this time around since our opponents are humans, right? It was hard to imagine that a human could be stronger than the satellite fortress or the judge they had fought. Though there were quite a lot of Urukans inside the birdcage, the liquid metal around Hansu's body was quite good at hiding from their senses to a degree, so the thing they had to be cautious of the most were humans. But Hansu shook his head. Well, they aren't pushovers. Mad monarchs * underlings, dark lords. And one of them. Though he had the power of a lord, he was far beyond normal lords in terms of strength and thanks to the power of his trait. Hansu frowned as he thought of Mitiron, the dark general. Below the birdcage. Mitiron, who had an extremely dark ring on his hand, frowned while listening to the reports. Quite a ruckus. And thousands of people were gathered around Mitiron. People who had gathered from the sudden movements of the satellite fortress. Mitiron mumbled after hearing the reports from Karen, who had escaped while being surrounded by countless amounts of people lined up perfectly around him as if they were soldiers in an army. The maze got destroyed completely. And this is what happened afterwards. Yes. How strange. What the hell happened there? Why are these crazy bastards trying to kill us all? Mitiron then looked towards the Urukan laying on the ground in the distance. A 6 m large body and armor that looked quite good. Around the Urukan, who seemed to have a high position, there were corpses of tens of other Urukans as well. A scene that was impossible to even imagine if one thought about the differences between an Urukan and humans. But this was the reality. A king shouldn't go crazy in front of us yet. If you came to a resort, then you should just enjoy yourself and leave. Grr, you fucking viper-like bastard. If you are going to hit us from the back, then do it properly like me. This is what happens when you leave loose ends. Mitiron laughed coldly as he looked at the owner of the birdcage that they had caught, the Urukan's king. * This was a TL mistake on my part. Mad monarch equals Gwanggunju equals light monarch. The Korean word of Gwanggunju is how one pronounces it. I first thought it was a name. Light monarch / mad monarch were created because can mean both madness and light. The translation of mad makes the most sense since he's quite crazy, and though he should honestly be called a mad lord, since lord is the trait, I'll keep it mad monarch unless you guys prefer mad lord. Sorry for the mistranslation, and I hope this cleared up some things. Reincarnator, Chapter 190, Birdcage, 2. Mitiron looked at the king laying on the ground as he laughed. So, you thought we were the ones who betrayed you? Karuk, Gur. Mitiron made a bored expression while looking at the king, who had lost all his energy from being mind-controlled, as he got lost in thought. These guys aren't going to stop attacking anymore either. They had crossed the line already. They had killed the Urukans who had attacked them first and even taken their king as hostage. Thank God I had this around. If not, then. Mitiron mumbled quietly as he touched the black ring on his hand. The sensation of all the mana in his body disappearing hurt, but it damaged the higher races more than himself. And this was why they were laid out on the ground before him. Anyways, what do I do now? It would be nice if he could use this king as hostage, but the higher races didn't really care for their kind that much. Tisk. This is going to cause the farms Clementine created to all get destroyed. Saving their lives weren't hard. Since they just needed to take the portal at the end of the green road. But the farms that they had raised for over 10 years being destroyed felt a little wasteful. Mitiron kicked the corpse of the Urukan by his feet and then frowned. He didn't like them, but they needed each other, so they had held back for countless years and had worked together, but for it to be broken apart in just an instant. But Matiron shook his head after a brief moment of thought. This wasn't important. He needed to decide what to do from this point. And there was need for him to ask for a decision this large. Though he was the director of all this, he still had a superior officer above him. Logically, it would be better for them to back off and maintain their strength, but Clementine may have different thoughts. As Matiron willed. The soul fragment in Matiron's heart started to tremble. Towards the right arm of Clementine, who should be adventuring around the higher zones with Clementine as of this moment. Towards the owner of one of the 7 soul fragments in his heart. Since Trait didn't need mana to use. This was all he needed to report. Since they will read his memories anyway. The destruction jade, I should take it or something. Maybe hide it somewhere. Matiron mumbled as he looked at the black ring on his hand. If they couldn't use it, then nobody could use it. He couldn't destroy it since it was extremely hard, but making it so nobody could use it was easy. Matiron continued to touch the ring while waiting for orders from above. And then a vibration rang through his head. A sound that made his soul tremble. HAAA. Matiron made a strange expression from the answer. Boom. Hansu smashed the door of the tower after reaching it in an instant. Boom. Dragon Essence Blade, Body Enhancement Surgery and 100% Filled Strength Rune caused the front door to be smashed apart. Whoosh. Hansu frowned as he looked at the tunnel in front of him that led downwards. Why isn't it activating? To his memory, there was an elevator that worked with mana here. So that people can ride it down. It was something the sages used, but since it was now the resort of the higher races, it should always be working. Strange. Hansu looked around and then threw some pores of the pandemic blade down. Whoosh. The mana-filled spores fell down the tunnel along with the wind. The bright orange spores were easily seen even in the midst of the dark tunnel. But at that moment, as if the electricity had been cut off, the light of the spores suddenly disappeared. And Hansu frowned as he saw this. They activated the destruction jade. A vacuum of mana. It was similar to the sealing jade in the sense that it caused the mana to freeze in a set area, but the quality was different. For it to even cause mana that came in from the outside to stop, the inner part of the birdcage would probably be devoid of mana. If they controlled the destruction jade and then activated it, this wasn't a strange scene actually. Hansu thought for a moment and then took off the heavenly wrath armor and the Urukan spear around his body. And then gave it to Akiju and Karhal. Why are you giving this to us? Hansu spoke. If it's a mana vacuum in there, then I can't use this anyway. Hold on to this. And if you see anyone pop out, then use this to suppress them all or push them back in. The adventurers who come out may be able to use mana again, but they wouldn't be able to come out if Karhal and Akiju guard the door with the heavenly wrath armor. Hey. What the hell are you saying? Then normal people can get hurt. Karhal, whose sibling might be in there, shouted back. It was suppression, but such a weapon like the Akian wouldn't just stop there. Hansu then looked at Akiju. Akiju, do you have the same thoughts? Even if way more people will die because some people escape from in here. Akiju pondered for a moment and replied. Are you afraid of someone escaping with the destruction jade? Hansu nodded at her words. They would dig through the ground if they had mana, but since they didn't, they wouldn't be able to penetrate through the materials of the birdcage. This was the only exit. Which means that if they couldn't get the destruction jade from the one who escapes with the destruction jade, then they would all die. Since the higher races will start a massacre with the satellite fortresses. Since they didn't know the faces of all of Matiron's clansmen, they didn't know who would bring it out either. They needed to block this place no matter what. And Hansu needed to bring out the destruction jade while Yungwan bought time no matter what. Akiju pondered for a moment at Hansu's words but then nodded. Give it to me. I'll block them. She felt the importance of this job. I'll only stop at suppression. Akiju's eyes changed. She used the White River demonic art. Emotions were erased from her face as it turned into an extremely cold one. She hadn't lost her sanity, but her emotions won't hinder her from what she needed to do anymore. Fuck. While Karhal saw this scene, Hansu spoke towards Karhal after handing Akiju the Akian and Heaven's Wrath armor. And Karhal comes with me. Damn. Karhal laughed bitterly as he realized the meaning behind this. Hansu wasn't taking him because he believed in him. He was taking him because if Karhal remained here, then he might make some horrible mistake or mess the situation up. But Karhal shook his head. Yeah. Let's think positive. Him not killing me is already a gift. Karhal actually already felt chills from Hansu's ruthless decisions. Though he had helped Hansu up until now, if he messed things up then his life would be lost in an instant. Which meant that this was extremely important to Hansu. Taking him instead of killing him was already a thankful thing. Help this guy as much as I can. Then save my sibling while doing so. Karhal gulped down his saliva and then grasped tightly onto the Yungwan spat out before as he followed Hansu down. Kwajaduduk. Hansu's body fell while slashing the wall of the dark tunnel that led downwards. Then. Whoosh. As they fell into the tunnel. Yaa. The skill surrounding Karhal's body disappeared along with mana. At the same time. Chuyurururark. The liquid metal surrounding Hansu's body melted down. Along with the metals inside him threatening his brain and his heart. Spit. Karhal made a strange expression while watching Hansu spit out the liquid metal and then spoke as if he remembered something. Did you perhaps knew this would happen? Was that why you allowed him to lay that thing on you? Hansu looked at Karhal at those words and then replied. Yes, the moment I heard Matiron had the destruction jade. Though it wasn't confirmed that he had it. It might have been different if Matron didn't have the destruction jade. There was no way Matiron wouldn't use the destruction jade when the Urukan and other higher races suddenly attacked them. Since it wouldn't be hard for the higher races to kill him and his countless clansmen if he didn't use it. Once he entered a location where mana was frozen, it didn't matter what Yungwan cast on him. Karhal made a fearful expression while watching Hansu. He had sent Yungwan to his death while knowing that the prohibition Yungwan set on him would be useless. Just so he could get the destruction jade. Hansu took a glance at Karhal and then spoke out a few words. Get ready. This is the beginning. And I don't plan to break any promises. Huh. Then. Whoosh. Wind started to come into the tunnel from below the tunnel. And then. Huiyuayok. Karhal freaked out as he saw the scene before while falling from the tunnel. A giant area surrounded by darkness. It was dark and their mana had been frozen, but the 100% perception rune still existed. Karhal's vision penetrated through the darkness and swept the area below. The first thing that came into his view was a semicircular area that was a few kilometers in diameter and height. The place they landed was the center of this place. The second thing was the countless giant marbles that had lost their light. They seemed like they were used as a light source and were stuck upon the ceilings, but as if they had stopped working from the disappearance of mana, they had all been turned off. The last thing that came into his view was the chaos. Uaaak. Roar. The king. Where's the king? These bugs. Die. Fucking bitches. Die. Die. Though they were still quite far from the ground, the sound and the scene was witnessed by Karhal. Karhal exclaimed out in stupor as he heard the roars, deathly screams, and sounds of clashes. Oh god. It was chaos in itself. Thousands of higher races who had lost their sanity and tens of thousands of humans were running around the strange structures. But before they could get a clearer view of this place. Puayok. They fell onto the center of the lake. Kwayok. From the rough fall of the two people, they created waves on the surface of the lake. Puhup. Though they didn't have any mana, their physical bodies were already monstrous. Karhal came back to his senses after the land and then pushed his head out of the water. He checked the scene again in case he made a mistake, but the scene he had seen before was even clearer now. Chaos. Some were crawling towards the ceiling through the walls and some were hiding between the structures away from the higher race. Though they had lost their mana, the physical abilities of the higher race were still far superior. The higher races that resembled eagles, rats and wolves were massacring the humans within the chaos. As Karhal lost his words, an angered roar was heard from the distance. Gurung. Hey you bugs over there. How did you get in from above? What's the situation above? Kuduk kudududuk. Hansu watched the rat-shaped rebelung approaching them after seeing them fall down as he spoke towards Karhal. If you were going to save somebody from this place, how are you going to do it? This damned world. Saving somebody wasn't taking care of them with love and care. No matter how they cared for them, if they met a powerful enemy then they would just get killed. The best method was set already. Destroying everything that may become their enemy. I shall erase all of you. Kwayok. Hansu stood up from the lake while looking at the higher race stomping towards him with the forked lightning in his hand. Reincarnator, Chapter 191, Birdcage, 3. Kwayok. Third generation rebelung, Macaronia, frowned as he grasped the metal debris in his hands while watching the human who fell down from above. What the hell? Fuck. The debris created from the birdcage falling apart was dyed in blood. Of course not his but blood of others. Quaaaaa. Crunch crunch. Macaronia chomped a leg of a human in order to relieve a bit of stress as he started to stomp his way towards the humans in the center of the lake. Uaaaa. Hee. Why? Do we look that easy since we don't have mana anymore? Macaronia laughed as he looked at the humans screaming out in pain. It was truth that the rebelungs were much more inferior to the Akalachias and rebelungs physically. But that only applied to first and second generation members. The third generation members like him weren't that much weaker than the Irokans due to their larger number. But killing a few bugs wasn't enough to relieve his stress entirely. Damn. I can't contact the satellite fortress because there's no mana. So this is the destruction jade I've been hearing about, huh? Being affected by it felt horrible. The barrier of the satellite fortress that protected him had disappeared and the destruction beam that could set the grounds aflame did not come out either. For him, somebody who received great treatment even out of the rebelungs, to become like this. I need to figure out the situation first. Macaronia finished his thoughts and then started to walk towards the humans who fell into the lake in the distance. Ugh. Karhal got up from the waters and then asked a question while looking at the rat face approaching him from the distance. He was curious the whole time he fell down. What are you going to do now? We have no way of finding that small item called the destruction jade. Karhal asked with a confused expression. If the destruction jade was that small then the other side could hide it anywhere in this place. Karhal thought that there wasn't anyone below here because Hansu had came in with such confidence. Or that they were all trapped or immobile. But Karhal could not understand how Hansu was going to find a tiny object within a space where tens of thousands of people are running around in chaos. And it's not like we have a lot of time either. The inside was a chaos and there was a limit to how long Yongwan could hold on outside. But Hansu shook his head. It'll be hard with just the destruction jade alone anyway. Even Ares couldn't cover the entire zone with the destruction jade in the past. Like how the ceiling jade needed an enhancement, the destruction jade needed one as well. Hansu mumbled while looking at the already chaotic birdcage. The destruction jade was powerful but it was not enough. It might have been different if the destruction jade was powerful enough to stop the entire zone but it was not. Since even Ares had run away after using the destruction jade in the past. I need to find a complementary object for this. Below here. There was something below this location, which was originally designed as a research facility, that would complement the destruction jade. Something created as a pair to the destruction jade. Since the two resonate, I'll be able to find the destruction jade if I find that. Hansu finished his thoughts and started to walk away. We'll now go underground from here. What? Where? Hansu pointed towards the giant rat that was holding onto 7 different humans as it walked over to them from the question. We'll find out if we ask. Wouldn't the original visitors of the birdcage know that the best? Crunch crunch. What kind of rat? Karhal frowned. A 4M large rat. A mouse was a cute animal within Karhal's memory since he used to raise a pet hamster, but when it grew to 4M in size, it was a completely different story. And even more so if it held humans with broken necks in its hands. It didn't just look like a rat standing up but rather much similar to a human due to the abnormally developed upper body muscles. Actually, if Hansu's body was stretched to twice his size and put on a giant rat mask then he would look just like that. It's a fucking crazy Mickey Mouse. It is doing an amazing job destroying my childhood. Hansu spoke towards Karhal. Support. I taught you the sign language right. MMHM. Karhal nodded. He was quite tense but he had no confidence to do anything alone in this place. What the hell would he do in a place like this by himself? Follow him for now. Then. Boom. What the? Macaronia made a dumbfounded expression at the human who had started charging towards him. It wasn't abnormal to see a human charging at him. Since the fearless ones trapped in the birdcage charged at him the moment mana sustaining the barriers disappeared. But nobody had charged at him by themselves like this before. They charged in numbers of hundreds at the least. The moment Macaronia threw away the humans in his hand and was about to smash Hansu with his lifted right hand. Twitch. Hansu, who was inspecting the rebellion closely while charging, sent a signal with his empty left hand which did not hold the spear. Karhal gulped at the strange movements of the hand as he sent an attack with the boom. The bowstring rang as the arrow flew across and charged towards the giant mouse violently. To be exact, it was heading towards the right side of the heart Hansu had signed him to shoot towards. Quiet. Macaronia scoffed as he looked at the arrow flying towards him. Not bad. A bug who had this much strength was within the strongest of the bugs. But their races were still different. He didn't have the sixth sense or the tenacity of the Urukans, but he still had muscles, senses, and a body that was dimensions apart in quality. The target of the arrow could clearly be seen by him. And he could easily dodge it? I guess I'll have to try a bit. Crunch. The moment Macaronia scoffed and was about to focus onto the arrow flying towards him. Hansu's eyes shone. At the same time. Boom. Hansu's speed rose by multiple times in an instant. The dragon essence blade lined up within his body as it enhanced his body, and the liquid metal of the body enhancement surgery further enhanced the previous result. Hansu's body, which was still at a human's level, evolved even beyond the rebellion. The body that could fight against Docetus when his runes were crawling upon the very bottom had now received the blessings of 100% maximized runes as his body's strength easily rose over the limit of destroying a rebellion. Macaronia, who was focused entirely on the arrow, turned around at the sudden change in noise and then freaked out at the human who was charging towards him with a speed that was unbelievably faster than what it had been before. You fucking rat. Funny. Whoosh. A painful mistake. The human had gotten up to his face in an instant and was slashing its spear at his head. Macaronia fell in despair as he stared at the golden spear that was flying in to penetrate his head and tried to call for his comrades. He was acting solo because of the pride as a third-generation member, but as he fell into a dangerous situation, the swarm instincts within his blood had boiled up. He was different than the Akalachias or the Urukans who lived in small communities. They were a race who used their massive numbers of their swarm to suppress the enemy. The instincts that were sleeping within his blood since it wasn't needed due to him not having met any powerful opponents suddenly exploded out. Keen. But it was too late. Crunch. The spear that was heading for his head made a strange twist as it penetrated his vocal cord near his neck. And as the vocal cords got cut and the spear blocked his throat, the scream that was coming up got stopped. Macaronia freaked out as he tried to retaliate. Since he could continue to move as long as his head remained intact. But sadly the spear that cut through his vocal cords did not stop there as it continued to penetrate its way through. Quajaduck. The spear that cut through his vocal cords dug in even deeper, smashed through his skull and stopped right in front of the brain and numerous other nerves. Gurgle. The entire body of Macaronia that was about to retaliate stopped moving. The muscles loosened up as the lower body that was supporting him started to give away. Then. Macaronia couldn't stand up any longer after the nerves that reached down to his body got severed as he slowly fell down backwards. Everyone freaked out as they saw Hansu, who had turned the higher race half dead in an instant. For somebody to turn that monstrous being into a retard in an instant. And the amazement was the same to Karhal as well. Whoa, can't you just handle all of this once your mana comes back? Karhal joked around as he spoke. For him to smash apart something that even hundreds of people had a hard time killing in an instant. The sensation that he hadn't been in this world that long when he fought Docetus could clearly be felt now. Hansu shook his head at Karhal's joke of a question. It's like this because there's no mana. He didn't have a lot of skills and their mastery weren't high anyway. Since every skill were high quality they had a much stronger might than other people, but that wasn't his strong point. The human's strongest point was the firepower coming from numerous chain activations of skills. If a manaless Hansu was like having his hands and legs tied, a normal adventurer without mana was like an armless and legless person. Well. It wouldn't be as much as these guys though. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the rebellion twitching on the ground with its head almost cut off. These guys were probably beyond being armless and legless and instead probably felt like a fish out of water. It's nice I got him before he screamed. This guy was the weakest of the three race in terms of one-on-one battle, but their numbers were the problem. He had profited since he had ambushed while it had been distracted, but if his comrades came running after it screamed out then things would have turned much more tiresome. Gurgle. Hansu approached the rebellion who was watching him in fear on the ground and then sat upon its chest. He then asked with his fingers raised. What generation? Gurgle. If you answer well then I'll end you quick and painlessly. If not then I'll just leave. At those words the fear in Macaronia's eyes deepened. It was better to die cleanly here. Since the ones who he had thrown away were glaring at him in rage and hate after realizing the situation. Even the shit I have done to these guys alone in this place is enough. The moment Hansu's fingers, which were rotating around 1, 2, and 3, landed on 3. Macaronia used his eyelids which were still moving and hurriedly blinked numerous times. A third generation. Wait. Don't kill him. The moment the rage-filled voices were heard by Hansu. Crunch. Hansu smashed apart the head of the rebellion and stood up as if he was done here. Karhal made a confused expression from those actions. Didn't you need these guys? Hansu shook his head at those words. I don't need these things. I need the ones who lived here originally. The ones who lived here. Hansu nodded. First generation. He needed the ancient beasts that used to live here hundreds of years ago and still continued to live here. This place. The beginnings of the higher race who had gained their strength from the sage's research lab, the parrot, rat, dog, and monkey, quite a lot huh? Ones who had become a new race after being enhanced so they can create the, which was the base of the sage's power, within their own body. If I can attain that then, the humans would also be able to attain a sea of mana that they can use. Hansu thought of his final goal. Translator's note, oh shit. Dat foreshadow. Red zone, breeding grounds. Orange zone, steroids factory. Yellow zone, Hogwarts. We shall see. Reincarnator, Chapter 192, Pectoral, 1. What are you going to do now? One of the 7 people who had been held in Macaronia's hands, Tanya, spoke towards Chen, who was the person who acted as their leader. Chen looked at the man in the distance, pondered for a bit and then looked at Tanya. The ones who were caught with us are still hiding nearby, right? Tanya nodded at those words. The 398 people who had been trapped along with them in birdcage area 11-3. The moment the mana barrier that was blocking them disappeared, they had ambushed Macaronia, but the result was very bad. Because a few had been massacred in the very beginning, the rest all ran away like the wind, and the ones who had charged in first had been caught. Anyways, Chen mumbled while looking at the man in the distance after being released. We have to follow him. No matter what. Though one had died, the situation was still very bad. The higher races were on a rampage from the mana having disappearing, and the other surviving adventurers were doing everything they can in order to survive. But how? Chen fell into his thoughts. Looking at things logically, the 7 of them were baggage. He could just tell from the eyes of the man with the bow looking at him with annoyance. And this was the truth. Fuck. You're a leech as well. As Chen was mumbling, a conversation was heard by him. We need to find the first generation ones. The moment he heard it, Chen shouted out instinctively. I know. I know where a first generation one is. From Chen's words, the heads of the 2, who had been ignoring him the whole time, turned around. Yes. Chen celebrated within his mind. Ha, ha. Chen, who had been looking at the surroundings while hiding between the rubble, slowly came out and moved again after checking that nobody was around. Karhal followed Chen through the wooden structures as he asked. So the first generation ones are here, right? Chen nodded as he was guiding Hansu, Karhal, and the others. Yes. And it's not ones but just one. There aren't that many first generations around anymore. Thousands of higher races had come to see them while they were caught in this birdcage. But even out of all the higher races, there weren't that many that lived over hundreds of years. Mainly 3 to 4 per race. Of course there were even less of them who came to the birdcage. I've seen one from the Ecologias here. They should definitely be here since it hadn't even been a day since they came here. The wooden structure in the distance was a location where the Ecologias usually enjoyed their stay. It was very likely that they were still in here. Hey, why are you being informal with me? Chen ignored Karhal's words as he focused on guiding them towards a direction where they could hide from the eyes of the higher races the best. I must stay by these guys no matter what. He wasn't finding a perfectly safe location, since there wouldn't be such a place like this. His goal was finding a place that was as safe as possible. At least until this chaos calms down. Tanya spoke to Chen with sign languages. Hey. Shouldn't we take the others with us? We're leaving them behind. Chen frowned at this. Damned bastards. If they all charged in then, we could have won. Cowards. Chen grinned at his teeth as he stopped his bleeding from his missing left arm, which had been bit off my Macaronia. No matter how strong they were still adventurers who can gain quite a lot of runes. If 400 people charged in, then they would easily be able to kill one. But the moment Chen and others charged in, everyone else had ran away. I hope they all die. Chen suppressed his feelings as he softly replied to Tanya. That's more dangerous. Imagine 400 people swarming around. What do you think will happen? Tanya nodded at this. They were being able to dodge the eyes of the higher race as of now since they only had 9 people. But if there were 400 people? It would be hard to dodge the eyes of the higher races roaming around in rage. This is too smooth. Tanya made a confused expression while heading towards their goal after having come out from the debris. This was the territory of the Ecologias who acted solo. But it was strange that they hadn't seen a single Rebelungs or Arukans who were high in number. It was comfortable but too unusual. We need to check our surroundings. The moment Tanya raised his 5 senses to the brim. Keying. King. This sound is. The extremely high voices that she hadn't been able to hear came into her ears after she focused her senses. A special call that the Rebelungs used to call the members of their race. I feel uneasy. Tanya and Chen frowned. Second generation Rebelung, Calypso, frowned as he looked at the members around him. Almost 900. Since quite some time had been passed since the chaos had started, it was normal for everyone to have gathered by now. But an empty space could be seen. Where's Macaronia? Calypso asked the others, but everyone shrugged their shoulders and nobody answered. Which meant that they didn't know. Calypso frowned from this. There's no way that he got killed by the humans or anything. It wasn't that the humans weren't a threat. They had lost their mana and there were much more humans than them here anyway. But there wasn't anyone who had heard Macaronia's call. It was impossible for the 3rd generation Macaronia to have died before he could use his call, even if a swarm of humans came onto him. There's only one kind of guys who can do that. Well, 2 different types. Damned bastards, I knew this would happen. Calypso tapped his protruded front teeth. A sound that he made when he was in a foul mood. Calypso spoke towards his surroundings. You guys know why I gathered you, right? Everyone nodded. Since their cries meant more than just calling each other. If the Arukans had powerful bodies and a 6th sense and the Ecologias had powerful battle strength and the ability to fly, then they had insane reproduction abilities along with their destruction beams and the communication ability to utilize their numbers. Anyways, Calypso opened his mouth again in order to explain again. Strange, our calls don't work as well here. This is our chance. A very precious one. The group's battle prowess important, but a leader was important as well. A great burden laid upon the leader in this place where they were cut off from mana. This place was originally a place made for high-ranked officials of the higher races to enjoy their time. People who should have been protected until the very end if not for a chaotic situation such as this. Such people were all trapped within these tight spaces. The balance has been tipped already since we found out the destruction jade is in here already. The moment they found out the destruction jade's whereabouts, they had no reason to hold back anymore. What they were worried about was them annoying a human and only their race being affected by the destruction jade. But since it was already activated like this, there was nothing to hold back. And we just need to kill every living in here, simple. And they were at a huge advantage. The dogheads lost their king and the Ecolochias are powerful but they roam around alone, they can't fly in here anyway. Though I don't know why. In this strange birdcage, the Ecolochias couldn't fly and the Urukons couldn't utilize their sixth sense. And they couldn't use their cries to call each other that well either. It seemed like the first generations knew something but they didn't say anything. Well, we can just ask after we go out. Or ask those parrots before they die. Calypso laughed coldly as he thought of the first generation over at the Ecolochia territory, Pectoral. The only ones who survive in here, are our race. Going against the two races who have lost their leaders would be very easy. One of the third generation member, Amados, asked. Then what about the humans? There are too many for us to ignore. They were in an advantage, the vicious Urukons and powerful Ecolochias were no pushovers. They didn't have the strength to fight the humans at the same time as well. Calypso laughed coldly at Amados's words. We can't ignore our precious resources. Let's just play the game we usually play. The war game. Geek. Then I shall play with the guys at the first region. 38th region for me. The other rebelungs made amused and excited expressions at Calypso's words. Boom. Fucking hell. Karhal saw the adventurers causing a ruckus as he made a dumbfounded expression. Kill it? Damn. I'm the one who killed them. The humans were killing each other. They were fighting each other with a headband that had strange symbols on their head. Are they crazy? They should be hiding quietly or trying to strike the higher races, but why the hell were they killing each other? And from the way they were moving they weren't doing in an urgent manner either. They made formations and stayed true each person's roles and acted very naturally. As if it was very familiar to them. Karhal spoke towards Chen, guiding them. Hey. Why the hell are those crazy guys doing that? This wasn't a survival game or anything, why the hell were they fighting with those headbands? Oh yeah, you came from above. You shouldn't know then. What? Chen clenched his teeth and mumbled. It's a game. A war game. The administrator of this game was the higher race. The pawns of the game were humans. The rule was simple. The 400-man people of different regions will kill as many people as they can and take their headbands. When the timer ends, the region with the highest number of headbands would be victorious and the owner of that area won. Though they had lost their mana and had been freed, the difference in ranking still existed. Mana will come back eventually and they will face the judgment of the higher race. It was obvious that they followed the orders of the higher race. It wasn't weird either. Since they had lived like this ever since they got trapped in the birdcage. Chen had tried attacking because he hadn't been here for that long. Damn. They made a game in the midst of this chaos. Chen grinned at his teeth while looking around. Moving around in a small group in order to not get caught by the higher races would actually hurt them in this situation. They couldn't dodge the eyes of that many people. Chen shouted towards Hansu in despair. Since it happened like this. Let's go over there as well. What? As Karhal made a dumbfounded expression, Chen made an annoyed expression. Then what? You want to go through that thing? Chen then pointed towards the vicinity of their target. And Karhal spat on the ground as he saw where the finger was pointing towards. Fuck, it's busy enough fighting those monsters but we have to kill the humans as well. For them to kill humans in order to kill the beast. Hansu and Karhal frowned as he looked at the adventurers swarming towards their direction from the Ecolochias territory. These rat bastards. I knew you would do this. Those guys excel at betrayal. A giant bird with a height of 10 m mumbled as he looked at the rebelungs and humans charging towards him from the distance. He was a bird but just like the Urukons and rebelungs, the muscular humanoid lifeform was closer to a human with a beak and wings than a bird. Well, whatever. Since we needed to be closer to a human's shape in order to receive the remodeling surgery of the sages. Ecolochia, Pectoral, thought of the things that had been done to him hundreds of years ago as he stared at the rebelungs charging towards him. The ones who had betrayed the sages first hundreds of years ago were these rebelungs as well. Good. I shall wipe you all off this time around. Come. I shall smash you one by one in order. Pectoral moved up the units in his area and squirmed the muscles in his body as he mumbled. Reincarnator, Chapter 193, Pectoral, 2. Karhal and Chen gulped down their saliva while they looked at both sides. Tens of thousands of people were approaching them from both sides. Fuck, we're right in the fucking middle of the battlefield. Well, they were indeed going from the Rebelus territory into the Ecolochia, so this was obvious. Though they were within the debris and rubble, they would definitely get caught once the chaos begins. Chen tried to persuade Hansu. Damn. Let's stick to the rebelungs. My owner is quite a generous one even out of the rebelungs. Caliso, we will receive good treatment if we have great achievements in this fight. Rebelungs treated them as toys usually but their rewards were very good as well. Calypso often gave good weapons and even runes to the toy that did the best in the war game. They were even able to get women if Calypso felt good. To them, whose sexual activities were suppressed because Caliso didn't like to see erections, a chance like this was a chance given by heaven. Actually, this is good. Chen mumbled inwardly. The guy in front of his eyes did indeed kill a rebelung, but what could he do against that many of them? There was no hope. Even if they survived here, the area above would even be a larger hell than this anyway. A hell where satellite fortresses roamed around and killed humans. It was actually better to just stay as the pets of the higher race and live while receiving their care. Since they didn't need to fear them in here at least. Karhal looked at Chen with a disapproving look and then shook his head. This guy wouldn't have been like this from birth. This damned environment had changed him probably. At that moment. Hansu, who was looking at both sides, asked Chen. What's the reward for the most kills? Huh? You're going to listen to this lame-o. Chen looked at Karhal with a hurt expression. Damn. Romalan, the team leader of the third area standing in the front, gulped down his saliva while looking at the Akalachia's army that was getting closer to him. Both human armies had bloodthirst aimed against each other, but their heads were filled with something else. It was actually the exact opposite. Fear. They had fear against the humans coming to kill them. Since quite a lot of them would die once they clash. And there was no rule saying that they wouldn't be a part of those deaths. But there was an even bigger problem behind them. Even before the clash occurred. Boom. Loud booms were heard from the back of where the nervous people were marching forwards. The people gulped down their saliva after being shocked at the sound and turning around to check. Since they knew why the sound occurred. Uaok. Kuhuk. A sound of a human being kicked away by the giant Rebelung. The joints of 4 humans got twisted and bones broke from a single kick. Just from the reason that they fell behind a bit. Hey you bugs. You have to kill at least 1 per person. Understand? 1 per person. Uahahaha. The ones in the back will be in a bigger danger. Boom. Boom. The hundreds of Rebelungs in the back were administering their respective areas as they continued to herd the humans forwards. The movie-like scene where 4 tall giants, being armed like generals, marching in hundreds was quite a spectacle. If it wasn't for the fact that they weren't fighting in the front but rather approaching them from the back. Uhuk. Kahook. Boom. Boom. Though there were tens of thousands of humans, they couldn't even dream of retaliating as they continued to push towards the humans on the Akalachia's side. And it was the same on the other side as well. The people gritted their teeth as they got pushed right in front of their opponents. Fuck, since I've come this far I might as well. The people tightly clenched onto the weapons in their hands. At the same time they reminded themselves that this was just a game. They just needed to do what they usually did. Soon. Kill them. UAOP. 13th area. We will kill the most. The people started to aggressively swing their weapons towards their opponents. They didn't have the mana that usually swirled around their bodies, but this did not matter. Since it was the same for the other side as well. The only thing that was needed to take the lives of their opponents was not mana but rather a sword and a body to swing that sword. Clang. Swoosh. Swords of swords being swung. At that moment a loud voice was heard from the back. Calypso's shout. Those who are not fighting diligently will die. 5 per person. You have to get at least 5. Ones without 5 headbands will die. As they heard this, they cursed while fighting. The enemy had similar numbers to them. How the hell would they get 5 per person? But they realized that they shouldn't be worrying about such a thing. Boom. 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 A tremendous noise. A loud noise was heard from behind the Akalachia's army. Much louder than the footsteps of the giant Rebelungs behind them. Then. Boom. Ha ha ha. You rat bastards. Isn't it boring hiding back there? What are you trying to do with these things? Come out here. Kahea. Giant creatures that came out through the giant wooden structures and above the human army. Kuo. Giant half-bird half-man creatures who were covered in golden feathers over their entire body cried towards the Rebelungs. The feathers that seemed more like metals rather than being soft. And the Akalachias who had such feathers covering each and every part of their skin was closer to a golden man than a human with feathers attached to them. If they didn't have wings, beaks, and claws instead of feet, then one would easily mistake them from a distance. And such things towered over 10 m tall and walked past the humans. Their numbers were much smaller compared to the 900 Rebelungs. Maybe a few tens. But the scene of the terrified humans moving away in waves every time these 10 m tall golden creatures moved didn't lose out to the might of the 900 Rebelungs. Second generation Rebelung, Calypso, frowned as he watched the Akalachias approaching them while disregarding the toys on both sides. That is a bit too hard to deal with these bugs. There was a limit to how much you can peck at things. Who would be willing to rush into their deaths? And as the giant golden creatures were approaching them, the terrified ones were already running away instead of fighting. Since they would instantly die even if they got slightly touched by their foot. Fucking bird brains. You should head out after the numbers of these bugs dwindle a bit. Sigh, damned bastards with small brains. Calypso looked at Pectoral who was walking towards them from the very front. These guys were quite stupid compared to them since the sizes of their brains were similar to theirs despite their size. The most optimal situation is fighting after the number of humans having been dwindled from a fight, but for them to start the fight already. But since it had started already, there was no need to delay the fight anymore. Calypso held onto his front teeth and applied strength onto his hand as if he was trying to crush the teeth. At the same time. Pudududuk. Quayayayaa. Calypso's front teeth got pulled out by the roots. Calypso withstood the pain and held his front teeth like daggers as he stared at the golden birdman approaching him from the distance. The front teeth that was harder than the golden feathers of the Akalachias, sharper than the black claws of the Urukans, and had the hardness to even withstand their own destruction beams. A primitive battle strategy used by their ancestors that they hadn't used ever since they fought against the sages and absorbed their technology. But since they didn't have mana, in order to kill them he needed to at least this much. Fucking bird brains. Let me kill you. Calypso frowned from pain and rage as he cried out in rage into the skies. Kiyayayaing. The moment the cry rang out. Crunch. Pudududk. Puke. Calypso's comrades pulled out their front teeth and started to walk through the toys. Towards the bird brains approaching them from the distance. Fuck. Don't get in the way and just get lost. You heard before, right? 5. It's 5. Make sure you keep the headbands well. Boom. Crunch. The Rebelungs were agitated from the pain of pulling their own teeth out as they started to kick away the things getting stuck around their feet and continued to charge forwards. And the people who couldn't reach because they were focused on the enemies in front of their eyes got kicked high into the skies by the Rebelungs. March. Fuck. Uaok. Soon. Boom. Boom. The giant birdmen and rat-like humans started to clash. Right above the heads of the humans. You rat bastards. Let us dry your seeds today. You ah ha ha ha. You won't even be able to fly away today. The Ecologias swung giant golden spears made from melting down their golden feathers from the mana engine of the satellite fortress as they charged towards the hundreds of rebelungs. Boom. Third generation rebelung, Amados, laughed as he looked at the Ecologia cheering towards him, Mekido. They usually enjoyed the birdcage together. But that was now all over. Die. Boom. The other second and third generation rebelungs held up their front teeth like daggers and started to stab away at the Ecologias along with Amados. You rat bastards. Whoosh. Amados gulped down his saliva as he watched Mekido charge towards him while swinging the giant golden spear. A tremendous speed that he could not even dream of having. Since their body sizes were over double theirs, it was still extremely difficult despite their numbers. But they wouldn't just sit idle. Nope. Amados reached out his hand and lifted up a few humans around him. The hand that was much larger in terms of ratio to the body held up 4 people at once. Uaok. Amados ignored the screams coming from his hand as he backed away and threw the humans towards Mekido. Whoosh. The humans flew into Mekido. Well, into the trajectory of the spear. Slash. Crunch. Yuhuk. Ahok. Mekido's spear cut through the waist and chest of the 3 as if his spear was a hot knife cutting through butter. Fuck. Mekido frowned as he slowed down the speed of the spear and thankfully Amados was able to dodge the blade of the spear flying past him. And Amados made fun of Mekido because of this. Ha ha ha. You bird brains. Why are you being so nice to these guys? Did Pectoral tell you to be nice to them because of the days when he used to be their pet? Amados made fun of them. Amados was born after the victory against the sages so he had no memories of living with them. Actually he didn't even want to hear such a shitty part of their history so he didn't even listen about it. But those bird brains continued to spread and transmit it against each other as if it was a good memory. Fucking dumbass. Mekido clenched the spear in his hands from those words. Hey you rat bastards. I'm not being nice to them. I just don't want to dirty my spear with the blood of these things. HOH. Is that so? Then have fun. Ha ha ha. Amados playfully swung his right hand where he held his dagger and then grasped another batch of humans with his left. Aok. Uaok. Of course they weren't going to be used for a good cause so the humans in his hand screamed out. Fucking bastards. The humans in his hand cursed out at him. But they couldn't resist. Since they would get crushed the moment they did. Please, let me survive the spear. Amados saw the people closing their eyes without resisting with joy and then shouted out loudly while swinging his arm widely. Ha ha ha. Get away from here and kill. Don't stay dawdle around here and go get points. The moment Amados shouted those words out. A voice was heard from his hand. How many points are you? What? From the sudden voice Amados forgot about how he was going to throw the humans towards Mekido and instead looked at his hand. A single human was staring right back at him. What the hell? As Amados was about to crush them. Cat Duke. Kayaok. Amados screamed out. Since something sharp had cut his hand. Fucking bug. As Amados was about to check his hand. Boom. Something exploded towards Amados's eyes. Block. But Amados's thoughts stopped there. No matter how big Amados was, the distance from his hand to his head was only about 2 m. Crunch. The thing that had flown out from his hand penetrated the space between his eyes. Boom. Amados fell back without even being able to scream and created a giant dust storm. From this side the Ecologias swinging their golden spears and the rebelung surrounding those Ecologias with their daggers all stopped in shock. Even the humans who were running away from the battle of the giant beasts. Quajaduk. Crunch. Hansu pulled out the golden spear that penetrated into the skull of Amados, forked lightning, and laughed coldly. Let me join as well. Anyways, is this guy 1 point as well? Whoa. The surrounding people were all shocked as they watched a black armored human stepping onto the head of Amados. Boom. Boom. Matiron heard the vibrations coming from above and just shrugged his shoulders. Wow. Such beasts. They clashed the moment we set it up for them. Though they weren't able to go up since the Urukans would be searching for them with flames in their eyes but they could tell just from the sounds. Matiron stopped listening to the noise as he shouted around him. Almost done. Yes. Anyways, why did the sages not use this when they had this? Hurry up. The rest prepare to get out. The giant circular door on the floor. Matiron hummed as he saw Karen and the other clansmen working on the giant door that was easily 500 m in diameter. Reincarnator, Chapter 194, Pectoral, 3. Hansu grasped the spear in his hands after crushing the skull. He then cut the neck of the rebelung laying on the floor. Quajaduduk. The head and the neck got severed from the golden blade of the spear. Fushik. Hansu stabbed that head with his spear and lifted it high into the skies. After the height of the 3 m long spear got combined with Hansu's height, the top of the spear was 5 m high from the ground. High enough that humans, rebelungs, and even the giant Ecologias could see. Hansu asked after lifting the rebelung's head high enough that everyone could see. I asked how many points. The rebelung, who had been treated as gods and hadn't died in decades, was held high with only its head. By the hands of a human. From this unusual scene, everyone stopped fighting and stared at the head of the rebelung high up in the air. At that moment, a loud voice was heard from afar. Haha. A human has some skill. Ha ha ha. Shall I give 100? Number 100 is a bit too little. 500. It should at least be 500. Ha 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 ha. One of the Ecologias who was watching this peculiar scene started to laugh out loudly. Some of the Ecologias laughed along with him from those words. Ha ha ha. 500. Isn't 500 too much? 500 for just a rat? Then doesn't it mean that rat was worth 500 humans? You think those rats can handle 500 of these humans? But since it's a first 500 seems right. Let's do 400 from here. No, 400 is too much. Let's make it 300. Ha 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 ha. All the golden birdmen who were fighting in the vicinity started to laugh. As if they had forgotten the situation they were in. It was obvious. Look at the expressions of those rats. They had become like this because the neck of one of them had been cut off by a human and it had now become a scene for everyone to see high above. Even if he aimed for an open chance with luck, it's still nice. Would a Rebelung only kill 300 humans and die? This made it even better. The Akalachia's leader, Pectoral, looked at the human with a content smile. If they, the Akalachias, became like that, then it was better to suicide before their necks got cut off from the human's spear. Haha. That wouldn't happen. Pectoral decided not to think about useless things as he watched the human in the distance with a content expression. Good job, human. What wish shall I grant you? Runes. No, you wouldn't need runes. Artifacts. Or women. Shall I give all the humans here to you? Just say it. We'll grant it to you after we crush those rats. Ha ha ha. The golden spears hit each other all over Pectoral's body as the sound rang throughout. A scene which happened when he was extremely happy. This noise resonated throughout the entire area and entered the people's ears. And Hansu chuckled from those words. There was something I wanted from you actually. And Karhul flinched from those words. He knew what it was. The tunnel to the underground. The tunnel only the high race who used to live here knew. It was clear that this was what Hansu was going to ask of the Akalachia. Is he going to just leave after hearing that? Karhul flinched. It wouldn't be strange from the attitude he had until now. Since the amount of those who would die would be astronomical if he failed here. People who had been captured and brought here over numerous decades from the villages and the Green Road. And there were at least few hundreds of thousands of them here. It was still this much after the deaths, injuries, and dying after being played around by the higher race. It was not a low number. Actually it was an astronomical number. But if he failed here then at least millions of people from the villages and the Green Road would die. And then? The people coming up from below would continue to get captured and killed. Which means the number of casualties would go up to tens of millions. That was what Hansu was trying to accomplish here. Holy God. What kind of burden have you shouldered all by yourself? Karhul was shocked while counting the numbers. Tens of millions. Karhul lived in the United States and he had never even touched money at that scale. Dollars on the scale of tens of millions. Karhul was an ordinary civilian and he had never even touched such an amount. No, he hadn't even touched 1/100th of it, which would amount to 10 million cents. Could the worth of a human only be a single cent? He then realized the number of casualties from the failure of this mission. Even if hundreds of thousands die here, if he succeeded here then it would be a profit for him. A great success. Hansu spoke towards Pectoral. There was something I wanted to hear from you originally but my thoughts changed. What? The clings and clangs coming out from Pectoral's body stopped from the confusing words. Which meant that he had started to feel annoyed. Hansu left behind a single sentence towards Pectoral. I'll be able to find it if I just kill you all and search the bodies of all these people. Hansu looked around the surroundings. Ares. I've been next to you too long. If it was Keldian then he would have left everyone to die and dealt with the destruction jade first. Actually more than anything, he himself was a bit pissed. Kyuduk. Pectoral mumbled dumbfoundedly as he watched Hansu grasp the spear. Haha. Look at this insolent bastard. You were a rat as well, huh? The moment Pectoral finished speaking. A giant golden spear slashed the surrounding. Slash. Quajaduk. The bodies of the humans got split up and broke apart. Uayok. Huak. The people around started to freak out from the sudden massacre as they started to back off. The Akalachias who were ignoring them up until now had started to attack them, of course they were shocked. The Rebelus leader, Calypso, started to laugh after watching the sudden change in the Akalachias' actions. Kaya-ha. Ha ha ha. Yes. This is right. Damn bugs. His original plan was to decrease the numbers of the humans before they fought. Since the humans might attack them after they become a mess from fighting the Akalachias. They couldn't ignore the numbers of humans. But he had feeling a bit uneasy because those proud and brainless bastards were acting stupidly but for them to do the job for him. Calypso stopped laughing, put Pectoral behind him and started to crush the humans. Crunch. Uaduduk. Uayok. Kahuk. The Akalachias and Rebelungs who were fighting each other started to attack the humans near them. They only had one thing in their mind. To make the insolent bastard regret it. In just a moment hundreds of people died out. Calypso looked at the scene contently and shouted towards Hansu who had yet to put down the spear. Hey you bug. How is it? If it wasn't for you then these guys wouldn't have died like this, right? A single death of our race is heavier than hundreds of thousands of yours. Ha ha ha. This is all because of you. Calypso's shout rang throughout the birdcage. The moment people, who were running away from the Rebelungs and Akalachias, heard that sound and looked at Hansu. Hansu replied to Calypso with a cold laugh. Try it. What? Show me your backs you rat bastards. At that moment. Boom. Hansu flung ahead onto the air and then charged onto the nearby Rebelungs. He then smashed the forked lightning onto the Rebelung who was stomping onto other humans. Boom. Kayayak. Rebelung, Gakapose, twisted its body to defend from the sudden assault and used its front teeth to block the attack. The extremely hard Rebelus front teeth. But the moment it blocked Hansu's attack. Crack. The teeth cracked as it trembled as if it would break apart. How the hell is this bug so fucking strong? Gakapose freaked out after stomping a human. This small bug was stronger than an Akalachia. The moment Gakapose flinched from the sudden sensation he had never felt up until now. Whoosh. Hansu left behind the spear, charged onto the body of Gakapose and then slashed his fingernails onto Gakapose's neck. Crunch. Correct. Hansu's brute strength, which could even smash apart the walls of the maze, penetrated through the neck and pulled out the spine. Hansu threw down the Rebelung, whom had died in just an instant, grabbed the forked lightning and the front teeth from mid-air and started to charge towards the next rebellion. Towards the one who had frozen in place after turning around after hearing the scream from his behind while he was ripping apart a human. Kwajajajak. Kayayak. Hansu soon started to run around from place to place after the rebellions. He smashed down with his spear and crushed them with his hands the moment he got close to them. Hansu continued to smash the skulls and pull out the spines while roaring. Kwajaduduk. Uduk. Fucking bastards who play around all the time. You have no mana right now. Kayayak. Ududuk. Crunch. But you show your back. Kayuayak. Pad duduk. Keep doing it then. He was careful at start but he knew now. Since his physical capabilities had caught up, there was nothing for him to fear. The only thing remaining was battle skill. Peoplions who trusted in the satellite fortress and played games with humans showing their backs to him. To him who had fought with opponents who couldn't even be compared to these things for decades. Fucking pets. I shall show you the true jungle. Yuaduduk. Hansu pulled off the head of a rebellion, threw it onto the air and laughed. How many points now? If you calculate 300 points from after the first and 3,500 now, right? How many points are you? Hansu asked while watching the Akalachias and rebellions who had even forgotten about massacring the humans and were backing away. Strength was flowing through his entire body. Stamina was overflowing. His aura exploded out as all his senses woke up to their fullest. Finally, I feel as if this whole thing is worth it. Hansu thought of the conversation he had with his friends in the past. There are times when we aren't lucky or thing won't work out even if we group up. Not everything is solved with brains. Head out then. Then. Kill them all. I was going to anyway. The most primitive and overwhelming strength could easily push down every luck, plans and even the masses. The other world was such a world. A place where a single person could get stronger without limit. Keep chasing. Boom. Hansu roared out loudly as he jumped towards the next rebellions and Akalachias. Huh. Matiron put his ears onto the ceiling and exclaimed out. He could tell without seeing it. He could feel it. Matiron whispered towards the fragment of 7 souls within his mind. And as if it was replying to Matiron's words, the fragment of 7 souls started to tremble. Reincarnator, Chapter 195, Pectoral, 4. Come at me. Kwajaduduk. Calypso blinked his eyes as if he couldn't believe the sight of a human massacring the members of his race. There was no other nightmare like this. The bugs with weak bodies and trash-like consciousness. The only strong point they had was having more numbers than the rebellions. They didn't have a civilization and they roamed around the world with their bodies alone. This was the humans he knew. Is he a mutant that only looks similar? Calypso muttered inwardly. Boom. Quaduduk. Crunch. He knew it made no sense but seeing the crazy bastard in the distance, it actually felt quite reasonable. That guy wasn't tiring out and he was actually killing and chasing the members of his race even faster now. And once they felt danger, their habits of communal lifestyle surfaced as they were slowly gathering around him as if they weren't embarrassed about this at all. He had to decide quickly. As to how to deal with that nightmare. Shall we kill him by charging at him all together? Or split up and stall for time until the satellite fortress comes back? Calypso stopped as he thought of these two things. What the hell was he thinking? His pride will get damaged and the Akalachias were watching him as well. That little demon wasn't the only issue. Once they split up then the giant Akalachias will hunt his race down one by one. Calypso woke up. He could not let that happen. I need to reduce the damage as much as I can. And he still had a very useful card to play. Calypso finished his thoughts and shouted. Humans. Hear me. Kill that guy. At those words everyone including the ones fighting and the ones who had run away flinched. To jump in there? That was a person who was massacring the rebellions that they couldn't even handle. A person who massacred the higher race the way the higher race massacred them. How the hell would they go up against such a monster? Actually, they didn't even understand why they had to attack such a person. To attack a person who was fighting for them, fighting instead of them. And they could clearly see the massacre in front of their eyes. Boom. Boom. The fear of the higher races that had rooted deep within their minds were trying to make their footsteps move but the reality in front of their eyes stopped them. As the people only fumbled around and refused to go out, Calypso was enraged as he started to grind his teeth. These cheeky bastards. The fear that they felt towards him and the other higher races that they had implanted over decades were pushing them. Usually they would tremble in fear and run out but now they were fumbling about and could not walk out. This is all because the rebel's pride and might had been crushed apart. This was why he needed to kill that demon as soon as possible. It made sense that the humans should deal with this since a human was causing all of this. Calypso finished his thoughts as he shouted towards the humans who were fumbling around. Look at these bugs. Move. You think that guy will win in the end? Ha ha ha. Wake up. Ugh. The people looked between Calypso and the guy fighting in the distance as they clenched their teeth. Those words were right. That guy was extremely strong. To the point where him being a human sounded wrong. But that was it. His strength was respectable and his might had reached the pinnacle but the rebellions and the higher races were a mountain that they could not cross. Fucking bastard. The people were lost in thought with an expression of utter despair. For the rebellions to try to make them go out in front despite their strength. In order to live a day longer they needed follow the words of their enemy to attack the one fighting for them. The words of the guys who were killing them with their fingers just because they felt a little annoyed just then. At that moment. Crunch. Hansu smashed another rebel's head and then glared at Calypso in the distance. At the same time. Quad K. The muscles on his entire body twisted and turned and made strange noises. All the way from the tip of his toes, up his thigh and up to his abs. And the moment the tension built up to the brim. Boom. Hansu flew into the air like a bolt of lightning. Towards Calypso in the distance. A lot of scenes entered Hansu's eyes. Pectoral, staring at him expressionlessly, and Calypso who was backing away. The rebellions gathering around at Calypso. And the adventurers who were confused as to what they should actually do. Hansu thought of the conversation he had with Ares in the past. You see, the people there can only see an inch in front of them and are tangled in reality. Of course they'll be more cowardly and weaker than you. If they get in your way, then nothing can be done but at least give them a chance. Ares added another sentence after that. Think about when you first met me in the past. You weren't that strong from the start either. Fucking Ares, what a bitch. It's a dark part of my history. Hansu chuckled. The past, a long time ago. Decades and decades ago. A story from when the other world got entangled with the abyss and the whole world was collapsing. Save these guys. Hansu shook his head and then started to fall down onto the ground. Towards Calypso. Boom. Fuck. Calypso, who was extremely tense and focused, lifted up his front teeth and the golden spear from the Akalichia he had killed, formed an X in front of him and blocked the attack of Hansu. Kwayayad Duduk. The front teeth and the golden spear collided with the forked lightning and created a huge noise. Kududududuk. Ugh. Calypso barely blocked the forked lightning from Hansu and shouted towards the rebellions around him. What the hell are you doing? Charge. The nearby rebellions made fierce expressions from those words. They were originally a race who moved in swarms. As long as he was in here, only death awaited him. Roar. Tens of rebellions charged towards Hansu with their front teeth held up high. Boom. 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 In the middle of the 4 m tall black walls closing in. Hansu's forked lightning and fist, covered by the 1,000 soldiers' armor, flew around the air toward these rebellions. Crunch. Smash. Hansu smashed apart the tide of rats charging towards as he looked around. Those who had been oppressed by the higher race for decades. And those who still wouldn't be able to escape the shadows of the higher race. He had no intentions to save these people. Why should he help? If one doesn't help oneself and doesn't struggle to survive, then nobody would save them. They can't fight because the higher races look like gods. The thing he needed were humans who can even go against those gods. Save yourselves. Crunch. Hansu shouted out loudly after smashing Calypso with his fist. Boom. Look at the ones in front of your eyes. Do they look like gods to you? Whoosh. Everyone looked towards the rebellions in front of their eyes from those words. The giant rat people who had yet to gather around Calypso because they had been spread out. The people made vicious and enraged expressions towards the rebellions but still flinched as the rebellions stared back. Expressions of rage. The fear that had rooted deep within their bones made the adventurers flinch. But at the same time, they realized something. I've never seen such an expression before. Chen mumbled quietly. Those guys always laughed at them and made fun of them. So they had only seen the higher races laughing. What an expression. It looked like they're feeling fear. As the expressions of the people turned strange. Boom. A huge noise exploded out from the distance. At the same time. Phushuk. Something rose high up into the skies. The eyes that were glaring at the rebellions moved towards the object. Ahead of a familiar life form. Calypso. The godlike existence was looking down at them. With only its head. The moment the loud sound of a collision and a strange quietness afterwards swept past the adventurers and the rebellions. The reality started to slowly enter the people's eyes. Rebellions' bodies which had been damaged by the fight against Akalichias and their mentality that had been smashed apart by Hansu's massacre. A rebellion kicked angrily after seeing the people mumbling and whispering to each other. These bastards are insane, huh? Boom. Kuhuk. 2 people's bones got smashed apart as they flew into the skies. No. Rebecca. Fucking hell. Angelina looked at a comrade from her area flying away with broken bones and then turned to glare at the rebellion with rage. This fucking rat. Actually, everyone else started to glare at the rebellion. And the rebellion's body came into their eyes. They could see the reality. A giant damaged beast that only believed in its size and strength. They didn't have any skills compared to the man who was fighting crazily in the distance, and their movements were dull. The people's expressions froze as another emotion replaced the fear in their eyes. This fucking rat. Angelina looked at the short sword in her hand. The blade which she had swung against other humans. She clenched the handle. At the same time she looked towards the man who was causing a storm of a massacre in the distance. A man who had fell from the skies onto this hell-like birdcage and had flipped everything upside down. The one who was massacring the rebellions was a human. And they were humans as well. Humans who had been blessed by runes and had been armed with artifacts. Then. Boom. Angelina clenched the handle in her hands tightly as she exploded out from her spot. Towards the rebellion who had kicked her comrade. You fucking rat. Let's go. The moment the leader of the 23rd area, Angelina, jumped in. Boom. Fucking bastards. Try killing us. Fucking cunts. As if an ember had fallen onto a pile of gunpowder, the adventurers started to charge towards the rebellions from all around. With Angelina as the start, everyone surrounding the rebellions started to gather in like hails and slashed away at the rebellion. Like iron dust flying towards a magnet. Kayayayayok. Damn bugs. The rebellions flinched but then started to swing their front teeth. Soon a giant collision between the humans and the rebellions occurred. Boom. Boom. Kuaduduk. The sounds of skin being ripped and bones breaking filled the air and rang throughout the ground. Sounds of humans being smashed apart and flying away. But the humans charged towards the rebellions even more viciously. As if they were trying to relieve all the enmity and pain they had felt until now. Kuhuk. Fuck. The roars of confusion and pain started to ring out from the rebellions due to the attacks of the adventurers. There were simply too many. The humans numbered at least hundreds of times more than them. Uaaaa. Fucking bastard. Die. Everyone climbed up and slashed down. If they didn't have weapons, then they used their body weight to drag them down as the people below cut through the skin and stabbed their muscles. Oh my god. The rebel second in command, Callum, was shocked at this scene. There was a maniac in the middle causing a massacre and terrifying bugs were charging towards them from all around. Is this a dream? Callum shook his head and then focused on the reality. Callum shouted towards the leader of the Ecolochias, Pectoral, in the distance. Pectoral. Help us. We need to combine our forces. Pectoral just shrugged his shoulders at those words. Actually the Ecolochias were feeling quite laid back. Though the humans were going crazy, their targets were focused on the rebellions who were large in number and were still quite strong. They wouldn't die right away just because a few people charged in. Callum clenched his teeth at Pectoral's attitude and then shouted out again. There's a word you like, right? Repay your debts. Have you forgotten that you have escaped the fate of the sage's experiments thanks to our ancestors? Have you forgotten that us the rebellions had planned it all out? Pectoral stopped. Callum shouted towards Pectoral again. Wasn't the reason why we left behind his giant fucking research lab because we didn't want to forget about those times? Do you want to go back to those days? Help us. And kill these bastards. A story from hundreds of years ago. A dark history. Pectoral's expression turned grim from those words. Reincarnator, Chapter 196, Experiment, 1. The past. The sages made a long-term plan. A very long-term plan. But they were lacking in some aspects to do that. So they experimented. Familiar creatures. Monkeys, parrots, dogs and mice. And. Pectoral pondered for a moment after thinking about the research labs but then shook his head. Get out while the rats are being attacked. There's no need to be swept up by this as well. The humans were so vicious right now, even they will get tried and fall over if they fight against them. But there wasn't a need to fight. They just needed to hold on until the Mana came back to this place. And Pectoral knew a place that could get him out of the situation and buy him time. Since he knew how this place was structured. Is that guy over there as well? Pectoral frowned as he thought of the Urukon's king, Maya. Since he wasn't showing his face in this chaos, it was likely that he was there already. Which means he himself needed to save his forces even more. Since he didn't know what would happen once he got there. Get out. The moment he decided to move. Whoosh. Pectoral shook the golden spear he was holding and swung it around. Huak. Kahook. Even though they were both high races, the Ecolochias were dimensions apart from the Rebelungs. The humans who were in the trajectory of the golden spear got swept away. At the same time the golden feathers on Pectoral's body trembled. CHRRRRRNG. As Pectoral's feathers rang out and the Ecolochias who were fighting nearby with their golden spears heard this, they all flinched. The special communication method of Ecolochias. And the meaning behind it was clear. Retreat. The expressions of the Ecolochias stiffened up but a sound of confirmation rang throughout. Soon. Boom. 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 Pectoral judged that everyone understood his intentions as he covered his entire body tightly with the feathers and started to run towards a certain location within the birdcage. And countless Ecolochias started to charge through the humans and followed behind Pectoral. Fuck. Stop them. How the hell do we do that? Ugh. Boom. Crunch. A few of them tried to stop the Ecolochias but the 10m tall beasts were much larger than the 4m tall Rebelungs. Like foxes being kicked away by an elephant, the Ecolochias kicked away the humans and started to follow Pectoral towards an unknown destination. And the humans pondered for a moment and then started to focus on the remaining Rebelungs. Since there was no need to increase the amount of their opponents when dealing with the Rebelungs was hard enough. Well, instead of the Ecolochias who weren't really concerned with playing around with them usually, the Rebelungs who enjoyed killing and playing with them made their rage boiled much more. Die. Fucking bastards. UAAAA. The humans charged towards the Rebelungs like swarms of ants. The Rebelungs tried to retaliate but they had already lost their leader and their momentum had been smashed apart already. The monolith Rebelungs who had been injured from the fight against the Ecolochias started to get buried under the humans one by one and died off. And Callum shouted out in despair and rage after watching the scene. Pectoria eel. Ecolochia. You damn bastard. He was not someone who should be dying here. There were hundreds of thousands of his comrades on the outside. And he belonged in the top echelon of his entire race. Callum's rage-filled shout rang towards the Ecolochias and Pectoral. You will guys will also. But Callum couldn't finish his words. Pagagagak. Since Hansu's right hand charged in and crunched Callum's neck. Yuak. As Callum slowly died. Paaduadyuduk. Hansu looked towards Pectoral who had started running away. He's leaving, huh? Hansu looked around. The people were fighting well. Like an ember falling in a gunpowder storage. Even if he disappeared these guys would able to win against the Rebelungs easily. Since he had already killed everyone who had the power to lead them anyway. The one whom he had just killed was the last. The Rebelungs couldn't group up after losing their leaders as they were being swept away all over the battlefield. Since this place had almost ended, it was now time for him to do his job. Whoosh. Hansu jumped up into the skies and followed Pectoral who was running away in the distance. Towards his guide. Boom. Pectoral stood in front of a giant structure after arriving at the corner of the birdcage. And the Ecolochias looked at Pectoral with confused expressions. Oh Pectoral. Why have we come here? Though they had followed his lead, the place they had arrived was too weird. This place was where they put their trash. An awful odor radiated from the giant structure in front of their eyes and there were mountains of rubbish and garbage piled up around. This was a place where they threw away the trash and the corpses of the bugs that were created from the birdcage. Even the bugs hated coming to this place so the ones who had the worst achievements in the birdcage were specifically sent to this place. Of course the higher races hated coming near this place as well. It was obvious. Since it was disgusting. So much that the punishment for scoring the least in the war game was patrolling this place for a week. As the Ecolochias frowned with the location that everyone in the birdcage hated visiting in front of their eyes. Boom. Boom. Pectoral ignored the trash dirtying his spear and golden feathers as he started to dig towards the center of this giant place. And the Ecolochias freaked out as they saw this. Oh Pectoral. What are Our feathers and spears are getting dirty. Maybe it was because they were birds originally, but they cared extremely about keeping their feathers clean. Since their beautiful golden feathers were like their pride. Of course they cared deeply for their feathers and kept their weapons and armors clean as well. And this was why they hated to kill humans. Since they didn't like their blood and flesh dirtying them. But Pectoral, who usually reminded them to keep their majesticness, was digging into the trash field. And Pectoral shouted towards them as well. You guys hurry up and clean as well. We don't have much time. Everyone frowned at these words. But these were the words of their leader Pectoral. The Ecologias swung their spears and swords as they started to dig apart the mountain of trash in front of them. Boom. Boom. The mountain of trash was giant, but the ones moving the mountain away were 10 m tall giants as well. Every time the spears and swords swung apart, the garbage blew apart like bombs in all directions. Ugh. Kahook. Of course they got dirty in the process. The Ecologias freaked out as they saw their spears and feathers having dirted by the garbage and other waste. Pectoral shook his head as he watched these guys who were making extremely discontent expressions. They're still brats. They were big, but their attitudes were screwed up. For them to only chase around shiny and beautiful things. Being majestic was important, but in order to win in a fight one needed to become more evil and dirtier than your opponents. This was the reason why they, the Ecologias, could not beat the other two races despite being the strongest. Disliking being dirty like the Rebelungs or vicious like the Urukans was enough to stop them for a moment in the battlefield, and this alone could determine death. But Pectoral only frowned and didn't speak out. Whatever. There isn't a battlefield like that. Boom. Boom. Pectoral sighed as he started to dig out the entrance. A short moment later. Tongig. Pectoral's spear made a tong sound as it bounced off. And the Ecologias were shocked as they saw this. There was an object in this mountain of trash that could make the spear of Pectoral bounce off. An object that strong wouldn't even be sent here in the first place. They would just recycle it. As the Ecologias made a confused expression. Found it? Kudududuk. Kududuk. Pectoral used his body and spear to clean around the area. Fuck. I'm starting to get annoyed. Pectoral suddenly vibrated his feathers as he shouted out. Are you guys going to stand still? Oh, understood. The Ecologias hurriedly ran over and started to clean away the trash. While frowning. And soon. Koom. A giant tombstone appeared before their eyes. Pectoral stared at the 10 m tall tombstone, which was made of an unknown metal, and then started to push it. Rumble. It was so heavy that Pectoral's might, which could even smash apart the barrier of the satellite fortress with just a swing of his spear, could barely make it move. The Ecologias watching from the side joined in, and then the tombstone finally started to move a bit faster. Rumble. And then. The tombstone was moved and a giant circular tunnel appeared below. The Ecologias made confused expressions while looking at the dark tunnel. Oh, Pectoral. This. They had heard many stories, but they had never heard about this. Pectoral frowned from those words, but then willed himself as he spoke out. He was going to just sit around here until the Mane came back, but since this had all happened, telling these guys wouldn't hurt. About the history that him and the other first generation members had decided to hide. There's nothing bad about you guys hearing this. Come in first. Pectoral finished speaking and he jumped down. Whoosh. The Ecologias thought for a moment, but then followed him as they jumped down. Whoosh. Whoosh. After the dark tunnel swallowed up tens of Ecologias. Rumble. As if the giant tombstone was rewinding itself, it started to move back to its original position. And as the tombstone was about to block the tunnel completely. Whoosh. A 2 m tall black humanoid-shaped thing jumped into the tunnel with a golden spear. Then. Boom. A tremendous vibration rang out as the giant tombstone blocked the entrance again, and the trash mountain started to tremble from the vibration. Rumble. Soon. The tombstone was buried under the avalanche of trash and garbage again, and only the filth remained behind as if nothing had happened here. Rumble. Oh my. It seems somebody is coming in. Matiron frowned as he sensed the secret area rumbling. He had expected it, but it was too early. He needed to finish the job here before they got here. Anyways. How did Clementine even find out about this place? A circular door with a diameter of 500 m. Matiron entered the secret area of the secret area and then exclaimed out as he saw hundreds of thousands of glass containers in front of him. Reincarnator, Chapter 197, Experiment, 2. Qoo. Carryorum, one of the Ecologias walking through the long tunnel, wondered for a bit and then spoke towards Pectoral. What is this place? They had enjoyed their time for quite a while above, but they had never heard of a place like this before. Light didn't come through, but the tunnel was filled with the strange and intricate machinery similar to the insides of the satellite fortress. And the Rebelus teeth marks and claw marks of the Ecologias and Urukans. There's no traces of weapons. This is not recent. Carryorum mumbled quietly. Their claws and bodies were strong, but it wasn't comparable to their weapons. Which meant that they didn't have anything else to use. Traces of war where desperation could be felt from. It was something that was hard to imagine since they were the higher race. Carryorum made a confused expression and mumbled quietly. Did the war against the sages not proceed peacefully? The way Carryorum had learnt their history. That the four races had revolted against the sages. And they had used their powerful bodies against the sages to kill them off. But it seemed like that wasn't the case. Pectoral frowned at Carryorum's question and then spoke out. This was a place where we were experimented on in the past. Pardon. Pectoral cut him off. Don't ask. Just look over here. And Carryorum cursed out loud as he saw where Pectoral was pointing towards. Fuck. Countless rooms were connected to the tunnel in front of them. The countless rooms with transparent walls seemed to have been disconnected from power as they were dark, but the Ecologia's enhanced vision allowed them to see through the darkness. Bubble. Glass containers filled with liquids. In the 28 glass containers, there were numerous types of animals in there. There was a monster-shaped one like the black leopards of the jungle, as well as beasts which resembled gorillas. Tens of these glass containers were in each room, and in every container there were different animals in it surrounded by the strange liquid. But there were a few glass containers that caught their eyes specifically. Parrot. Carryorum freaked out as he saw the glass container. A bird that was 10 m large, had golden feathers and huge wings. Of course this bird was completely different from the ecolochias. They didn't have the thick arms or thighs, they didn't even have the pectoral muscles that resembled humans. It looked exactly like the birds that lived in the jungles. They were much more different than the ecolochias who had a humanoid shape. But Carryorum couldn't stop staring. When he was finally able to look away, other glass containers came into his view. Monkey, mouse, and dog. These guys also looked much more different than the Urukons or Rebelungs. Carryorum made a discontent expression as he looked at Pectoral. What the hell are these? Why aren't we breaking them and leaving them? Pectoral replied softly as he looked at Carryorum, who was growling in anger while pointing towards the glass containers. How could we? They're still our ancestors. The animals who were in those containers were what they had come from. Since only 4 animals who had passed the experiments out of the 1,489 different kinds which lived in the jungle. Only 4 of them had been able to withstand the mana furnace the sages had within their bodies to create the pond which created the mana crystals, and it was impossible to do so with the original method, so they had to go through a lot of bodily experiments and surgeries to become similar to the sages first. And Carryorum shouted out in rage at Pectoral's mumbles. Are you saying we were mere experimental beasts? They had always been in awe about their majestic civilization and the satellite fortresses. A power that even their powerful bodies could not have. A single beam could twist rivers and turn mountains into lakes overnight. This kind of power left everyone in awe. But at the same time this power was a symbol of their pride. Since it proved that they were the victors. The symbol of them winning against the higher races who used these satellite fortresses. These were mere loots. So shouldn't they have been existences standing even higher than the ones who created such things? But for them to just be experiments. That. We are even lower than pets. It was a treatment worse than pets and bugs. Pectoral chuckled towards Carryorum. Let me ask you one thing. Do you think we beat the sages with a normal method? The sages who had the Spear of Wrath, Achaean, and rode on satellite fortresses. The sages had technology that could erase the earth and split the heavens. Do you think our muscles, golden spears and golden armors worked against them? Do you really think we can win against them in a fight with our strength? Carryorum fell into silence. It was all true. No matter how many of them there were, no matter how they had ambushed them, it was logically impossible for them to win against the people with such technology. A single satellite fortress was enough to erase tens of thousands of them. Even if they could fly up in the skies or a sixth sense or destruction beams, they were mere fireflies against a lamp. And even more so if their strength was something the sages had given them in the first place. Then how did we win? Aren't we the ones standing on our 2 legs in the end? Pectoral mumbled as he looked at Carryorum, who was on the verge of tears with anger. Well. We were lucky. Very fucking lucky. Pectoral thought of the days when he first gained a consciousness. Exactly 790 years ago. Pectoral remembered this moment perfectly. Since this was the moment Pectoral gained his consciousness and started to remember everything else up to this date. So he had gained his consciousness. Within the glass containers of the research labs and by the hands of the sages. And there were already other organisms which had been successful next to him. Mouse, wolf, and monkey. The beasts, whom still remembered of their days in the jungle, were walking around the research labs under the guidance of the sages with humanoid bodies. And after they got used to their new body and consciousness, they had been released to the current birdcage and had been able to live. Maybe it was to stop them from escaping, but the birdcage, which was made of a strange material, limited their flight, Rebelu's communication abilities and the Urukon's sixth sense, but he remembered freely roaming around this place. And he remembered the conversations of the sages who was observing him and the others. Even if they were modified from the beasts, they are still quite useful. Their physical capabilities are good and their ability to control mana and the ability to make rational choices is quite good. Of course, who do you think designed all of this? Carmen is really, damn. Anyways, the ecolochias weren't really discontent from this lifestyle. Though they went through a few experiments, it was pain they could handle with their powerful bodies, and experimenting around with the newly gained strength was exciting. Pectoral, who had struggled for survival day by day in the jungle and longed for strength, a power like this and the ability to control mana was too good. Days flew past extremely fast as he practiced controlling mana day by day and thought of things he couldn't when he had been living in the jungle. And he knew instinctively that no matter how strong they were, they would still get massacred the moment they go against the sages. They had been able to live with a clearer mind because they had become smarter. They knew that they couldn't challenge the ones who had given them their strength. Sometimes the memories of his time in the jungle swept by his head. The giant metal mountain that blazed the mountains and the fields along with the sun-like energy that came out from those mountains, the sages who controlled all of this. Memories of running away from such sages. If the sages were a mysterious fear when they had been living in the jungle, then the sages were closer to gods now. Of course the Rebelungs and Urukons had different thoughts. Strangely, the sages were rougher with the Rebelungs and the Urukons than with them, the ecolochias, and the race created from monkeys, the Macrons. And the Rebelungs, who were large in number and the weakest of them all, went through all sorts of experiments and suffering. Of course the ecolochias and Macrons also felt bad while watching this. Even though they weren't receiving such treatment, they were all the same. Though the Rebelungs grouped up and planned and constantly looked for an opportunity against the sages, it was virtually an impossible feat. Since a chance the Rebelungs wanted would never occur in this place where hundreds of thousands of sages went in turns to manage them. But as the Rebelungs and Urukons got tired and the ecolochias and Macrons trembled in fear, a miraculous event occurred. The sages all disappeared. All hundreds of thousands of them. Only a few had been left behind. Disappeared. Pectoral nodded at the words of the warrior, Carryorum. The hundreds of thousands of them had all disappeared. And a few people were left behind to manage over their research labs and the 4 races. Of course these guys weren't able to defend against the Rebelungs who had prepared for so long. The rebellions, who were transferring intel against each other, persuaded the other three races, and the three races, who were trembling in fear already, followed Rebelu's words as they revolted and escaped the birdcage. And they had been able to win against the remaining small numbers of sages with their tremendous numbers. Of course we received a lot more damage because we fought in that maze place. Pectoral frowned as he thought of the past. Only 500. Hundreds of thousands of the higher races had died against 500 sages. And even this would have been impossible if the satellite fortresses were working. Carriorum made a wretched expression from Pectoral's words. This was not a revolution or a glorious battle. It was merely pets, who were trapped, escaping when the cage got loosened and biting apart their owner. When the owner had been extremely ill with the disease. Carriorum suddenly asked Pectoral. Why did they disappear? If they were going to disappear, then they all should have. Why did the small number remain? Pectoral shrugged his shoulders. I don't know why. It was too sudden. There was no corpse, but we have no way of knowing. The ones who lived didn't speak either. Carriorum asked a final question towards Pectoral then. Then why did we leave these damned machineries intact? We should have destroyed them. Pectoral pointed towards the front as he spoke. Because there's something important. What? You'll figure it out after we get there. But Pectoral suddenly stopped as he pointed towards the end of the tunnel. Smell of blood. Pectoral hurriedly approached the entrance and entered the area. And could not speak from the scene. Araucans. Countless corpses of Araucans. And a giant wolf was lying against the wall of this giant area. Take Maya. Pectoral exclaimed out heavily as he saw this. The Araucans king who had fought the most valiantly out of everyone when they escaped this place. Pectoral frowned as he looked at Dagmai lying on the ground with a dull expression. Since large words were written on the wall behind where Dagmai was lying. It's a present. I hope you treat it well. It's that Matiron's handwriting. And what does he mean treat it well? Pectoral carefully approached Dagmai and then made a confused expression after finding something glinting inside his mouth. This is. Pectoral lifted up the extremely small black ring that was within Dagmai's mouth. Found it? Hansu, who had followed Pectoral in underground, went to a different room and found a small red orb as he mumbled. And the small red orb in his hand started to vibrate toward the direction of its paired item, the destruction jade. Reincarnator, Chapter 198, Experiment, 3. Pectoral examined the small black ring in his hands and finally he could figure out what it was. A sensation of his soul and mana being sucked into the object. This is the destruction jade, huh? The weapon the small amount of sages ran away with when they had been attacked and the weapon that hadn't showed itself for decades. The sages could not afford to activate this in the past. Since they would have been massacred when their numbers were already low. The problem was why Matiron had left this behind for him. Though it doesn't hurt to have it. Pectoral mumbled inwardly as he clutched the destruction jade tightly in his hands. As long as he had this, then his clan would become much more solid. The Macrons, one of the 4 escaped races and who had the strongest body after them, had been annihilated by their collaboration. The Araucans king, Dagmaya, was laying on the ground with a dazed expression and the rebellions had lost many of their important high-ranking members in this place. And if he obtained this destruction jade in such a situation? Oh my god, I'll be able to unite this place with my hands. Pectoral actually felt his heart thumping for the first time ever since he had escaped this place countless years ago. The Soul King, a title that nobody had attained since the Carmen, the king of the sages. The leader who would have hundreds of satellite fortresses under his command. It would be possible with this destruction jade. He would be able to annihilate the 2 other remaining races. No, there wouldn't be a need to annihilate them. Pectoral hummed a tune. There was no need to annihilate them as long as he got their satellite fortresses. He could just leave them beneath his feet like how the sages had done in the past and command them. He could use the rebellions, who were high in number, as slaves, and use the Araucans as soldiers since their individual prowess was quite formidable. Would the Macrons be around loyalty then? Anyways, it's time to end this all I guess. Pectoral laughed as he poured power into the destruction jade. At that moment. Rumble. The destruction jade, which had been sucking in all the mana, started to aggressively tremble. At the same time. Rumble. The mana pool within their bodies started to create the mana crystals again. Haha. Who? The nearby Akalachias exclaimed out in glee. The feeling of highly concentrated mana melting around their body and turning into barriers. Quaaduduk. It's all over now. Pectoral smiled as he felt the satellite fortress's barrier surrounding his body. Fuck. Quaaduduk. Karhul cursed out loud after sensing the mana rising up from his body after having smashed an arrow into the head of the final rebellion left alive. He felt power overflowing through his entire body but it did not feel good at all. Since there was only one thing this enormous amount of mana told him. It's all over now. Karhul sighed out loud as he thought of the impending doom of the satellite fortresses. Let's just take it slow. Pectoral laughed. There was no need to rush anymore. He just needed to borrow the strength of the satellite fortress to erase everyone. At that moment. Something came into Pectoral's view after his sight had become re-enhanced by the mana. A circular door below his feet. It was closed like it had usually been. But something was different. The dust is gone. The dust that had gathered over the giant circular door had disappeared. As if it had been swept away by something. Pectoral then finally realized something. Did they open this? Pectoral made a dumbfounded expression. Actually this was one of the reasons why they wanted to leave this place intact. The giant circular door that they had found while searching this entire place after they wiped away the sages. They didn't know what the space below was for but this giant door didn't move even with their tremendous strength. They tried to create a hole using the Achaean but that was fruitless as well. They couldn't figure out what this giant hidden storage below this mysterious door was for but it wouldn't move no matter what. Actually the real reason why they hadn't destroyed this entire structure was because it felt wrong. They could have destroyed it with the combined efforts of all the satellite fortresses but a strong sensation told them that they shouldn't. The first generation members of the 4 races, including the Macrons, thought that there may be something incredibly precious in here, so they had a meeting about it. And they decided to keep this place a secret temporarily and watch over each other so they don't do anything stupid. Of course the 3 races felt danger after the Markans disappeared and tried to open this door again, but every time they tried it ended in failure. In conclusion, this door and the mysterious space below was left as an unresolved problem. But for this door to have opened. Then Pectoral made a shocked expression. Did that Matiran guy? He was curious as to why he had left behind the destruction jade, but he was slowly understanding the reason behind it. The door that had opened. And the destruction jade that had been left behind. If he had achieved everything he needed to with the destruction jade. And the destruction jade was the key to opening this door? Fuck. Did that guy already take everything in this place? Pectoral touched the small object in his hand. And suddenly. Clang. Rumble. Sounds of something fitting into place and locking on was heard as the giant door started to activate. This was the moment he had waited for, the moment in which the door of secret opened up. The key to this door was the destruction jade, like how Pectoral had expected, but what filled his mind wasn't anticipation but nervousness. Hurry. Hurry and open. He had to check the insides. And if it was empty he needed to hurry and chase them. Chase Matiran and the bugs. No matter what's in here. It rightfully belongs to us. How dare he try to take it? Ki-iririk. Kiwagigiguung. As Pectoral was going insane while glaring at the opening door. Boom. 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 Sounds of something stomping towards him could be heard. And Pectoral, with his mana-enhanced hearing, could figure out the identity of that sound instantly. Haha. A hero who has massacred the Rebelungs. But isn't following us all the way here a bit too brave? Carriorum, the warrior standing next to Pectoral, spoke out. Of course the scene this guy had shown them was amazing. If they didn't have mana, then even they, who were far stronger than the Rebelungs, wouldn't be able to handle this guy either. The reason why they had ran away in the beginning was because they wouldn't necessarily be able to win if the humans attacked them. But the situation is much different now. Carriorum tapped the blue barrier around his feathers as he smiled. Their mana had returned and this guy was alone. Hansu stared at Carriorum and the other Ecolochias and then clenched the red jade in his hand tightly. Red jade. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the red colored jade in his hand that had the same form as the destruction jade and was only different in color. It wasn't even hidden that well. As if they had hidden it in a hurry, this red jade was shoved into an air vent in the corner of a research lab. If the bodies of the higher races were similar to that of humans, then it would have been found already. As the Ecolochias were frowning at the red jade in Hansu's hands. Hansu poured mana into the complementary object, the red jade, in his hands. Then. The Ecolochias started to back off as they remembered the effects of the destruction jade. Since they were afraid of their mana, which they had just barely regained, disappearing again. But Hansu spoke towards them as he saw their movement. Don't worry. Your mana will remain intact. This will be the final words you hear, so remember it. What? As Pectoral was about to retort. The red light that came out from the red jade filled the eyes of the Ecolochias. At that moment a change occurred. Ugh, what the, Kayayak. Geek. The bright eyes of the Ecolochias turned hazy. And their mental capabilities to think and judge in their heads disappeared as thoughts of violence and murder replaced them. Their primal instincts, which have existed since when they had been in the jungle. The beasts of the jungle had finally been able to become a higher race after they had received countless surgeries and the mana from the sages. Of course the sages had a way to reverse the effects. The destruction jade suppressed their mana. And the red jade got rid of their sanity. Roaar. Kayayak. The insane Ecolochias started to scream out as they looked around. And then. Boom. Carriorum smashed the fellow Ecolochia next to him with the golden spear. No, they weren't comrades anymore. This was only possible when they were still sane. Such a thing had long disappeared, and the only thing that had remained was their instincts they had during their solitary days in the jungle. The thing that came into their eyes was not comrades but rather competitors who had entered their territory and were even standing right next to them. And soon. Kayayak. Geek. Boom. 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 The Ecolochias started to smash and slash the others nearby. Though they were covered by the mana barrier, their spears and swords were as well. The 10m tall giant body soon turned into a mess of blood. Pectoral was dumbfounded as he saw his underlings go insane and attacking each other as he shouted. What, you crazy bastards? Why are you doing this? Stop. But Pectoral's shout only stimulated the Ecolochias further, it had no other effect. Kiyayak. Kayayak. The insane Ecolochias couldn't remember Pectoral as they charged in and attacked him as well. And Pectoral grinned at his teeth as he watched these guys. You crazy fucking bastards. He couldn't just sit still and take their attacks. Boom. Pectoral hurriedly swung his spear and attacked the ones charging towards him. And Hansu frowned as he looked at Pectoral, who seemed to still be sane. I guess it doesn't work against the one who has the destruction jade. Maybe it was because it was made in pairs, but the black light of the destruction jade was slowly pushing away the red light of the red jade and was protecting Pectoral. Anyways, I should take that away as well. It wouldn't be that hard. Hansu muttered as he looked at Pectoral, who had become a mess from fighting with others. A tiny entity such as Hansu wouldn't come into the eyes of the 10m giants while they battled. As if Pectoral, who was acting different from others, was strange to them, the wild Ecolochias were being even more aggressive towards Pectoral. He just needed to wait until Pectoral became a complete mess and take the destruction jade from him. At that moment. Rumble. The giant circular door that had been activating since a while before, started to slowly open. And Pectoral, who had been mindlessly fighting back, felt glad. I need to buy time. He didn't know what that red jade was, but it had no effect on him. He would first just hide until the other members of his race killed each other off, come back up when the situation clears up and retrieve the red jade after killing the bug. You fucking bug. Just wait. Pectoral suppressed his rage while clenching his teeth and jumped into the door that had just started to open up. Eek. The Ecologias flinched for a moment as they saw Pectoral jump down, but then soon ignored him and started to focus on each other. It was more important to fight the ones in front of their eyes than focusing on the one who had left. Boom. Pectoral first checked that nobody followed him after he landed tens of meters down below with a loud bang and sighed in relief. Phew. And as he realized that he had bought time, curiosity rose up. What could be in here? The precious objects that the sages, who had the satellite fortresses, had hidden away so meticulously. It would not be something common. It would be much rarer and precious than the satellite fortresses. Matiron. If you have it then, you are dead. But Pectoral's expression turned strange as he looked around. What the hell? It was indeed something the sages had risked their lives to save. And it didn't seem like Matiron had taken it. But Pectoral could not be happy. What the hell? Why are they here? What are you guys here? A giant space filled with hundreds of thousands of blue containers which were shining extremely brightly. And Pectoral screamed out as he saw the sages frozen asleep within blue containers one by one as if they were dead. No teaser for next chapter, gotta run to class. Reincarnator, Chapter 199, The Plan, 1. What the, why are these guys here? Pectoral made an expression of despair while looking around. He had always been curious even after winning. As to where the sages, who had ruled over the world, had gone to. They had even left behind their advanced technology and powerful satellite fortresses behind. Except a few. This was why he and the others always felt a bit off even after the victory. Since they, who wouldn't have been able to win normally, had won because of an abnormal reason. And because of this they continuously followed the traces of the sages. Since they might be in danger as well if the sages had left because this world had an issue. The sages in their heads were an existence like that. Godlike existences who didn't act without a reason and always succeeded if they had a goal. They were afraid as to when the sages would come back, so they continuously chased after their path, but for them to have been this close to them. This was why the ones who survived didn't speak. Pectoral mumbled as he thought of the small amount of sages whom they had interrogated in order to find out what happened to the rest. This was why those guys hadn't spoken. Since these guys were the survivors' family and comrades. They were probably afraid of the fact that if the higher races knew that the sages were this close, then they would do anything they needed to in order to find and destroy this place. But why are these guys in hibernation? Was there an epidemic? There weren't any traces of such things on the survivors back then. Pectoral made a confused expression while walking through the giant room where hundreds of thousands of people were asleep as if they were dead. This wasn't the only thing he was curious about. Since he needed to figure out what Matiron had done after he entered this place. He might have escaped with something incredibly precious. At that moment something was caught in Pectoral's eyes. A gem that was shining bright red. At the end of the collider where hundreds of thousands of containers were laid on, a bright gem was embedded on the wall. What is that? The size of the gem was small, but the size of the machine that the gem was embedded in was actually very big. As if it was devouring the light coming out from the bright gem, the complex circuits that extended away from the gem as the center were sending the bright light towards the hundreds of thousands of containers where the sages were hibernating in. Like an energy of life that was supporting the ones who had fallen into slumber. The moment Pectoral started to head towards the gem with a curious expression. Boom! A loud sound was heard behind him. Pectoral turned around to see if his comrades had followed him, but a smirk appeared on his face instead. Pectoral spoke towards the human who has jumped down. How resilient. For what do you struggle this much for? This guy was dead anyway. The story might have been different if the destruction jade was still activated, but as long as the jade was in his hands and it stopped working, this puny human wouldn't be able to do anything to him who had the protection of the satellite fortress. Well, maybe not. Pectoral frowned as he looked at the tremendous amount of mana flowing through the guy in the distance. Something with that much battle strength, that much mana and that much power to generate such a force was not something that could be ignored. It might have been different for others, but for the Ecologias, who often hunted the humans in order to keep their battle instincts sharp, knew that the thing making that guy being hard to deal with was not his physical abilities but a trick with a skill. And since someone of his caliber wouldn't have some random skill, it would actually be quite threatening. Well, I'll still win anyway. It was good. Since it would have become much more tiring if that guy ran away with the red jade. I shall kill you here. The moment Pectoral made up this decision. Boom! Hansu flew across the distance and closed in on Pectoral. Whoosh! A giant spear that was over 10 m long and shining brightly flew towards Hansu. At that moment. Boom! The golden spear in Hansu's hand, the forked lightning, and Pectoral's spear clashed with each other as the room they were in trembled from the aftershock. But the result was clear. Boom! Hansu's body couldn't withstand the tremendous amount of force behind the giant spear and was flung into the air. Even before the force of the two sides, this was actually a difference in mass. Even the tip of Pectoral's spearhead was heavier than Hansu. Pectoral, who had smashed away Hansu with a mass hundreds of times heavier, frowned as he felt the tingling sensation on the tip of his fingers. Hansu being flung away was quite normal, but the amount of force he felt in his fingers was too underwhelming. This was too weak for Hansu. Did he fling his body backwards or something? Kwaeok. Hansu, who had been flung into the air, looked at his cracked armor, the 1,000 soldiers' armor. Despite having eaten the spear of a dead Ecologia on the way and having been protected by Hansu's demonic dragon's reinforcement, it still received quite a large amount of damage. It was a destructive force that came from strength and mass combined. Boom! Pectoral's attacks, which didn't seem like it wanted to give any break to Hansu, had a qualitative differences from the Rebelungs or other Ecologias who focused on brute strength. Hansu judged that the golden spear would be hard to dodge from its trajectory as he chucked the forked lightning as the same time he took on Pectoral's spear with his body. Quajaduduk. The pillar-like spear that was surrounded by the mana barrier from the satellite fortress cut through Hansu's demonic dragon's reinforcement as it smashed onto Hansu's 1,000 Satir's armor and dragon essence blade. At the same time. Crunch. The forked lightning that shot out from Hansu's hand assaulted the area near Pectoral's heart. Kudududuk. The forked lightning, which had the mana nullification applied on it, penetrated through the mana barrier around Pectoral and dug into his golden feathers. As it had penetrated through the judge's armor in the past. Sway. Pectoral frowned as he felt the strange mana digging into his body and disrupting his five senses. But if he was going to get dealt with just this much, then it would have been better for him to just commit suicide. And, I've gone through things like this plenty of times when I was being experimented on by the sages in the past. Boom. Pectoral spun his foot around, stomped down onto the ground with it and then swung his spear in a wide arc. Whoosh. The 5M large judge and Pectoral in front of Hansu's eyes were vastly different in size. The 10M spear being swung was more than enough to prevent him from getting near Pectoral. Crunch. Crunch. Clang. Tens of the glass containers got destroyed by the swing of the spear. The bodies of the sages that had been protected by the blue light had been swept by the after's wing and had been turned into meat pastes. A very tragic death after having been carefully protected for hundreds of years. Hansu, who had been charging in, suddenly backed off as he mumbled. So, he lived for hundreds of years, huh? Pectoral had only swung his spear once, quickly adapted to the sudden changes of his senses and recovered himself. He was different from the others from before. Someone who had lived in the jungle and had constantly polished and sharpened themselves after their fight with the sages. Pectoral laughed out loud towards Hansu. Ha 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 ha. Don't you feel sad? Aren't these the ones who have given you the power? He was understanding that guy's identity bit by bit. He knew too much for a bug. That guy had definitely received some legacy or inheritance from the sages who had ran away. Pectoral's feathers rang as he looked at the red jade in his hands. You don't have the rights to use that. Only us, the higher races, have the right to. Pectoral then looked around his surroundings with his somewhat adapted vision. Corpses which had been smashed apart into meat pastes. Kahet. Kahihihi. This stimulated the sadistic nature deep within Pectoral's mind. The fact that the sages had disappeared without reason had always pressured him. But look at this. For them to have been here all along living the life of frozen foods. Tens of sages, whom could threaten his entire race with only 500 of them, had been killed by his single swing. Isn't this a bit too sad for someone who wielded such a tremendous amount of power? Haha. Pectoral smiled. Even if one had a tremendous amount of mana and technology, there was a limit to the weak bodies. Just like the Achaean. A vastly different amount of strength was shown because they were using it and not the sages. This is just the beginning. Pectoral mumbled in happiness from his vision of the future. If this world got united under his feet, then there wouldn't be useless fights and struggles anymore. The higher races who had powerful bodies would be able to use the sages' technologies more efficiently. They wouldn't be using the leftover technology of the sages but improve it and create a new civilization for themselves. Pectoral smiled as he looked at the ring in his hand and then put it back on his hand. You probably want this, but, geek. It seems you don't have the powers to take it from me. It seems like a set pair anyway. How about giving it to me now? I'll let you live at last. Pectoral's words weren't empty words actually. He was willing to let the bug live since today was a historically celebratory date. Though he would have to live as his personal pet inside the birdcage for all eternity. And, I will slowly figure out why the sages have decided to go into cryosleep in his location. He wanted to ask the bug but it seemed like he didn't know either. Which meant that there was nothing else he was curious about. Sure. What? Pectoral flinched at the unexpected answer. Though he had thrown the words at him, he had never expected Hansu to agree, so he was actually preparing to smash him apart. But for such a reply to come back. The moment Pectoral flinched. Korururuk. Something started to intensely grow out from where the forked lightning had penetrated into. Crunch. Quaduk. What the? Pectoral was shocked at the strange things growing all over his body and tying him down as he tried to snap them with brute force. Just this. With his strength, this amount of sludge could easily be broken apart. But unlike Pectoral's expectations, his body hadn't fully calibrated yet. In the short moment where Pectoral stopped due to his muscles and nerves acting separately from each other, the pandemic blade which had eaten up Hansu's entire mana pool grew and covered Pectoral's entire body. The moment Pectoral's movements stopped completely from these two things. Catch it? Well. Whoosh. Hansu chucked the red jade in his hand. Towards the black jade in his hand, the destruction jade. Urgh. Pectoral sensed something amiss and tried to move his hand away, but the speed of the red jade Hansu threw was like a beam of light. The moment Pectoral tried to move, the red jade had already moved up to the destruction jade. Then. Clang. Powerful tools which showed their true prowess went together but had to be split in two because of their tremendous power. The red jade and the destruction jade smashed with each other with a clang and started to swirl and combine with each other, while making an extremely ominous dark and bloody yin-yang symbol. Oh. Has it started? Matiron, who had been running away, suddenly smiled. Reincarnator, Chapter 200, The Plan, 2. Boom. A single beam of laser from the satellite fortress smashed into the humongous metallic beast. Rumble. The huge metallic beast, Yongwan, screamed out in pain while rolling all over the floor after being smashed by the beam. And there were 4 satellite fortresses that had been destroyed and were rolling around the ground around him. But even if he had felled 4 of them, it was still far too little. Since there were still countless satellite fortresses chasing after him. If both sides weren't on guard against each other so much, then he would have been killed already. But he could see the end. Since his limit was approaching. Physically and mentally. Fuck. When is it going to happen? Junhuan, the giant metal wolf that was being turned into rags by the satellite fortresses, grinned at his teeth. Boom. Boom. It wasn't just the satellite fortresses. Countless wolves, birds, and rats held onto Achaeans, spears of heavenly wrath, and were assaulting him while chasing him from the ground. The Achaeans' attacks were weaker than those of the satellite fortress, but they were still powerful. And since hundreds of quick guys were attacking from where he couldn't see, it was actually harder to deal with than the satellite fortresses themselves. Boom. Fuck. From the side again. Youngwon swayed and fell down from the sudden assault that jumped out from somewhere in the forest. Rumble. I guess I'm going to die now. As Youngwon is making a despair-stricken expression. Boom. From the distance. Something tremendous blowing apart could be felt. He succeeded. Youngwon, who had given up and was lying upon the ground, suddenly made a joyful expression. Whoosh. A shockwave filled with a strange mix of red and black swept the surroundings from the birdcage. As if it was trying to swallow up the entire zone. Rumble. The moment people got swept by the dark red shockwave. What is this? My mana. Shock-filled voices were heard from below. But this was just the beginning. The huge shockwave even shook Jung Ae-won's body, which had already turned into a mess. Pot. The mana crystal that was all over Jung Ae-won's body disappeared as the liquid metal started to petrify itself. The liquid metal had stopped working due to the lack of mana. And Jung Ae-won's soul, which had been overburdened and was blazing in pain, suddenly turned very comfortable. Of course it wasn't good or anything. This is the end. Instead of blazing like before, it was cooling down at a rapid pace. Since all the energy had frozen, Jung Ae-won's consciousness that was acting from the energy from the mana and the liquid metal was calming down at a rapid pace. But Youngwon made a relaxed expression. Since he knew he wasn't the only person becoming like this. Kiyeing. The bright lights of the satellite fortresses that were approaching Youngwon slowly from the distance shut off as they fell. Rumble. Boom. A gigantic metal castle falling down from hundreds of meters up in the skies was a marvel to watch. Junhwan made a content expression as he saw tens of these satellite fortresses falling down. This was the end. Well. Since I was going to die anyway, please take care of the rest for me. As Youngwon released his consciousness, that he was dearly holding onto, and slowly shut down. Roar. Kwaeok. Kayok. The ones that were assaulting him from below with the Akian started to go berserk. The rats bit each other and the birds slashed away at the wolves with their talons. Like beasts. What the? As Youngwon was shocked at the scene he hadn't heard about as his consciousness faded away. Boom. A scene of hundreds of thousands of bright lights rising up into the skies could be seen during Jung Ae-won's final moments. What the hell? Pectoral was shocked as he sensed the tremendous aura that exploded out from his hands, erasing all of his mana and sanity. A power that was nothing like anything from before. He was holding on, but he could sense his sanity quickly being erased. Along with his mana. Whoa. The mana that was supplied by the satellite fortresses had long been cut off, and the mana pool inside his body that was supplied by the mana crystal had stopped working as well. Everything that had protected his body, everything that he had received from the sages had slowly started to get erased. No. At this rate. No. I don't want to go back to being a beast. Roar. Pectoral's roar rang throughout the secret room filled with machines and containers. And as if Pectoral was trying to erase everything as a last-ditch effort, he started to smash apart the containers around him. Boom. Boom. Hundreds of sages died in an instant. But this was all a futile effort. His mana had long been frozen and he was quickly losing his sanity. At that moment, he suddenly felt a tremendous amount of hatred towards the person who had turned him this way. You fucking bastard. Roar. Pectoral, who had lost his sanity, roared out in rage and charged towards Hansu. Boom. Pectoral's spear had become even more vicious as he slowly lost his sanity as it flew in to smash into Hansu. But Hansu just backed away and dodged it. There's no reason to fight him. A beast on its final breath that still had some sanity left was the most dangerous. And at the place Pectoral had just attacked, there was an even deeper scar upon the ground. You fucking rat. Come at me. As Hansu backed off, Pectoral's consciousness disappeared completely and he was overcome by the viciousness that sprang up from the depths of his heart and started to swing his spear. Boom. As the limiter in his brain that protected him disappeared, he swung his spear even harder. Though his mana had disappeared, the power behind the attack was still formidable. But what use was that? It won't connect. Hansu wasn't kind enough to be hit by a spear that was being swung recklessly without any martial arts behind it. Whoosh. Whoosh. The spear continued to cut through the air and Pectoral made a despair-stricken expression as he saw this. Damn, to go without even being able to kill that one thing. Even being enraged by him was becoming hard. Pectoral looked at Hansu in the distance in despair. Complete annihilation, our entire race would be completely annihilated. They would lose the sanity and mana that made them the higher race and only have their bodies left. Then would they be able to handle those bugs? Pectoral frowned. Of course they would still be powerful without their sanity and mana. Since those bugs wouldn't be able to use mana while the destruction jade was active and his race still had a huge amount of numbers and were still very powerful. But that was it. They would slowly get hunted and killed off by those who were still sane. While the higher races were fighting each other in insanity. Damn, is this the end? Even after having escaped the experiment labs with all that effort? After having received all those experiments? We'll just die as beasts getting hunted down. Pectoral squeezed out the last bits of sanity and screamed out in unfairness. Grr, were we wrong? Was fighting to escape the experimental labs was so wrong? Grr. As if his sanity was disappearing even after, a beast's growl started to come out from Pectoral's mouth. Hansu replied expressionlessly. Struggling to survive isn't a sin. But you should have stopped there. The higher races had power. Power to be magnanimous to humans. Though they didn't have to do this, they should at least be wary when they use that strength to oppress others. Wary of the day when they would get stabbed in the back after losing that power. Since the ones being oppressed by them will continue to struggle. Like how the sages had been crushed by the higher races. If these guys were like the Akarans from below and could live in harmony with them, then Hansu wouldn't have done all this. But these guys have long crossed the line. To the point where humans wouldn't be able to forgive them anymore. In the end, our race merely chose the same thing as you guys. Damn, grr. Pectoral made a despair-stricken expression. The bright future, the dream that he had almost grasped disappeared like sand in his hands. No, even the authority and the strength he had was now gone. All because of one guy. Just one guy. Had. For our entire race to fall because of one guy. But this thought didn't last long. Since even that last remaining bit of sanity had been erased as well. And soon. Growling. A beast cry came out from Pectoral's mouth. Drrrr. The destruction jade fell from Pectoral's hands and rolled away. And Hansu picked up this dark red marble without a single expression. So far so good. Everything was quite similar up to this point. Though Ares hadn't used the red jade before, according to the last thing he had left behind, using the destruction jade and the red jade together will cause all mana and sanity to disappear. But there was something that bugged him. Would the sages have written down everything? Ares hadn't told him about this. The cryosleep setup of the sages. Since Ares would have told him if she knew, this meant that Ares didn't know about the system either. Maybe the sages didn't leave behind any records in order to keep this place a secret. It was a possibility, but it still bugged him. At that moment, the jewel that was shining brightly in the distance started to react to the destruction jade. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of vats the sages were in, which were connected to the jewel, started to rumble and shake. And soon, whoosh! Hundreds of thousands of bright blue marbles came out from the jewel. Boom! And these marbles flew around the air for a bit and then all disappeared somewhere. Some through the walls. Some through the ceilings. But Hansu could tell where these marbles were heading towards. Since he could see where one was going. Whoosh! One of the blue marbles entered Pectoral's head. At the same time. Grrrrrr. Gur, gr. Pectoral's growling calmed down. At the same time, the viciousness in his eyes disappeared as he came back to his senses. Pectoral, who had stopped growling, slowly looked around. His hands and feet. And everything around him. Hansu looked at the scene and then pondered. He couldn't react to the blue marbles because it had exploded out so suddenly, but this was different. Should I kill him? But Hansu shook his head as he looked at the eyes of Pectoral. He was being very wary of Hansu even whilst looking around the surroundings. Not easy, huh? It would be impossible to kill him with a sudden attack at this rate. It might actually just be better to converse with him now. Since one thing was clear. That this was not the Pectoral of the past. The constant mumbles of Pectoral proved this. The hypothesis of being able to move in after the sanity and mana disappearing was correct. Bluestone activated correctly as well, but why now? Pectoral, who had been mumbling, slowly lifted his body up from the ground as if he had finished inspecting the surroundings. Boom. Boom boom. Pectoral then stood up as he approached Hansu and looked at him. Well, more like the destruction jade in his hands. Clank. Clank. What the hell? Is that? One of the adventurers who had been running away from the village made an expression of disbelief as he looked at the scene in the distance. The Urukans, Rebelungs, and Akalchias who were fighting to the death were all gathering to one place. The three higher races who were wary of each other even when they were still sane. The adventurers frowned at this unbelievable scene.